Xie Fei traveled to the Changhe Sword Sect and became a small elder of the Sword Pavilion. In this world of fantasy where strong individuals are everywhere, he, with his low aptitude, felt like he was walking on thin ice. Fortunately, he activated the investment rebate system, which allows him to earn rewards by investing in others. Invest in the discarded waste who was rejected for marriage and receive the Great Luo sword body, a growing artifact. Invest in the servant who secretly learns martial arts and receive the Supreme Sword Classic. Return to simplicity. Invest in the shepherd boy who lost his sheep and receive the foundation of the Great Dao. Years later, the Fire Sovereign said, "Without Elder Xie Fei, there would be no today for me." The Fire Sovereign, the Celestial Emperor, said, "If it weren't for Elder Xie Fei, I might still be a mere servant." The Ancestor of Creation said, "Xie Fei has given me the grace of rebirth." Chapter 1. The Small Elder of the Sword Pavilion. Investment Rebate System. Changhe Sword Sect. Sword Pavilion. Have I traveled through time? Into a fantasy world at that? Xie Fei looked at his handsome self in the bronze mirror. He appeared to be in his mid-20s, standing at 1.8 meters tall, with a slim build and handsome features. According to the memories in his mind, his current identity was that of a small elder of a minor sect. The so-called Sword Pavilion was the place where disciples of the sect received their swords. Changhe Sword Sect was a third-rate cultivation sect on the mystical continent, specializing in swordsmanship. After sorting out his thoughts, Xie Fei sighed with a headache. Why did I have to travel to such a dangerous fantasy world, and as just an ordinary small elder? The original body had neither talent nor strength, which was quite dismal. To put it nicely, he was a small elder. To put it bluntly, he was just a doorman at the Sword Pavilion, a gopher who helped disciples fill out forms to receive swords. And despite looking only in his 20s, he was actually over 40 years old. After cultivating for decades, he was still just a small character at the first stage of chi refinement. In terms of talent, he had no hope of progressing further in this lifetime. According to the original body's memories, cultivation in the mystical continent was divided from low to high as follows: mortal body, chi refinement, foundation, establishment, golden core, nascent soul. Each stage further divided into 9 ranks. As for what lay beyond the nascent soul, the original body had no knowledge. The sect master of Changhe Sword Sect was merely at the golden core stage. At least I have a place to stay, so I won't be wandering outside. Since I'm here, I might as well settle down, Xie Fei thought positively to comfort himself. Just then, a special voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Investment rebate system activated successfully. Congratulations, host, for receiving a beginner's gift package. System? Upon hearing the voice, Xie Fei was overjoyed. Then a series of information flooded his mind. After a moment, he roughly understood the capabilities of this investment rebate system. In summary, as long as he invests in others, he can gain various benefits. Moreover, the stronger the fate and luck of the investment target, the greater the rewards. System: open the beginner's gift package. After fully understanding, Xie Fei eagerly wanted to see what good things were inside the package. Ding! Beginner's gift package opened successfully. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Fate Gold Eye. Congratulations, host, for obtaining System Space can grow with host strength. Fate Gold Eye. After use, it allows the host to view the fate and luck of the target. Each use requires a certain amount of mental energy. Please do not overuse. Note: every entity has its own fate, ranging from weak to strong, categorized as gray fool, white ordinary, green extraordinary, blue superior, purple genius, gold talent, red destined, and special phenomena. Xie Fei felt a cool sensation in his eyes, as if some kind of change had occurred. But before he could savor it, a knock on the door interrupted him. Elder Xie, it's almost noon. Why haven't you opened the Sword Pavilion's main door yet? Hearing this, Xie Fei remembered he had to open the door every day at the morning hour. He quickly tidied up his elder's robes and opened the door. The one who knocked was also an elder named Jin Yo. Elder Jin Yo was one of the few acquaintances in the sect, also working at the Sword Pavilion. However, he was slightly better off than Xie Fei, as he managed the inventory records for the swords, requiring disciples to find their swords based on the ledger he prepared. Elder Xie, are you planning to quit? Seeing Xie Fei come out, Elder Jin Yo lowered his voice and said, "Not long ago, you told me that you saw no hope in this life, and might as well venture out. He spoke with a heavy heart, looking quite dejected. Xie Fei knew that Elder Xie had no acquaintances in the sect. Due to his low status and strength, Xie Fei was probably his only friend. So, it was normal for him to feel sad thinking about being alone here in the future. Thinking of this, Xie Fei had to speak up. That was just my nonsense. It's so dangerous outside. How could I possibly leave? Don't worry, you won't lose me as a friend. The original body had said that to seek fortune and change his fate. Now that he had the system, why would he need to risk his life outside? Isn't it better to be an angel investor? However, Elder Xie shook his head and said, Elder Xie, that's not what I meant. Mainly, if you leave, I'll have to guard the door. There was a hint of melancholy in his tone. Xie Fei. He directly used a fake gold eye on him. Name. Xie. Gender male. Lifespan 41,100. Realm mortal body 7th rank. Fate and luck gray. Gray fate of a fool means that no matter how many elixirs and treasures are used for cultivation, there will be no achievements in the future. IT is advised to give up. Recent demand does not want to cultivate, needs a chi gathering pill to help break through. Let's go. It's better not to open the sword pavilion. Too late, Xie Fei said, but secretly shook his head. With a gray fate and luck, there was no need for any investment. When they arrived at the place, Xie Fei saw a towering ancient building, 9 stories high. This was the sword pavilion of the Changhe Sword Sect. Each floor housed swords of different levels. He and Xie were responsible for the first floor. At this moment, outside the sword pavilion, a square was already filled with a dozen disciples waiting. After Xie Fei opened the door, he looked at these disciples and couldn't help but feel a thought stir. Using the fake gold, I quietly. Name. Gwei. Gender male. Lifespan 1960. Realm mortal body 1st rank. Fate and luck gray. Recent demand. Recently failed a breakthrough, feeling discouraged and needs encouragement and comfort. Name Suobaixuan. Gender female. Lifespan 2,199. Realm mortal body 3rd rank. Fate and luck gray. Recent demand. Injured during an encounter with bandits on the way back to the sect, needs a healing pill. Seeing that all the disciples in front of him had gray fates, Xie Fei couldn't help but shake his head in a wonder. The Changhe Sword Sect has become a third-rate sect. It's surprising that none of these disciples are any good. However, he knew that even the third-rate Changhe Sword Sect was not a place just anyone could enter. The disciples waiting outside the sword pavilion were considered proud sons of heaven in the outside world. But unfortunately, these talents still didn't meet the basic investment requirements. To gain any returns, they at least needed to have a white fate. After observing for a while, Xie Fei immediately felt dizzy and disoriented due to the frequent use of the fake gold. That moment, a disciple rushed over. With his arrival, the queued disciples suddenly erupted into a commotion. Is it really him? He hasn't left yet? He probably still holds some hope, but it's a pity that Sister Mingwei has already broken off the engagement. What a shame. This person broke the sword sect record when he first entered due to his exceptional talent, but then he suddenly became useless. Sister Mingwei is a genius of the sect. It's normal for her not to look at this useless childhood sweetheart. If I were him, I wouldn't endure this humiliation and would just leave. Hearing the disciples' discussions, Xie Fei's eyes suddenly lit up. Broken engagement? A genius turned useless? That's the standard for a protagonist. He felt invigorated and used the fake gold eye on the appearing disciple. Chapter 2. Rewards. Golden Legend. Great Luo Sword Body. Name, Xiaoyan. Gender, male. Lifespan, 18,100. Realm, mortal body, 2nd rank. Fate Aura Gold. Golden Legend. This is a rare genius that appears once in a millennium. Their emergence will surely shake the world. Such a person cannot be described in words. They are fortuitous and rare. Immediate investment is recommended. Recent needs, suffering from the torment of Ea, in unbearable pain, needs a 16 pill to neutralize and subdue the Ea. Protagonists are all 18. Xie Fei's thoughts were entirely focused on the Golden Legend. He just looked around and nearly exhausted himself mentally, only to find everything else was dismal gray. And now, finally, a Golden Legend super genius has appeared. Indeed, those who have their engagements broken are all protagonists. Xie Fei couldn't help but feel emotional, his gaze toward Xiao Yin becoming even more fervent. The sword pavilion opened its doors. Disciples receiving swords lined up in a long queue. Xie Fei registered them one by one and distributed the corresponding magic swords. Well, the last person stepped forward. Disciple Xiao Yin greets Elder Xie. My magic sword was burned to ashes. This is the remains. I ask Elder Xie to review it and allow me to apply for another one. Facing the Elder of the Sword Pavilion, Xiao Yin presented a sword remnant without being servile or overbearing. The sword was almost twisted beyond recognition, charred all over, with various dark fire colors covering it. Even the hilt was gone, although the swords on the first floor of the Sword Pavilion were just ordinary magical tools. They would be considered divine weapons among mortal weapons, impervious to fire and water. To ruin a magic sword like this, Xie Fei was somewhat surprised. It can only be said that he is indeed the protagonist of the golden legend. Thinking of this, he asked, Xiao Yin, how long have you been in the sect? Disciple has just completed a year in the Changhe Sword Sect. Xiao Yin was somewhat surprised why the elder asked this, but still answered, do you have any relatives at home? Disciple has been alone since childhood, with no family or friends. Hearing this answer, Xie Fei immediately put on a compassionate look. Poor child, suffering from the torment of fire poison, yet still steadfast. You are a talent worth cultivating. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yin was taken aback. Elder Xie, how do you know? The Yaoa had always been his secret, and he didn't expect it to be pointed out by the Elder of the Sword Pavilion today. Xie Fei waved his hand. To subdue the fire poison in your body, you must have a 16 pill. A 16 pill is worth several hundred spirit stones. How precious it is. I, as an outer disciple, cannot possibly afford it. Xiao Yin let out a bitter laugh and continued. Elder Xie, to be honest, I came to claim a sword because I want to hunt demon beasts on Chiefing Mountain to exchange for some spirit stones. Chiefing Mountain is the back mountain of the Changhe Sword Sect, not far away, where a large number of dangerous demon beasts live and very few people venture there. With your strength, even if you take the risk to go to Chiefing Mountain, it will be difficult to earn enough spirit stones in a short time. Xie Fei said, taking out a small box from his body. I still have a 16 pill here, take it. Although the 16 pill was precious, the original Bodis resources still allowed for one that, after all, having been a small elder in the sword sect for nearly 10 years, he was certainly more affluent than an outer disciple. 16 pill. Xiao Yan's gaze fixed on the small box, and his breathing suddenly became rapid. The 16 pill indeed has the effect of treating fire poison and balancing yin and yang. But such a precious pill, whether outside or within the sword sect, would cost at least 500 or 600 spirit stones to be UYAS an outer disciple. He only earned 3 spirit stones from hard work each month. To buy a 16 pill to save his life, even if he didn't eat or drink, it would take him over 10 years to save up. He was completely stunned that he never expected that Elder Xie from the Sword Pavilion would extend a helping hand to him. Over the years, Xiao Yin had endured countless cold glances and ridicule. Not only did his proud talent and cultivation mysteriously vanish, but even his childhood sweetheart fiancée left him. Moreover, at midnight, he had to suffer from the torment of fierce flames. He thought such a miserable life would last forever. But unexpectedly, a mere elder he had met a few times would treat him so generously. In an instant, Xiao Yan's eyes brimmed with tears. Outer disciple Xiao Yan, I am deeply grateful to Elder Xie. He held the 16 pill with both hands, took a step back, and bowed respectfully. This life-saving grace I will never forget. After all, it involved his own life. Xiao Yin did not decline this favor. He secretly vowed that no matter what in the future, he must repay Elder Xie. All right, this is your magic sword. Take it with you. Xie Fei smiled as he took a wooden sword box from the rack and handed it to Xiao Yin. The latter, holding the sword box and the 16 pill, left the sword pavilion with a light and solemn step. Ding! Host investment successful. Congratulations, host, for receiving a rebate. Due to the fate aura of the investment object being gold, the rebate effect is doubled. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Great Luo sword body. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the sword. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining Foundation Establishment Pill 1. Although the system's introduction of the 3 rewards was brief, Xie Fei recognized the Foundation Establishment Pill. This thing is a priceless existence. As long as one reaches the peak of chi refinement, they can 100 break through to the Foundation Establishment stage with this divine pill. It's worth noting that the sect master of the Changhe Sword Sect is only at the Golden Core stage. With such efficacy, one can imagine the situation that if one were to buy a Foundation Establishment pill, it would probably cost 70-80 of the entire Sword Sect savings. This is still under the premise that someone would sell it otherwise. Even with money, one couldn't buy it. When he came back to his senses, the reward of the Great Luo sword body suddenly entered his body. Xie Fei felt a chill all over, as if countless cold sword intentions appeared in his limbs and bones. In an instant, he felt a sharp pain that it was as if thousands of knives were cutting and scraping his flesh and bones, reshaping his body. Strange sword intentions filled with coldness and sharpness constantly traveled through his limbs and bones. Finally, with a loud bang, they all gathered to form an ancient, transparent small sword, landing in his chi. If there were a powerful expert present, they would be able to see that Xie Fei's entire being had transformed into a divine sword, with sword intentions shaking the very fabric of time and space, not knowing how much time passed. Perhaps just a moment. All the pain in his body disappeared, and Xie Fei suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze seemed like two sharp sword lights, piercing directly into one's soul and will. Is this the Great Luo sword body? My talent in the wave sword has reached an extremely rare level. Chapter 3: Breaking Through 4 Realms, 5th rank. In the Elder's courtyard, Xie Fei was familiarizing himself with his changes. Sitting cross-legged, he looked inward. Suddenly, he saw a sword in his chi. It seemed that the original Dantian chi had been completely replaced by it, and all the spiritual energy absorbed had been transformed into a special sword essence energy. Although his realm had not broken through and remained at the 1st rank of chi training, his combat power had increased by more than 10 times. Xie Fei was very clear that the original body's aptitude had been completely transformed, and from now on, cultivating the sword path would definitely lead to soaring success. Thinking of this, he quickly began to practice. The sword essence within his body started to operate according to the soul cultivation method that the original body knew. The eternal breathing technique. The sword essence continuously roamed his body, gradually transforming every inch of flesh and blood. At the same time, the external spiritual energy began to stir slowly. As the spiritual energy was continuously absorbed into his body, entering the Dantian chi and being transformed into strands of sword essence by the small sword, his strength began to change. Chi training 1st rank. Chi training 2nd rank. After a night passed, Xie Fei, with his changed aptitude, directly broke through to the 5th rank of chi training. Closing his eyes, Xie Fei could sense that his flesh and blood had solidified as if it had been tempered 1,000 times. The meridians that used to resemble a chicken's blind intestine had transformed into broad highways, not only incredibly solid, but also capable of accommodating more spiritual energy and sword essence. Breaking through 4 realms in one night. Even the most talented genius should be like this, right? Xie Fei clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him like a tide, opening the system space. After silently chanting in his heart, his perspective suddenly shifted. He saw a space of about 100 square meters. Inside were only 2 things: a small box containing foundation-building pills and a sword without a sheath standing in midair. The foundation-building pills were not needed yet, so Xie Fei took out the sword. It looked ordinary, even with some mottled rust on the blade. But he clearly remembered the system's introduction. This thing was a special divine weapon that could grow. Moreover, it would not be destroyed. It wouldn't be lost. My current strength is still too weak, but with the system, as long as I stay in this sword pavilion and don't go out looking for trouble, I will eventually become invincible in the world. The urgent task is still to find more talented people to invest in. Xie Fei's thoughts flowed, slowly pondering where to find people next. The door opened. Holding the sword pavilion token, Xie Fei activated the door formation. A team of outer disciples immediately stood in formation and walked in. Elder, I want to apply for another magic sword. I wonder if that is possible? Just as he settled in, a short-haired, chubby-faced outer disciple stepped in line, smiling obsequiously. No, Xie Fei responded while using the Fate Path Golden Eye to examine the other disciples. He was just a small elder with no background, and without an endorsement from above, he couldn't casually break the rules. After speaking, he directed the Fate Path Golden Eye at the short-haired outer disciple. Name, Nyobu. Gender, male. Lifespan, 2,879. Realm, mortal body. Second rank. Fate Path Fortune, Great. Recent demand. Recently found a way to resell resources for the Changhe Sword Sect in the town below the mountain. Nearly 30 years old, yet only at the mortal body. Second rank. Indeed, as the system judged, he was a gray fool unworthy of investment. So he planned to take a magic sword to sell for money. Xie Fei shook his head and said directly, "Don't even talk about two swords. You can't even take one right now. Where's your previous magic sword?" The short-haired outer disciple immediately stammered, unable to explain where his original magic sword had gone. Seeing him like this, Xie Fei waved his hand. With the explosive power of the 5th rank of Qi training, he sent the short-haired young man flying out of the sword pavilion. He landed on the outdoor square without injury. This action immediately stunned the other outer disciples, especially those who wanted to cut in line. Upon seeing this scene, stood obediently in their positions. As expected of an elder, his strength in every gesture is too strong. Everyone, be careful. Don't end up like Nyobu getting thrown out. That would be so embarrassing. Accompanied by cautious murmurs, Xie Fei had basically completed his morning workload. However, he was somewhat disappointed that in half a day, all he encountered were gray fate paths. Perhaps it's because I'm on the first floor of this sword pavilion, and most of the passers-by are outer disciples. If I could go to the second floor, the ones coming to claim swords would be inner disciples, and the results might be better. Xie Fei thought to himself. The Changhe Sword Sect sword pavilion had a total of 9 floors. With the original body's strength and qualifications, he could only do tasks on the first floor. Moreover, the disciples and elders who could go upstairs wouldn't pass through the first floor, but would enter directly through several side doors. Although the sword pavilion seemed like an ordinary building, it contained its own mysteries inside, with each floor independent and not interfering with each other. After all, a place that housed the sect's sword artifacts could not be ordinary. The work in the sword pavilion wasn't too heavy. Basically, all the disciples who needed to claim swords had come in the morning. In many cases, after finishing the morning tasks, the afternoon could be spent resting in the sword pavilion. The original body used to like lying on the registration desk and sleeping, restricted by his aptitude. Even if he wanted to work hard in cultivation, it wouldn't have much effect. Sleeping was more practical. Xie Fei was also preparing to take a short nap. He wasn't planning to slack off like the original body, but felt somewhat lethargic after frequently using the Fate Path Golden Eye in the morning, which consumed a lot of energy. However, just as he lay down for a little while, a sound of fingers tapping on the table startled him awake. Elder Xie, wake up quickly. These are the magic swords sent in this batch. You should call Elder Genio to check and store them, so they can be distributed to the disciples later. Hearing the voice, Xie Fei looked up. The person was a girl in a light yellow dress with 2 braids. Her eyes sparkling and very pleasing. Clang, the girl said, lifting 2 large bundles of finished magic swords from her feet and dropping them on the registration table. Oh, it's you. I thought it was someone else. Xie Fei stretched. According to the original body's memories, this girl was an apprentice from the refining room named Shu Qingqing. In terms of identity, she could also be considered an outer disciple. However, unlike ordinary outer disciples, she had to work every day, such as running errands to deliver magic swords like now. Accordingly, doing such tasks would earn her monthly spiritual stones, and she might also receive guidance from elders. Thus, many disciples in the sect were eager to do work for the elders. Since the refining room needed to deliver magic swords to replenish the sword pavilion's inventory every so often, over time, the original body had become familiar with Shu Qingqing. Isn't it's still a bit early? Why did you bring the magic swords over? Xie Fei asked with a smile. Chapter 4 Refining Talent, Breaking Through Again. Normally, the refining room sends magic swords over once a month. It had only been about 20 days since the last delivery. Moreover, often by the deadline, the sword pavilion would be almost out of swords, and they couldn't deliver them anymore. The reason was that the refining room's output was poor. The elders there had always wanted to recruit more disciples and apprentices, but unfortunately, there were no suitable candidates. Today, I made it quick because all these magic swords were refined by me. Shu Qingqing said happily. Elder Xie, let me tell you, I'm no longer just an apprentice. I can independently refine ordinary magic swords now. Upon hearing this, Xie Fei was taken aback. Generally speaking, to forge a magical sword, one must at least be an inner sect disciple at the Qi refining stage. Outer sect disciples at the mortal body stage basically can only do menial tasks. Chu Qingqing has such a high talent for forging. Suddenly, Xie Fei thought of something and immediately used his fate path golden eyes on the girl before him. Name, Chu Qingqing. Gender, female. Lifespan, 1799. Realm, mortal body 5th rank. Fate path luck, blue. Blue high-grade fate path. Such individuals are born from the essence of heaven and earth. Certainly not ordinary. If properly cultivated, they will surely achieve great things in the future. Investment is recommended. Recent demand. Wants 100 spirit stones to purchase a detailed book on forging, to pursue higher forging skills. It turned out to be a blue fate path. This made Xie Fei, who had seen only gray all morning, feel ecstatic. He didn't expect Chu Qingqing to have such outstanding fate. No wonder she could forge a magical sword at this time. Moreover, she was busy with forging every day, and her realm had also reached the mortal body 5th rank. Good. Xie Fei smiled and said, "You have such talent. It is truly commendable. In the future, I will need your help to supply the magical swords here." As he spoke, he quietly took out 100 spirit stones from the system space. He had already placed many important items in the portable system space yesterday. "This is 100 spirit stones, just as a congratulatory gift from me to you." Xie Fei smiled as he placed the bag in her hands. Chu Qingqing held the heavy bag of spirit stones in both hands, momentarily unsure how to respond. "Elder Xie, you are too kind." Chu Qingqing instinctively placed the spirit stones back on the table. 100 spirit stones are too precious. I can't accept them. Seeing this, Xie Fei felt gratified, but also put on a stern face. "What? Do you think these spirit stones are too few?" "Qingqing, I watch you enter the sect. Now that you have achieved something, as an elder, I naturally must congratulate you properly. Besides, in the forging room, iron ingots, rune formations, furnaces, etc., which one does not require money? You should accept these 100 spirit stones. At worst, you can focus more on the magical sword for me later. The less you mess up, the less they will come to collect, and your work will be easier." With that, Chu Qingqing had no choice but to accept the bag of spirit stones. And this was exactly the effect Xie Fei wanted. "All right then, Elder Xie, you are really kind." Chu Qingqing smiled with her eyes squinted. "What you mentioned about iron ingots and such, I actually don't have to spend money on in the forging room. However, I am indeed short of spirit stones lately because I want to buy a book on forging." Xie Fei nodded. "Then take it and use it well. Qingqing, I believe you will achieve great things in the future." Being recognized by someone warmed Chu Qingqing's heart. She immediately nodded earnestly. "I will not disappoint you, Elder Xie. In the future, I will wholeheartedly forge the magical swords for you. So please rest assured." Xie Fei waved his hand. "All right, you can get busy now, go. I need to start counting the magical swords you made." He sent her off, not for any other reason, but because he wanted to see what rewards this investment would yield. "Then I will take my leave." Chu Qingqing walked to the door and said again, "Thank you, Elder Xie. My surname is Xie. Xie as in thank you." Xie Fei grinned, showing 2 rows of big teeth. "Ding. Host investment successful. Congratulations, host, for receiving a return. Due to the investment object's fate path luck being blue, the return effect is doubled. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the path of forging. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 1 year of cultivation, white. Path of forging can be extracted at any time the owner can integrate basic knowledge related to forging and significantly enhance forging talent. 1 year of cultivation, white, can be extracted at any time the result of a year of hard cultivation based on ordinary white fate path. There is even a cultivation reward." Xie Fei was pleasantly surprised. He immediately mentally commanded the system. Extract 1 year of cultivation. With a whoosh, a stream of pure spiritual energy poured into his body, making a rushing sound like a river. As this stream of spiritual energy gradually dissipated, Xie Fei's cultivation naturally broke through to the 6th rank of Qi refining. Crackle. His bones made a series of crisp sounds as Xie Fei jumped a few times in place. then drew his sword and waved it repeatedly. After playing around for a while, he finally stopped, satisfied. Spending only 100 spirit stones to break through a realm was simply too cost-effective. If this were to get out, let alone 100 spirit stones, even 1,000, 10,000, or even 100,000 would be thrown around by people. Not to mention that besides the realm breakthrough, there was also a reward related to forging. Thinking of this, Xie Fei immediately extracted the path of forging. In an instant, his mind was filled with a wealth of related knowledge. Moreover, while receiving this knowledge, Xie Fei inexplicably felt that he seemed to have gained some insights into forging. He felt as if he had immersed himself in forging for 10 years, and he was familiar with various common forging techniques. With my current abilities, if I were to enter the forging room, I could probably mix in as a small elder, right? Xie Fei felt that his experience in forging was now on par with many of the small elders in the forging room. However, it would be great to have a set of cultivation techniques or a sword technique. Right now, he was still practicing the ordinary longevity breathing technique. Moreover, he had a divine sword but did not know even a bit of sword technique. This was also the fault of the original body, clearly entering a sword sect. Yet he had no interest in swords at all. Over the years, he had only learned a few moves of fist and foot techniques. As for cultivation technique levels, they could generally be divided from low to high into ordinary, low grade, high grade, and rare. The sect's town-protecting technique of the Changhe Sword Sect was a rare level sword technique. In terms of forging, it was divided from low to high into magical tools, spirit tools, treasure tools, and Dao tools. Chapter 5. Xiaoyan leaves, and someone from the servants has turned green. These cultivation techniques can only be seen if future investments yield anything. Such matters cannot be rushed. They must be approached slowly. Xie Fei was clear about his future plans. With the system in place, he didn't need to be so anxious. As long as he found suitable investment targets, his strength would naturally improve. With my current Deluo sword body, if I rely on self-cultivation, I estimate I can break through to the 7th rank of Qi refining in about a month. In half a year, I should be able to consume a foundation establishment pill and achieve the foundation establishment realm. If I were to compare with the original body situation, it would probably take 10 years to break through even one small realm, let alone foundation establishment. Although the future looks bright, I still need to act cautiously. Xie Fei quickly suppressed the pride and complacency that was about to bubble over. As a transmigrator, he certainly wouldn't think that he was invincible just because of his current achievements. In this so-called fantasy world, one never knows when a 1,000,000 or even 100,000-year-old monster might pop up. If one becomes arrogant, they could be crushed in an instant. So unless absolutely necessary, I shouldn't be too ostentatious or expose myself. After all, the original body had spent over 40 years just to reach the 1st rank of Qi refining. In less than a day, I was about to reach the 7th rank. If this got out, some people would surely seize the opportunity to capture me, search my soul, and study me thoroughly. Resolving to keep a low profile in mind, Xie Fei immediately called out, "Jinyo, come out quickly and count the magical swords sent from the forging room." However, after calling for a long time, there was still no sign of Elder Jinyo. He quickly began searching the 1st floor of the sword pavilion. Strange, where did that old fellow go? Xie Fei didn't think too much about it. The original body occasionally went out in the afternoon when there was nothing to do, so this situation was considered normal. Since the Golden Bull was not present, he took the registration book for the swords himself and began checking each sword, writing down their details. These swords were man-made, so there would naturally be corresponding errors. Some were sharper, some were sturdier, and some had a higher affinity for spiritual energy, making them easier to control. In the past, when doing this job, the original body often had to refer to books and compare each one, without ensuring correct entries. But now, having just grasped the path of weapon refinement, Xie Fei could almost tell the characteristics of the swords in his hand with just a glance, and which aspects were more prominent. Therefore, the inventory work was very quick. In half an hour, he had counted and recorded all 360 swords, then placed them in their corresponding positions. After finally enduring until the end of the workday, Xie Fei quickly closed the door to the 1st floor of the sword pavilion. After activating the formation, He hurried to the elder's residence. Along the way, he heard many outer sect disciples eagerly discussing. Hey, have you all heard? That Xiao Yin who was rejected in his marriage. Xiao Yin? Isn't he the useless one? He's still in the Sword Sect? What's going on? He's no longer here. No longer here? That's good. If I were him, I would have left long ago. Oh, you don't know, just this morning, Xiao Yin was humiliated again by his childhood friend. I thought it would be another pathetic scene, but guess what? What? Xiao Yin exploded. He summoned a ball of azure golden flame and injured an inner sect senior brother, then escaped from the Sword Sect. No way. Is that true? Isn't he a waste? How could he injure an inner sect senior brother? This is absolutely true. I saw it with my own eyes. At that time, Xiao Yin even declared that in 30 years the river will flow east, and in 30 years the river will flow west. Don't underestimate the youth in poverty. So injuring a senior brother and betraying the sect must be a serious crime, right? Who says it's not? The elder from the law enforcement hall has already issued an order to capture Xiao Yin at all costs. There's going to be a good show now. That Xiao Yin with golden fate? Xie Fei was stunned. From these disciples' conversations, it was clear that after obtaining the 6-yin pill, Xiao Yin had subdued with the power of his combat strength increased dramatically, and he even injured an inner sect disciple. The situation had developed to this point. Xie Fei couldn't help but lament. The golden fate, indeed. Just like that, he betrayed the sect. Others might not know, but he was very clear about how significant a loss this was for the Changhe Sword Sect. More importantly, it would be difficult for him to encounter such a prodigy again in the future. The Changhe Sword Sect really lacks foresight. If I were the sect leader, I would do everything to keep such a talent, regardless of the cost. Cursing inwardly, Xie Fei shook his head and returned to his residence. As for the outer sect disciples he had just heard, they were all gray fate, not worth investing in. More than 10 days passed in a flash. During this time, the biggest news was the betrayal of the outer sect disciple Xiao Yin. Although he was just an outer sect disciple, betraying the sect was truly a slap in the face. The law enforcement hall of the Changhe Sword Sect immediately reacted, dispatching a team to pursue him swiftly and severely. After learning about this, many believed that Xiao Yin was doomed and would be captured and lightly punished by having his cultivation abolished, or worse, losing his life. Only Xie Fei understood that the law enforcement hall would most likely fail this time. The system had already determined that Xiao Yin was a once-in-a-lifetime genius. How could he be so easily captured? As expected, 7 days later, news of the law enforcement hall's failure spread, shaking the entire Changhe Sword Sect. Led by elders and accompanied by 3 inner sect disciples, the result was 2 disciples dead, one severely injured and unconscious, and the elder returning injured. However, just as this incident sparked a commotion, it was quickly suppressed. No one dared to discuss Xiao Yin anymore. Upon hearing this news, Xie Fei could only sigh. As expected of golden fate, once it takes off, no one can suppress it. During this time, nearly 20 days passed, and he had not been idle. He had almost screened all the outer sect disciples, trying to find another genius with golden fate. Unfortunately, they were all gray. All of them had such qualifications. No wonder the Changhe Sword Sect was only a third-rate sect. After expressing such sentiments, Xie Fei could only stay in the Sword Pavilion and take it easy. Although he said he was taking it easy, he was actually slowly cultivating and trying to accumulate. However, on this day, the appearance of a servant disciple brought a small surprise to Xie Fei. Greetings, Elder Xie. We were sent to clean the fallen leaves in the Sword Pavilion Square. Looking at the 3 servant disciples before him, Xie Fei casually used his fate gold eyes on each of them. Name, Xiao Yuchu, gender, male fate. Claim, Miao Fanbai, gender, male fate. Claim, Zhao Lingfeng, gender, male lifespan. 1477, realm, fate. Green chapter 6, superior body technique. The disciple's bribe name, Zhao Lingfeng, realm, none, fate, green. Green fate is extraordinary. Such people are intelligent by nature, and even if born humble, they have extraordinary destinies and will surely rise to prominence in the future. Investment is recommended. Recent demand wants a few spirit stones to break through to the first level of the mortal body and become an outer sect disciple. Oh, what are your names? Xie Fei felt a surge of joy. Although it was only green fate, compared to the gray fate he had seen over the past 10 days. This green fate looked so pleasing. Returning to the elder, we are called. As the three servants introduced themselves, Xie Fei smiled kindly and said, "Very good. Zhao Lingfeng, I see you have some talent. So here are 10 spirit stones for you. I hope you can use this to become an outer sect disciple of our sword sect." Upon hearing this, the one named Zhao Lingfeng was immediately dumbfounded. 10 spirit stones. These were things they had never seen in their entire lives. As servant disciples, they were either of poor talent or orphans with nowhere to go. Therefore, there was no monthly salary in the servant department. The sect could take you in. Who would dare to ask the sect for money? Just being given a meal and a bed was already quite good. Moreover, with the sect's protection, they wouldn't die outside without knowing how. And they even had a chance to become official disciples of the sect. Therefore, even servant disciples without a monthly salary were still sought after by many outside. And things like spirit stones, without an opportunity, servant disciples wouldn't see even one a year, let alone possess them. The other 2 servant disciples also looked at him in disbelief. The 3 seemed to be good friends. The next moment, they hugged each other and jumped with joy. Ahem. Xie Fei coughed at the right moment. The 3 then reacted and hurriedly bowed deeply to him. "Thank you, Elder." Zhao Lingfeng was even moved to tears, almost bowing his head. "Well, practice hard from now on." As Xie Fei spoke, he took out 10 spirit stones. Zhao Lingfeng wiped his tears and respectfully accepted them with both hands. "Elder Xie, this kindness is no less than recreating my parents." He solemnly vowed as if making a promise. Good. Your words are enough." Xie Fei nodded and said, "You all do your work well. I'll go in first. Soon, your outer sect senior brothers will come to collect the swords. Farewell, Elder Xie." The 3 deeply bowed until Xie Fei's figure entered the sword pavilion before they slowly stood up. Ding. Host investment successful. Congratulations to the host. You have received a rebate. Due to the fortune of the investment target being green, the rebate effect is normal. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the superior movement technique, a feather crossing the river. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 100 spirit stones. They're stored in the system space and can be withdrawn at any time. A feather crossing the river, superior, withdrawable at any time. This is a technique related to lightness and agility, allowing the practitioner to increase running speed and step on a feather without falling. A feather crossing the river? Why does it sound so much like martial arts? Although it's not a cultivation technique, it's certainly a means of movement that I lack. Xie Fei immediately withdrew it. Instantly, a flood of information surged into his mind. It felt as if he had transformed into a practitioner, diligently practicing the technique of a feather crossing the river. Soon, all the information merged completely. Xie Fei instinctively moved his feet. Even though he was still at the doorway, he instantly transformed into a streak of light and appeared deep within the sword pavilion. The lights along the way didn't flicker at all. This movement technique, when used, didn't even carry the wind. I was wrong. This is not martial arts at all. It's clearly an immortal technique. Xie Fei was extremely delighted. This distance is at least 10 zhang away. Moreover, just now was merely an instinctive action. If I fully exert my spiritual power, I could probably cross 50 zhang in a single step. With this technique, no one below the foundation establishment stage will be able to catch up with me in the future. The most important thing is, after my strength increases, using a feather crossing the river will be even stronger. Others say that after reaching the foundation establishment stage, one can fly on a sword. I wonder what it will be like when I break through foundation establishment and use a feather crossing the river while flying on a sword. Just thinking about it is thrilling. Meanwhile, Xie Fei's ghostly appearance was just seen by Zhao Lingfeng and 2 other miscellaneous disciples who had just gotten up. They immediately showed expressions of disbelief. Was that Elder Xie a person or a ghost? How did he disappear in an instant? What speed is this? It's even more amazing than the elders of the law enforcement hall we've seen. Zhao Lingfeng exclaimed in shock. Elder Xie's strength is unfathomable. I absolutely cannot disappoint his trust. As he said this, he clenched his fists, his eyes filled with determination. The morning quickly passed. Just as Xie Fei was preparing to pack up and head for a meal, a disciple from the outer sect rushed in alone. Elder Xie, please wait a moment. The visitor was the short-haired man Niu Bu, who had previously wanted to claim 2 magical swords. At this moment, Niu Bu had a face full of ingratiating smiles and said, "Elder Xie, I would like to claim a few magical swords this time. I know there are plenty of magical swords in the Sword Pavilion lately, so I hope you can make an exception." While speaking, he secretly handed over a small bag of spirit stones. "Here are 10 spirit stones. Consider my tribute to you, Elder." Upon hearing this, Xie Fei smiled. "Don't think that just because the Sword Pavilion has plenty of stock, I will give you an extra sword. Don't think I don't know that you are selling our sect as magical swords at the foot of the mountain." As soon as his actions were pointed out, Niu Bu's smile instantly froze. How does Elder Xie know about this? He thought to himself that he had been discreet in his actions, and the buyers were also tight-lipped. How did the news leak out, and how did it reach the Elder of the Sword Pavilion? In a radius of 100 miles, this is the sect's territory. "How can I not know?" Xie Fei replied lightly. "You can either take these spirit stones and leave now, or I can cripple you and throw you into the law enforcement hall." Niu Bu was immediately startled and quickly forced a smile. "Elder Xie, you are being too harsh." Seeing the change in Xie Fei's expression, he immediately changed his words. "I will leave now." Not daring to stay any longer, he immediately fled in embarrassment, even forgetting to take the 10 spirit stones. Once outside the Sword Pavilion, Niu Bu spat on the ground. "Damn it, since this matter has been exposed, if you, Elder Xie, want to do it, then I will go find Elder Xie." Inside the Sword Pavilion, Xie Fei ignored this matter and simply put away the 10 spirit stones. After all, it wouldn't hurt to take them. After these days of cultivation, I should be able to break through tonight. Chapter 7. The Big Shot of the Sword Tomb is sporting a sword. In the afternoon, just as Xie Fei had finished eating and returned to the Sword Pavilion, he saw Elder Xie rushing towards him in a hurry. "You came back just in time. I've been looking for you everywhere. Hurry, come with me. What's going on?" Xie Fei was somewhat puzzled about what could make the usually lazy Elder Xie so flustered. Elder Xie didn't respond to him, grabbing his hand and heading straight for the small courtyard at the back of the Sword Pavilion. This area is generally not open to disciples. It is the resting place for the elders of the Sword Pavilion. However, most of the time, the elders choose not to rest here. Therefore, this courtyard has also become a place for announcing matters on occasion. When Xie Fei entered the small courtyard, he saw several elders already standing there waiting. These people had previously interacted with the original body a few times. They were all managing elders from the 2nd and 3rd levels of the Sword Pavilion. On ordinary days, the elders from different levels of the Sword Pavilion would not have much interaction. Seeing everyone's solemn and quiet demeanor, Xie Fei secretly guessed, is a big shot coming to inspect? He remembered that when elders from above the 3rd level came before, everyone wasn't this serious. Could it be an elder from the 6th level? Or the deputy pavilion master? Or perhaps the elusive master of the Sword Pavilion? It is worth mentioning that the Sword Pavilion is the most important and mysterious place of the Changhe Sword Sect. The 9 levels of the Sword Pavilion are divided into the lower 3 levels, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd levels, the middle 3 levels, 4th, 5th, and 6th levels, and the upper 3 levels, 7th, 8th, and 9th levels. The elders from the lower 3 levels were all in this small courtyard. Consider the lower tier figures among all the elders. Their strength ISNT high, and their realm ISNT sufficient. The middle 3 levels consist of powerful individuals who dominate a region, mainly responsible for guarding the Sword Pavilion. As for the upper 3 levels, they are truly remarkable. They are basically at the level of the supreme elders of the Sword Sect. It is said that their strength surpasses that of the current sect master, terrifyingly powerful. Besides the 9 levels of elders, there are also 2 deputy pavilion masters and a pavilion master who has never made an appearance. Although the original body had only seen the elder from the 4th level, he had at least heard about the other elders and the 2 deputy pavilion masters. However, this mysterious pavilion master had no rumors at all. As Xie Fei was pondering, the sound of footsteps came from the courtyard entrance. Creak! The courtyard door was pushed open by 2 people. A group of people slowly walked in. Boom! The elder from the lower 3 levels in the courtyard instantly felt as if they had fallen into hell, a powerful and chilling murderous aura enveloping them. Xie Fei's heart tightened. This murderous aura wasn't specifically targeting them, but rather a natural extension. It could also be described as a kind of majesty. Everyone held their breath, seemingly forgetting how to breathe. Xie Fei followed the others in lowering his head in silence, but from the corner of his eye, he secretly looked over. He then vaguely saw a woman in a black robe with striking features walking in front, her gaze fixed on their group of elders. This woman's aura was extremely cold, like a sword drawn from its sheath, radiating a piercing chill. Wherever her gaze fell, it felt as though someone was being held at sword point, shivering in fear. Xie Fei also noticed that among the few people following the woman was the elder from the 4th level whom the original body had seen before. At this moment, this elder from the middle 3 levels was wearing an unfamiliar, ingratiating smile, nodding and bowing to the woman. Is she from the Sword Tomb? Xie Fei recognized the black robe the woman was wearing, with the unique sword patterns that were indeed the insignia of the Sword Tomb. No wonder there was such a strong murderous aura. It turned out to be a big shot who had lived in the Sword Tomb for many years. The Long River Sword Sect has a sword pavilion, and of course, there is also a Sword Tomb. All the discarded magic swords submitted by the disciples must be collected by the elders like Xie Fei and arranged to be sent to the Sword Tomb. It will not be reforged. So, this is the elder of the Sword Pavilion? Xie Fei heard the woman speak. Her voice was cold, like a winter chill. All useless. Upon hearing this, the elders of the Sword Pavilion lowered their heads even further, not daring to respond. An elder from the 4th floor immediately flattered. Please rest assured. I will definitely arrange this properly. I have also called over the elder from the 4th floor. There will be no problem. The woman coldly replied. I hope you can do what you say. That sword has just been nurtured and is very sinister. If there is any slip-up, all of you will be fed to the sword. The 4th floor elder nodded repeatedly. I will definitely keep a close watch. The woman gave a few more instructions and then left directly. Xie Fei wanted to find an opportunity to use the Fate Path Golden Eye. But before he could lift his head, she had vanished. However, after hearing the conversation between the two, he began to wonder. Could it be that the Sword Tomb is a place for nurturing divine swords? But how could that sword have developed such a sinister nature? This sounds very suspicious. Moreover, such a strange thing. Does it have to be placed on the lower 3 floors? Who can suppress it? While he was thinking, the elder from the 4th floor immediately reprimanded. What are you all standing there for? Come with me to protect the sword. Xie Fei and the other elders immediately followed out of the courtyard. After waiting at the courtyard gate for a while, they saw a team of elders from the Sword Tomb solemnly carrying a huge sword box. Xie Fei noticed that the sword box was covered in strange patterns drawn with some kind of fresh blood, as if it contained something sealed in a formation. Once it arrived at the Sword Pavilion, this thing would no longer be needed. The elder from the 4th floor stepped forward, took the sword box, and smiled. The Sword Pavilion has corresponding formations, so this sword won't cause any trouble. After saying that, he opened the sword box. Xie Fei thought that the sword that had attracted the attention of the big shots from the Sword Tomb would be a magic sword that caused a phenomenon in the heavens and earth. However, he didn't expect that what was in the sword box was an extremely ordinary 8-sided sword, just as quiet as the magic swords displayed on the 1st floor of the Sword Pavilion. Yet, as soon as the sword box was opened, the elders from the Sword Tomb were all frightened and retreated, as if this 8-sided sword were some kind of peerless, ferocious beast, not daring to approach. Seeing this, the expressions of the Sword Pavilion elders also became serious, putting away their initial disdain. Then everyone, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, escorted the sword into the Sword Pavilion. A dozen or so people were making such a big fuss to escort an 8-sided sword. This situation attracted the attention of a few passing disciples, who were all curious to see what kind of divine sword it was. In the end, this 8-sided sword was placed in a core position on the 1st floor, where it was personally sealed by the elder from the 4th floor. Walking behind, Xie Fei looked at the 8-sided sword on the rack and inadvertently used the Fate Path Golden Eye. Name, Sword 13. Gender, Lifespan. Realm, Golden Core 1st Stage. Chapter 8. Another breakthrough. Name, Sword 13. Realm, Golden Core 1st Stage. Fate Path Fortune. Red Destiny. Born from the great fortune of heaven and earth. Such an existence can learn anything immediately and master it with practice. It cannot be described in words. Immediate investment is recommended. Recent needs, none what? The Fate Path Golden Eye can actually be used on this sword. And it is a golden core first stage sword. The Fate Path Fortune is red. Hiss! Xie Fei gasped, staring wide-eyed at this ordinary 8-sided sword. What kind of sword is this? Could it be a living being? The Fate Path Golden Eye cannot observe inanimate objects, as Xie Fei has tried it before. Moreover, it has a name. This sword is likely not just a sword, but a person. Xie Fei's heart was filled with extreme shock. He never expected that in a moment of trying, he would see such jaw-dropping information. But does this strange thing have no needs? Without any needs, how can I invest? After realizing this issue, Xie Fei's excitement suddenly fell. Furthermore, after calming down, he thought of a crucial question. From the attitude of the woman from the sword tomb earlier, this sword is likely very dangerous. A golden core first stage magic sword is placed on this first floor. Thinking of this, Xie Fei felt a chill in his heart, as if cold air was rising. An existence with a Fate Path Fortune of red appeared, but this existence might very well take his life. In an instant, Xie Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After the elders dispersed, Xie Fei hurriedly found Jin Yo. What's the situation with this sword? Do you know anything? Jin Yo quickly made a shushing gesture, then looked around to ensure no one was around before lowering his voice to say, "You can't tell from such a big commotion? This is a magic sword." Speaking of this, he paused for a moment, then continued in a low voice. "I've heard that this sword is the product of 1,000,000 discarded swords from the sword tomb. To shape this sword, it consumed the lives of 81 people, but unexpectedly, it ultimately refined into a magic sword. Now we can only send it to our sword pavilion, hoping to use the power of the sword pavilion to suppress and eliminate its demonic nature. Don't be afraid. This sword will only stay here for a while. It won't be long before the elders above take it away." Hearing this news, Xie Fei was taken aback. 1,000,000 discarded swords condensed into one? 81 lives used to nourish the sword? Especially the latter. What kind of righteous sect is this, or is it a demonic path? Perhaps, seeing his astonishment, Jin Yo nonchalantly said, "They're all death row inmates. Being able to nourish the sword is actually their honor." Upon hearing this, Xie Fei also sighed inwardly. Indeed, this is not the place of life equality from my previous life, but a fantasy world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. The weak, not to mention dominating their own fate, cannot even control their own lives. Thinking of this, Xie Fei felt an increased sense of urgency to become stronger, as he also feared one day being captured to nourish a sword. By the way, Jin Yo, how much do you know about the sword tomb? At this moment, Xie Fei remembered the woman. In his estimation, that woman was definitely an object of investment. Sword tomb? I'm not familiar with that area. Jin Yo shook his head, then switched topics. We are all elders of the sword pavilion. We should know some things about the sword pavilion. People like us on the first floor are actually considered okay. Those elders on the second floor and above are much more dangerous than us. The sword we oversee are basically ordinary magic tools, nothing special, and they won't get hurt. But the swords on other floors are not simple. As he said this, Jin Yo seemed to remember something and quickly reminded, "Be careful with that magic sword. When you weren't here, I heard the elder from the third floor say that when that magic sword came into being, the sword's murderous intent alone killed several elders from a sword tomb, including core elders from a sword tomb. Just the sword's murderous intent can kill?" Xie Fei listened, feeling both worried and incredulous. But after all, it is a red destiny. If he just ignores it and waits for it to be taken away, that would be too much of a loss. Because it was already the closing time for the pavilion. After Jin Yo's warnings, he had already left. Xie Fei cast a reluctant glance at the magic sword. He saw that the sword was quietly placed on the rack, but it felt strange no matter how he looked at it. A faint, eerie aura slowly drifted out. Xie Fei didn't linger much and quickly left the sword pavilion. After closing the large door and sealing the formation, he returned to his residence. After a brief rest, Xie Fei began preparing to break through to the 7th level of Qi training. With nearly 20 days of hard cultivation, the foundation he had accumulated was sufficient for a breakthrough. Soon, Xie Fei entered a state of cultivation. The eternal life breathing technique began to operate repeatedly, activating the vitality of the spiritual energy within his body and absorbing from the outside world. After 2 hours, his original 6th level of Qi training gradually broke through to the 7th level. The breakthrough was successful. Xie Fei stood up from his meditation, a hint of joy on his face. He immediately began to feel the increase in his strength. At the 7th level of Qi training, his combat power doubled again. Moreover, due to the Great Luo sword body, his attacks were fierce, and he was already invincible at the same realm. Speaking of this, he flicked his fingers, and a stream of spiritual energy shot out, striking the floor tiles. Bang! The hard tiles instantly shattered. If this move were to hit someone else, they would likely be severely injured on the spot. With his current combat power, combined with the sword gifted by the system, he should have a certain level of self-protection ability. However, he still lacked a cultivation technique and a real killing technique. Despite breaking through another realm, Xie Fei felt no pride or complacency. Today's events made him realize one thing. In this mystical world, there were countless masters from various families, and formidable figures were emerging one after another. In comparison, Xie Fei, merely at the 7th level of Qi training, had no reason to feel proud or complacent. Seeing that there was still some time left, Xie Fei immediately began to practice the one reed crossing the river. This movement technique was the only superior method he had. After this breakthrough, using one reed crossing the river became even faster and more agile. Throughout the room, Xie Fei appeared here and there. If someone had entered at that moment, they would have thought they were seeing a ghost. By the time he finished his activities, it was midnight. Xie Fei slowly stopped, took a shower to wash off the sweat and dirt, and then went to sleep. Generally speaking, after Qi training, one wouldn't need to sleep. Meditating and cultivating could last the whole night. However, as a transmigrator, Xie Fei maintained a good sleeping habit. With the system in place, he didn't need to work so hard. He should enjoy life. Chapter 9. The Temptation of the Demon Sword, the Junior Disciple Promotion Conference the next day. In the Sword Pavilion's first floor, Xie Fei was pondering how to invest in the demon sword named Sword 13 when he suddenly heard rustling sounds. Could it be that sword? His heart tightened, and he quickly got up to check. But to his surprise, it was Elder Xie who appeared. Elder Xie was smiling broadly as he handed over several booklets. Elder Xie, I will trouble you for the next few days. This is the inventory list I organized overnight. You just need to check it against the swords collected by the disciples and cross off the names. I've taken leave to return home to visit my elderly wife and strong son. Xie looked to be in his 30s, but in reality, he was already 60 years old, older than Xie Fei's original body. Returning home, Xie Fei was taken aback and then thought about how he had no family in this world anymore. While he was lost in thought, Elder Xie had already left with his things. Watching his cheerful departing figure, Xie Fei fell silent. The once quiet first floor of the Sword Pavilion became even quieter. But just then, a ghostly voice suddenly came through. I didn't expect this small Sword Pavilion to have someone of your extraordinary talent. It's truly surprising. Xie Fei looked around sharply, only to find no one there. Who? His gaze wandered, eventually landing on a completely ordinary 8-sided sword. Haven't you already seen me? The voice was ethereal, like a ghost. Is it you? Xie Fei exclaimed in astonishment as he realized that the one speaking to him was indeed this demon sword. That's right, I'm called Sword 13. Isn't it strange for a sword to be able to talk? Before Xie Fei could respond, Sword 13 continued to communicate through spiritual consciousness. I see your exceptional talent. If you only serve as a small gatekeeper elder in this Sword Pavilion, that would be a gross underutilization of your abilities. You are a natural prodigy, yet, after realizing that the demon sword was talking to him, Xie Fei suppressed his astonishment and asked, What do you want? Is there something you need my help with? He didn't forget that Sword 13 represented a red destiny and fortune. So upon discovering he could communicate with it, he quickly began to inquire. If he could tap into the demon sword's needs and invest, he could hardly imagine the rewards that might come. Help? You? Sword 13 chuckled, seemingly looking down on Xie Fei. I don't have anything I want to do. Rather, do you need my help? Your help? Xie Fei frowned slightly. Indeed, with my support, you will surely soar to great heights and no longer need to be this small gatekeeper elder. Sword 13's voice seemed to carry a kind of enchanting power that made one involuntarily listen and believe. If it weren't for his breakthrough in strength and the great Luo sword body, Xie Fei might not have realized it. Once he sensed the strangeness of the other party, Xie Fei immediately stopped the thought of continuing the conversation and turned to walk toward the door. Seeing him leave without looking back, Sword 13 seemed astonished. Hey, why are you leaving? Don't you want to become someone extraordinary? Don't you want to become a supreme existence in the sect? Do you know that the Changhe Sword Sect has a great secret? However, despite its temptations, Xie Fei showed no hesitation and even quickened his pace. It was only after he disappeared that Sword 13 murmured to itself, "This kid is indeed not an ordinary person. He actually resisted my magical sound." After sitting at the door for a long time, Xie Fei finally let out a deep breath. Indeed, this was a demon sword that was greatly feared by the Sword Tomb. If it weren't for his great Luo sword body and the supreme sword heart he had forged, he would have likely been entranced after just a couple of sentences. At this moment, he had no thoughts of trying to extract information from it or figuring out its needs. All that filled his mind was a sense of absurdity at having survived. It seemed that not every existence could be invested in. With something as bizarre as Sword 13, one must be extremely cautious in future dealings. Otherwise, a single misstep could lead to a bottomless abyss with no chance of recovery. Xie Fei silently resolved that if he wanted to invest in the demon sword, he must first reach a certain level of cultivation so that he would have the strength to engage in equal dialogue. Otherwise, he might very well fall into a trap and die without even knowing how. With Elder Xie gone, Xie Fei initially thought he would be busy all alone. But strangely, in the past 2 days, very few disciples came to collect swords. After taking a look around, he learned that there was a promotion period for the outer disciples among the miscellaneous disciples. Many outer disciples had gone to join in the excitement. This situation allowed Xie Fei to enjoy some leisure time. He took the opportunity to solidify his cultivation after the breakthrough and deepened his understanding of one reed crossing the river. During these past few days, the Sword Pavilion, especially the elders who had participated in escorting the demon sword, had been tense for quite a long time. As a result, some elders came to check on the situation of the demon sword every day. However, it seemed that after the last incident, Sword 13 had settled down considerably. In the eyes of these elders, there were no unexpected situations. Soon, everyone relaxed and no longer came down to the first floor to check every day. Xie Fei originally wanted to inform others about the situation with the magic sword, but every time he opened his mouth, someone impatiently interrupted him. The elder above seemed to look down on him as a first-level member of the Sword Pavilion, considering speaking to him beneath their dignity. However, Xie Fei still managed to mention that the magic sword was unusual and that the elders from the second and third levels should pay attention. Clearly, no one was going to listen to him. For this, Xie Fei was indifferent. After all, the priority was to protect himself. Who cared about the rest? Speaking of which, today was the last day for the miscellaneous disciples promotion. Should he go take a look? Since he had nothing else to do and no disciples were coming over. Plus, he had invested in a miscellaneous disciple named Zhao Lingfeng. Xie Fei decided to check the situation. He had basically seen all the outer sect disciples, all of whom were not worth investing in. By going to take a look, he might find other talents among the miscellaneous disciples like Zhao Lingfeng. With this thought in mind, Xie Fei closed the door of the first level of the Sword Pavilion and headed towards the outer sect disciples training ground, where the promotion conference for miscellaneous disciples was taking place. When Xie Fei arrived, it was already crowded. Almost 80 to 90% of the outer sect and miscellaneous disciples of the Changhe Sword Sect were present. This showed how lacking entertainment was in their monotonous sect life. Even a disciple's promotion could attract so many people. Upon seeing Xie Fei in elder robes, the disciples quickly made way for him. As he got closer, Xie Fei noticed there were 10 small arenas on the training ground. On the 10 arenas, pairs of opponents were already fighting. The onlooking disciples, whether from the outer sect or miscellaneous, were all cheering and applauding. Xie Fei's arrival did not attract the attention of the elders overseeing the promotion, which aligned with his intention to keep a low profile and proceed slowly. Is that Zhao Lingfeng? After looking around, Xie Fei's gaze fixed on arena number 10, where one of the combatants was the miscellaneous disciple Zhao Lingfeng, whom he had previously invested in. To his surprise, in just a few days, Zhao Lingfeng had already attained a cultivation level, reaching the first stage of the mortal body realm. With the first stage of the mortal body, he naturally qualified for promotion to the outer sect. Now, as long as he could win against his opponent, Zhao Lingfeng would become an outer sect disciple. Good. Well done. At that moment, a miscellaneous disciple nearby suddenly clapped and cheered. It turned out that on this arena, one miscellaneous disciple had knocked another out of the ring. Xie Fei looked at the cheering disciple and used the Fate Path Golden Eye. Name, Lier, gender, male, lifespan, 1455, realm, none, Fate Path luck, white, ordinary white Fate Path. Compared to fools, he understands martial arts and knowledge faster. And after diligent practice, he can grasp some profound techniques. Worth investing in. Recent demand. Wants a cultivation method and aims to stand out as an outer sect disciple of the Sword Sect. A white Fate Path. It seems he belongs to a category that can be invested in or not. Xie Fei thought for a moment and decided to remember this person. He would think about investment later after the event ended. After all, the demand for a technique is not as simple as spirit stones. Moreover, he didn't want to create an image of a benevolent elder in front of so many people. Otherwise, what would he do if a bunch of Grey disciples came to beg him later? With this in mind, Xie Fei moved through the crowd. Taking advantage of the large gathering of miscellaneous disciples, he slowly selected people to use the Fate Path Golden Eye. The reason for this selection was that given his current strength, he could use the Fate Path Golden Eye a maximum of several dozen times a day. If he used it too much, he would face mental exhaustion and a sluggish sea of consciousness. Name, Tai Jiawei, gender, male, lifespan, 1577, realm, Fate Path luck, name, Do Xin, gender, female, lifespan, 1466, realm, Fate Path luck, gray, name, Cheng Xuaning, gender, male, lifespan, 1699, realm, Fate Path luck, gray. After scanning through a series of names, all were gray Fate Paths. These are the ones Xie Fei had selected, who looked very much like protagonists. The others he skipped were basically unremarkable, clearly the type to just fill in the background. Was he really only able to go back and invest in that white Fate Path miscellaneous disciple, Lier? Xie Fei felt a bit unwilling. Enduring the headache from using the Fate Path Golden Eye for too long, he continued to look at other people. This one's aura is strong. As he passed by a well-featured, confident female miscellaneous disciple, Xie Fei stopped. He then activated the Fate Path Golden Eye on her. Name, Jiang Wei, gender, female, lifespan, 1587, realm, none, Fate Path luck, purple talent Fate Path. Such individuals are bound to be exceptional. No matter what field they enter, they will become figures everyone talks about. If they step into cultivation, any sect will treat them with utmost importance and regard them as core members. Immediate investment is recommended. Recent demand. Wants to comprehend mundane martial arts, desires a magic sword, and aims to enter immortality through sword techniques. A purple Fate Path. Xie Fei's eyes narrowed with excitement. He didn't expect to encounter such a great talent. Purple. Only slightly inferior to the Golden Xiao Yin who defected from Sword Sect. Without any hesitation, he immediately approached this miscellaneous disciple named Jiang Wei with a friendly smile and said, "I see that your bones are dense and your vitality is abundant. Have you been studying mundane martial arts lately?" Initially, Jiang Wei, who was watching the matches, felt a bit displeased when someone interrupted her. But upon turning around and realizing it was an elder from the Sword Pavilion addressing her, she immediately suppressed her displeasure and nervously responded, "Miscellaneous disciple Jiang Wei. I greet the elder. Before joining, I practiced my family sword technique for many years, so I pay more attention to mundane martial arts. I didn't expect to be seen through by the elder. Forgive me for the embarrassment. Having joined the Changhe Sword Sect, yet still practicing mundane techniques. If this got out, it would surely create quite a laugh." However, Xie Fei did not mock her, but kindly said, "What is mundane? What is immortal? Martial arts have different effects in the hands of different users. Can our sect master not kill by using a mundane martial technique? No matter what technique it is, there are merits to be found. Its strength does not depend on the technique itself, but on the user." With these words, Jiang Wei was greatly shocked. Throughout her journey, especially after entering the Sword Sect, every time someone saw her practicing her family's sword technique with a wooden stick, they would mock her. She had long been prepared for ridicule, but unexpectedly received such a philosophical insight from an elder. Jiang Wei had only been in the sect for less than a year and never anticipated an elder would possess such broad-mindedness and insight. I have learned a lot. Jiang Wei immediately clasped her hands in salute, sincerely grateful. The recognition of her family's martial arts from an elder of the immortal sect was a tremendous encouragement for someone who had lost her family. Well, after the promotion conference is over, you should come to my sword pavilion. Xie Fei nodded with a smile. Yes, I will definitely come. Jiang Wei, who had suffered from her peers' ridicule, responded earnestly. With a good seedling to invest in, Xie Fei felt satisfied. With the constant use of the Sword of Fate, it was indeed time for a break. Xie Fei turned back to the sword pavilion. However, as soon as he returned, he found someone waiting for him at the entrance. Upon closer inspection, it was the elder from the 4th floor, the same one who had previously followed the girl from the sword tomb. Wasn't it you who said that sword had a problem? Upon seeing Xie Fei, the elder from the 4th floor immediately asked in a solemn voice. Yes, Xie Fei replied affirmatively. The elder from the 4th floor said, Quick, open the door and take me to see it. Xie Fei thought something serious had happened, so he didn't dare to delay and immediately opened the door, leading the elder to the location of the demon sword. Once they saw the sword obediently there, both the elder from the 4th floor and Xie Fei breathed a sigh of relief. I remember your name. It's Xie Fei, right? Xie Fei, tell me the details of the situation. Chapter 11. 9 Heaven Sword Technique Cleansing Elixir. Xie Fei immediately recounted the situation, of course omitting some details about himself. After hearing this, the elder from the 4th floor was surprised and said, I didn't expect a sword demon to actually be born. Sword demon? Xie Fei exclaimed in surprise. He hadn't heard of such a thing before. The elder explained, on top of magical tools, there are spiritual tools. The biggest feature of spiritual tools is that they have gained intelligence, allowing them to understand the user's intentions and help the user to the maximum extent. A sword demon, however, generally does not come from a magical treasure itself, but is a manifestation of evil spirits invading, resulting in wisdom that should not exist. After saying this, he looked at the demon sword. Xie Fei, you have done a good job guarding the sword this time. I will report to the higher-ups. Now, go about your business. Hearing this, Xie Fei felt somewhat puzzled, but after thinking it over, he held back his questions. After the elder from the 4th floor left, he muttered to himself, Everyone knows this sword has problems. Why didn't they think of moving it somewhere else? After not understanding their arrangements, he decided not to dwell on it and focused on improving his own strength instead. Xie Fei then sat down in a chair, quietly waiting for Jiang Wei's arrival. At this moment, Jiang Wei was nervously making her way to the sword pavilion. Along the way, many outer disciples looked at this servant girl with curiosity. When she arrived, looking at the 9-story tall tower in front of her, she took a deep breath and cautiously walked inside. You're here? Xie Fei said, half-closed eyes upon seeing her. Disciple Jiang Wei, greetings to Elder Xie. The sword pavilion was filled with an atmosphere of solemnity and killing intent, causing Jiang Wei to shiver. And she quickly bowed her hands in greeting. No need for such formalities. Xie Fei waved his hand, and a prepared magical sword fell in front of Jiang Wei. Since you practice swordsmanship, having a real magical sword will greatly benefit you. Take it and practice diligently to carry forward your family's sword technique. Jiang Wei was momentarily stunned. She didn't expect the elder to see right through what she needed the most. For days, she had been trying to find a sword to break through the shackles in her swordsmanship. After all, while wooden sticks and branches could be used for practice, they were no match for a real sword, especially a magical one. Furthermore, practicing for a long time with such substitutes could mislead her, leading her down the wrong path. Unfortunately, as a servant, she had no money or power to acquire a sword. At this moment, Xie Fei's action undoubtedly solved Jiang Wei's biggest dilemma. It was a timely help. Thinking of this, Jiang Wei held the sword with both hands and bowed her head. This 15-year-old girl choked up and said, Ever since my family was killed, there has been no one in the world who has treated me well. To meet the elder today is a blessing for me. Disciple Jiang Wei, here I express my gratitude to Elder Xie. After hearing this, Xie Fei nodded and said, That is enough. The elder does not seek rewards. You may leave now. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wei trembled even more. After a long while, she seemed to have collected her emotions and nodded earnestly yes. Disciple takes leave. Ding. Host investment successful. Congratulations, host, you have received a rebate. Due to the fate and luck of the investment target being purple, the rebate effect is doubled. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the rare sword technique. 9 Heaven Sword Technique, 3rd Heaven. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the superior auxiliary technique. Breath Concealment Technique. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 human-level cleansing elixir. 9 Heavens Sword Technique. 3rd Heaven. Rare. Can be extracted at any time. This is a fragmented version of the 9 Heaven Sword Technique, only having the first 3 realms. But it still reaches the rare level, which is quite rare. Breath Concealment Technique. Superior. Can be extracted at any time. An auxiliary technique that helps practitioners hide their breath, making it difficult for others to easily detect their true cultivation level. Cleansing Elixir. Human level. Stored in system space after consumption, it can refine impurities, slightly enhance one's potential, and improve aptitude. Elixirs and medicines also have levels. Generally speaking, they are divided from low to high as mortal level, human level, earth level, and heaven level. Although this cleansing elixir is only human level, it can refine impurities and enhance qualifications, making it extraordinarily useful. And with the breath concealment technique, having this special technique means there will be no need to worry too much about exposing one's strength in the future. The safety factor has greatly increased. Good stuff. However, even better is that Xie Fei had no hesitation and immediately extracted the rewards. In an instant, countless images surged into his consciousness. During the demonstration, it seemed as if Xie Fei had cultivated this technique for many years. 9 Heavens Sword Technique, 3rd Heaven. This is an extremely powerful sword attack method. At the rare level, it is 1 level higher than the superior movement technique he had obtained before. It is just incomplete. The 9 Heaven Sword Technique has 3 heavens, 6 heavens, and 9 heavens. The 3rd heaven can reach the rare level. Then what about the 6 heavens and the final 9 heavens? Wouldn't they be immeasurable? After extracting the 9 Heavens Sword Technique, Xie Fei finally understood what kind of sword technique this was. One could say that placed in the Changhe Sword Sect, this could absolutely become the foundation of the sect. It is important to note that the current sect's ultimate skill is only a rare sword classic. Moreover, because the sword classic contains cultivation methods, while it can reach the rare level, in terms of power, it is far inferior to the purely offensive 9 Heavens Sword Technique. Even if it is a fragmented version with only the first 3 heavens of cultivation, it is still powerful enough. Once used, the 9 Heavens Sword Technique feels as if a celestial sword immortal descends from the heavens above, unleashing the sword path. Xie Fei immediately drew the system-rewarded growing artifact sword, then slowly executed this powerful sword technique. As the sword was drawn, it was as if clouds and mist drifted, descending sword energy. Within the boundless sword energy, Xie Fei's figure resembled a contemporary sword immortal, ethereal and unseen, extraordinary and transcendent. With my current cultivation at the 7th level of Qi refining, once I use this sword technique, I fear even the 9th level of Qi refining could be killed by my sword in an instant. I could even contend with those in the foundation establishment stage. Xie Fei sheathed the sword, his eyes shining with joy. The 9 Heavens Sword Technique, combined with his great Luo sword body, is no longer a simple addition of 1 + 1 = 2, but rather 3, even reaching 4 in effect. It seems that the 9 Heavens Sword Technique will be my most powerful trump card. In the days to come, I need to practice diligently, striving to achieve a state where my mind follows the sword and my intent drives the sword, putting the iron sword into the system space all breaths. And even the overwhelming sword intent were all gathered and dissipated. In the blink of an eye, Xie Fei returned to being the seemingly ordinary little elder of the sword pavilion, with the 9 Heavens Sword Technique and the breath concealment technique. The sense of crisis in his heart had finally diminished somewhat. Now it was time to consume this cleansing elixir. The human-level cleansing elixir entered his throat and instantly transformed into a rich medicinal power that flowed throughout his body. Chapter 12. This world is far more dangerous than imaginable with the medicinal effects taking hold. A warm and comfortable sensation almost made Xie Fei cry out. After a stick of incense time, the effects of the washing marrow pill had been almost completely absorbed by his body. When Xie Fei opened his eyes, he found himself covered in a thin layer of black mud. This black substance was actually the impurities expelled from within him. Seeing this, he quickly performed a cleansing technique to wash away all the filth. I feel several pounds lighter all over, as if a stone pressing down on me has been removed. Moreover, Xie Fei noticed that he seemed to be sharper and more perceptive. Many things that he usually found confusing now had some clarity. That devil sword at this moment. Xie Fei suddenly became alert. Having received a reward, he had been somewhat arrogant and didn't return to his residence, extracting it right here in the sword pavilion. If someone saw this huge change, or if that devil sword sensed it. Thinking of this, Xie Fei immediately got up and walked deeper into the first floor. Fortunately, his worries were unnecessary. After observing for a while, that devil sword showed no signs of movement. There were many new patterns added to the sword rack, likely some kind of formation set by the fourth floor elders, which blocked the devil sword's perception. Now, it couldn't even communicate with him. The original body managed the door-opening permissions for the first floor of the sword pavilion. Opening the door actually meant activating the formation on the first floor, allowing people to come and go freely. Therefore, the original body had some understanding of formations. Although not deep, he could still discern the means set by the fourth floor elders. Seeing this outcome, Xie Fei couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time, he sternly reminded himself that no matter what happened in the future, he must never become complacent. He must be cautious, and again cautious. As the end of the workday approached, the long-missing Elder Xie finally returned. Upon meeting, Xie gave Xie Fei a big hug and then took out various items from his hometown. Elder Xie, I heard that you have recently gained the favor of the fourth floor elders. Many elders above are praising you. I even heard that the fourth floor elders intend to recommend you to serve on the second floor. If that's the case, then I'll have to rely on Elder Xie a lot in the future. Xie's words surprised Xie Fei. He expected that reporting the devil sword anomalies would earn him a chance to be promoted to the second floor elder. The second floor elders dealt with the inner disciples of the sword sect. Who among those entering the inner sect wasn't exceptionally gifted? Their fates and fortunes were certainly better than those in the outer sect. By then, the opportunities available to him would multiply. However, since this matter was still uncertain, Xie Fei knew better than to celebrate too early. He immediately acted as if he hadn't heard anything and smiled lightly, changing the subject to ask Elder Xie, "How is everything at home during your visit?" Hearing this, Xie's expression suddenly changed, and then he spoke with some frustration and anger. "Sigh, don't mention it. You and T know since you Haven T come down the mountain, the demons outside are becoming increasingly rampant. During my visit home, many people in the village died. Even my wife, who I married, died because of the demon troubles." By the end, his tone was filled with sorrow. Seeing this, Xie Fei could only offer some words of comfort. "Actually, it's better this way. Otherwise, would you want to watch her grow old before your eyes? But have the demons really become this rampant? They've even started attacking ordinary villages. What about the disciples of the big sects? No one is stepping in. The trouble caused by demons was something present in the original body's memories. However, the original body had been down the mountain for decades and was still stuck in the past regarding the outside world. The big sects? Xie rarely showed a cold smile. They're now too busy taking care of themselves. I've heard that one of the 10 sacred places, the Li Hua Sacred Land, was breached by demons 3 months ago. What? Xie Fei was truly shocked this time. The sacred place was invaded by demons? The outside world is so dangerous now? The sacred place. Just the outer disciples number nearly 1 million. Countless geniuses. The holy sons and daughters even overshadow all the other talents in the sections. Such a scale, such an existence, was completely beyond the reach of the Changhe Sword Sect. And now, to learn from Xie that such a massive force has been ravaged by demons, This is bad. This world is far more dangerous than I imagined. Xie Fei's heart tightened. He immediately resolved to honestly improve his strength within the Changhe Sword Sect and absolutely not to run around outside recklessly. Saiso. Jinyo sighed deeply. Forget it. The pain of losing my wife. Let me be alone for a while. I also need to sort out the matters I've neglected. Elder Xie, you should head back first. Xie Fei nodded and immediately turned to leave the sword pavilion. He needed to hurry back and practice diligently. Once Xie Fei's figure completely disappeared, Elder Jinyo promptly closed the sword pavilion's main door and then hurried to the depths of the first floor. Although the devil sword had been reinforced with a new formation, he directly reached out to touch the sword body. He hadn't expected that a small Xie Fei would actually be on the verge of becoming a second-floor elder. Thinking about it, he was still more than 10 years younger than me. While pondering this, Elder Jinyo suddenly heard the voice of the devil sword in his mind. Since you have become my sword servant, don't say a second-floor elder. In the future, even a ninth-floor elder or pavilion master won't compare to you. Your talent is unparalleled in the world. With my assistance, who can rival you in the future? Hearing this, Jinyo respectfully addressed Sword 13. I understand. I have never placed much importance on the elders of the Sword Pavilion. Please rest assured, I have already made plans in the outside world, and it won't be long before I can set you free. His tone towards Sword 13 was extremely respectful, just like a true servant facing his master. If it weren't for your guidance, my exceptional talents would have been buried in this Changhe Sword Sect. In the future, I hope you will continue to support me, allowing me to unleash my potential and stand at the peak. After speaking, Jinyo released all of his aura, and he had actually broken through from the previous mortal body's 7th rank to the 1st rank of Qi training. If Xie Fei were to see this scene, he would surely be extremely astonished. This indicates that Sword 13 seems to indeed possess some ability to influence the outside world. At this moment, Jinyo had already begun to fantasize about a bright future, standing on sacred ground, with countless demons bowing and respecting him as their master. Chapter 13, The Devil Sword Encounter Trouble. There were deaths in the Sword Pavilion the next day. Xie Fei went to work as usual. The miscellaneous Disciples Promotion Conference had ended, and among the crowd coming to claim swords, there were several new faces. These were all newly promoted outer disciples. Xie Fei took the opportunity to observe some who had previously been overlooked and had not been seen with the Fate Path golden eyes. However, there were no promising candidates worth investing in. Days passed like this for about 10 days. Although he and T found new investment candidates, Xie Fei's strength was steadily increasing. His spiritual power had grown stronger. In the elder's residence, Xie Fei opened his eyes from meditation, filled with joy. He stretched slightly, and the sound of countless sword hums containing the essence of the Dao echoed throughout his body. This was due to his Daoyuo sword body becoming even more integrated. His internal Qi training had nearly reached the point of overflowing. 9 Heavens Sword Technique. Xie Fei suddenly jumped off the bed and drew his sword. The air buzzed as the sword light flickered. In an instant, the ironwood 8 Immortals table in front of him was reduced to powder, scattering with the wind. Below the foundation establishment stage, who could block this sword? With the sword in hand, Xie Fei felt a surge of confidence. But the next moment he sheathed the sword, and all his aura instantly dissipated into nothingness. The aura concealing technique rewarded by the system had perfectly enveloped him. Being invincible within the Qi refining stage was of little use. He still needed to train well and invest steadily. At the very least, he had to become a golden core, or even a nascent soul, to have a slight chance of preserving his life. The strongest expert Xie Fei had encountered so far was actually that magic sword. It was Sword 13, who was at the golden core stage. If he had to face Sword 13, wouldn't it be better to be at the golden core stage as well to have a chance? Alas, he still had to avoid arrogance and complacency. Time to go to work. After a quick wash, Xie Fei headed out towards the sword pavilion. Over the past few days, the magic sword seemed to have fallen completely silent, making no noise at all. Every day, Xie Fei would secretly use his Destiny Path golden eyes to take a look. It wasn't that he had any other thoughts, but mainly he wanted to know if Sword 13 had any needs recently and see if he could invest. After all, The magic sword was a being of the red destiny path. If he could successfully invest, the returns would be substantial. Unfortunately, despite Xie Fei's daily surveillance, the magic sword seemed to be completely desireless, showing no signs of need. He wondered how much longer the magic sword would stay on the first floor. He estimated that the elders above would eventually take it away. It couldn't just remain on the first floor forever, could it? Xie Fei's feelings toward Sword 13 were quite complex. He wanted the elders above to take it away, yet he also wanted the magic sword to stay on the first floor. Only if it stayed would he have the opportunity to invest in this being of the red destiny path. But if it really stayed, it felt as if his entire first floor, or rather his own life, was being held hostage. In the end, his life was more important. Deep down, Xie Fei preferred that the elders above would take Sword 13 away. After all, they were already in the Sword Pavilion. Could it really be lost? He could think of ways to invest later when his own strength was greater. Lost in thought, as he approached the Sword Pavilion, Xie Fei was suddenly shocked by what he saw ahead. How had the main door of the Sword Pavilion on the first floor opened? Moreover, many outer disciples were peering inside from the square, too afraid to enter. Seeing this, Xie Fei didn't dare to take his time. He immediately gathered his energy and, using the aura concealing technique to display his first-grade chi refining strength, rushed over quickly. As he got closer, a familiar outer disciple immediately said, "Xie, Elder Xie?" Something happened inside the Sword Pavilion. We heard screams, and many of the senior brothers and sisters who entered before Haven T come out. The disciple explained the situation with a hint of panic in his tone. The more Xie Fei listened, the more ominous his feelings became. Screams? There were outer disciples who went in, and Haven T made a sound sense. He almost instinctively thought of the magic sword. Elder Xie, be careful. Before the disciple could finish his warning, Xie Fei had already passed by those fearful yet curious outer disciples and rushed into the first floor of the Sword Pavilion. Upon entering, Xie Fei was on high alert and scanned the surroundings. There was nothing unusual near the entrance. Secretly using a single reed crossing the river, his speed suddenly increased several notches, and phantoms flickered rapidly. After crossing several tall sword racks, he caught a whiff of a strong smell of blood. At the same time, there were a few faint wails, as if deliberately muted. If it weren't for the enhancement of his senses from the marrow-cleansing pill, he might not have heard them at all. Hearing the wails, Xie Fei's heart raced to the extreme, but his steps quickened. Turning a corner, he entered the core area of the first floor. Here, the best magic swords were stored. As he turned, he immediately saw a ground covered with corpses lying in front of the magic sword. These corpses included outer disciples, as well as a few elders from the second floor. Notably, all the blood from the corpses had been absorbed by the magic sword. The originally ordinary, glinting eight-sided sword body was now wrapped in a layer of eerie red glow, looking strange. Amidst the pile of dried-up corpses, two figures stood. Both were dressed as outer disciples. One of them, Xie Fei recognized as Niobu, who had been selling the sect's magic swords. Oh, someone still dares to barge in? Truly fearless. Niobu seemed very off. Not only were his eyes bloodshot and his aura strange, but he also coldly sneered. Seemingly no longer recognizing Xie Fei, he and the other outer disciple, whom Xie Fei didn't remember the name of, each held a magic sword and fixed their eerie gazes on him. Kill, for the honor of our master, seize the blood sacrifice. The other outer disciple charged at him with his sword. At that moment, the two were oddly powerful, capable of slaying even the high-grade chi refining elders on the ground. However, before the other disciple could get close, a sword light suddenly appeared. Buzz! A corpse with a pierced throat collapsed to the ground, sliding away due to inertia. The face of this outer disciple was filled with shock and disbelief in his final moments. Is that all? Xie Fei shook the blood off his iron sword, his expression unfazed. Now, at the 7th grade of Qi refining, with the Great Luo sword body and 9 Heavens sword technique, not to mention these two inexplicably enhanced outer disciples. Even an elder at the peak of the 9th grade of Qi refining from the 3rd floor might not withstand his sword. Did they really think they could be bullied on the 1st floor of the Sword Pavilion? They were simply asking for death. With one sword, he killed one person. Xie Fei's gaze fell on Niobu. Niobu's strength was comparable to that of the outer disciple he just killed, perhaps even weaker. Buzz. With one sword down, he naturally also accompanied him to the underworld. After eliminating the two, Xie Fei calmed his spiritual energy and turned his gaze to the magic sword. Chapter 14. 8th grade of Qi refining on the magic sword. Aside from the flowing bloodlight, there was no other movement. But the more a sense of fear and melancholy grew in Xie Fei's heart. If it weren't for having some ability to protect himself, encountering such a situation would leave him as helpless as the corpses on the ground, waiting to be slaughtered. In the fantasy world, the lives of the weak were truly worthless. After this incident, he wondered how things would unfold. Xie Fei was too lazy to look at the magic sword, let alone have any desire to touch it. He slowly gathered the corpses on the ground, preparing to carry them out. Fortunately, the elder Jinyo, who worked with him, did not appear among the corpses. Otherwise, he would have lost his only friend in the sect, and he would face the situation of having to work double shifts alone. Just as he was thinking this, a group of people rushed in. Sword demon puppet? Xie Fei stopped moving the corpses and looked at the newcomers. It was the familiar elder from the 4th floor. Greetings, elder. Xie Fei quickly bowed, immediately indicating that he hadn't been enchanted by the magic sword. It's you? Upon recognizing Xie Fei, the elder from the 4th floor exclaimed in surprise. Xie Fei didn't say much. He simply stated, there has been a change with the magic sword. When I arrived, I found that there were already casualties everywhere, so I could only gather their bodies to prevent new incidents from occurring. When he collected the bodies, he had already tampered with the 2 outer disciples' bodies to prevent anyone from linking them to him. After reporting the situation, Xie Fei's eyes were filled with sorrow, and his face bore an expression of terror and fear. Sadness is not entirely to fool the elder of the 4th layer. He truly feels that human life is as insignificant as grass, reflecting on himself. The elder of the 4th layer did not come alone. There were other elders of the same layer behind him. Those elders looked up and down, giving a thorough examination. Finally, someone spoke up. These actions as fellow disciples show some heart. It seems that the elders of the lower 3 layers are not all cowards. As for the deceased, whether disciples or elders, once we investigate thoroughly, the sect will naturally have corresponding rewards and punishments. After he finished speaking, the other elders began to investigate the situation. Xie Fei no longer needed to move the corpses. He was directly sent outside to tell the outer disciples that the 1st floor of the Sword Pavilion would be closed for 7 days. After doing this, watching the busy elders of the 4th layer inside, Xie Fei felt a slight sense of relief. It seemed that as a 1st layer elder at the Qi refinement stage, he was not suspected by them. At this moment, Elder Jinyo arrived late. When he entered the Sword Pavilion and saw the scene of devastation, he was immediately frightened and collapsed to the ground, drenched in cold sweat. Seeing Jinyo in such a pitiful state, the elder of the 4th layer waved his hand and gave the 2 a 7-day leave. Anyway, during these 7 days, the 1st floor of the Sword Pavilion would not open, so giving them a break was no issue. Inside the elder's residence, the rooms of several elders on the 2nd floor had already been draped in white cloth, with some familiar friends using it as a memorial. People died on the 1st floor of the Sword Pavilion. As an elder of the 1st layer, Xie Fei naturally came over with Jinyo. What is this about? One outer elder said. Such a thing has happened in the sect. Elder Wang, please ask the elders to do something. Such incidents are unavoidable. Another elder on the 2nd floor side. There have always been people injured by swords in the Sword Pavilion, and a few have died. By the way, has the matter been investigated clearly? What exactly happened? The others asked. The 2nd layer elder pondered for a while and finally responded simply. An outer disciple, for unknown reasons, secretly infiltrated the formation on the 1st floor of the Sword Pavilion and was ultimately bewitched by the sword demon. By the time Elder Wang and Elder Chiu noticed something was wrong on the 1st floor and rushed over, it was already too late. After hearing this, the elders who came to mourn sighed. It was fate. It was life. Those 2 kids on the 1st floor are truly lucky. Someone looked over and said to Xie Fei and Jinyo, seeing that everyone's attention was about to turn to them. In order to prevent any resentment from falling on them due to the deaths of a few elders, Xie Fei immediately took Jinyo and left to apologize. The truth behind the incident at the Sword Pavilion was already uncovered the day after it occurred. However, outside the Sword Pavilion, few knew exactly what had happened. Niobu somehow obtained a set of tools to break formations and planned to sneak into the Sword Pavilion to steal a sword. The people of the Sword Pavilion initially thought that the lost swords on the first floor were not worth anyone's attention, so the external protective formation was not strong. This allowed Niobu to find an opportunity to slip in with that set of broken formation tools. The result was that while trying to steal the magic sword, he was bewitched. The commotion also attracted the elders of the second layer and a group of outer disciples waiting to receive swords, leading to the incident. Naturally, the magic sword could no longer remain on the first floor and had been moved to the second floor of the Sword Pavilion. In this regard, Xie Fei heard that the Sword Tomb and several elders above the Sword Pavilion had placed the magic sword there ostentatiously mainly to lure out a certain behind-the-scenes figure. However, he had no knowledge of who this figure was or what connections they had. All he had was hearsay and a little bit of his own speculation. Regarding this, Xie Fei was even more determined to become stronger because, in the eyes of those elders, this little elder of the first layer in the Sword Pavilion would probably be of no consequence even if he died in this trap. With this in mind, Xie Fei greeted the distracted Jinyo and returned to his residence. It seemed that in less than 3 days, he should be able to break through to the 8th level of Qi refinement. After a night of hard practice, Xie Fei felt that his spiritual power was almost at its peak. He only needed to add a bit more fuel to break through naturally. Calculating the time, since he crossed over until now, he had made some progress in terms of strength. However, every time he thought about his crossing, Xie Fei felt a sense of disconnection, as if his previous life was merely a fleeting dream. He estimated that it would take about 2 more months to break through to the 9th level of Qi refinement. By then, he could take the foundation-building pill rewarded by the system and achieve foundation establishment in one go. 2 months was just Xie Fei's estimate based on his hard practice. If during that time, he found an investment target and received some rewards to speed up his cultivation, the time would definitely be shortened. The incident caused by the magic sword gradually diminished in impact. With the end of the holiday, Xie Fei, now at the 8th level of Qi refinement, re-entered the Sword Pavilion. However, on the surface, he still displayed only the 1st level of Qi refinement using the concealment technique. Chapter 15. Oppression in the Outer Sect based on the incident with the magic sword. Although the first floor of the Sword Pavilion had reopened, it was still somewhat desolate. Many disciples were in urgent need of lost swords, but did not want to risk their lives for them. Seeing that there was nothing to do, Xie Fei greeted Elder Jinyo, who was also bored, and went out for a stroll. Of course, it wasn't that he was really bored. He was thinking about walking around to see if he could discover some potential investment candidates. He had almost examined all the outer disciples with the fate gold eye. This time, he planned to visit the mountain gate. The reason for going to the mountain gate was that, under normal circumstances, outer elders could not go to the inner door or the core disciples unless there were special circumstances. Although Xie Fei, as an elder of the Sword Pavilion, had a somewhat special position, he was ultimately just a first-layer elder, which still counted as an outer elder. Hey, do you see that? Isn't that an elder of the Sword Pavilion? That elder's outfit should indicate so. Elders of the Sword Pavilion rarely walk around outside, apart from receiving swords. We seldom see them. This elder of the Sword Pavilion seems a bit too young. He looks about the same age as us. Young? As far as I know, this should be Elder Xie Fei of the first layer of the Sword Pavilion, and he's nearly 50. Huh? Is he already nearly 50? With such youthful looks, isn't his cultivation much higher than ours? Not necessarily. With the discussions among the disciples, Xie Fei had already arrived at the mountain gate. He walked slowly while activating the fate gold eye to sneak a look. There were indeed many more disciples coming and going at the mountain gate. Moreover, many of the disciples wore luxurious robes and had extraordinary temperaments. These disciples were basically from the inner sect. It must be said that these people were the future of the Changhe Sword Sect. After observing for a while, Xie Fei's eyes brightened as he saw several candidates for investment. However, most of them had white fate, with only 1 or 2 green ones. After secretly noting these disciples, he continued to walk outward. There was no way. As the old saying goes, investment cannot be displayed in public. Otherwise, What would he do if those disciples with poor qualifications came to seek him out? Xie Fei was not yet in a position where he could afford to be taken advantage of. Even if he reached that level of wealth, he would T1 be that fool. As he continued walking down, outside the mountain gate was a vast bamboo forest. Many times, disciples would meet or trade there. Beyond the bamboo forest, several hundred miles away, was the mundane town that relied on the Sword Sect. Xie Fei wandered around the bamboo forest. Unfortunately, apart from finding a pair of wild mandarin ducks, no talented individuals were discovered. I was thinking of leaving at this point today. In a secluded area, a threatening voice suddenly broke the silence. Kid, where are the spirit stones this time? Hurry up and take them out. I advise you not to make us draw our swords, where you'll lose all your cultivation. This place was already on the edge of the bamboo forest, sparsely populated. To my surprise, a group of people surrounded a chubby little boy, threatening him. The one who spoke earlier was a bearded man with a rugged face. His cultivation level was already at the 6th rank of the mortal realm, making him a strong outer disciple. The others with him were all at the 4th or 5th rank of the mortal realm. The chubby boy, about 12 or 13 years old, dressed in outer disciple clothing, looked angry and unwilling. Moreover, he seemed to have a physical disability, limping on his right foot, and his cultivation level was only at the 3rd rank of the mortal realm. Notably, the boy wore a rusty iron ring on the ring finger of his right hand. Xie Fei frowned slightly upon seeing this scene. What's wrong? Lost your voice. We asked you to bring 10 spirit stones today, and instead of delivering them, you made us come find you? Don't try to play tricks with us. We know your family is quite wealthy in the secular world. The bearded man said with a fierce look on his face. Faced with such pressure, the chubby boy could only glare in anger, biting his lip without saying a word. Still not taking it out? Fine. Brothers, tomorrow we'll take on a few tasks and then pay a visit to this kid's home. Before the bearded man finished speaking, the chubby boy shouted angrily, Don't target my parents. As he said this, he trembled and took out a small bag from his pocket. This is my last spirit stone. Please don't push me anymore. Upon hearing this, the bearded man snatched the bag, opened it, and angrily exclaimed, Why are there only 5? You guys have already robbed all my spirit stones. Now there are only these 5 left. The chubby boy replied. But with half gone, the bearded man and his gang were unwilling to relent. No way. 5 is too few. It's not enough for us to share. As he spoke, the bearded man's gaze suddenly fell on the chubby boy's finger. Is that ring of yours some treasure? Take it off. Upon hearing that they wanted his ring, the chubby boy immediately panicked and tightly protected it, shaking his head vigorously. Seeing this, the bearded man sneered. Looks like this broken ring really is a treasure. What? You want to keep it when you haven't given enough spirit stones? I'll give you 2 options. Either take it off and give it to us, or I'll chop off your finger. Now you decide. The bearded man's aura surged, unleashing his 6th rank mortal realm cultivation. The others also displayed their strength. The chubby boy felt his breath hitch. Facing such overwhelming pressure, he began to tremble. But thinking of the importance of the ring, the chubby boy ultimately persevered, fiercely protecting it. Even if he had to die, he wouldn't hand over the iron ring. Good. You actually have the guts not to hand it over. The bearded man coldly laughed and then turned to his brothers, saying, You guys keep watch around. Don't let any other disciples come over. If any elders appear, notify us immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, the group of 4th and 5th rank mortals nodded in unison, responding, Understood. Clearly, this group was not new to such acts. They were very familiar with the process. Seeing this, Xie Fei quietly employed a technique to conceal his figure. With his current strength, it was effortless to avoid detection by this group of outer disciples who hadn't even reached the Qi refinement stage. However, it seemed that the outer sect of the Sword Sect was also not peaceful. If it were external factors, that would be one thing, but situations like this, where fellow disciples oppressed each other, were actually quite rare in the major sections. Chapter 16. Once again, the golden aura. However, was there something unusual about this little boy? With a mindset to test it out, Xie Fei used the Fate Path Golden Eye technique. In an instant, information about the chubby boy was revealed by the system. Name, Zhanlong. Gender, male. Lifespan, 12,150. Cultivation level, mortal realm, 3rd rank. Fate Path Luck, Gold, Golden Legend. This is a rare genius that appears once in a millennium. Their emergence will surely shake the world. Such individuals cannot be described in words. They're a rare encounter. Suggest immediate investment. Recent needs. A soul ring containing the remnants of a certain powerful being is about to be taken away by fellow disciples. Please help stop it. Fixing his gaze on the golden fate path luck, Xie Fei's eyes widened slightly, and his breathing quickened. Golden fate path. This is the second time. Aside from the defector Xiao Yin, this is the second golden legend. Among outer disciples, there is actually someone with a golden fate path. How did I not notice this before? Looking more closely at the chubby boy's appearance, Xie Fei suddenly realized that this was a newly admitted outer disciple. The few people with the bearded man looked somewhat familiar, but this boy named Zhang Long was very unfamiliar. However, there hadn't been a disciple recruitment ceremony for 20 years in the Sword Sect recently. This Zhang Long must have either been promoted from the serving competition or was sent in through connections with some financial expenditure. Considering his age of only 12, the latter possibility is much greater. As such a good investment target, needless to say, Xie Fei decided to step in. At this moment, the chubby boy Zhang Long, unwilling to let go of his ring, had already started fighting with the bearded man. One was at the 3rd rank of the mortal realm, the other at the 6th rank. With a difference of 3 minor realms, it didn't take long for Zhang Long to be knocked to the ground by the bearded man. Seeing the footprints left on his body, the bearded man darkened his face and, filled with murderous intent, said to the fallen Zhang Long, "You dare to dirty my robe? Good. It seems I must give you an unforgettable lesson today. Let's just cripple your cultivation and make you a waste." It was unexpected that after only kicking him a few times, he would not only try to rob the boy of his treasure, but also cripple him. This showed that his character had already sunk to the lowest depths. As the situation here had settled, those disciples standing guard outside also came back. Upon hearing the bearded man's words, they immediately put on expressions of anticipation, each one mockingly staring at Zhang Long. After observing the surroundings, the bearded man walked towards the already injured and bleeding Zhang Long, holding his sword. At this moment, Xie Fei noticed that some of Zhang Long's blood had been absorbed by the iron ring, seemingly completing some kind of ritual, as a faint glow emanated from the ring. Except for Xie Fei, no one else noticed this scene. As the bearded man approached, he first reached down to remove the ring, then raised his sword high. Seeing this situation, to prevent any unforeseen events that might lead to a failed investment, Xie Fei immediately revealed himself and walked over. As he moved, an aura of the 1st rank of Qi refinement erupted. Under the pressure of the Qi refinement level aura, the bearded man and his companions were instantly frozen in place, as if they had been struck by ice, not daring to move an inch. At this moment, a hint of fear flickered in the bearded man's eyes, especially as he heard the unmasked footsteps. This fear grew even greater. This was the presence of someone at the Qi refinement level. Who is it? An intersect senior brother or sister? Or an elder? A group of people with beards, the most afraid of their own matters being discovered by a certain elder. If it were just fellow disciples, it wouldn't matter. At worst, they could spend some spirit stones to silence them. But if it were an elder, that would be disastrous. They were merely outer disciples, and they felt an innate fear towards elders. The bearded man turned slightly, and upon seeing the distinctive clothing of the elder, his whole body trembled. The worst had finally come. Others also saw the person who appeared. Behind the bearded man, an outer disciple suddenly exclaimed, "Elder Xie? It's Elder Xie from the Sword Pavilion. It's over." Upon hearing the words Sword Pavilion, the bearded man's heart sank to the bottom. Fortunately, he thought, it wasn't an elder from the law enforcement hall. The bearded man felt a little relieved, thinking there might still be room for maneuver. He immediately knelt down. Outer disciple Zhang Ergu pays respect to Elder Xie. Others also hurriedly mimicked him, kneeling down in guilt. "Elder Xie, I often go to the Sword Pavilion to seek your guidance on swordsmanship. I wonder if you remember me?" As he spoke, the bearded man named Zhang Ergu crawled over on his knees, presenting a bag of spirit stones. It looked like there were at least 20 inside. However, Elder Xie did not accept the bag and replied indifferently, "Zhang Ergu, I don't know you." He found these people somewhat familiar, but indeed couldn't recall their names. Besides, He didn't want to know. If he wanted to, he could easily see their true names through the fate path golden eyes, no matter how they disguise themselves. As he spoke, Elder Xie's gaze shifted to the almost lifeless Zhang Long on the ground. You treat your fellow disciples so ruthlessly. Do you know what the consequences are according to the sect's rules? Upon hearing this, Zhang Ergu trembled all over, burying his head even lower. Returning to the elder. The lightest punishment is 10 years of servitude, and the heaviest is the abolishment of cultivation and expulsion from the Sword Sect. Before he finished speaking, Zhang Ergu cried out hastily, Elder Xie, please show mercy. We will never dare to do this again. Others also trembled and shouted, we plead for Elder Xie's mercy. Faced with the aura of a Qi refining realm expert, they had no thoughts of resistance, let alone against an elder of the sect. What did you take from others? Why haven't you returned it? Elder Xie glanced at Zhang Long, and, noticing that the chubby boy was no longer in life-threatening danger, spoke. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ergu dared not say anything more and immediately returned the ring and all the spirit stones to Zhang Long. Is this all? Zhang Ergu then took out all the spirit stones from his own pocket. After thinking for a moment, without waiting for Elder Xie to speak again, he gritted his teeth and took out a bag of revitalizing powder. The revitalizing powder is a healing potion, very precious among outer disciples. To buy it, one would need 10 spirit stones for one portion. It was unclear whether it was to appease Zhang Long's feelings or to appease Elder Xie. Zhang Ergu not only placed all the spirit stones into Zhang Long's arms, but also put the ring back on him, and even personally fed him the revitalizing powder. This time, I can let you go without sending you to the law enforcement hall, considering your usual hard work. But if there's a next time, I will definitely punish you severely. Elder Xie waved his hand. Zhang Ergu and the others fled in a panic. With the help of the revitalizing powder, the chubby boy had now regained some ability to move and struggled to sit up. Thank you for saving me, Elder. Elder Xie nodded slightly. His mind had already begun to ring with the system's prompt sound. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a successful investment. Chapter 17 Reward. Breakthrough to Foundation Establishment. Ding! Host investment successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a rebate. Due to the investment object's fate path luck being gold, the rebate effect is doubled. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a lifetime's worth of swordsmanship comprehension. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a unique refining method. Tiger Demon Bone Fist. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a terrestrial grade, life-saving golden elixir. Swordsmanship comprehension, lifetime. Withdrawable at any time a lifetime is 60 years. Tiger Demon Bone Fist. Withdrawable at any time a special method. No grade. Rumored to come from another world, it can refine the Tiger Demon Golden Body. Impervious to all laws and immune to all evils. Life-saving golden elixir, terrestrial grade. Stored in system space can reverse life-threatening situations. It is a life-saving treasure. Slowly receiving the system's information, Elder Xie looked at the boy in front of him. Zhang Long? The chubby boy was immediately surprised. Does this elder know the disciple? I paid attention when you entered the sect, Elder Xie casually said. Zhang Long slowly stood up and then handed over all the spirit stones that Zhang Ergu had given him. Elder Xie, I have no way to repay your life-saving grace. These spirit stones would not have fallen into my hands without you. Please accept them. Seeing this situation, Elder Xie glanced at the rusty iron ring without leaving any trace. Keep it for yourself and work hard. As the words fell, he had already disappeared into the bamboo forest. When Zhang Long wanted to find him, there was no trace left, as if the elder had never appeared at all. Back at the sword pavilion, after finishing his work, Elder Xie hurried back to the elder's residence. With this life-saving golden elixir, didn't that mean he had an extra life? It wasn't until this moment that he carefully examined this reward. He hadn't expected that this golden investment would actually yield a life-saving elixir. This was already equivalent to having the biggest trump card. Immediately, the system extracted the swordsmanship reward. Elder Xie extracted the lifetime's worth of swordsmanship comprehension. In an instant, a flow of Dao rhythm circulated slowly in his heart. He felt a surge of insights about swordsmanship flooding his mind. As if he were someone who specialized in the sword, experiencing the insights of swordsmanship day and night. After about 3 hours, this comprehension gradually faded, all returning to Elder Xie. The system: extract Tiger Demon Bone Fist. The second major reward: a special method with no grade. Instantly, numerous fragments appeared in Elder Xie's sea of consciousness. In the fragments, an existence resembling Elder Xie was constantly practicing this fist technique. From the initial entry level to the intermediate level, and then to the later stages of mastery, it was as if he experienced a lifetime. After awakening, Elder Xie felt momentarily dazed. The practice of the Tiger Demon Bone Fist was deeply engraved in his mind. A special method? It was unclear how it compared to the Nine Heavens sword technique. Both were not cultivation techniques for spirit energy, but rather wonderful methods to assist oneself and enhance one's abilities. However, one focused on offense while the other focused on defense and passivity. The products of the system must be high quality. The Tiger Demon Bone Fist seemed more like a method for honing the foundation. With long-term practice, it could refine the Tiger Demon Golden Body. According to the system's description, this Tiger Demon Golden Body could be impervious to all laws and immune to all evils. If successfully cultivated, wouldn't he become a nemesis to demons and monsters? As long as he stood there, which demon or monster would dare to approach? Elder Xie thought to himself, determined to cultivate the Tiger Demon Bone Fist to the pinnacle of the Tiger Demon Golden Body. Now that the outside world was chaotic with demons and monsters, having this thing would certainly make him much safer. However, even without the Tiger Demon Golden Body right now, the added power didn't seem to be lacking. Elder Xie inspected himself. Just slightly operating his spirit power, his skin and bones emitted a faint golden glow. When the law sword struck, it merely left a shallow mark, not even breaking the skin. Moreover, he could hear a series of golden iron sound from his bones, as if he had become a faint golden iron clump. After the law sword struck a few more times, it was actually rebounded and dulled by his own flesh. Truly impressive. Elder Xie's expression brightened again. He also noticed that after integrating the Tiger Demon Bone Fist, his own strength seemed to have increased significantly. Without even mentioning the transfer of spiritual power, a simple punch caused the stubborn stone ground of the sect to be dented. If I added spiritual power to this punch, I guess even a foundation establishment cultivator wouldn't fare well, right? Not only that, as Xie Fei executed the Nine Heavens sword technique, the sword light filling the sky surprisingly contained a hint of gold. The gold was imbued with a vast righteousness, extremely restraining against demons and monsters. Do my every move now carry the power of the Tiger Demon Bone Refining Fist? Such profound skills. No wonder they are special. Staying in the room, taking advantage of the night when no one is around, Xie Fei continuously practiced this newly acquired Tiger Demon Bone Refining Fist. This technique is definitely not something that exists in this world right now. He searched through memories but couldn't find any similar method with such functions. It seems the system's rebate rewards can also yield things that don't exist in the world. With such a powerful special skill, during the next 2 months, Xie Fei spent almost every day studying, eager to refine the Tiger Demon Golden Body soon. Besides that, his cultivation didn't fall behind. Gradually, the spiritual power within his body almost filled every meridian. Compared to before, his strength had increased at least several dozen times. The Nine Heavens sword technique also became increasingly proficient, and he wielded it with great ease. However, his practice of the one reed crossing the river had somewhat lagged. After all, he had to go to the sword pavilion every day for work, and when he returned, he had to study so many things related to cultivation. Naturally, some sacrifices had to be made. At this point, Xie Fei's cultivation had naturally reached the 9th level of qi refining. However, with the concealing qi technique, he still appeared as a first-level qi refining cultivator in front of others. On the 7th day after breaking through to the 9th level of qi refining, feeling that he had solidified his foundation, Xie Fei asked the elders above for a few days off, preparing to start his foundation establishment. It was time to use the foundation establishment pill. A pill fell into his abdomen, and the immense medicinal power instantly spread. Xie Fei felt as if his body was about to explode, and he suddenly swelled up. Is the effect of this foundation establishment pill that fierce? He struggled to control the spiritual power within, repeatedly washing away the violent medicinal force. Gradually, Xie Fei spent a whole night digesting all the medicinal power, fully integrating it into every limb and bone. Almost at the moment the medicinal power merged, all the spiritual power shook violently, then gathered towards the sea of qi in his dantian. Thus, Xie Fei felt as if there were countless explosives going off in his dantian. As the rumbling sound continued, all the spiritual power within the dantian began to slowly converge, twist, and intertwine into one. If viewed from a distance, one could see that this spiritual power had completely surrounded itself into a mass, resembling a golden elixir of spiritual power. This is the embryonic form of the golden elixir. Once the golden elixir is achieved, this spiritual power will solidify. In the center of this constantly gathering and expanding mass of spiritual power, a sharp little sword stood upright. All the spiritual power revolved around it. With each rotation, there were faint signs of liquefaction. Boom! As if reaching a critical point, these gathered spiritual powers suddenly expanded outward and then abruptly collapsed inward. Finally, droplets of liquid spiritual power began to appear, like the gentle spring rain, fine and continuous. After 3 days and nights, Xie Fei suddenly opened his eyes, using his spiritual sense to examine himself. In the dantian, a liquid small sphere, resembling mercury, was wrapping around the little sword, spinning smoothly. As it rotated, threads of spiritual energy slowly entered his body, circulating through his meridians. Once it reached this point, it would be assimilated, gradually strengthening this liquid sphere. Xie Fei attempted to channel spiritual power, instantly speeding up the sphere's rotation, turning liquid spiritual power into gaseous form, swiftly flowing through the 8 extraordinary meridians. My dantian can now hold 100 times more spiritual power than before. Moreover, the speed of absorbing external spiritual energy is also dozens of times higher than that of the qi refining stage. No wonder. They all say that foundation establishment is the true beginning of cultivation, Xie Fei exclaimed. Only by stepping into foundation establishment does one understand what spiritual power is and what it means to be strong. After 3 days and nights of hard practice, along with the help of the foundation establishment pill, he has officially entered the foundation establishment realm. Currently, he is at the first level of foundation establishment. Xie Fei roughly estimated that with his current strength, facing his previous self at the 9th level of qi refining, he could easily crush him. In fact, he would only need to use 1/10 of his combat power to annihilate his former self. Just then, a voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has achieved foundation establishment. Ding! Opening the host information panel. An information panel? Xie Fei was somewhat curious and immediately focused on checking it. In an instant, a light curtain appeared that only he could see. Host, Xie Fei realm. First level of foundation establishment, profound skills, tiger demon bone refining fist, 9 heaven sword technique, 1 reed crossing the river, concealing qi technique, longevity breathing technique, divine weapons and treasures, sword. Not bad. This is equivalent to giving me a summary. It also makes it convenient for me to know my own situation, providing a certain referenceability. Although it is just a small feature of the system, Xie Fei deeply realized its great utility. At my current pace, if I don't consider any bottlenecks, I should be able to break through to the golden elixir in about 2 years. 2 years is still a bit too long. Xie Fei couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. It seems I need to find a way to invest more in those with good fate and luck, to see if I can speed up this process. 2 years to break through to the golden elixir seems too long. If this thought were known to others, they would definitely scold him. Generally, cultivators take decades of hard work to go from the first level of foundation establishment to achieving the golden elixir. Moreover, they need ample resources and must not be distracted by external matters, focusing entirely on cultivation. Otherwise, the time would only extend further. Many people achieving the golden elixir in 60 years are already considered remarkable geniuses. The reason Xie Fei can progress so quickly is, of course, because of the great Luo sword body. The sword path inherently carries an unstoppable sharpness, providing a significant boost to the cultivation journey. Therefore, many times, sword cultivators' combat power and realm are stronger than those of ordinary mixed cultivators, even considerably so. And the Great Luo sword body is the pinnacle of sword path physiques, with talents and roots completely transformed to be most compatible with the sword path. The combination of the two naturally leads to a cultivation speed as fast as a whirlwind sweeping through leaves. However, the strength of sword cultivators also comes with a fatal problem: the instability of their mindset and comprehension of realms. After all, with rapid breakthroughs in cultivation, where is the time to carefully comprehend these things? Fortunately, this time the system rewarded him with a lifetime's worth of insights into the sword path. Xie Fei currently has no worries in this regard. One could say his mindset is as stable as an old dog. He just wants to find more investment targets. But there's almost no hope in the outer sect. Either he has to dig for gold in the chores, or go find opportunities in the inner sect. Xie Fei slowly pondered his future plans. As an elder of the outer sect on the first floor of the Sword Pavilion, he naturally couldn't access the inner sect. To interact more with the inner sect disciples, the simplest method is to stand guard at the entrance of the Changhe Sword Sect every day, watching those inner sect disciples coming in and out. This could work occasionally, but after all, he has Sword Pavilion duties, so this method cannot be sustained for long. The best way is to become an elder on the second floor of the Sword Pavilion, Xie Fei murmured. The first floor of the Sword Pavilion is where outer sect disciples receive low-level magic swords. The second floor is where inner sect disciples receive high-level magic swords. The so-called low-level magic swords are just ordinary magical artifacts among the treasures. High-level magic swords are top-tier artifacts. On the second floor of the Sword Pavilion, there are still a few spiritual weapons and divine swords. However, these spiritual weapons cannot be casually distributed to the inner disciples. Xie Fei's understanding of the situation on the second floor is somewhat superficial, based on the memories of his original body. To know the real situation, he would have to become an elder of the second floor himself. The day after his breakthrough, Xie Fei took leave and returned to the first floor of the Sword Pavilion. While dealing with the disciples, he slowly consolidated his foundation-building realm. Hey, Elder Xie, are you back from visiting family? Elder Jinyo, as always, arrived a bit later. Seeing Xie Fei already sitting at the desk by the entrance, he greeted him with a smile. The reason Xie Fei took leave was inspired by Jinyo, who suggested he visit his hometown. Because of this, no one disturbed him during the 3 days of his breakthrough at his residence, as everyone thought he had returned home. Xie Fei smiled and nodded. Having broken through to the foundation-building stage naturally made him feel cheerful. Just as the two were exchanging greetings, a sudden commotion erupted among the outer disciples outside. A worthless piece of trash dares to come here. Do you believe I will kill you right now? The law enforcement hall won't do anything to me. Hearing such words from the outer disciples, Xie Fei frowned and looked up. Jinyo hurriedly rushed outside. This is the Sword Pavilion. If a disciple fight broke out here and someone got killed, it would be a serious problem. As elders, they couldn't escape a scolding, and they might even have their monthly salary deducted. Chapter 18, Another Breakthrough. Watching Elder Jinyo go out, Xie Fei thought for a moment and also got up to see what was happening. Upon looking, he found a few familiar faces among the outer disciples. The most conspicuous was that Zhang Ergu and his gang. The one who was cursing was none other than him, and the one being cursed was the Golden Fate. Limping little fatty, Zhang Long. However, Xie Fei was somewhat surprised. How did Zhang Ergu dare to shout and curse outside the Sword Pavilion now, when he had been scared of the elders like a mouse before? Zhang Long, you have changed. How dare you act so boldly? Zhang Long, unlike his previous self, stood tall and questioned loudly. At this moment, his eyes were bright, and his aura was calm and profound. Clearly, the little fatty had unlocked an opportunity and received care from the old man in that ring. Xie Fei glanced subtly at the ring, noticing it no longer had rust, and its ancient patterns appeared as if it were a relic from long ago. Why should I fear the elder now? Zhang Ergu's eyes were filled with hatred. I've already been reported by you and expelled from the sect. I am no longer a disciple of the Changhe Sword Sect, and once I return the sword, I will surely take your life. Each word dripped with venom as he spoke through gritted teeth, infuriated by Zhang Long's report. Elder Jin Yo, seeing this situation, directly scolded, "This is the Sword Pavilion. How can you be so noisy? What kind of decorum is this?" Bah! Zhang Ergu spat on the ground. As an elder, he couldn't be humiliated like this. Jin Yo immediately stepped forward to teach this expelled kid a lesson, but was stopped by Xie Fei. "Why would you, an elder, argue with a dying man?" Xie Fei said, catching sight of the murderous intent in Zhang Long's eyes. It hadn't been long since they last met, and the little fatty had already reached the 6th rank of the mortal realm. Hearing this, everyone was somewhat surprised. Even Zhang Long was slightly taken aback. However, the outer disciples naturally did not dare to ask for the reason. Only Elder Jin Yo shot a puzzled glance. Xie Fei shook his head and pulled Jin Yo into the Sword Pavilion without further explanation. At that moment, a voice suddenly resonated in Zhang Long's heart from the crowd. "This elder of the Sword Pavilion, you must pay more attention in the future and not lose your manners." Of course, if it weren't for Elder Xie, I wouldn't be standing here. Zhang Long stood up straight, expressing gratitude in his words. He was currently communicating with the elder in the ring in his mind. "I'm not talking about this. This Elder Xie is not simple." The voice from the ring conveyed a wave of mental energy. "With my perception, I can't see through him." "Can't see through?" Zhang Long was slightly startled. There was actually a senior who could not see through someone, and it was in this small Changhe Sword Sect. "I have encountered many people I can't see through, but you are right about one thing. It is indeed strange for such a unique person to exist in the Changhe Sword Sect." The ring transmitted another wave. Although this Elder Xie appears to be at the 1st rank of Qi refining, something feels off. His aura is too vague, and when I tried to sense it, I was unexpectedly cut off by an invisible sword intent. For such a result to occur, either this Elder Xie possesses a special concealment technique that can restrain his aura and remains hidden, or this Elder Xie has an extraordinary understanding of the sword path. And although his cultivation is low, he deeply comprehends the principles of the sword path, regardless of which, this person must not be underestimated. Little Dragon, you must treat this person with caution. After hearing the analysis from the elder in the ring, Zhang Long was confused. "Elder, if it is the 2nd possibility, why should we be cautious?" The ring fell silent for a moment before finally responding. "The 2nd possibility is the most terrifying." Back at the Sword Pavilion, Xie Fei felt relieved, and Elder Jin Yo finally calmed down. There was no other way. Although Zhang Ergu had already been expelled from the sect, he had not yet completed the process. If the elder took action against him, it might be insignificant in the small scheme of things. However, they feared that Zhang Ergu, in a desperate situation, might escalate the matter. At that time, not only would Jin Yo be punished, but Xie Fei, who had not dissuaded him, would also be implicated. In that case, it was uncertain whether he could keep his position as an elder on this floor, let alone go to the 2nd floor. "All right, I understand the stakes involved." Jin Yo sighed. "Sigh, I'm still considered an elder. Why does it feel so uncomfortable?" Hearing this, Xie Fei looked at Jin Yo in surprise. This was something that shouldn't have come from his mouth, he thought. Elder Jin Yo was known for his laziness, and some of the elders above had even given him in the original body the nickname of the lazy elder of the 1st floor. On ordinary days, Jin Yo would lie flat whenever possible and would not say such things. Upon careful consideration, Xie Fei suddenly realized that ever since Jin Yo returned from visiting his family, he seemed to have undergone some changes, and his relationship with Xie Fei was no longer as amicable and close as before. Should he ask about it? After thinking for a moment, Xie Fei secretly shook his head. Forget it. It might be due to the loss of his wife that these changes occurred. Asking about this could easily bring up Jin Yo's painful memories. Disciple Zhang Long has seen Elder Xie. Zhang Long, who was at the back, deeply bowed to Xie Fei as soon as he entered the Sword Pavilion. "You're too polite." Xie Fei waved his hand and said, "I suppose you are here to receive your first lost sword. What kind of preference do you have? I can take a look for you." Zhang Long thought for a moment and respectfully said, "Elder, I would like a law sword that is more practical and sturdy." Xie Fei nodded, pointing with one hand. With the strength of a 1st-rank Qi refiner, he drew a law sword from the rack. The sword was quite ordinary, a product of the newly initiated sword-refining disciple. Chu Qingqing. Thank you, Elder. Zhan Long respectfully took the sword and left. Before he exited, a faint wave caught Xie Fei's attention. His gaze immediately focused on that iron ring. Testing? Xie Fei furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of vigilance rising within him. However, after more than half a month without the appearance of the battle dragon, he gradually relaxed this vigilance. Crackle. Xie Fei slowly stood up, opening his eyes from his seated position, and his whole body erupted with a sound similar to firecrackers. The magic sword he brought from the sword pavilion suddenly jabbed toward his arm. But as soon as it made contact, a flash of golden light appeared, and the magic sword could no longer pierce through. The tiger demon golden body and the tiger demon bone refining fist had already taken shape, and his cultivation level, after this period of hard training, had also entered the second tier of foundation establishment. Chapter 19. Elder Golden Ox's urgent plea within the Qi Sea. The swirling ball of spiritual liquid grew a bit larger again. It is estimated that within 6 months, my tiger demon golden body will be fully condensed. Xie Fei felt joyful inside. With the great Luo sword body and his improved talent, his cultivation seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. As long as he meditated every day, his strength could steadily increase. The feeling of immediate reward from his efforts was truly delightful, having made another small breakthrough in strength. Xie Fei went to the sword pavilion with a smile. However, upon entering the sword pavilion, he specifically went to see Elder Golden Ox. When he saw the other party was busy and seemed to have no issues, he returned to his position at the entrance with a smile. The morning quickly passed. When afternoon arrived, Elder Golden Ox was nowhere to be seen. At first, Xie Fei thought that Golden Ox had gone to slack off again, but by the time work was over and night was approaching, he still hadn't seen a trace of him. Could it be that he asked for leave again? Xie Fei wondered. If it were a leave, he should have communicated the registration work with him. Such sudden disappearance. Before he could think further, an outer sect disciple approached him, and in the name of Elder Golden Ox, brought a message. An urgent plea? He wants you to help? Meeting at Green Grass Mountain outside the bamboo forest? After hearing the outer sect disciple's relay, Xie Fei's brows immediately furrowed. Did Elder Golden Ox ask you to call me and explain what trouble he encountered? Xie Fei asked the outer sect male disciple. The latter shook his head. Elder Golden Ox did not explain, only said to let you hurry over. This disciple clearly knew nothing. Helpless, Xie Fei gave him a spirit stone as a reward and sent him away. Why is Golden Ox sending someone to convey a message? Wasn't he in the sword pavilion this morning? Couldn't he just say it directly if there was something? Moreover, that Green Grass Mountain is a place for grazing sheep and cows. What is he doing there? After thinking left and right, Xie Fei still couldn't understand what was going on with Golden Ox. However, considering the face of the original body, he still locked his residence door and headed down the mountain towards the meeting place. Green Grass Mountain. This place was not far from the Changhe Sword Sect and was often a grazing site for nearby villages. At this moment, under a big tree on the mountain, Elder Golden Ox was pacing back and forth, looking anxious and a bit flustered. However, his eyes, under the night sky, glowed with a faint red light. Blood red. Surrounding Golden Ox, beside the tree, stood several figures. There were a total of 5 unfamiliar men and women, each exuding a fierce aura. I have thoroughly studied the formation of the Sword Pavilion's lower 3 floors through the probing of Nyobu. As long as we enter the first layer, we can find a weakness in the formation and reach the second layer directly. The elders on the second layer of the Sword Pavilion mostly have a cultivation level around the 5th stage of Qi training. The strongest head elder is only at the 7th stage of Qi training. The 5 were closely discussing. With this old man leading the way, can't we just kill our way in from the first layer? A big man urgently responded. Fool! That is the Sword Pavilion of the Changhe Sword Sect, a critical area. We are not afraid of the elders on the 1st and 2nd layers, but if we charge in like this, it will definitely alarm the elders of the middle and even upper 3 layers. By then, we might not even find that magic sword before being caught. A man in a black robe scolded the big man. The boss is right. The best way is still to quietly enter the first layer of the formation, and then use the convenience of the first layer to go to the second layer. A scar-faced man said, turning to look at the pacing golden ox. Old man, I hope you are not lying to us. Although you were introduced by Niu Bu, if that magic sword is not there, I will be the first to chop your whole family. Upon hearing this, Golden Ox trembled in fear and said, Gentlemen, please rest assured, that magic sword indeed exists. You all saw the death of Niu Bu. It was indeed caused by the magic sword. Moreover, during this time, I have been observing the formation of the sword pavilion according to your instructions. However, the conclusion is that the formation of the first layer has been repaired since the last incident with Niu Bu, and the previous methods cannot be broken at all. The only way is to have the formation key with Xie Fei. As long as we find him and have him open the door to the first layer of the sword pavilion, we can proceed without obstruction. While speaking, the red light in his eyes completely disappeared. The five did not notice Golden Ox's abnormality. After listening, the scar-faced man coldly said, Then we've waited so long. Where is that Xie Fei you mentioned? Why hasn't he come yet? Are you sure he will come to find you? Feeling the pressure of 5 locking auras, Golden Ox was drenched in cold sweat. He quickly said, Please rest assured, Xie Fei and I are friends. I sent him a message, and he will definitely come. All right, third brother, say less, and let's wait a bit longer. The black-robed man, who seemed to be the boss, spoke. I was watching when he sent someone to convey the message. If that Xie Fei really has a good relationship with him, he should come. Among the 5, the first to speak was a young man wearing a red scarf. He asked, Golden Ox, please explain the situation well. Is that Xie Fei certain to let us in? The young man wore a smile, looking innocent and sunny. But as soon as he spoke, Golden Ox was so frightened that he knelt down on the spot. He had been in contact with these people for some time. Initially, they were introduced by Niu Bu. The 5 were all buyers of Niu Bu, powerful and extremely mysterious. Among the 5, the most terrifying was not the scar-faced man or the black-robed boss, but this smiling young man, who looked very sunny. Golden Ox had seen this young man, smiling while devouring someone's internal organs and roasting a pregnant woman along with her unborn child alive over a fire. These 5 were like demons disguised in human skin. Golden Ox lay on the ground, not daring to look up. Xie Fei entered the sword pavilion earlier than I did. All along, the formation key for the first layer of the sword pavilion has been in his hands. I am only responsible for recording the properties and quantity of the magic swords inside the sword pavilion. Moreover, Xie Fei is also quite appreciated by the elders of the 4th layer. Having him lead the way is the most suitable and will not arouse suspicion from others. The young man smiled. Then let us hope so. The black-robed man chuckled, seemingly trying to reassure Golden Ox. If you can help us get that magic sword, then no matter what happens in the future, the 5 of us can help you once. No matter who you want to kill. As long as it is within our capabilities, we will do it. Chapter 20. Draw the sword. Kill. The young man with the scarf also spoke. As long as this matter is handled well and you do not deceive us, then you will gain our friendship. All 5 of us have a minimum cultivation level of the 9th stage of Qi training, and the eldest brother is even a foundation establishment expert of the 1st tier. The clearly pointed out cultivation level made Golden Ox tremble again. Just then, the black-robed boss suddenly changed his expression. Someone is coming this way. The other 4 immediately got ready. The 6 of them looked down the mountain. On the winding dirt road, a figure was slowly walking up. Upon closer inspection, it was a man who appeared to be in his 20s, dressed in the elder's robes of the Changhe Sword Sect, with a well-proportioned figure and handsome features. Is this your friend Xie Fei? Asked the silk scarf youth. The elder Niu, who had a lower cultivation level, took a long look before confirming. Indeed. He looks quite impressive, but I wonder what he tastes like. The youth smirked, narrowing his eyes, steamed, fried, or stir-fried. The disciples of the immortal sect won't have any strange flavors. Anything made will be delicious. As he spoke, he licked his lips, seemingly already craving. Don't get carried away. After we get that magic sword, you can do whatever you want, said the scar-faced man, kicking Niu. Hurry up and go. Elder Niu immediately nodded and ran down the mountain along the small path. Soon, he bumped into Xie Fei coming up. Elder Niu, what's wrong? Is there an emergency that needs help from the martial world? Xie Fei asked, looking at the sweating Niu. Elder Xie Fei. Niu wanted to say something, but a flash of red light appeared in his eyes, and he immediately said, Elder Xie, a few friends want to meet you." Upon hearing this, Xie Fei frowned and glanced at the empty big tree. He said indifferently, "No need. Since it's not urgent, I'll be heading back." "No, don't." As soon as he saw Xie Fei turning to leave, Elder Xie immediately tried to stop him. Just then, 5 people walked out from behind the tree. One was completely shrouded in a black robe, with a thin figure that obscured his face. One had a long scar on his face, looking quite intimidating. One was a woman, small as a mouse, with a sharp face that didn't look normal. One was a burly man, with muscles that could probably crush horses. Just standing there made it clear he was not to be trifled with. The last one was a boy wearing a red scarf, looking quite harmless. The 5 lined up, their eyes fixed on Xie Fei, as if wolves were staring at meat. Seeing them come out, Xie seemed to have made up his mind. His gaze no longer wavered, and his confidence returned. "Xie Fei, these 5 are my friends from my travels. I called you here because I actually want to ask you to do something. Take them into the sword pavilion," Elder Xie said. Upon hearing this, Xie Fei seemed to understand. "You don't want that magic sword, do you? What could there be in the sword pavilion?" "Just swords, more swords." Among the 5, the harmless-looking boy said, "You're quite straightforward. I didn't expect Elder Xie to be so wise," immediately uncovering our purpose. Making friends with Elder Xie seems to be quite an interesting thing. Ignoring the other, Xie Fei calmly looked at Xie and said, "Elder Xie, considering our friendship over the years, if you return to the Sword Sect now, I can forget about today's events." As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of laughter sounded. "How ridiculous!" The youth and the mouse-like woman laughed heartily. It seemed that this Elder Xie was not only clever, but also particularly good at telling jokes. The boy with the red scarf laughed so hard he bent over. The mouse-like woman laughed until she was holding her stomach. The 3 in black robes also looked at Xie Fei with expressions as if they were watching a fool. Xie Fei still ignored them, his gaze only on Xie, waiting for this only friend in the Sword Sect to speak. Elder Xie seemed uncomfortable under that gaze. After shifting aside a few steps, he finally said, "Elder Xie, just consider it a favor for me. No matter what happens in the future, I won't come to you for help again. This is for your own good." Hearing this response, Xie Fei sighed, his face bearing a different emotion. It seemed both reluctant and relieved. His repeated disregard had already angered the 5 people. The first to act was the burly man. In an instant, he moved, his fingers curled like claws. Accompanied by a powerful gust of wind, he suddenly appeared in front of Xie Fei. But then, a flash of sword light suddenly flickered. Everyone's vision blurred, and when they looked again, the burly man was already kneeling in front of Xie Fei, motionless. What happened? Everyone was puzzled, including Xie, who was closest. "Ada, what happened to you? Don't joke with us." The mouse-like woman tightened her expression and hurried over. When she reached the front, she saw the burly man's face frozen in the moment he attacked. But upon closer inspection, she noticed that his once focused gaze was now filled with an unexplainable fear. Boom! As soon as the mouse-like woman touched him, the burly man fell to the ground, and a bloodline suddenly appeared on his seemingly uninjured neck. In the next moment, his head was severed from his body. The mouse-like woman screamed in fright. The burly man was a 9th-tier Qi refining expert, yet he had been dealt with in one encounter. As the mouse-like woman was screaming, another sword appeared, and her scream was abruptly cut off. Bang! The mouse-like woman's life also came to an end, collapsing alongside the burly man. Noise! Xie Fei flicked his sword, and the blood on it instantly fell into the grass. At this moment, the sword, having broken through to the foundation establishment stage, had shed its mottled rust, appearing like an ordinary long sword, utterly inconspicuous. With the deaths of 2 powerful experts, the remaining black-robed leader, the scar-faced man, and the boy were left dumbfounded. They stared at Xie Fei, seemingly in disbelief. After a moment, the black-robed man, as the leader, swallowed hard, his eyes wide with terror as he stared at Xie Fei in shock. "Why, you're actually at the 2nd tier of Foundation Establishment? Oh, you noticed?" Xie Fei chuckled lightly, his sword disappearing from sight. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the black-robed man. 9 Heaven Sword Technique, 1st layer. The sword. The sky was filled with boundless sword energy. The entire green grass mountain seemed to have fallen into a world of sword energy. Everywhere was a chilling, killing intent. Everywhere was a freezing cold. Even the moon in the sky was instantly distorted and plunged into darkness. And in this dark world, a beam of light suddenly appeared. The black-robed man at the first tier of Foundation establishment bit his tongue in fear and immediately tried to turn and flee. But the light had arrived. Puffed. The black-robed man felt a cold sensation mixed with hot blood slowly flowing down from his throat. As the sword was pulled out, he felt as if all his strength had been drained, collapsing onto the grass. Xie Fei, holding the blood-dripping long sword, looked towards the scar-faced man. Chapter 21. I asked for no reward upon seeing Xie Fei's gaze on him. The scar-faced man, a tall figure capable of calming crying children, was immediately frightened and screamed. Then he turned and ran down the mountain without looking back. He only had the cultivation of a 9th-tier Qi refining expert and couldn't fly. Xie Fei, using his spiritual energy, soared into the air, chasing after him like lightning. And the sword came out. The person died, having killed 4 in a row. He turned his gaze to the last boy. At this moment, the boy in the red scarf was trembling, his whole body shaking like a sieve. Seeing Xie Fei return with the sword, fear and terror flooded his eyes. Run? Where could he run? Even the black-robe leader at the Foundation establishment stage had been killed directly. Where could 9th-tier Qi refining kid like him escape to? Hut, hut, hut. The sound of Xie Fei's footsteps on the grass was like the tolling of a death knell. The boy in the red scarf could no longer hold back. He knelt down on the ground, repeatedly banging his head. Spare me. Great One, spare me. I was also forced into this by them, and had to do some things. We are all sword traders, and someone is offering a high price for the swords of the Changhe Sword Sect. It's all Ada and the others' fault. They let profit blind their judgment, and did such filthy things. The young man cried and shouted, If the expert can spare me today, I will repay you, no matter if I have to work like a cow or a horse. A sound escaped from Xie Fei's nose. Hearing this response, the young man immediately stopped crying. His eyes filled with joy. But before he could smile, whoosh, a sword severed his head. The red scarf rolled several times. I don't need your repayment. With a single sword, 5 people were killed. Xie Fei looked at the trembling Elder Golden Bull. At this moment, Elder Golden Bull was completely dumbfounded. Under the incredible shock of this scene, he began to have illusions, feeling as if he were dreaming. He was somewhat confused, completely unable to understand. How did the ordinary Xie Fei suddenly become an expert at the 2nd level of Foundation establishment? Even these 5 frighteningly strong figures couldn't withstand him. 1 sword for 1 life. All dead. Elder Golden Bull's spirit was greatly impacted as he looked at the approaching Xie Fei, as if he were looking a stranger. Golden Bull, you. Xie Fei stood still and suddenly sighed. Not only did you plot against me, but you also included them in your scheme. Is that sword really so powerful? Golden Bull was suddenly terrified. You know everything? Looking at the current Elder Golden Bull and recalling his past relationship with him. Xie Fei sighed deeply. I've already given you a chance, but unfortunately, you did not cherish it. You not only wanted to kill them, but also wanted to kill me. The friendship between us has turned to ashes tonight. Golden Bull opened his mouth, wanted to say something, but ultimately lowered his head in despair. When he raised it again, his eyes were filled with a faint red light. Red as blood. Xie Fei, my talent is mediocre. Without that sword, I fear I would never break through to the Qi refining stage in this lifetime. As he spoke, Elder Golden Bull's aura suddenly surged. Clearly at the 1st level of Qi refining, he suddenly erupted with the strength of at least the 5th level of Qi refining. Unfortunately, with a sword drawn and then sheathed, a good man's head rolled away. Looking at the corpses scattered on the ground, Xie Fei sighed again, then collected Elder Golden Bull's body and buried it under a large tree. After dealing with the other 5, he finally sheathed his sword and left Qingqiao Mountain. The next day, a group of people came to the mountain to graze sheep and immediately shouted upon seeing the horrific scene. After a while, a team drove them away to the side of the large tree. The newcomers exuded a chilling aura, like a sword drawn from its sheath, sharp and glaring. The leader was a stunning woman dressed in a black robe. If Xie Fei were still there, he would recognize her as the one who delivered the demon's sword to the sword pavilion. Accompanying the woman were others from the sword tomb. After inspecting the 5 corpses in the grass, one person stepped forward and said, Elder Lin Shui, these should be the pawns who coveted our sect's swords. but for some unknown reason, they were killed by a mysterious expert. Upon hearing this, the stunning woman, Elder Lin Shui, frowned and said, "Just pawns?" A demon sword couldn't even lure out the main person. It seems this individual is definitely not ordinary. As she spoke, her gaze swept over the 5 corpses. "Can we find out who did this?" Someone responded, "From the wounds, it should be a sword. Based on the aura left at the scene and the residual energy on the 5 corpses, we couldn't identify who killed them." Another person added, "The attacker intentionally concealed many things, but it is estimated that their strength should be around the 6th level of Foundation establishment. Otherwise, they wouldn't have left the 5 with no chance to fight back." Hearing this, Lin Shui raised her delicate eyebrows slightly. "Oh, 6th level of Foundation establishment, and uses a sword as a means of killing. Investigate the elders and disciples above the Foundation establishment stage in the sect. Find out who the attacker is." The crowd responded affirmatively. In the following days, due to Golden Bull's disappearance, a new elder arrived at the 1st floor of the Sword Pavilion. Xie Fei, who was doing the work of 2 people, finally felt some relief. "Elder Xie, I am a newly arrived Elder Long Fei." Upon hearing the introduction, Xie Fei looked at the person in front of him. The new elder was a relatively young man, probably around 30 years old, and his strength was decent, at the 4th level of Qi refining. However, he seemed a bit too arrogant. "Hello, Elder Long. What were you doing before?" Xie Fei didn't mind these details. As long as he didn't interfere with him, it didn't matter what kind of person the other was. "I was previously an elder responsible for searching for talented disciples." Long Fei responded somewhat condescendingly. No wonder. Hearing that he used to do this work, Xie Fei understood a bit. To search for new disciples, one naturally had to go to the secular world. As an elder of the Sword Sect, those secular people would certainly be very enthusiastic and flattering towards him. Over time, it's inevitable that he would develop a somewhat arrogant temperament. Elder Long Fei will be responsible for the matters Elder Golden Bull handled before. I will take you to familiarize yourself with things in the next couple of days. After speaking, Xie Fei took the new Elder Long Fei to get acquainted with the 1st floor of the Sword Pavilion. After familiarizing themselves, he then took him to review the records, explaining how to fill in the attributes of the magical swords and where they should be placed on the racks. After this busy work, it was already time to get off work. "All right, we'll continue tomorrow. That's enough for today." Xie Fei smiled and prepared to close the Sword Pavilion's main door and activate the formation. However, Elder Long Fei behind him stared at him for a while and suddenly said, "Elder Xie, you are the one who took care of Elder Golden Bull, right?" Chapter 22. Acquired some minor techniques, ordered for the 2nd floor elders at this moment. Long Fei's gaze carried a hint of inquiry, while Xie Fei smiled silently. Elder Long Fei is joking. After speaking, he closed the main door of the 1st floor of the Sword Pavilion and gently swept the array token. Then he directly left. For several days afterward, Long Fei kept trying to probe, as if he wanted to uncover some kind of secret, which made Xie Fei feel a hint of killing intent. However, he gradually concealed some thoughts within the sect. To avoid entanglement, Xie Fei simply took the opportunity to wander outside. During this time, he invested in those disciples with white fate and luck, ultimately acquiring 6 types of mysterious skills, 8 years of white-level cultivation, and knowledge of alchemy. Among the 6 techniques, 4 were ordinary-level martial arts, which Xie Fei set aside and did not spend time on. However, the remaining 2 were top-notch lower-tier techniques, just half a step away from being upper-tier. One was a sword technique called Tai Wu Sword Shi, which sounded quite esoteric, but compared to the 9 Heavens sword technique, it was rather average. Fortunately, it had some merits, allowing one to produce invisible sword Shi that could harm enemies without being detected. If 9 Heavens sword technique was like a majestic sun, as if a celestial being descended from the sky, then Tai Wu Sword Shi was like a shadow, elusive as a ghost. Thus, for Xie Fei, it was also a form of low-key combat method. The other top-notch lower-tier technique was a relatively rare sound wave technique called Sudden Blow, with a simple and straightforward name. When in combat, one can unleash a burst of spiritual power, startling the opponent's mind. Cultivated to a high level, it can directly shatter the enemy's soul, achieving the goal of killing without injury. After obtaining these 2 techniques, Xie Fei spent some time deeply comprehending and practicing them. Unfortunately, he still lacked a method for cultivation. Nowadays, he still uses the Changsheng Tunin Gong to improve his cultivation and absorb spiritual energy. If there were a rare treasure or even a superior cultivation method, Xie Fei was confident that he could prepare to break into the golden core stage within a year, relying solely on his own cultivation. After some time had passed, one day, when Xie Fei arrived at the first floor of the Sword Pavilion, he was suddenly surprised to find that Long Fei, who used to constantly test him and chase him for answers, had unexpectedly become silent today. Moreover, his face bore an expression that was difficult to define. Was it surprise or sadness? Xie Fei felt puzzled and approached to inquire about the situation. Sitting on the ground, Long Fei turned his head and said softly, "Someone wants to recommend us to the second floor for duty." The second floor of the Sword Pavilion? Isn't that a good thing? Xie Fei was immediately surprised. Regardless of the monthly salary or status, it was much better than now. The most important thing was that the elders on the second floor were already part of the inner sect elders, and the people they interacted with were basically all inner sect disciples. Nowadays, there were no external disciples with outstanding talent, and in the system's evaluation, they were generally regarded as gray fools with no investment value. Good thing? What a load of crap. Long Fei cursed, feeling somewhat distressed. The first floor of the Sword Pavilion is safe, but starting from the second floor, there is a significant risk of death. With the chaos outside and demons everywhere, I managed to apply for a transfer to the first floor of the Sword Pavilion. But just a few days into my good days, I have to report to the second floor. As he listened, Xie Fei showed a strange expression. It turned out that Long Fei had come to the Sword Pavilion voluntarily. He never expected that Long Fei was so afraid of death. Who said the first floor was safe? Hearing him say this suddenly, Long Fei was momentarily stunned. Isn't the first floor of the Sword Pavilion supposed to be the safest place? How could there be deaths? As he spoke, he suddenly thought of something. Could it be that Elder Xie? Xie Fei didn't respond to this, his gaze falling on a transfer order beside Long Fei. It contained some text, roughly stating that due to a shortage of elders on the second floor, it was decided to make an exception and transfer an elder from the first floor to the second floor. Afterward, a new elder would come to the first floor for duty. The order was signed by the head elder of the second floor. Xie Fei's silence gave Long Fei the illusion that he had tacitly agreed. Immediately, Long Fei slumped down in despair. No wonder there was no investigation from the law enforcement hall after Elder Xie disappeared, and no one discussed this matter. At first, I thought you had done something, and I was worried sick. But it turns out, you wore a bitter expression and sighed deeply. Elder Xie Fei, do you know the situation on the second floor of the Sword Pavilion? Without waiting for a response, Long Fei answered his own question. I have decent connections in the sect, and I've heard a bit about the second floor of the Sword Pavilion. I heard that the elders on the second floor are most afraid of spiritual sword riots. Spiritual weapons are treasures that have given birth to spiritual intelligence. Sometimes, if one is not careful, they can be killed by the spiritual swords. Seeing his fearful demeanor, Xie Fei couldn't help but shake his head. It's not as exaggerated as you say. There aren't many spiritual swords on the second floor, and even if there are problems, there are formations in the Sword Pavilion. He knew very well that the shortage of personnel on the second floor was likely related to the last incident with the demon sword. After all, several elders on the second floor had died in that incident. At this point, Xie Fei curiously asked, by the way, do spiritual treasures often have such problems? What problems? Long Fei asked, killing people? He shook his head. No, only the swords of our Sword Pavilion can have such situations. Generally speaking, most spiritual swords are born from sword tombs. Although they are tainted with the malevolent aura of the sword tomb, their power is stronger than external treasures. But they are also particularly prone to losing control. Upon receiving this explanation, Xie Fei immediately began to ponder. He had a feeling that Long Fei's words were not entirely correct. Recalling what the demon sword had said, do you know that the Changhe Sword Sect has a great secret? Xie Fei couldn't help but feel anxious. Could it be that what Jin San said was true? Sigh. Long Fei sighed again. In any case, I won't go. I'll find a few elders to help me speak about it later. Do you want to come with me? However, dealing with relationships requires a batch of spirit stones, so you'd better prepare them. Xie Fei shook his head. Forget it. I don't have many spirit stones. So just go. He certainly wanted to go, because only by becoming an elder on the second floor could he access more outstanding inner sect disciples. If the original self had been a social butterfly or had some talent, he could have applied directly to become an inner sect elder like Long Fei without going to the second floor of the Sword Pavilion. But unfortunately, there were no ifs. The only way was to go to the second floor of the Sword Pavilion. When Xie Fei said this, it immediately shocked Long Fei. He suddenly raised his head, looking at Xie Fei, who accepted the transfer order, utterly astonished. "Aren't you afraid of death?" A rare opportunity like this, Xie Fei certainly wouldn't let it slip by. Afraid of death? He was indeed afraid. However, with his current strength, he believed that being on the second floor should not pose much of a problem. This transfer order instead gave Xie Fei a reason. Seeing that he seemed to have truly decided to go, Long Fei was astonished but also greatly relieved. If no one went after the elder's order came down, it would be somewhat unpleasant. But if one person went and another didn't, considering his generous gesture, the upper elders likely wouldn't make too much of a fuss. By noon, Long Fei collected his thoughts and approached Xie Fei with a grateful smile. Although he deep down thought Xie Fei was a fool and not very clear-headed, he did not show any contempt or look of derision on his face. Long Fei was afraid that if he displayed even a bit of such behavior, it would make Xie Fei change his mind. "Elder Xie Fei, you are ambitious. Unlike me, who is greedy for life and afraid of death, only knowing to hide and survive in a place like the first floor. Actually, the second floor is pretty good. What I said this morning was indeed a bit alarmist, so don't take it to heart, Elder Xie Fei." Xie Fei looked at Long Fei, who suddenly appeared proud and content, smiled back, and did not expose his little thoughts. Seeing his smile, Long Fei inexplicably felt a bit uneasy, and then he insisted that he would treat Xie Fei to lunch that day. He had to order everything delicious and drink well. In his mind, this meal counted as a farewell for Xie Fei. Although he had broken through to the foundation establishment stage and could fast for 3 months without eating, Xie Fei did not refuse. The two of them indulged in a feast at the sect during lunch. A delighted Long Fei even drank several jars of the Sword Sect spirit fruit wine, which made him unable to do any work in the afternoon and fall asleep beside the sword rack. Meanwhile, Xie Fei had already sent back the transfer order, and the elder on the second floor instructed him to report the next day. The time was tight, indicating that there was indeed a shortage of personnel. Elder Xie Fei from the first floor of the Sword Pavilion come to report. The next day, when Xie Fei arrived at the second floor with an elder, he discovered that apart from him, there were also 2 men and 2 women reporting. There were actually so many elders on the second floor. Reflecting on the first floor where he had stayed, there were only 2 elders. Yet upon arriving at the second floor, there were 5 newcomers reporting. It seemed that the second floor was the true face of the Sword Pavilion. This thought surged in Xie Fei's mind. In comparison, the first floor of the Sword Pavilion felt like a child's play, with lazy elders and disciples often taking their own sect's magic swords out for sale. As the number of people gathered, someone came over to start verifying their identities. First, they checked the records of the sect's elders, matching them one by one. Then there were blood tests, using treasures to check their souls, and examining whether their cultivation methods belonged to the sect. Fortunately, the effect of the breath-concealing technique is powerful, and coupled with Xie Fei's vigilance, he was not discovered to have already reached the foundation establishment stage. After a series of procedures, once it was confirmed that there were no issues, the 5 reporting elders, including Xie Fei, were led through a portal. It turned out that this was the second level of the Sword Pavilion. The place they had just been was merely a formation. Looking at the surrounding sword racks and the myriad of magical swords, Xie Fei had an epiphany. If anyone had raised a question earlier, he had no doubt that the formation would have activated and obliterated the problematic individual. This was indeed the second level of the Sword Pavilion. The elder leading them said with a smile. The other 4 looked around with vigilant and fearful expressions. It goes without saying that these 4, like Long Fei, were aware of some dangers present on the second level. However, Xie Fei, devoid of such emotions, merely observed the environment, comparing it to the first level of the Sword Pavilion. In fact, there wasn't much difference. Even if there were, it was more of a psychological effect. If one were to insist on differences, there might be fewer sword racks on the second level, a slightly larger area, and more varied regions. However, Xie Fei's keen spiritual perception sensed that every corner of the second level was permeated with a sharp intent to kill. This aura was absent on the first level. Possessing the Great Luo sword body, his perception of swords far exceeded that of others. For some swords, he only needed to take a glance to know if they were sturdy, sharp, or had any defects. If one's cultivation was insufficient, staying on this second level would indeed make it easy to be influenced by this murderous sword intent. Just as he was pondering, two elders from the second level approached. Xie Fei looked over and saw that both elders had considerable cultivation levels. The leading one was at the 7th level of Qi refinement, while the slightly lagging elder was at the 6th level. Both wore the elder robes of the sword sect, but unlike the others, their robes bore 2 small swords. Xie Fei only had a single small sword insignia on his attire. A command was issued, and 5 people appeared. The young man at the 7th level of Qi refinement frowned at Xie Fei and the others. The elder who had brought them here said, reporting to Chief Wu, many elders were reluctant to leave their original places. Some claimed to be seriously injured and unable to fulfill the duties of a second-level elder in the Sword Pavilion. Thus, having 5 willing to come over is actually a good result. Upon hearing this, the 7th-level Qi refinement elder, Chief Wu, instantly felt the urge to curse. But in the end, he managed to hold it back, forcing out a few words, cowards. After a moment, Chief Wu calmed down and said, fine, 5 is 5. As he spoke, his gaze began to sweep over the 5 reporters. The presence of a 7th-level Qi refinement cultivator immediately instilled fear, making them afraid to look him in the eye. The other 4, under the pressure of his aura, lowered their heads and began to tremble. Xie Fei, standing at the back, followed suit and lowered his head with a semblance of obedience. Seeing the 5 of them in this state, a hint of disappointment flashed in Chief Wu's eyes. He sighed lightly and forced himself to ask, step forward if you've killed someone. The 5 looked at each other. Finally, 3 of them stepped forward. Among you 3, who has a cultivation level above the 3rd level of Qi refinement? Only one continued. What is your name? How old are you? State your exact cultivation level. Chief Wu asked coldly. I'm Li Minsheng, 47 years old. Just broke through to the 4th level of Qi refinement. Came a reply. Chief Wu nodded and then looked at the 2 behind Li Minsheng. What about you? Once everyone had introduced themselves, Chief Wu's gaze fell on the last person, Xie Fei. Chapter 23. The situation on the 2nd level of the Sword Pavilion, Red Fate, Sword 13. Xie Fei stood at the back of the group. Noticing Chief Wu's gaze, he clasped his fists and said, Xie Fei, 44 years old, cultivation. After a moment of thought, he said, just broke through to the 3rd level of Qi refinement. 3rd level of Qi refinement? This statement surprised the elder responsible for checking the records. The others who were aware of the 1st level situation also looked at Xie Fei in astonishment. I remember you were at the 1st level of Qi refinement. Now you've broken through 2 realms to achieve the 3rd? Chief Wu said as he walked over. Let me take a look. He grabbed Xie Fei's hand and sent a strand of spiritual energy through his meridians. Xie Fei suppressed the restless energy within him and only released a fluctuation of around the 3rd level of Qi refinement to counter this unexpected visitor. Chief Wu's strand of spiritual energy was extinguished, but he smiled and nodded. Not bad, not bad. You are indeed at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. To break through 2 realms in such a short time, it seems your talent is quite good. Being in the 1st level of the Sword Pavilion was truly a waste of your potential. As he spoke, Chief Wu turned to the elder who had accompanied him. Later, assign him to Area 2. Let him adapt for a while before making further arrangements. Compared to the other reporting elders, Xie Fei, as a fellow Sword Pavilion elder, clearly received more attention. The 2nd level of the Sword Pavilion has 5 main areas, with areas 1 and 2 containing ordinary magical swords, similar to what you handled at the 1st level. Chief Wu holds you in high regard, placing you in Area 2 for training first. You must put in more effort and not be lazy like at the 1st level. If you perform well in the future, you may even be considered for the core areas 4 and 5. The elder who had guided them led Xie Fei alone toward Area 2. Due to Chief Wu's influence, this elder treated Xie Fei with great enthusiasm, offering pointers in his words. Once they entered the core area, although still a 2nd level elder, He already had decision-making authority and received a higher monthly salary. In addition to spiritual stones, the monthly salary also included gathering chi pills for cultivation. If you have the ambition to advance, core elders are prioritized for promotion. As he spoke, the guiding elder displayed an envious expression. Gathering chi pills. Such cultivation pills are quite rare. The Changhe Sword Sect is not proficient in alchemy, resulting in a very low monthly output of pills. They can barely meet the needs of all disciples and elders for cultivation. Moreover, with the outside chaos, the output has been further reduced. Having a stable supply of cultivation pills each month is definitely something everyone envies. Xie Fei listened while smiling and nodding. But inwardly, he wondered if he had overestimated his cultivation level. The third level of chi refinement was the realm he chose to reveal after careful consideration. The elders on the second level generally hovered around the fifth level of chi refinement. If he had still claimed to be at the first level of chi refinement, Xie Fei worried he would attract unnecessary attention and trouble. However, unexpectedly, he overlooked the fact that he had just broken through from the first level. Suddenly breaking through two realms indeed made him somewhat stand out in the eyes of others, although not excessively so. Combined with his identity as a sword pavilion elder, it naturally drew the favor and attention of Chief Wu. While there may not be much happening in Area 2, you still need to pay attention to a few things. Besides receiving swords from inner disciples, be careful not to make mistakes in the storage and classification of the swords. As the guiding elder spoke, particularly emphasizing the words inner disciples, Xie Fei's eyes brightened. Why had he come to this second level? It was precisely because he could interact with inner disciples. The Changhe Sword Sect filters its disciples step by step. Servants promoted to outer disciples, and outer disciples promoted to inner disciples. Those who enter the inner sect are exceptional talents, chosen from among thousands. At that time, there would be plenty of opportunities for him to invest. Just thinking about it made him a little excited. The guiding elder continued, things in Area 2 aren't too busy. Once you become a core elder on the second level, then you'll truly be busy. Occasionally, you'll need to go to the sword tomb to receive swords, keep an eye on the refining room, and even handle matters on the lower level. Sometimes, you might have to give pointers on the third level. Xie Fei roughly understood the situation. Hearing that after becoming a core elder, he could still roam around and even interact with elite disciples on the third level, he immediately formed a plan in his heart. He must become that busy core elder in the future. All right, this is where you'll be working next, Area 2 of the Sword Pavilion's second level. The guiding elder stopped. Xie Fei looked around. This Area 2 was surprisingly half the size of the first level. Each area on the second level was separated by thin wooden walls, adorned with many runes and formations, the effects of which were unknown. Stepping into Area 2, he saw two elders busy searching through a catalog of magical swords. But upon closer inspection, the catalogs were upside down. It was clear they were just putting on an act because they saw the guiding elder coming. This is the new elder arranged by Manager Wu, who will transition and train here for a while, the guiding elder said with a smile to Xie Fei before leaving. Once he was gone, the two elders looking at the catalogs immediately tossed the books aside and approached him. Oh, it seems you've been valued by Manager Wu. The first to speak was a male elder who looked to be in his 30s. However, one couldn't judge his true age by appearance. He might actually be 70 or 80 years old. Once cultivators reach a certain level, they can slow down the aging process. And those with profound cultivation can even rejuvenate and reshape their appearance. At that moment, this male elder was examining Xie Fei with a curious gaze. The other male elder in Area 2 appeared much older, looking like he was in his 60s with a head full of silver hair and a face full of wrinkles. This elder, who looked to be in his later years, wore a kind and gentle smile. "What do we call you, young man?" the elder asked. Xie Fei slowly started to chat with the two. After some casual conversation, he learned their names. The elder in his 30s was named Lu Sheng, while the elder in his 60s was called Lao Bentu, who didn't at all resemble a cultivator. Besides these two, there was actually another elder in Area 2, but he was currently cultivating in his quarters. "Isn't it a bit inappropriate to cultivate during working hours?" Xie Fei asked in surprise. "What is inappropriate about it?" Elder Lu Sheng replied, "We don't have much to do anyway. If you want to retreat and cultivate in the future, just let us know." Compared to the situation on the first level, it seemed that the elders on the second level placed more emphasis on their own strength. You can't neglect cultivation. Lao Bintu interjected. If our realms aren't sufficient, we could easily be influenced by the swords and become mere puppet servants. In other words, it's about protecting our lives. Xie Fei felt a deep sense of recognition at this profound understanding, almost exclaiming praise from his previous life. In Xie Fei's perception, Lu Sheng was at the 5th level of qi cultivation, and Lao Bintu was also at the 5th level. In a life-and-death battle, Lao Bintu would likely be stronger, as the elderly often possessed unique advantages. Curiously, Xie Fei asked, "Both of you have impressive strength, and so do the other elders. Yet I'm only at the 3rd level of qi cultivation, and the other 4 newcomers also have low cultivation levels. Why would Manager Wu send us here? Shouldn't they send stronger elders?" Hearing this, Lu Sheng chuckled. "But they need to come here, right? How many elders have died in the Sword Pavilion over the years? Who would dare? Be cautious." Lao Bintu sternly interrupted and then explained the situation. After hearing the explanation, Xie Fei learned more about the circumstances. Coupled with his own guesses and the previous matter of the demon's sword, he began to piece together the context of the transfer order. The reason Manager Wu suddenly requested a transfer order to recruit elders was first due to the incident with the demon's sword on the 1st level, which resulted in the deaths of several core elders. Second, there seemed to be some issues on the 3rd level, prompting the reassignment of some elders from the 2nd level up there. Furthermore, he and the other 4 new elders were the first wave of transfers, with more new elders expected to arrive later. He just didn't know how many more would come. The swords and weapons on the 3rd level were all at the spiritual weapon level. Those magical swords had developed intelligence, and because they weren't human, the nature of these intelligent swords was extremely difficult to discern. One careless move could easily result in death at their hands. Listening to Lao Bintu's words, Xie Fei couldn't help but frown. He quietly inquired, "Why have our Changhe Sword Sect's weapons experienced such changes? Do you 2 elders know the reason?" Lao Bintu and Lu Sheng exchanged glances. The former shook his head and said, "I don't know about that." "I have heard a little," Lu Sheng suddenly said. "It's said to be related to the sect's geological veins." Geological veins? Xie Fei mentally noted this information. If given the chance, he would seek out the root of the problem. Otherwise, this sword pavilion was too dangerous. The 3 continued their conversation. Finally, Lao Bintu said to Lu Sheng, "Now, that Elder Xie Fei is here on duty, and you have nothing to do. Take him to familiarize himself with the situation in Area 2, especially what types of weapons should be placed on each row of sword racks, along with some precautions." Lu Sheng nodded. Thus, Xie Fei followed Lu Sheng as they began to walk towards the various sword racks. There were a total of 5 rows of sword racks in Area 2, categorized into broadswords, slender swords, regular swords, soft swords, and strange swords. Each category further focused on aspects like sharpness, sturdiness, compatibility with spiritual energy, and so on, subdividing each sword rack. Here, this is the first row of broadswords. As Lu Sheng introduced, Xie Fei's gaze fell on the sword rack. Swords with blades as large as door panels were quietly arranged. Lu Sheng continued, "These are basically all top-tier magical weapons, none of which have developed intelligence." "Basically?" Xie Fei asked. "Yes, because not long ago, a rather unusual sword was sent up from below." "A rather unusual sword?" Upon hearing this, Xie Fei's mind raced. Could it be that coincidental? After Lu Sheng introduced each row of sword racks, he led Xie Fei to a separate sword rack. When he saw the exceedingly ordinary 8-sided sword on it, Xie Fei froze. It was indeed that demon's sword. While he was lost in thought, he suddenly heard the voice of the demon's sword. "It's you, Lu Sheng. Do you still remember what I told you last time? You are a rare talent among millions, destined to be a dragon among men. With my help, in less than 100 years, you will be invincible in this world." The demon's sword trembled slightly, and the voice of Sword 13 resonated. Lu Sheng responded with a smile. Xie Fei was astonished at what he saw and even more surprised at what he heard, because in his perception, Sword 13's words had significantly less temptation than before. Although it still made one unconsciously believe, it was much better than earlier. This level of temptation could only work on those below the qi cultivation realm. After a brief greeting, Sword 13 seemed to finally notice Xie Fei and was taken aback. "Why you're here?" It recognized Xie Fei, but when they were on the first level, due to the sealed perception, it didn't know that Xie Fei was the one who killed its sword servant. However, soon, the tone of surprise turned flat. "It seems my earlier judgment was correct. You truly are a dragon among men." Sword 13 began to shower Xie Fei with praise. But Xie Fei didn't pay much attention to it. Without sufficient strength, he wouldn't engage in much conversation with this demon sword to avoid an uncontrollable situation. At the same time, he quietly used the Fate Path Golden Eyes on the magic sword again. As expected, it was the same as before. There was no demand. "Elder Lu Sheng, that sword seems to have no restriction array." After coming out, Xie Fei casually asked. Earlier, when they were on the first floor, the Elder on the fourth floor added restrictions on the sword rack, weakening Sword 13's perception and preventing it from speaking unless directly touched. Lu Sheng smiled and said, "Look at those." Following Lu Sheng's finger, Xie Fei saw several wooden walls. With so many great formations in place, why bother to put another set of shackles on it? Lu Sheng continued, "Unless necessary, it is best not to impose restrictions on swords that have developed spiritual intelligence. Otherwise, it is easy to accumulate sword resentment, leading to some unpredictable and terrifying events." This Elder Lu Sheng seemed to be hinting at something. Shouldn't it be that such a situation had occurred before? Just now, the sword demon was talking to you. "It seems you have met before?" Elder Lu Sheng asked curiously. Xie Fei nodded. "This sword was previously on the first floor, but then some incidents occurred, and some people died. This is not a secret. Although the Sword Sect has blocked the news, it is fine to talk about it in the Sword Pavilion." It was obvious that these ordinary elders on the second floor were still not very clear about the magic sword matter. "So this is how it was brought to our second floor." Lu Sheng immediately understood the situation, then took Xie Fei back to the reception area of Zone 2. Old Bentu, the newly arrived Elder Xie Fei, today is his first day on duty with us. Shouldn't we give him a day to settle in? Upon seeing Old Bentu, Lu Sheng shouted. After all, now that he has become a second-floor elder, he should also move from his previous residence. That makes sense. Old Bentu thought for a moment and immediately let Xie Fei take a day off to rest, which also coincidentally allowed him to change his elder residence. Lu Sheng stood up to see him off. Watching Xie Fei's departing figure, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 24. Continuous investment. Is there also a sword thief? At this moment, several thousand miles away from the Changhe Sword Sect, on a desolate mountain, a somewhat lame little fat man was looking at the corpses scattered all over the ground and laughing heartily. The corpses were none other than Zhang Ergu and others who had been expelled from the Sword Sect. The little fat man, needless to say, was the Golden Fate Path War Dragon. The dark light gathered to shatter the grudge barrier. Blood spilled in the long sky, and sword intent was wild. Today, old grudges are all settled, and the wind carries the pleasure across the vastness. War Dragon recited a poem he didn't know where it came from, expressing his inner joy. In his mind, a middle-aged man's voice rang out. "How is it? Are your thoughts clear? All enemies have been exterminated. Naturally clear." War Dragon replied with a smile. "Very good." That voice continued. "If this momentum continues, you will surely advance to the Qi refining realm within 3 months. You are now a 7th-grade mortal body, and when you return to the Changhe Sword Sect, you should go for intersect advancement. With intersect resources, the 3-month period can be shortened." 3 months? War Dragon's eyes lit up with excitement. Achieving Qi refining in such a short time is enough to be called a genius across the entire Xuanqi continent. In the Changhe Sword Sect, those outer sect senior brothers and sisters who entered earlier than him, let alone Qi refining, even breaking through a small realm takes half a year to a year. All of this is thanks to Elder Xie Fei's help that day. Without Elder Xie, the ring belonging to the senior who resided in it would have likely been taken by Zhang Ergu and others. Just thinking about what happened that day in the bamboo forest, War Dragon felt an overwhelming gratitude towards Xie Fei. Indeed, the man in the ring spoke in agreement. "That day you activated the ring's restrictions with your bloodline, awakening me. If I were taken away by others afterwards, I would be trapped forever in this life, unable to communicate with outsiders. Your talent is much higher than that of Xie Fei. Now that the Changhe Sword Sect has problems, it will inevitably face a disaster of extermination. When the time comes, you can step in to save it. And that would be repaying this favor. War Dragon nodded heavily, determined to protect Elder Xie Fei's safety. The man in the ring said, "You must remember, the Changhe Sword Sect is not your only place in this life. The Changhe Sword Sect is merely a short stop on your path to rise. In the future, you will have a broader world, and you cannot be confined to this small sword sect." War Dragon quickly nodded in agreement, then asked, "Master, do you have any way to help Elder Xie Fei now? Elder Xie has given me a chance for rebirth. If I can help him now, but choose not to, waiting until later to repay the favor feels wrong." After a moment, there was a wave from the ring. Then suddenly, a cultivation method appeared in War Dragon's mind. This is Jinghong transformation, a superior cultivation method obtained from a relic 500 years ago. The man's voice resonated in his mind. Though it cannot compare to the favor Xie Fei has done for you, it is also a token of our goodwill. Hearing that it was a superior cultivation method, War Dragon's eyes immediately brightened. In the Changhe Sword Sect, the most powerful mystical skill belongs to that precious level sword technique. The others are relatively average. It seems that the technique Elder Xie practices cannot compare to this superior Jinghong transformation collected by my master. After resting for a day, Xie Fei rushed to the second floor of the Sword Pavilion from his new residence. Upon arriving in Zone 2, neither Lu Sheng nor Old Bintu were there. After waiting for a while, the two finally arrived. However, due to being new, Xie Fei spent the first few days organizing the swords on the rack at the back. It wasn't until the 5th day, after both elders were called away by manager Wu to do some work, that Xie Fei had the opportunity to interact with intersect disciples. As he sat down, an intersect male disciple quickly arrived. Xie Fei immediately used his Fate Path Golden Eyes. Name: Feng Zuan. Gender: male. Lifespan: 1979. Realm: mortal body 9th grade. Fate Path Luck: green, uncommon green. Recent demand: wants to comprehend the sword path. Can be placed in the sword pavilion for an hour to draw a trace of sword energy into the body. Sure enough, the intersect is better. This time it's a green disciple. Xie Fei raised his eyebrows, feeling delighted in his heart. Looking up, the male disciple who approached was wearing an intersect disciple pendant. At this moment, Feng Zuan had a furrowed brow, filled with the frustration of being at a loss. My master said I need to comprehend my own sword path to make further progress. But how can I comprehend it? Feng Zuan had been an intersect disciple for a year, practicing all the way to the mortal body 9th grade. But when it came to breaking through to chi refining, he just couldn't get past it, having failed more than 10 times. For this, he sought help from his master. Ultimately, he concluded that he needed to comprehend the sword path to break through. Previously, Feng Zuan had focused on how to quickly absorb external spiritual energy and how to improve his realm. He had not spent much time studying the sword path. Now, facing a breakthrough with the need for the sword path to break the bottleneck, he found it difficult to grasp the main points. Last night, in a fit of anxiety, Feng Zuan practiced swordsmanship hard, but accidentally broke his sword. So today he came over, hoping to receive a new sword. Could be a problem with the sword? If I had a spiritual sword, would it help me comprehend the sword path faster? After arriving at the second floor of the sword pavilion, Feng Zuan couldn't help but think. However, spiritual swords cannot be obtained for free. They require merit points. If I use the merit points I have accumulated over the years to exchange for a spiritual sword, I can only do it once. If it doesn't work, wouldn't that be a waste? I was also thinking of using merit points to exchange for techniques. As he walked, Feng Zuan's heart was in turmoil. Ultimately, he decided to try the free law sword for now. Elder, I would like a powerful law sword. This Feng Zuan seemed a bit shy and introverted. Xie Fei thought for a moment and asked, I see you with a worried frown, and your cultivation realm is lingering at the threshold of chi refining. However, there is a mistake when breaking through the realm barrier. Elder, you Feng Zuan seem a bit surprised. He did not expect that this seemingly ordinary elder of the sword sect could see through his current situation at a glance. Xie Fei smiled and said, for disciples of the sword sect, there should be no obstacles before foundation establishment. If there are repeated failures in breaking through, then it must be due to insufficient understanding of the sword path. After hearing this, Feng Zuan was no longer surprised, but instead bowed and saluted as the elder said, I am indeed in this situation. My master said I need to comprehend the sword path, but I really have no clue and don't know where to start. Xie Fei nodded slightly. Since that's the case, why not stay here with me for an hour? Feng Zuan was initially puzzled, but upon meeting the elder's meaningful gaze, he shuddered and nodded, sitting cross-legged nearby. Feng Zuan was not a fool. The mysterious elder before him, who he had never seen before, could see through his situation at a glance, which was certainly extraordinary. Staying here in the Sword Sect for an hour would surely not be pointless. After all, he had no direction, so it was better to try it out. Just an hour, just enough time to sort out his thoughts. Watching Feng Zuan sit quietly in meditation, Xie Fei smiled and slightly moved his fingers. A vast and hidden sword intent flashed from his body. Since the system had hinted at a trace, it should not be drawn too much. Otherwise, with this disciple's cultivation, he could easily be obliterated by the sword's killing intent, becoming a walking corpse. Thinking this, Xie Fei used his sword intent to slowly draw in the nearest magic sword. After a moment, a trace of formless sword killing intent landed beside Feng Zuan, swirling around him continuously. An hour later, this trace of sword killing intent slowly entered his body. As the sword killing intent entered, Feng Zuan, who was sitting with his eyes closed, suddenly furrowed his brows, cold sweat dripping down, and his body began to tremble slowly. It was as if he was enduring some kind of intense pain. After a while, Feng Zuan suddenly opened his eyes, filled with a sense of joy. So this is my sword path. He stood up and respectfully bowed to Xie Fei. Thank you, Elder, for your guidance. Xie Fei nodded and tossed the magic sword that had been infused with killing intent over. This sword will assist you. Cultivate well in the future. Feng Zuan cupped the sword with both hands, gratefully asking, without the elder, even 1,000 magic swords would not be enough for me to comprehend the sword path. Please tell me your name, Elder. I will remember this gratitude forever. Xie Fei. At this moment, a new disciple approached, and Xie Fei casually dealt with a few words before sending Feng Zuan away. Ding. Host investment successful. Congratulations, host, for receiving a rebate. Due to the investment target's fate being green, the rebate effect is normal. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 2 years of cultivation green. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 100 spirit stones. 2 years of cultivation green can be extracted at any time result of 2 years of hard cultivation according to green extraordinary fate. 100 spirit stones, plus 2 years of cultivation. The most important part is the latter. Now, after a period of accumulated cultivation, Xie Fei's realm could already break through to the 3rd grade of foundation establishment. If this 2 years of hard cultivation from a system were added, his strength would surge dramatically. However, 2 years of hard cultivation might be a bit too little for me at the current foundation establishment stage, right? While Xie Fei was pondering this, a female inner sect disciple called out anxiously, Elder, please quickly give me a magic sword. I have a sect task to attend to and need to hurry to meet with others. All right. Sorry, I was a bit distracted. Xie Fei complied with the disciple's request, drew a soft sword, and tossed it over. Then he activated the golden eye of fate. Name, Yinwei, realm, mortal body 8th grade, fate. White fate can be invested in. But seeing the other party in a hurry to leave, he could only remember it for now and invest later when he had time. Although it was just a white fate, even a mosquito's leg is still meat. Not long after Yinwei of the inner sect left, more people came. This time it wasn't just 1, but 6 or 7 clustered together. Although they came in numbers, Xie Fei's golden eye of fate showed that they were all unworthy of investment. Gray fate at the 8th grade of mortal body. It seems I was a bit too optimistic before. With so many gray fate disciples coming down at once, Xie Fei furrowed his brows slightly. At the same time, he roughly understood the system's judgment of fate. It certainly isn't based on the quality of cultivation talent. After sending off this batch of gray fate disciples, several more trickled in. However, this time 3 of them were worthy of investment, 2 white and 1 green fate. Since they all came individually and didn't seem to be in a hurry like Yinwei, Xie Fei naturally invested in all of them. Ding. Host investment successful. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 10 years of cultivation, white. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 1 spirit stone. Ding. Host investment successful. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a low-level cultivation technique, Wu Wei Heart Sutra. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 100 spirit stones. Ding. Host investment successful. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 3 years of cultivation green. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 10 spirit stones. Indeed, the intersect is better. 3 investments at once. What a delightful feeling. Xie Fei calculated that he had made a huge profit today. At this time, it was already close to the end of work. He thought there would be nothing going on, so he could happily wait to finish work and then return to the elder's residence to enhance his strength. However, unexpectedly, at the last moment, Lu Sheng and Lao Bintu suddenly returned. As soon as they met, the two urgently took Xie Fei outside. What's wrong? What happened? Xie Fei asked, confused. Today, Elder Wu called us over to hunt down a sword thief, Lao Bintu explained while walking. The gist was that last night, the formation was triggered, and a person who came to steal a sword from the Sword Sect was discovered. Then several elders from the 2nd and 3rd floors acted, but the thief escaped from the Sword Sect. Following the trail, they locked down the thief hiding in Qianren Cliff. Qianren Cliff is a sheer mountain cliff to the left of the Changhe Sword Sect, which looks like thousands of stone blades standing on a mountain from a distance. Hence the name, due to the many caves and rock holes in Qianren Cliff and its considerable area. Early this morning, the main elder in charge of the 3rd floor, along with Elder Wu, dispatched most of the elders from the 2nd and 3rd floors to encircle the thief. In order to prevent the thief from escaping again, the two in charge even requested a batch of disciples from the sect to guard all the exits of Qianren Cliff. However, they did not expect that, even after a whole day, they still could not find the hiding place of that thief. The two in charge believed that they should increase their manpower. Just as they were about to finish work, the current scene unfolded. The thief managed to infiltrate our sword sect. If we can't catch him, it will be a huge embarrassment for us elders of the sword sect. Lao Bintu finished explaining the situation, and the 3 had already arrived at the foot of Qianren Cliff. At this moment, Qianren Cliff was already surrounded by disciples and elders of the Changhe Sword Sect. Not to mention a person, even a fly would find it hard to escape. Hey, Lao Bintu and Lu Sheng, hurry. Follow me this way. As soon as the 3 arrived, a core elder from the 2nd floor called out to them. Seeing this situation, Lao Bintu said to Xie Fei, Elder Xie, you stay with the other elders for now. We will go ahead. After saying this, he and Lu Sheng chased after that core elder. Xie Fei looked around at the situation, originally wanting to find someone familiar to join him. Xie Fei discovered that he didn't recognize anyone among the elders. It seemed that Long Fei from the 1st floor had also come, but he didn't know where he had run off to. Just then, a surprise call came from a distant disciple. Elder Xie Fei. Chapter 25, Purple Fate Path. Full harvest, a figure rushed over. You are. Looking at this extremely excited inner door male disciple, Xie Fei felt a bit confused. The other person's tone and calling clearly indicated that they knew him, and their relationship seemed to be quite special. However, he couldn't quite recall. He only felt that this inner door disciple looked somewhat familiar. Elder Xie, it's me, Wang Defa. This male disciple named Wang Defa exclaimed excitedly, Elder Xie, you previously gave me 20 spirit stones and pointed out the flaws in my cultivation at that time. Do you remember? If it weren't for your guidance and those spirit stones, I would never have broken through to the 7th rank of the mortal body and advanced to the inner door. Wang Defa rambled on. Xie Fei finally remembered. The Wang Defa in front of him was indeed the outer door disciple whose fate path was white. Back then, based on the system's prompt, he had invested and obtained a commendable offensive technique. That technique was Taiwu Sword Chi. He didn't expect that after some time. This former outer door disciple had transformed and stepped into the inner door. While feeling quite gratified, Xie Fei smiled and said, So it's you, Wang Defa. Have you been slacking off in your cultivation lately? The disciple dares not. Wang Defa replied somewhat shyly. He then glanced around and transmitted his voice. Elder Xie, Were you also brought here to catch that thief? Yes. Xie Fei nodded, somewhat puzzled as to why Wang Defa was using voice transmission. To be honest, Elder Xie. Wang Defa continued transmitting. While patrolling and searching, I heard some faint noises outside a concealed stone cave in the west. I boldly speculate that it might be the hiding place of that thief. The terrain of Qianren Cliff is complex and naturally forms a formation. Spiritual sense can't cover more than 3 meters. Hearing this, Xie Fei was somewhat stunned. Since you noticed something unusual, why didn't you report it to the other elders? Wang Defa smiled sheepishly. The disciple was just thinking of earning some merit. This time, as long as I find that thief, there will be a reward of 50 spirit stones and a low-grade technique. If I catch the thief, there will be 500 spirit stones and 2 low-grade techniques. Xie Fei chuckled strangely. Then why are you telling me now? That doesn't count. Wang Defa hurriedly said, Elder Xie, you have great kindness towards me. I have nothing to repay you, so I might as well use this opportunity to repay 1% of your kindness. After a few words, Xie Fei felt warm inside. He only wanted to ask the system, is this the invisible return after investing? Elder Xie, that place is very concealed. Let me take you there. Let's go. Wang Defa walked ahead, and Xie Fei quickly followed. The two of them headed towards the west side of Qianren Cliff. When they arrived, Xie Fei looked over. The stone cave before him was indeed very hidden. If one didn't look closely, they wouldn't notice the small opening at all. Elder Xie, this is the appearance of the thief distributed by the elders. Wang Defa handed over a scroll. Xie Fei opened it to see a simple depiction of a thin man with thieving eyebrows and rat-like eyes. His features were somewhat blurred, but the aura was very vivid. The sect has masters in painting. After looking at the portrait, he couldn't help but exclaim, I heard this painting was done by Elder Feng from the Alchemy Hall, who is known for his dual mastery of medicine and painting. Wang Defa seemed very well informed and mentioned the artist. Now I see. I'll go in and check the situation. You wait outside. Xie Fei put away the painting and, after tossing it back, stepped into the stone cave. Behind him, Wang Defa quickly transmitted a reminder. Elder Xie, be careful. I heard that this thief's strength is extraordinary. Even 3 elders from the 2nd floor of the Sword Pavilion couldn't capture him. Xie Fei waved his hand, signaling that he was aware. On the way from the Sword Pavilion, Lao Bintu had briefly introduced the thief's cultivation level, which was around the 8th rank of Qi refining. If it weren't for such strength, he would have been captured long ago by 3 core elders at the 6th rank of Qi refining from the 2nd floor. Upon entering the stone cave, his vision immediately darkened. Fortunately, Xie Fei had cultivation, and using his spiritual power to enhance his eyesight. He could see clearly even in the dark. The stone cave was somewhat deep, and it might really be hiding someone. With Xie Fei's foot speed, he walked for about half a stick of incense time before his vision suddenly opened up. He then saw a clearing in the cave below, where a figure was sitting cross-legged, seemingly healing. Under the effect of the concealing breath technique, Xie Fei's appearance did not startle this person. Sure enough, it was that sword thief. Upon closer inspection, the person sitting and healing was indeed the thin man with thieving eyebrows and rat-like eyes from the portrait. His features were uncertain, but the aura was exactly the same. The previous Nyobu also wanted to steal swords, and the 5 that Jinyo contacted were the same. Could this person be related to Nyobu and the others? After thinking for a moment, Xie Fei used the Fate Gold Eye to check the thief's information. Name, Fan Yongrui, gender, male, lifespan, 38, 120, realm, 8th rank Qi refining. Fate path luck, purple, with a purple fate path. He is destined to be an extraordinary talent in the future. Recent needs. Injured from the attack of the Formation and Sword Pavilion elders after intruding into the core of the Changhe Sword Sect. Currently needs a pure spiritual power to heal his injuries. Upon seeing the information displayed by the Fate Gold Eye, Xie Fei was completely stunned. What is going on? The thief he was supposed to kill turns out to be someone with a purple fate path that could be invested in. After regaining his senses, Xie Fei had an idea. It was all the fault of those damn Sword Pavilion elders. Fan Yongrui was healing while gritting his teeth and cursing. Thinking about his current situation, his killing intent almost turned tangible. Wasn't he just trying to steal a few swords? Was it necessary to target him like this? If it weren't for the fact that the treasures of the Changhe Sword Sect were different, who would do such a thing? Damn it. Once I'm healed, I will definitely kill all the disciples of the Changhe Sword Sect. At that time, I will block the exits and kill anyone who comes out. Otherwise, how could I swallow this anger? After Fang Yongrui finished speaking fiercely, a slight cough that he didn't bother to conceal suddenly sounded. He turned around abruptly and saw someone behind him, dressed in the same clothes as those Sword Sect elders who had besieged him last night. Fang Yongrui was greatly shocked. Changhe Sword Sect elder. Xie Fei smiled and nodded. Impossible. How could you find this place? This place has clearly been searched by your elders. I just got here. No one would think I would be here. How did you know? Unlike Xie Fei, who was smiling calmly, Fang Yongrui's pupils suddenly constricted, and his whole body tensed up, feeling as if he were sitting on pins and needles. It might be that your luck isn't too good. After Xie Fei finished speaking with a smile, he was already in front of Fang Yongrui. This speed, which was hard to comprehend, made Fang Yongrui feel like he had fallen into an ice cave. You might know that you may not escape today. Suddenly, he showed a fierce expression. Even if I am injured now, I am not someone you can kill alone. As soon as the words left his mouth, he moved his feet, and his lean monkey-like body jumped into the air. Immediately after, 3 flying knives shot towards Xie Fei with a speed and force as fierce as a thunderclap, reaching him in an instant. Just this kind of move? I thought you were something special. Xie Fei looked disappointed, flipping his wrist to conjure an ordinary long sword out of thin air. Clang, clang, clang. 3 sounds rang out as the flying knives fell to the ground. At the same time, Fang Yongrui, who wanted to escape, also fell. In his dejected gaze, a sword had unknowingly been pressed against his throat. If it weren't for my serious injuries, how could I allow a mere elder like you to humiliate me? Fang Yongrui sighed deeply, his tone and expression filled with extreme reluctance. Xie Fei smiled, suddenly retracting his sword. Then, with a slap of his left hand, bang. At the same time, he sent Fang Yongrui flying. A pure and powerful spiritual force entered Fang Yongrui's body. Fang Yongrui was taken aback. He glanced at Xie Fei with a strange expression and immediately sat cross-legged to meditate. After a stick of incense, the healed Fang Yongrui let out an extremely wild laugh. Good. I didn't expect you, Elder, to have such foresight. I am Fang Yongrui of the Stealing Heaven and Changing Sun clan. From now on, you can follow me, and I'll guarantee you. His wild laughter hadn't finished when Xie Fei suddenly said, Who said I want to follow you? You don't want to follow me, then why help me heal? Fang Yongrui was stunned. Just then, Xie Fei heard a system prompt in his mind. Ding. Host investment successful. Congratulations, host, you have received a rebate. Due to the fate and luck of the investment target being purple, the rebate effect is doubled. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a rare auxiliary skill, Lingyun Rejuvenation Method. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a low-grade golden pill. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 3 years of hard training, purple. Lingyun Rejuvenation Method, rare, can be extracted at any time. This skill is good at manipulating and utilizing the vitality between heaven and earth to achieve healing and detoxification effects. It can not only save oneself, but also extend the life of others. Quite precious. Golden pill, low grade, stored in system space after taking it. One can break through to the golden core realm at the 9th level of Foundation Establishment, with no side effects. 3 years of hard training. Purple. The system's prompt made Xie Fei smile. Seeing this, Fang Yongrui felt a surge of unease. What do you mean? It's nothing. Just want to borrow your head for a use. Xie Fei put away his smile and then gathered his spiritual power. Although Fang Yongrui became alert and took precautions, and he was now fully healed, thinking he could block this strange elder of the Changhe Sword Sect. He didn't expect that a sword was once again pressed against his throat. You. Fang Yongrui swallowed hard, shocked. You're not an ordinary elder? Only those at the Foundation Establishment have such strength. I actually attracted the attention of your Sword Sect's core elder. By the end, he gave a bitter smile, as if resigned to his fate. The core elder in Fang Yongrui's mouth was not from the Sword Pavilion. but those elders who could access core disciples of the Sword Sect. Core elders of the Changhe Sword Sect generally have cultivation levels from Foundation Establishment 1st to 7th rank. Whoosh! The sword light flashed. The head fell. Looking at the headless corpse of Fang Yongrui, Xie Fei's spiritual sense swept over and surprisingly found a bag of spirit stones. He picked up the bag and opened it to see about 300 to 400 pieces, quite weighty. After tossing it into the system space, he carried Fang Yongrui's corpse and headed outside. Halfway out of the cave, he bumped into Wang Defa, who was coming in. As soon as he saw that Xie Fei was fine, Wang Defa immediately smiled and explained. The disciple saw that so much time had passed and was worried that Elder Xie might have encountered an accident, so I thought of sneaking in to take a look. Quite good. Xie Fei nodded with a smile. At this moment, Wang Defa finally saw Fang Yongrui's corpse. He was immediately shocked. This is that thief who stole the sword. Xie Fei said, "This is not a place to talk. Let's go out first." On the way out of the stone cave, Wang Defa followed behind, looking at Xie Fei's back with intense admiration. "This person belongs to you." Outside the stone cave, Xie Fei threw Fang Yongrui's corpse on the ground. "Just say that you took advantage of his serious injuries and killed him here. No need to disclose anything else." Upon hearing this, Wang Defa was once again shocked and subconsciously said, "Elder Xie, this absolutely cannot be. This is Elder Xie's credit. How could I have the ability to impersonate?" Furthermore, Xie Fei deliberately frowned, pretending to be angry. "Stop talking nonsense. If I tell you to say it, then say it." After finishing, he didn't wait for Wang Defa to continue, and with a flash of his figure, he disappeared. Fang Yongrui's credit was merely 500 spirit stones and 2 low-level cultivation techniques. These were of little use to Xie Fei. Moreover, taking this credit would easily expose his true strength, leading to a series of unnecessary troubles. Ultimately, it could even cost him his life. To continue living a stable life after the investment and quietly receiving rebates, Xie Fei had already decided when he left the cave that he couldn't take Fang Yongrui's credit. Giving it to Wang Defa was purely because he saw that this kid was grateful and somewhat clever. Today, it was a bountiful harvest. Just thinking about the rebates from so many investments still waiting to be claimed in the system space made Xie Fei feel extremely pleased. If it weren't for the fear of exposing himself, he would have wanted to fly back to the Elder's residence right away and start crazily increasing his strength. Unfortunately, he had to play the role of a third-level Qi refining cultivator, so he could only walk back step by step. About an hour later, he finally saw his room and a person. Xie Fei was somewhat surprised because standing at the door of his residence waiting was the little fatty named Zhanlong. Why did this kid come? Xie Fei had only encountered 2 people with golden fate and luck so far, so he naturally had a deep impression of this little fatty. Elder Xie. Seeing Xie Fei slowly return, Zhanlong immediately greeted him with joy. The disciple finally waited for the elder. "What is this?" "Elder, don't be confused. The disciple has now been promoted to an inner disciple and found out that Elder Xie also came to the inner sect on duty." Zhanlong smiled and said, "So I rushed over, hoping to personally feel Elder Xie's grace." Is that all? Chapter 26, Breakthrough, a shocking golden core realm. Zhanlong smiled and said, "Of course not just that." While speaking, he took out a scroll of copied paper and handed it over. It goes without saying that it was the high-level cultivation technique named Jinghong Bian. Generally speaking, cultivation techniques or some important items are stored and read using jade talismans. This not only minimizes storage errors, but also allows the reader to fully grasp the true meaning. However, jade talismans were still a bit too precious for Zhanlong, who had just been promoted to an inner disciple. Reluctantly, he could only use the mundane method of recording on paper. Elder Xie. This is a high-level cultivation method that the disciple obtained by chance, specially offered as a token of gratitude for a small fraction of kindness. Zhanlong said with a smile. He would always remember Xie Fei's kindness. Hearing this, and seeing that it was clearly a newly written cultivation method, Xie Fei instinctively glanced at the ring on Zhanlong's left hand. No need to say, this Jinghong Bian came from the powerful being within the ring. Right now, he indeed lacked a method for cultivation. All along, Xie Fei had been practicing the ordinary technique Changsheng Tuningong learned by his original self. Techniques like Jiutian swordsmanship and Humo Yinbone fist were either offensive techniques or special auxiliary types of profound skills. For this reason, Xie Fei had always wanted a method related to cultivation, although the system had provided a low-level Wu-Wei Heart Sutra in the morning. It was still inferior to the cultivation method Zhanlong brought. Thus, this temporarily made up for that gap. With this Jinghong Bian, along with the cultivation from the recent rebates, perhaps he could try to break through to the golden core. Then, thank you very much. Matters concerning his own strength growth. Xie Fei naturally would not be polite, reaching out to take it. Seeing him so readily take the miraculous transformation, Zhanlong not only had no other thoughts, but also felt a sense of relief. Finally, he could repay Elder Xie Fei. Otherwise, it felt like there was a heavy stone pressing down in his heart, making him very uncomfortable. Thus, the disciple went to cultivate and did not disturb the elder's rest. Zhanlong performed a disciple's salute again. Work hard. Xie Fei smiled and nodded, showing 2 rows of teeth. After sending off Zhanlong, Xie Fei closed the door and sat cross-legged on the bed. System. First claim Wu-Wei Heart Sutra and Ling Yun Rejuvenation Technique. Soon, scrolls unfolded in his consciousness. First, there was Xie Fei continuously practicing the Wu-Wei Heart Sutra. After becoming familiar with and mastering it completely, the Ling Yun Rejuvenation Technique began. This lasted for a whole incense stick's worth of time. When Xie Fei opened his eyes again, the 2 techniques had already merged. However, he still needed to practice and study diligently to produce his own unique insights. After a short rest, as he slowly adapted to the new technique, Xie Fei began to extract the hard-earned cultivation rewards. Boom! It was as if a flood had burst its dam. Waves of immense spiritual power surged wildly into Xie Fei's meridians. At this moment, within him, all the spiritual power surged like a landslide. Under the immense impact, even the air around him began to whip up into a fierce wind. The gusts raised by the impact of the spiritual power immediately shattered all the furniture in the residence. Crash! 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 Xie Fei kept shouting. He was on the verge of breaking through to the 3rd level of the foundation establishment stage, and in an instant he leaped past it. The momentum of the breakthrough seemed unstoppable, soaring upward. Foundation establishment 4th level. Foundation establishment 5th level. Finally, he surged to the 9th level of foundation establishment. Let us see if I can try to break through to the golden core stage directly by myself. Xie Fei intended to give it a shot. The spiritual power surged again. But unlike before, this time the violent spiritual power was not a reward, but surged from Xie Fei's Qi Si Dantian. However, when this surge reached a certain limit, it suddenly fell silent and calmed down. All the spiritual power returned to the Qi Si Dantian, transformed into drops of liquid spiritual power, swirling around the small sword at the center. Not quite working, Xie Fei stopped circulating his spiritual power. A hint of disappointment in his tone. The golden core stage is no joke. Generally, one needs to attempt breakthroughs 10 times or even dozens of times to possibly succeed. So although Xie Fei felt a bit disappointed with this outcome, he was not disheartened. Forget it. I won't do such a difficult and time-consuming thing. I'll just take the medicinal pills instead. He thought to himself. Xie Fei had already taken out the golden core pill he received as a reward from the system. Without any hesitation, he swallowed it whole. Golden core, break for me. The surging medicinal power instantly spread out. A large amount of medicinal energy rushed directly into Xie Fei's Qi Si Dantian. Then he saw the huge liquid spiritual power, under the influence of this medicinal power, slowly begin to condense. Even the small sword began to shrink and solidify. Another night passed. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed within him. The extremely compressed liquid spiritual power suddenly revealed a hint of golden light. Then more and more golden light appeared. Finally, amidst the brilliance, a golden core with a small sword pattern on its surface emerged. Golden core. Success. Xie Fei suddenly realized that he seemed to have broken through some barrier. In an instant, his soul consciousness felt as if it were about to leave his body. Just then, the appearance of the golden core triggered the surrounding spiritual energy. In the world, countless spiritual powers were stirred up. An overwhelming amount began to be continuously absorbed into Xie Fei's body. Is this the might of the Golden Core stage? Just breaking through allows me to draw in such a massive amount of spiritual energy. Xie Fei felt as if he had returned to the womb, enveloped in warmth. This feeling was intoxicating. However, what he did not yet realize was that just as Xie Fei achieved the Golden Core outside the Elder's residence, the entire Changhe Sword Sect was in an uproar. Somewhere on the third floor of the Sword Pavilion, in a quaint little compartment, the calming incense was quietly exuding a tranquil aura. At this moment, Zhou Qing was sitting cross-legged, holding a scroll of swordsmanship scriptures, deeply contemplating. As one of the supreme elders of the Changhe Sword Sect and the guardian of the third floor of the Sword Pavilion, a super powerhouse at the 8th level of Golden Core, Zhou Qing had daily tasks to attend to, including guarding the Sword Pavilion and studying the principles of swordsmanship, not only for himself, but also to make annotations and elucidate the principles to cultivate true genius disciples within the sect. Nowadays, many of the sect's texts on swordsmanship were actually authored by him. Buzz. The space trembled slightly. The calming incense suddenly shook. The continuous stream of blue smoke abruptly ceased. Zhou Qing slightly raised his eyes, reigniting the calming incense. Just as he was about to continue simplifying the scriptures in his hands, the lit calming incense suddenly extinguished again. Oh! Zhou Qing leaned forward slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. It should be noted that the calming incense not only calms the mind, but also serves as a warning for this level of the Sword Pavilion. Under normal circumstances, the calming incense would not extinguish, especially not in such a continuous manner. There's only one possibility for this. But how could this possibility arise? Zhou Qing couldn't help but stand up and look outside the Sword Pavilion. And with just one glance, his body trembled violently, his gaze filled with astonishment. He saw a ferocious tide of spiritual energy surging and howling in the void outside the Sword Pavilion. Boundless spiritual energy poured down like the heavens had opened a huge mouth. All of this spiritual energy was directed towards one location. There, it was the residence of the elders of the Sword Pavilion. Such a surging tide of spiritual energy had already formed a natural tidal wave. Could it be that someone is breaking through to the Golden Core? No way. Breaking through to the Golden Core can't generate such a ferocious spiritual tide. Could it be that a certain expert is achieving the nascent soul? Yes, it must be so. Our Sword Pavilion is about to add another invincible nascent soul. Zhou Qing's expression was shaken, his gaze fixed on the vast spiritual tide. The scale of this spiritual agitation was at least 50 times more intense than when he achieved his Golden Core back in the day. Zhou Qing exclaimed in shock. The spiritual tide had completely involved the entire Changhe Sword Sect, even extending far beyond, covering hundreds of miles. Such a terrifying scene Zhou Qing had never witnessed before. Who on earth is it that is achieving the nascent soul in the Elder's residence? Moreover, in such a place without any spirit gathering formations to assist, stirring up such a huge commotion. Zhou Qing felt that everything before him, the more he calculated, the more it shattered his own common sense. He was somewhat dazed. Just then, the tide of spiritual energy suddenly underwent a change. As the tide grew fiercer, the agitation of the spiritual energy intensified. A powerful red light suddenly surged from below. This red light, like a blood-colored dragon, aimed to sweep away all the incoming spiritual energy. This is bad. Zhou Qing's eyes widened, his expression suddenly tightening. He immediately prepared to intervene to stop this blood-colored dragon. As the guardian of the upper 3 levels, he saw through the true nature of this blood dragon at a glance. It was precisely due to the spiritual tide and the upheaval of the heavens and earth that a part of the sword energy accumulated over 10,000 years in the sword sect had been stirred up. Although it was just a part, if not stopped in time, not only would the person suffer damage to their foundation due to insufficient spiritual energy during the breakthrough, but the entire sword sect would also be bathed in blood, becoming puppets of sword energy. At that time, countless disciples would die amidst the fierce sword energy. Just as Zhou Qing was about to make a move, a sudden sword cry resonated through the heavens and the earth. Swish! It was as if someone had swung a sword. Immediately, a terrifying beam of sword light flashed by, breaking through the blood-colored dragon in an instant. Bang! A silent yet immensely shocking scene unfolded. The blood-colored dragon suddenly exploded, transforming into countless blood-red sword energy fragments. Then all were drawn in, flying into that beam of sword light. In the blink of an eye, the entire void was left with only a transparent, small sword suspended in the air. It was as if the sword of an immortal, exuding an unparalleled aura. This grand sword intent seemed not to originate from the mortal realm, but from an immortal high above in the 9 heavens. Zhou Qing saw an endless sword path, feeling his sword heart sway, trembling uncontrollably. Hiss this sword! There is great terror. Zhou Qing was stunned, his gaze fixed on the small sword in the void. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Could it be? Zhou Qing suddenly recalled a figure. It was rumored that 276 years ago, there was a powerful figure in the Sword Pavilion at the 9th rank of Golden Core. To step into the Golden Core and achieve the nascent soul, that great figure actually imprisoned himself beneath the Sword Pavilion, intending to use the boundless sword energy suppressed by the Sword Pavilion to break through to the nascent soul. And the method that great figure practiced was a fragmentary, immortal sword technique, the 9 heavens sword technique. It must be that person. Only someone with such great willpower and determination, and possessing such supreme sword intent, could unleash the previous sword strike. The more Zhou Qing thought, the more he felt it must be so. Good. He clapped his hands and laughed out loud. From now on, there will be another nascent soul sword god in the Sword Pavilion. That night, the shocking tide of spiritual energy in the heavens and the earth, along with that soul-stirring sword strike, stirred the entire Changhe Sword Sect. The Sword Tomb, Sword Pavilion, and Scripture Repository, the 3 major strongholds of the Sword Sect, were all shaken. Everyone's attention was focused on the direction of the Sword Pavilion. More accurately, it was on the residence of the elders of the Sword Pavilion. But just as many experts wanted to check the situation and find out who had broken through to create such a huge phenomenon, they were all blocked by Zhou Qing, the elder on the 3rd floor of the Sword Pavilion. Please do not disturb the cultivation of the seniors in our pavilion. The seniors have just broken through and need time to stabilize their realm. Within 7 days, the area belonging to the Sword Pavilion will be completely sealed off, and no one is allowed to enter. Zhou Qing's attitude stunned the others. Indeed, he was a master of the Sword Pavilion. They had not expected that the Sword Pavilion, which had always been suppressed and controlled by the Sword Tomb and Scripture Repository, actually had such a powerful, nascent soul sword god. Finally taking this step, achieving the Golden Core, Xie Fei slowly opened his eyes, feeling incredibly light all over. The entire world appeared to have a different charm in his perception. Threads and wisps of spiritual energy became vividly clear. Waves of sword intent were exceptionally distinct, and there was the vitality of all things. This world of perception was as if a long-obscured black veil had been lifted, revealing the truth. Then he looked at himself. The entire person underwent another transformation. Within his dantian, a golden core inscribed with sword patterns was slowly rotating. With each rotation, a large amount of spiritual energy entered his body, becoming spiritual power, then merging into the golden core. In such a situation, there was no need to consciously cultivate. It was a spontaneous action of the golden core. It was constantly communicating with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, enhancing its strength. Looking again at the blood, flesh, and bones within, every part, every inch, carried a faint sword intent. It seemed that even a drop of blood could kill, and a single bone could be drawn out as a divine weapon of the sword path. With such changes, my strength has probably increased by more than 100-fold. No wonder many texts say that there is a gap like heaven and earth between each major realm. This kind of gap is no longer something that numbers can compensate for. Just as Xie Fei was carefully sensing his own changes, a sudden voice from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Detection of host breakthrough to Golden Core. System new function reactivated. Chapter 27 Fusion Function. Main and auxiliary cultivation, Sword God. As the system voice sounded, an interface appeared that only Xie Fei could see. Host, Xie Fei, Realm, Golden Core, First Rank, Profound Skills, 9 Heaven Sword Technique, 1 Reed Crossing the River. Ultimate Void Sword Chi, Divine Weapons and Treasures, Sword. This was the information panel he had seen before. However, this time, a number appeared behind each type of profound skill. Focusing his mind on it, he saw a line of system prompts. Would you like to choose this profound skill as the main one and fuse other similar profound skills? Please note that only one main profound skill will exist among similar profound skills. After making a choice, only the main profound skill of each category will be displayed, and the auxiliary profound skills will not be recorded on the host's information panel. Please note that the fusion efficiency ranges from 30 to 90%, with a specific value related to the compatibility of the main profound skill. Once the host makes a choice, the other auxiliary profound skills will not be included in the information panel, but will not disappear. The host can still use them, but will be unable to comprehend their true meaning, as their Dao rhythm has been absorbed by the main profound skill. A series of reminder introductions made Xie Fei roughly understand the new function of the system. In simple terms, it allows him to fuse all his profound skills by category. The main skill after fusion will see varying enhancements in power and characteristics. Moreover, the fused skills will not disappear. They just cannot be studied to perfection. This is a good thing. Xie Fei couldn't help but exclaim in joy. Currently, he possessed more profound skills than most people, and as long as he invested, they would continue to increase. In the end, he might have thousands or tens of thousands of profound skills. However, human energy and time are limited. Although the system directly instills profound skills, understanding their true meaning still requires personal effort and practice. And among so many profound skills, there are only a few that are truly effective in battle, making them seem somewhat cumbersome. With this new function of the system, there would be no more concerns in that regard. Now, some unimportant skills could be used to fuse into the main skill. System, take 9 Heaven Sword Technique as the main skill and fuse other profound skills. Xie Fei immediately chose the strongest and most precious profound skill as the main skill. Ding! Host, are you sure to take 9 Heaven Sword Technique, 3rd Heaven as the main profound skill and fuse all other attack-related skills? Confirm. As Xie Fei confirmed. In an instant, a series of unfolding images surged into his mind. Like an ink wash painting, various versions of Xie Fei were performing different techniques and profound skills. Overhead Strike Ultimate Void, Sword, Chi Wave Palm Absolute, Void, Leg Ultimately. All these profound skills converged. The painting reached its conclusion. The fuse version of 9 Heavens Sword Technique. Xie Fei felt that he gained many new insights into this precious sword technique, all of which were related to the characteristics of the auxiliary profound skills. For example, the current 9 Heavens Sword Technique, once unleashed, not only possessed the property of sonic killing, but also blended the illusory and real essence of the ultimate void, Sword Chi, in a righteous manner. However, because the main profound skill was a sword technique, the compatibility with the ultimate void sword Chi was the highest, with characteristics fused to 80%. The others, like Overhead Strike, only achieved the lowest 30% effect. But even so, the current 9 Heaven Sword Technique had become stronger. Xie Fei could not be certain. But when he swung his sword, utilizing the characteristics of the Taichu sword Chi, he silently obliterated a new wooden table, making his killing intent even more lethal. He stored the sword in the system space. Xie Fei used his spiritual sense to probe the situation outside. Upon discovering that everyone around was discussing his breakthrough to the Golden Core stage, he finally reacted. Did my breakthrough to the Golden Core really cause such a huge commotion? Xie Fei himself found it a bit unbelievable. After thinking it over, he estimated that it should be due to the solid cultivation from the system's rewards, which had no superficiality in their names. With the solid foundation, it was no wonder such a stir was created. Each breakthrough to a major realm was a baptism of the heavenly and earthly spiritual energy on oneself. Therefore, the stronger the foundation, the deeper the accumulation, the more powerful the baptism would be. That is why there was such a significant gap between each major realm. I have the system's rewards from hard cultivation, the Daluo sword body, and things like the bone washing pill to enhance my talent and foundation. Just as he was thinking this, Xie Fei suddenly sensed a red line appearing among the sword patterns on the golden core in his dantian. Upon careful perception, the line twisted and clawed, resembling a dragon. What's going on? Xie Fei couldn't help but recall the entire process of his breakthrough. He finally remembered that during the vibration of the heavenly and earthly spiritual energy, a sword chi dragon had flown out from the direction of the sword pavilion, and was ultimately slain by his own sword heart using the Nine Heavens sword technique. He then absorbed this blood-colored dragon formed from sword chi. No wonder I felt an unusual sensation when I just swung my sword. I thought it was just the result of the fusion. But now it seems it was because I absorbed a large amount of sword chi. In future battles, as long as he mobilized his spiritual energy, it would carry sword chi attacks. And the chi of slaughter is one of the most feared existences among all cultivators. Not only can it induce inner demons and destroy one's foundation, but it can also drain vitality and annihilate everything. It can even wear down one's mind, turning one into a mindless fool. Thinking of this, Xie Fei took up his sword again, actively drawing out the sword chi. Boom! Like thunder from a clear sky, a terrifying sword chi erupted. The entire residence suddenly transformed into a frozen hell. If someone of mortal realm entered, they would probably be eroded by the chi of slaughter and annihilated on the spot. The power of sword chi is extremely terrifying. Xie Fei immediately sheathed the sword and stored it in the system space. It's worth mentioning that with his current breakthrough to the golden core, the system space had nearly transformed into an incredibly vast small world. It could easily accommodate 2 large mountains. With such a massive enhancement from sword chi, even though I have just broken through to the first rank of the golden core, if I were to draw upon the sword chi and combine it with the fused Nine Heaven sword technique, I might even be able to try fighting against the 9th rank of the golden core. Sword out. Life gone. This is now Xie Fei's combat strength. Although his realm is not yet sufficient, his combat power has already reached an astonishing level. Now that he has achieved the golden core, he should have some self-protection capability. After assessing his own strength, the heavy stone in Xie Fei's heart finally shifted a little. In the days to come, he wouldn't have to worry as much as before. After a simple tidying up and calming his emotions, Xie Fei left the door. As he walked along, everyone in the sword pavilion seemed invigorated. Especially when he reached the 2nd floor of the sword pavilion, everyone looked as cheerful as if it were the new year, chatting and laughing with each other. Great! Our lives are about to get better. Who says otherwise? From now on, when the sword tomb and the scripture pavilion come to demand, let us see if they still dare to act arrogantly. This time, our sword pavilion has produced a sword god. We can finally hold our heads high. This is a grand event for our sword pavilion. Listening to the enthusiastic discussions of the elders from various sword pavilions, Xie Fei felt increasingly that something was off. The sword god they were talking about couldn't be referring to himself, could it? Chapter 28. The Assessment of the Core Elders' Spirit Tools. At this moment, in an inconspicuous corner, one of the elders from Area 2, Lu Sheng, was conversing with a core elder from the 2nd floor. Looking at Xie Fei as he passed by, the core elder slightly turned his gaze and said, "Young master, this Elder Xie seems to have some secrets. During the 7 days of the upper management's lockdown, I haven't seen him even once." A small elder who had come up from the 1st floor, previously unknown and even infamous for his laziness, now attracting the attention of Elder Wu. It's impossible to say he has no secrets. Lu Sheng responded calmly, his gaze not directed at Xie Fei. Hearing this, the core elder's voice turned cold, carrying a hint of killing intent. Then why don't we? Lu Sheng was silent for a moment before replying, "No need. At this critical juncture, if more people die, it will likely lead to unpredictable changes, easily affecting the upcoming plans. The young master is considering." The core elder nodded slightly and continued, "But has a nascent soul, sword god, really emerged from the sword pavilion?" Upon mentioning this, not only was he surprised, but Lu Sheng's expression also changed slightly. The nascent soul sword god indeed exists, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's from the sword pavilion. Lu Sheng pondered. There are many powerful spirit swords within the sword pavilion, and some sword demons too. Aren't they all incredibly formidable existences? Perhaps they have eroded the will of a certain elder and escaped in disguise. Upon hearing this, the core elder's face lit up with joy. In that case, if they break free, they will surely cause chaos here, leading to a fight to the death. This would greatly benefit the young master's plans. Lu Sheng sneered. Whether it benefits or not doesn't matter, as long as those ghostly things don't come to disturb us. I have been lurking here for 10 years, even altering my soul's aura. Now that the plan is about to succeed, if it fails. As he spoke, Lu Sheng clenched his fists. The young master is destined for greatness and will surely find the sword transformed by the old sect master. Once the old sect master breaks free, the traitors who plotted for power within the sect will surely face retribution, and my Wind and Moon sect will definitely return to its peak, sweeping away all enemies. Lu Sheng said nothing further, simply turning to head towards Area 2. The core elder, seeing this, immediately retreated back to his own place. Afterwards, the rumor of a nascent soul sword god emerging from the sword pavilion spread throughout the Changhe Sword Sect for 7 or 8 days before slowly fading away. During his time working on the second floor, Xie Fei truly learned from the mouths of other elders about the impact caused by his breakthrough. It can be said that the entire Changhe Sword Sect was in an uproar because of this. Even the sect master, who seldom appeared, came to the sword pavilion to inquire about the situation. Just because I broke through to the golden core, it caused such a serious situation? Xie Fei could only sigh. However, even though he had broken through to the golden core, he remained incredibly low-key during this time, maintaining the appearance of a third-rank Qi refinement practitioner with the concealing Qi technique. But now, due to stepping into the golden core stage, the spiritual energy in his dantian had undergone a qualitative change, making it impossible to break through as rapidly as before. For a time, even with Xie Fei's current talent, his progress in cultivation slowed down. If he relied solely on hard work to break through to the second rank of the golden core, it would take at least 5 months. 5 months. Xie Fei felt that this span of time was too long. If his current thoughts were known, he would surely be met with swords drawn in a life-or-death struggle. But Xie Fei wasn't he being pretentious. He genuinely felt it was too slow. This was just for the second rank. What about the 3rd to 9th ranks? How long would that take? It seems I need to quickly get in touch with some inner disciples, preferably investing in 10 or 20 golden fate paths at once. Wanting to connect with outstanding inner disciples, his current cultivation level might be a bit insufficient. After thinking it over, Xie Fei adjusted his concealing Qi technique to reveal a 4th rank Qi refinement level. You should receive some attention, and I hope to quickly become a core elder on the 2nd floor of the Sword Pavilion, allowing me to interact with more talented disciples. I don't know if this will be effective or if it's influenced by other factors. A few days later, an elder indeed came to inform me that I was to accompany Xie Fei to undergo the core elder assessment. There's an assessment for this? Xie Fei was somewhat surprised. Of course, the elder who came over was the guiding elder from before. He said, "By the way, when did you break through to the 4th level of Qi training?" "I just broke through a few days ago. I saw a master drawing on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and had an epiphany in the face of heavenly might," Xie Fei replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, the guiding elder immediately showed a look of envy. "I didn't expect you to have such good luck. Witnessing a great master's breakthrough and experiencing a rare epiphany is indeed enviable. However, epiphanies also depend on talent. It seems your talent is quite good. I will report this to Elder Wu. Now, follow me, and I will take you to the assessment." Hearing this, Xie Fei immediately followed the guiding elder away. To his surprise, Xie Fei found that the place the guiding elder took him to was actually the 3rd floor of the Sword Pavilion. The assessment is on the 3rd floor? What are we assessing? Xie Fei couldn't figure it out. This was his first time on the 3rd floor of the Sword Pavilion. There were even more elders on the 3rd floor than on the 2nd, and it seemed to be more than twice the size of the 2nd floor. As they walked through, Xie Fei noticed that there were many elders coming and going. The biggest difference from the 2nd floor was that each area on the 3rd floor was enclosed by large halls. If you didn't go inside, you couldn't see what was happening in each area. Under the influence of the formation, his spiritual sense could only cover about a foot around him. Although he couldn't use his spiritual sense to investigate the situation, every time he passed an area, Xie Fei could faintly hear countless sword sounds coming from within the halls. Could they all be spirit swords that have gained intelligence? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Xie Fei arrived in front of a small room. He then saw the guiding elder say a few words to an elder at the door of the room. That elder glanced at Xie Fei and then nodded to open the door. As soon as the door opened, a sudden wave of sword sounds erupted. "Elder Xie, please go in," the guiding elder said, stepping into the small room first. Xie Fei followed him in and saw a green long sword inserted in the middle of the room. The moment Xie Fei saw this green sword, his expression changed. In his perception, this was a spirit weapon. In other words, it was a magic sword that had gained intelligence. At this moment, this spirit sword was bound in the center of the room by 9 chains of runes. Sensing the door had opened and someone had entered, the spirit sword immediately trembled, and sharp sword sounds echoed around in waves. The sound of the sword was like ripples on the water, spreading out. Accompanying the sword sounds was a wave of sword-killing intent. Under the impact of the sword-killing intent, Xie Fei felt dizzy and his ears ringing. Almost unable to control himself, he nearly couldn't resist and directly suppressed it. The guiding elder spoke. "This is the spirit weapon. Your first assessment is to endure the sword-killing intent from this spirit weapon for 7 days. If you remain unharmed after 7 days, you will have passed." Chapter 29. The Unnamed Sword of Blue Fate. Rebate Talent. Xie Fei finally understood what this meant. The swords that core elders on the second floor interacted with were mostly spirit weapons distributed to outstanding inner disciples. Generally speaking, spirit weapons come with their own intelligence. And naturally, they will have some emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. If not handled properly, it is easy to suffer an attack from the spirit sword. The so-called attack, under the restrictions of the Sword Pavilion's formation, would naturally be the release of sword-killing intent. Therefore, whether one could withstand the impact of the sword-killing intent was the key for core elders. The reason for coming to the third floor was presumably because the sword-killing intent of the sword in front of him was extraordinary. Otherwise, it wouldn't be bound by 9 chains of runes. After the guiding elder finished speaking, he left on his own, even closing the door behind him. In the entire room, only Xie Fei was left, along with the spirit sword in the center. The haunting sound of the sword grew louder. Waves of sword-killing intent began to surge towards Xie Fei. From the sound of the sword and the killing intent, it was clear that this spirit sword was filled with malice. It was evident that this was a fierce sword. If an ordinary cultivator were here, they would likely have their hearts and guts shattered, falling victim to the sword-killing intent and becoming a puppet of it. However, Xie Fei, possessing the great Luo sword body and having forged an unparalleled sword heart, was completely unaffected. Plus, his actual cultivation level was already at the golden core stage. Facing this fierce sword, he was not afraid at all. He just wasn't sure if there was someone in the room monitoring the situation. Xie Fei casually observed his surroundings. The walls were made of closed wooden boards. They appeared very thin and would break easily upon impact, yet they were actually covered in formations. Since this was an assessment by the core elders on the second floor and involved sword-killing intent and life, it was likely that someone was watching to prevent accidents. After thinking for a moment, Xie Fei decided to be cautious. He didn't take too many actions and didn't reveal his true strength. However, having had previous experience with the demon sword, he naturally used his fate path golden eyes on the fierce sword in front of him. Name, gender, lifespan, realm, chi training 9th level, fate path luck, blue, blue superior fate path. Born from the essence of heaven and earth, if persisted, there will be achievements. Investment is recommended. Recent needs, originally an ordinary spirit sword. Due to being impacted by the sword-killing intent suppressed by the Changhe Sword Sect, its intelligence has twisted and gradually gone mad. It needs to eliminate the foreign sword-killing intent within to return to normal. So, it was affected by foreign sword-killing intent that it became a fierce sword? Xie Fei was taken aback. He didn't expect that the spirit sword in front of him had such a situation. However, the keywords in the system prompt made him ponder. Suppressed sword-killing intent? Could this be the secret of the Changhe Sword Sect? After quietly noting this point, Xie Fei began to think about how to eliminate the foreign sword-killing intent from this spirit sword. After thinking for a while, he figured that only by invoking his own sword heart could he do it. After all, when he broke through to the Golden Core stage, he instinctively used his sword heart to slay the sword-killing intent dragon that sought to steal his power. With this in mind, Xie Fei closed his eyes and sat down. After a moment, an invisible, intangible, transparent, small sword flashed past him. When it reappeared, it had already fused into the spirit sword. In an instant, the spirit sword suddenly trembled. Streams of blood-red sword-killing intent began to dissipate, continuously being absorbed and fused by the transparent small sword. Because he couldn't damage the spirit sword, Xie Fei was extremely careful in his control, fearing that if he wasn't careful, he would break the spirit sword. If such a situation occurred, then any investment or rebate would naturally go down the drain. Thus, after careful and meticulous progress, 3 days and nights passed before the transparent small sword returned to his body, merging with the golden core in his chi-si. Xie Fei slowly opened his eyes. When he looked at the spirit sword that was bound by 9 chains, it had lost all malice. What remained was a joy of surviving a disaster and a sense of gratitude. Though it couldn't speak like the demon sword 13, the continuous sounds of joy expressed by the sword were very clear. Beep. Host investment successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a rebate. Due to the fate path luck of the investment object being blue, the rebate effect is doubled. Beep. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the talent of Clear Sword Heart. Beep. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 years of swordsmanship insights. Clear Sword Heart. This is one of the swordsmanship talents. The possessor has an unwavering sword heart, and no external factors can interfere with or erode their sword heart, allowing for faster comprehension of the secrets of swordsmanship. 3 years of swordsmanship insights allows rapid comprehension of swordsmanship, adding 3 years of accumulation. Clear Sword Heart. This is the first time the system has provided a talent-related rebate. Upon seeing the introduction, Xie Fei knew that this item was extraordinary. Generally, sword cultivators, without cultivating insights and merely breaking through realms, are easily affected by various distractions, sword malice, and external demonic entities. Once the forged sword heart is influenced, the lighter cases stagnate in their realm, taking decades or even centuries to regain their sword heart and refine their inner demons. In severe cases, they may die and lose their path, wasting their entire lives. However, with the clear sword heart, he no longer feared these issues. No matter what attacked his sword heart, it cannot shake its foundation. Coupled with insights in swordsmanship that far exceed those of others at the same realm, as well as the great Luo sword body, it can be said that Xie Fei now has a clear path in swordsmanship. Although this time, there was no rebate in cultivation or techniques. The talent of Clear Sword Heart is already an extremely powerful support. Taking advantage of the few remaining days, Xie Fei directly accepted the 3 years of swordsmanship insights and then continued to meditate and cultivate. The spiritual sword now no longer randomly releases sword malice to attack. It is gentle like a little lamb. Moreover, it often seeks to get close to Xie Fei, who saved its life. Unfortunately, it was trapped by rune chains, unable to move freely, only able to produce faint sword sounds. The remaining time quickly passed. The door opened from the outside again. The guiding elder, who had disappeared for 7 days, walked in with a smile. Seeing Elder Xie treat it so leisurely, it seemed that this minor sword malice was nothing to Elder Xie. Upon noticing that Xie Fei was meditating and cultivating there, the guiding elder immediately gave a thumbs up and praised him profusely. However, Xie Fei shook his head, appearing to be overwhelmed, and stumbled out. There was no leisure. He was merely forcing himself to endure. Now he only felt dizzy and mentally drained to the extreme. While speaking with a pale face, Xie Fei glanced back with some trepidation at the pitch-black door, seemingly not wanting to enter it again. Ha ha ha. The guiding elder couldn't help but laugh. Clearly, Xie Fei's current appearance matched the scenes he often witnessed. You've passed the first assessment. The guiding elder continued. Rest for a day, and I will take you for the second one. Also, Xie Fei immediately made a bitter melon face, drawing a round of laughter. After the two left, the elder guarding the door suddenly sensed something was off. When he opened the door to check, he was instantly stunned. This fierce sword has actually recovered? After a while, he finally reacted and immediately went to notify the core elders on the third floor. Thus, a commotion erupted on the third floor of the sword pavilion. No one would have thought that a fierce sword could actually return to normal. However, no one associated it with Xie Fei. After all, such situations were beyond the handling capability of elders on the fourth and fifth floors. How could a small elder from a second floor manage it? Chapter 30. Investing in the Red Fate Path. The Great Void, Conquering Demon God Chapter. The next day, this assessment would be a bit different. On the way, the guiding elder reminded, according to the rules, you should continue facing various levels of sword malice to purify your sword heart and prevent future disturbances to your mind. However, due to special circumstances, the manager Wu decided to change your assessment to an observational one. Observational? Xie Fei was taken aback for a moment. Can observation also count as an assessment? Naturally, it was not an ordinary observation. At this point, the guiding elder paused, seemingly organizing his words. Elder Xie, having been promoted from the first floor, should still remember that magic sword, right? Related to that Red Fate Path's Sword 13? Xie Fei's gaze shifted. All along, he had been thinking about how to invest in that magic sword. In the past, his strength was insufficient, and he was always cautious. Now, he was eager to explore Sword 13's needs after passing the assessment. Unexpectedly, there was an opportunity to get in touch during the assessment. The guiding elder continued as they walked. Originally, the magic sword was stored on the first and second floors for specific considerations from above. However, it seems that some unexpected events occurred, and it has now been decided to hold a small meeting to eliminate the sword. A small meeting to eliminate the sword? Xie Fei was stunned again. From the guiding elder's words, he roughly understood what was going on. The big shots who previously decided to store the magic sword on the first and second floors now decided to remove it and directly deal with the hidden danger of the magic sword. Thus, an internal small meeting was held to not only eliminate the consciousness of Sword 13, but also provide an opportunity for potential elders to observe and learn. In other words, the consciousness within the magic sword, that is, Sword 13 of the Red Fate Path, was to be extinguished. Xie Fei's mind instantly became active. Under the threat of death, could Sword 13 have no needs? As long as there is a conscious existence who lacks the instinct to survive. However, as he thought about this, he encountered difficulties. From the guiding elder, it could be inferred that the elder presiding over this meeting was from above. If the magic sword's need truly was survival, how could he invest in it to save it? This was a significant issue. All the way, Xie Fei contemplated this problem. Upon arriving at the location, it was in a mysterious area on the second floor of the sword pavilion. The reason this area was considered mysterious was that it generally would not be open, whether to the outside or internally. Previously, when introduced, it was also only briefly mentioned without much detail. Now, it seemed that this area should deal with some special matters, like the current small meeting to eliminate the sword. Upon entering, there were already 10 people standing inside. Among them were 3 core elders from the second floor, 5 ordinary second floor elders, and 1 person with a profound aura, likely from the third floor or higher. The last one was naturally Manager Wu. Notably, Xie Fei spotted a familiar face among the ordinary elders. It was Lu Sheng, who was on duty with him in the second area. The 10 people were arranged in a semi-encircled position, with an ordinary 8-sided sword placed on the stone table in the center. Xie Fei glanced over. It could only be Sword 13, the magic sword. The guiding elder first greeted Manager Wu, then respectfully addressed the profound elder. Greetings, elderly. This elderly slightly nodded and then looked at Xie Fei, saying, "Is this the new elder who will undergo the assessment?" "Indeed, it is. The sword forging array is being set up, so have him wait and not move around casually to avoid disturbing the array's operation." "Yes." The guiding elder quickly nodded and then turned to Xie Fei to give him some instructions. He then quietly introduced, "This Elder Li is a core elder of the 4th floor of the Sword Pavilion, with a foundation realm of qi refining. Be sure not to offend him casually, or even Manager Wu won't be able to plead for you. For this small meeting to eliminate the sword, you only need to observe, reflect, and learn well. This is also a rare experience for you, so cherish it." Listening to the warnings, Xie Fei nodded, his gaze surveying the Foundation Realm elderly. This person appeared to be over 60, with a head of silver hair and a goatee. He had a somewhat stout physique, short limbs, and a round belly. Notably, he constantly played with a gilded toad paperweight in his right hand. The toad was exquisitely crafted, slightly open-mouthed, with its tongue appearing lifelike and detailed. Through his spiritual sense, Xie Fei sensed that this Elder Lie's cultivation was likely around the 6th grade of qi refining. Among the many elders present, he could be considered quite powerful. I'm not sure if they are aware that the magic sword's cultivation has already reached the golden core stage. Just as I was thinking this, a strange voice suddenly echoed in Xie Fei's mind. It seems I didn't misjudge. You actually have the qualifications to appear here. The voice was from Jianshi-san. Xie Fei's thoughts stirred, but his expression remained calm. Oh, at the brink of death, you still have the mind to contact me? Death? Jianshi-san seemed unconcerned. What strength do they have to kill me? That sword refining formation, relying on a bit of power from this sword pavilion, although formidable. Even if it can extinguish my spiritual intelligence, it cannot destroy my sword embryo. Given time, I will not only revive, but will also undergo a rebirth through nirvana, increasing my strength further. Listening to the magic sword's transmission, Xie Fei was somewhat surprised. But upon careful thought, he felt something was off. If that's the case, why suddenly seek me out without fear? He transmitted this thought lightly. This is my way of giving you a chance. If you don't seize it, you will forever lose a tremendous opportunity to soar. Therefore, Xie Fei chose not to respond further to Jianshi-san's transmission and decisively used the Fate Path Golden Eyes again. Name, Jianshi-san. Gender, lifespan. Realm, Golden Core, 1st grade. Fate Path Luck, Red Destiny Child. Recent demand. In the face of imminent extermination, needs help to escape. Can destroy the sword refining formation to free itself. Indeed, seeing the information displayed by the Fate Path Golden Eyes, Xie Fei's eyes lit up. It seemed this magic sword loved to boast and deceive people. However, from another perspective, the so-called sword refining formation of the sword pavilion was indeed something extraordinary. It could actually allow an elder of the foundation establishment stage to directly exterminate a golden core magic sword. At this moment, Jianshi-san was still continuously transmitting, trying to tempt. Since you have seen me multiple times, you are also qualified to receive my favor. This opportunity is a small test for you. Shortly, that sword refining formation will be activated. You only need to draw the sword energy within this sword pavilion to impact the southeast corner of the formation. If you cannot accomplish this, I will be thoroughly disappointed in you and in the future. Xie Fei had already lost interest in listening to the latter part of Jianshi-san's words. He believed that the method mentioned by Jianshi-san would not pose any problems since it involved life and death. However, sword energy? Xie Fei coldly smiled inwardly. If, according to Jianshi-san's words, he were to draw the sword energy from within the sword pavilion, even if he succeeded in drawing it out and destroying the sword refining formation, he would definitely be discovered in the end. Jianshi-san had laid a big trap here. Fortunately, within his golden core, or rather on his sword heart, he had already fused many sword energies, especially that blood-colored sword energy dragon. At that time, he only needed to release a trace. It should be enough to cause problems for the sword refining formation. All right, everyone start preparing. Just then, the elder spoke suddenly, nodding to Wu Zhu-shi and the others. Xie Fei then saw Wu Zhu-shi and the others activating their spiritual power. Immediately after, he saw the golden toad in the elder's hand suddenly open its mouth. 12 extremely thin bronze chains shot out from the ground, tightly binding the 8-sided sword on the stone table. Wu Zhu-shi bit his fingertip and drew a symbol in midair. Blood droplets condensing into 2 ancient seals that pressed onto the sword body. Ignite the flame to burn the evil. Rise. The 3 core elders shouted in unison. The ground's formation patterns suddenly lit up with a crimson golden glow. Xie Fei felt his sword heart slightly move. The sword refining formation was actually drawing upon the sword intent contained within the entire 2nd floor of the sword pavilion. Even the earth veins beneath the sword pavilion. This sword refining formation was not simple. Although his original body had little research on formations, Xie Fei had gained knowledge in weapon refining and alchemy through system rebates. The 3 aspects of formations, weapons, and pills shared some similarities, allowing him to discern certain principles. Soon, as the power of the formation continued to strengthen, he saw the magic sword begin to tremble. Large patches of something resembling scales began to peel off. In the blink of an eye, the magic sword revealed its inner blood-colored crystal bones, resembling glass. The translucent blood color emitted a strange and powerful aura, sending chills down one's spine. This was actually a blood-red bone sword. The previous 8-sided sword was merely a disguise. Surprise flickered in Xie Fei's eyes. Just then, Jian Shisan's voice, filled with urgency, echoed in Xie Fei's mind. "Quick, do you see that chain in the southeast corner? Immediately draw the sword energy and impact it." Xie Fei coldly sneered inwardly, but feigned calmness on his face, pretending to form a hand seal while secretly mobilizing the sword energy dormant within his golden core. He saw the sword energy split off a thin thread, like a lively silk thread, quietly moving under his control. His gaze was fixed on the operation of the formation, waiting for the best opportunity. When the energy of the sword refining formation peaked and its power reached its zenith, the thread of sword energy shot forth like an arrow, accurately piercing the root of the 9th chain. Crack! A sound like shattered porcelain suddenly rang out, and the sword refining formation showed signs of anomaly. The formation pattern in the southeast actually oozed black blood, which spread rapidly along the formation lines as if it were a living thing. The earth veins retaliated. Elder Lushang's face changed drastically as he exclaimed and hurriedly retreated, his eyes filled with fear. The elder's expression tightened, and the toad talisman in his hand suddenly flew out, carrying a powerful spiritual force towards the formation in an attempt to stabilize the situation. However, before the talisman could approach the formation, it was struck down by a scarlet sword energy unleashed by the magic sword, rolling in the air a few times before finally falling to the ground. "Ha ha ha! With just you, do you think you can refine me? It's simply wishful thinking." Jian Shisan let out a wild laugh, his voice echoing throughout the space. Then a blood rainbow shot into the sky, crashing towards a dome, the powerful force causing the surrounding elders to retreat one after another. Ding! Host investment successful. Congratulations, host, for receiving a rebate. Due to the fate path luck of the investment target being red, the rebate effect is doubled. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the special arcane skill Tai, Su Yu Mo Shunzhong. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the rare auxiliary arcane skill Qian Mian Ling Bianju. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining knowledge of the way of formations. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining Cheng Ingdan. Tai Su Yu Mo Shunzhong. This is a special cultivation arcane skill, without grade. Those who practice this skill can control demons and monsters. This skill emphasizes the spirit. If the spirit is not sufficiently resilient and strong, it is easy to be eroded by the evil aura of demons and monsters, giving rise to inner demons. Qimianling Bianju, rare auxiliary arcane skill, allows the practitioner to change their appearance and soul at will, making it difficult for others to detect their true form. Way of formations can be extracted at any time the owner can integrate basic knowledge related to formations, significantly enhancing their formation talent. Cheng Ingdan, already stored in system space when taken at the peak of the Golden Core in 9th grade. It allows a breakthrough to the nascent soul realm without any side effects. 4 types of rebates. Xie Fei only heard the system's prompt sound continuously ringing in his mind. At this moment, although he could not immediately extract these rewards, just seeing the system's description made him realize he had hit the jackpot. Not to mention anything else, that Cheng Ingdan, if placed outside, would definitely stir up a bloody storm. A guaranteed, no side effects breakthrough to the nascent soul realm. What is this? It can be said to be better than an immortal pill. However, Xie Fei immediately suppressed his inner excitement, because he knew that the urgent matter was not to check the system's rebates. At this moment, the blood rainbow quickly coalesced into the sword shadow of Jian Shisan in the air. This sword shadow was illusory yet powerful, carrying an air of invincibility. "Kid, I grant you." Jian Shisan's words had not yet finished. Xie Fei suddenly flashed and swiftly grabbed the toad paperweight that Elder Li had dropped, tossing it back to him. He also secretly recalled the sword energy that was destroying the Great Formation. "Elder, please restart the formation," he shouted loudly, his voice firm and powerful. The moment the gilded toad landed in Elder Li's hand, its tongue flicked out sharply. A miraculous thing happened. The originally dispersed formation patterns began to converge again, and the light gradually restored. Wu, the overseer, was the first to react. A glimmer of surprise flashed in his eyes, and without hesitation, he bit his tongue and spat out a mouthful of essence blood, shouting, "Lock! You!" Only then did Jian Shisan realize that Xie Fei had not been deceived by him, but it was too late. He began to shake violently. However, Jian Shisan was unwilling to give up and immediately unleashed all his power, trying to escape. Unfortunately, this was the Sword Pavilion, filled with formations that restricted him. Although he was at the Golden Core level, he flew unsteadily, his speed even slower than that of a Qi Refinement Realm cultivator. At this moment, Xie Fei's slipped out from his sleeve, having already been retrieved from the system space. He pretended to be flustered, but in reality, he accurately blocked Jian Shisan's path. Clang! No! The magic sword let out a final wail, filled with despair. Chapter 31. Lu Shang's Abnormality, Descending the Mountain. Buzz. 9 chains seemed to have a spirit of their own, swaying and once again wrapping around Jian Shisan. The atmosphere of the sword-forging formation suddenly surged, and the light became even more brilliant. After the formation was restarted, Jian Shisan, who had been suppressed, had almost no power to resist and was dragged back onto the stone platform. Xie Fei held the sword, his gaze fixed intently. Although everything seemed to have settled for now, the magic sword was, after all, at the Golden Core level, and it had the red fate and luck of the Dao. He feared. Perhaps he was overthinking it, because the subsequent events went very smoothly. The light of the formation grew more intense, and Jian Shisan's wails grew weaker. Eventually, he was slowly refined by the formation, leaving only a blood-red bone sword on the stone platform. Elder Li and the others repeatedly checked to ensure that the intelligence inside had completely dissipated before registering it and taking away the magic sword that had lost its intelligence. Just before leaving, Elder Li specifically glanced at Xie Fei, seeming quite surprised and satisfied with his earlier performance. After they left, Overseer Wu walked over with a smile, patting Xie Fei on the shoulder and saying, "Not bad. Given your performance this time, you can skip the upcoming assessments. You'll also receive a bottle of spirit-gathering pills as a reward. In 3 days, report to the core area number 7, and I'll arrange for someone to help you get familiar with it." After a round of praise and encouragement, Overseer Wu waved his hand, signaling everyone to disperse. But as he was leaving, Xie Fei keenly sensed that Elder Lu Sheng seemed to have taken something. Since it would be a few days before heading to the core area, Xie Fei, whose assessment had already concluded, headed towards the previously assigned area number 2. On the way, he began to tally up his gains from this event. First, he had extracted the knowledge of formations. As his cultivation level increased, under the infusion of system rewards, the impact on Xie Fei's body had diminished significantly. He no longer experienced the previous disorientation or intense pain. Soon, he had comprehended many fundamental formation concepts. Transforming himself, Xie Fei now counted as having gathered the 3 major paths of weaponry, alchemy, and formations. Although he was not proficient in any, he could hardly be matched in the foundational knowledge of these 3 paths in the entire world. After all, the system's output was extraordinary. Looking back now, the sword-forging formation indeed had profound principles, leveraging the Earth's veins, the Sword Pavilion's formations, the Sword Sect's might, and connecting with that toad paperweight. With a foundational understanding of formations, revisiting the sword-forging formation he had personally interacted with earlier yielded many insights for Xie Fei. After completing the extraction of formation knowledge, it was time for the prized auxiliary technique. System, extract the 1,000-faced spirit transformation technique. After silently reciting in his heart, a series of long-lost images unfolded in his mind. In the images, Xie Fei continuously transformed into various unfamiliar forms. A boy, a youth, a middle-aged man, an old man. A man, a woman, Each transformation was as if he had changed into a different person, showing no flaws. Even the fluctuations of his aura and spirit were altered. After a moment, Xie Fei gained some understanding. The thousand-face spirit transformation technique was already circulating in his heart. These auxiliary techniques could be integrated at some point. Human energy is ultimately limited. If all could be merged into one, it would naturally save time for doing more things. After extracting the thousand-faced spirit transformation technique, it was time for the final Tai, Su Yu Imo Shenjiang. According to the system's information, although this Tai, Su Yu Imo Shenjiang, was exceedingly strange and powerful, it came with the risk of giving birth to inner demons. However, my sword heart is clear. Any inner demon can be cut down with a sword. So it's not a concern. In an instant, streams of chaotic colored energy surged into Xie Fei's spiritual consciousness sea. These energies gathered, resembling clouds floating above. Immediately after, countless gray rains fell, landing in the sea of spiritual consciousness. Amidst the rain, scrolls slowly unfolded. Throughout the process, Xie Fei's spiritual consciousness surged dramatically. This sudden rise felt like a breakthrough in realms. But this time, it was not the realm that was advancing. It was the sea of spiritual consciousness. To control demons for one's own use. What is most important? According to the explanation of the Tai, Su Yu Imo Shenjiang, it is precisely the sea of spiritual consciousness. At this moment, as the scrolls unfolded, Xie Fei's sea of spiritual consciousness expanded almost tenfold. His spiritual awareness spread out like an invisible tentacle, with a pair of undetectable eyes. As long as there were no special formations obstructing, he could see everything around him clearly. The sensation was truly intoxicating and unique. Above the golden core is the nascent soul. With the current strength of my sea of spiritual consciousness, it might already be comparable to the nascent soul, right? Xie Fei was somewhat uncertain, as he had yet to encounter any existence at the nascent soul level, so it was merely a guess. Collecting his thoughts, he continued to focus on the Tai Su Yu Imo Shenjiang, a unique cultivation method. From the images presented by the system and the complete memories of the Tai Su Yu Imo Shenjiang, it could be roughly divided into 2 volumes. The first volume involves nurturing the sea of spiritual consciousness with rain. Each drop of rain is a part of Xie Fei's spirit. Each drop can control and command a demon. The second volume contains numerous methods for commanding demons and strategies for combat. This Tai Su Yu Imo Shenjiang takes a unique approach, focusing solely on the point of controlling demons. The stronger the spirit, the more and stronger demons one can command. The stronger the demons, the greater one's own combat power. However, the cultivation of one's own spiritual power is slightly weaker in this Tai Su Yu Imo Shenjiang. But then again, how can there be a perfect technique that covers all aspects? If it really comes to that later, I can directly integrate several specialized techniques for spiritual power, specifically for breaking through the mirror. Just thinking about the future, where I can sweep everything with thousands of demons at my command. Xie Fei couldn't help but feel extremely excited. However, there was currently one problem: where to find demons to command. At the moment, he didn't have a single demon on hand. After considering it, he decided that after some time, he would look for traces of demons and must capture one to try it out. With that resolution, he arrived at area number 2. Upon returning, old Bentu greeted him first, congratulating him. I heard that Elder Xie has completed the assessment. From now on, you will be the core elder of our sword pavilion's 2nd floor. Haha. At this moment, Xie Fei was still somewhat distracted, pondering Lu Sheng's abnormal actions earlier. Seeing him like this, old Bentu couldn't help but ask with concern, "What's wrong? Did you suffer a mental shock during the assessment? If you feel something is off, just take a few days off to rest. Anyway, there's not much going on here. I can handle it with Lu Sheng." Xie Fei came back to his senses, just about to speak when a figure approached and said, "Mental shock? Who's unstable? Why not go down the mountain with me to Baihua Pavilion tonight? I guarantee you'll feel completely at ease, no problem at all." The person who returned was none other than Lu Sheng. Old Bentu frowned immediately and said, "You're already of a considerable age. Why do you keep thinking about matters between men and women? Aren't you afraid it will hinder your cultivation? Lu Sheng laughed heartily. I'm old in years, but young at heart, and my body is even younger. You. Old Bentu couldn't help but shake his head. Seeing Lu Sheng appear, Xie Fei thought for a moment and used the Fate Inside Golden Eye on him. Then he saw. Name, Wangin, gender, male, lifespan, 22,135, realm, Qi refining 7th rank, fate and luck gray, gray fool's fate, investment not recommended. Recent demand. As the young master of the demonic sect Changhe sect, wants to obtain a treasured sword-level divine sword from the sword pavilion. Huh, there really is a problem. Xie Fei was shocked. He didn't expect Lu Sheng's real name to be Wang Yin, and he was actually the young master of the demonic Changhe sect. Previously, Lu Sheng had publicly claimed to be 51 years old with a cultivation of only Qi refining 4th rank. He didn't expect that the Fate Inside Golden Eye would reveal such deep concealment. A young master of a demonic sect actually changed his name and sneaked into the sword pavilion to seize a treasured item. Where's that treasured divine sword? Why would it attract the attention of a young master of a demonic sect? The circumstances behind it were beyond Xie Fei's understanding for the moment. But in any case, this Lu Sheng, or rather Wang Yin, was not a good person. Just as Xie Fei was observing Lu Sheng's details, a faint light suddenly flickered from Lu Sheng's fingertip and then entered old Bentu's body. If it were an ordinary Qi refining elder, they would never have noticed this small action of Lu Sheng's. However, Xie Fei was already at the golden core stage, not to mention Lu Sheng's flick. Even if a mosquito flapped its wings, it wouldn't escape his perception. Realizing the presence of that faint light, Xie Fei was startled again, because it was that sword 13. He didn't expect that the demonic sword hadn't perished yet, and was actually inserted into old Bentu's body by Lu Sheng. In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. By the time he reacted, Lu Sheng had already taken old Bentu away, and the two of them had disappeared without a trace. He thought he would see old Bentu soon, but to his surprise, 3 days passed without a sign of him. Even when the guiding elder came to take Xie Fei to the 7th area, he still hadn't seen him. Old Bentu was most likely harmed, or perhaps with Lu Sheng's help, had been taken over by Sword 13. Should he report this to Manager Wu? After thinking it over, Xie Fei decided to temporarily set this thought aside. Since the other party had infiltrated the sword pavilion for so long, they must have many preparations and means. If he rashly rushed out, he might not achieve anything and instead attract danger. Changhe sect. It was a well-known demonic sect in the Xuanxi continent. Although it couldn't compare to those holy lands, it was definitely not something a small Changhe Sword Sect could handle. In the days that followed, Xie Fei not only familiarized himself with the work in the 7th area, but also secretly observed Lu Sheng. On the 3rd day of July, Lu Sheng disappeared again, and he still couldn't find any trace of him anywhere, nor had he left the sect. When his attention was focused on Lu Sheng, Xie Fei noticed even more inconsistencies. Of the 10 days, Lu Sheng was missing for 9, leaving no trace whether at the elder's residence or elsewhere. Several times, Xie Fei's golden core spiritual sense followed him, watching as Lu Sheng returned to the elder's residence. But almost instantaneously, he vanished. The spiritual sense couldn't lock onto his location. However, during these days of tracking Lu Sheng, his spiritual sense unexpectedly overheard some information about Xie Fei himself. It turned out that some elders on the 2nd floor had noticed he was almost always at his residence in the sword pavilion, making no excursions outside, not going down the mountain to the city, and not interacting with other elders. This series of unusual behaviors had already drawn everyone's attention. Some elders even began to suspect there was something wrong with him, realizing that this might attract unnecessary attention and trouble. Xie Fei decided to stop tracking Lu Sheng for now and address this issue first. Over the past few days, he had gathered some information, hearing several core elders mention that there was a foggy forest outside Huayang City, rumored to be home to a powerful demon. The nearest large city to Changhe Sword Sect was Huayang City, 500 miles away. This trip down the mountain was a twofold benefit. Not only could he see if he could find the demon and test the effects of the Taishu Yuma Divine Chapter, but he could also demonstrate that he was an ordinary person, alleviating everyone's doubts and concerns. However, before that, He needed to break through to the second rank of the Golden Core stage. After so many days of cultivation and with the reward of a spirit-gathering pill from Manager Wu due to the assessment, his internal spiritual power was already sufficient. However, during these days of tracking Lu Sheng, Xie Fei had been holding back from breaking through. But since he decided to go down the mountain, it was naturally better to be stronger to avoid any unforeseen changes. Breaking through to a new realm requires an undisturbed environment, and one must immerse their mind completely and concentrate. The Elder's residence had the appropriate formations, and there were many small spirit-gathering formations inscribed below, making it an excellent choice for current cultivation breakthroughs. So that night, Xie Fei spent half the night entering the second rank of the Golden Core stage in his residence. The next day, he took a leave of absence and went down the mountain. Stop. At this moment, on the outskirts of Huayang City, at the edge of a small dense forest shrouded in fog year-round, a large sedan chair came to a halt. The 8 bearers placed the chair down and looked at the surrounding fog, feeling afraid to turn back. Sir, this is the foggy forest you wanted to find. The curtain was lifted, and Xie Fei leisurely stepped down, tossing out a small silver coin. Once they received the payment, the 8 men immediately lifted the chair, intending to leave in a hurry. However, the leading bearer hesitated and reminded again, Sir, the foggy forest has always been a taboo for merchants. Even if passing through the forest saves over 100 miles, no one dares to go there, because many have perished here 10 years ago. Xie Fei shook his head slightly and smiled. I'm just curious. I want to walk around the edge of the forest, not go inside. That's good. Then we still have business to attend to, so we'll be leaving. The 8 men cupped their hands and hurried towards Huayang City with the empty chair. Watching them leave in a hurry, Xie Fei said nothing until they disappeared before he began to step into the forest. The reason for taking the large sedan chair was not that Xie Fei wanted to enjoy or show off. Rather, it was because the speed of a human-powered chair was too slow, far from being as fast as flying on his own. He just needed a guide who knew the area, and since the leading man was decent, he chose to give him a business opportunity. For Xie Fei, ordinary money and wealth were truly insignificant. Chapter 32. The Great Demon of the Foggy Forest, Unexpected Visitors. The Foggy Forest belonged to the area of Huayang City. Due to years of no one walking through, it had become like a primitive jungle. According to the gathered information, there was a particularly powerful great demon inside. Years ago, Huayang City sought help from Changhe Sword Sect after many merchants died here. Subsequently, an elite elder of Qi refining 9th rank came from the Sword Sect. I initially thought it would be effortless and easily achievable. However, I found myself deep in a misty forest, facing off against that great demon. Not only did I fail to subdue it, but I was also severely injured by the demon in return. From this, it seems that the demon's strength should be at the early stage of foundation establishment. If it were at the 3rd rank or above, that elder at the 9th rank of Qi refining would likely not have been able to escape back to the Sword Sect. Xie Fei thought to himself as he stepped into the misty forest. With the system's rebate from one reed crossing the river, even without flying, his speed was incredibly fast. With a slight fluctuation of spiritual power, he vanished from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was already over 100 feet away. If the 8 bearers were still around, they would surely be shocked to the point of having their eyes pop out. After about half a cup of tea's time, Xie Fei had already reached the depths of the misty forest, which was the core area in the middle. However, the size of this misty forest exceeded his expectations. Due to years of no one passing through, the paths here were overgrown with weeds and trees. The current misty forest was almost twice as large as it was in earlier years. Standing in the middle area, when he looked up, he saw hazy white mist everywhere. In the thick fog, many corpses could be vaguely seen. Some were human, some animal, and there were even some unknown ferocious beasts. These corpses were piled up in disarray, a sight that was shocking to behold. Xie Fei also noticed that several wild dogs, whose origins were unknown, were wandering around, searching for bones to gnaw on. These starving wild dogs were extremely fierce, each with a menacing look, as if they would pounce the moment they spotted him. Outside, the sun was shining brightly, but here, a persistent demonic mist lingered. Moreover, this mist had the effect of blocking spiritual perception. When he tried to release his spiritual sense, he could only probe about 20 miles. Realizing that the white mist was problematic, Xie Fei couldn't help but feel surprised. After all, with his current strength at the second rank of Golden Core, and coupled with the Tai Su Yu Emotion Zhang, he could compete with some early Yuaning experts. Yet here, he could only probe 20 miles. The misty forest must have undergone some unknown change. If it were of this intensity, that elite elder back then likely wouldn't have even been able to enter the forest. With this thought, Xie Fei furrowed his brow. He finally understood why the Sword Sect had not sent anyone else to deal with the situation. It seemed that the great demon had some unknown secrets. But the stronger it was, the more interested I became. If I could capture this great demon and control it, it would definitely enhance my combat power significantly. With this in mind, Xie Fei took another step forward. However, he had not walked far when the mist began to stir, and two strange figures appeared before him. Upon closer inspection, one was a moving skeleton, and the other was a tall, skinny wolf with a fierce appearance and green, glowing eyes. The two flanked him, directly surrounding Xie Fei. Blocking his path was the unusual wolf. Its gaze fixed on Xie Fei as if it were eyeing a piece of fat meat about to be devoured. Its open mouth dripped with thick saliva. Is this a low-level little demon? The Changhe Sword Sect has many records about demons. The original body had seen some before, and before coming, Xie Fei had reviewed a lot of materials. The group of demons is quite complex. Generally speaking, it is divided into two parts, demons and monsters, where demons usually have lower strength, and only powerful beings can be called monsters. Looking at the two clearly not belonging to beastly little demons before him, Xie Fei couldn't help but chuckle. His spiritual sense had already detected these two beings, but since their strength was too low, only at the first rank of Qi refining, he had paid much attention to them. Unexpectedly, they dared to jump out and seek death. Just try to test my Tai Su Yu Emotion Zhang on you too. With a wave of his hand, Xie Fei unleashed two powerful streams of spiritual power, instantly suppressing the skeleton and the wolf. Then, he split his consciousness into two strands, just as Xie Fei was about to test the effects of controlling demons. On the other side of the misty forest, near the central core area, the thick fog enveloped the entire sky in a gray haze. In the depths of the swirling mist, things occasionally moved. There was even a large group of ghostly-looking merchant teams, appearing like walking corpses. Suddenly, a beam of light abruptly cut through the mist and flew into this long-dead merchant team. The light intertwined and rapidly harvested. Within 3 breaths, a number of corpses fell. Upon closer inspection, each corpse was sliced into pieces the size of a finger. In such circumstances, even if they became demons, they would absolutely have no chance of revival. However, it seemed there was a strong individual among the merchant team, who actually punched the beam of light away, then roared as he pounced towards the source of the light like a fierce tiger descending the mountain. But what was that beam of light? It was a strangely shaped flying sword. In the hands of its user, the sword body turned upside down and suddenly erupted with even more intense killing intent, nailing that strong individual to the ground. The commotion ceased. As the thick fog surged, a group of people approached. The leader was a middle-aged man dressed in a purple long robe. Upon appearing, he raised his hand, and, as the flying sword returned, a flame fell upon the strong individual's corpse, instantly incinerating it completely. The chief elder was indeed a true disciple elder of the Longhu Tian sect. This flying sword and divine fire were truly astonishing. A woman slightly behind the purple-robed man laughed and said, dressed in a black robe, her every movement radiated endless sharpness, resembling a walking sword that instilled fear in others. The chief elder smiled in return, humbly saying, Elder Lin Shui, you're too kind. I'm just an unknown little elder of the Longhu Tian sect. All my skills are in this flying sword. In terms of swordsmanship, I naturally cannot compare to those born in the sword sect. Upon hearing this, Lin Shui smiled slightly, regardless. With the chief elder at the first rank of Golden Core here, the matter of the misty forest should be resolved smoothly. The Longhu Tian sect is best at dealing with demons. As long as we can hold that dog demon back, we can obtain the Blood Essence Stone. As the group walked and chatted, They had not finished speaking when a strong blood aura wafted from a mist. Generally speaking, blood aura carries a strong metallic smell. But this blood aura not only lacked any foul stench, but also had a hint of sweet fragrance. This is the blood essence stone. Lin Xue's spirit jolted. She immediately rushed towards the direction of the scent. Upon arriving, she found that it was actually a place of corpses. In the center of the ground, full of white bones, a blood-red round stone, the size of an adult's fist, floated in midair. It has actually grown this large. Seeing this massive blood essence stone, Lin Xue's eyes lit up. She was just about to fly over and take it, but just as she moved, she was called to a halt by the chief elder of the Longhu Tian sect. Elder Lin Xue, perhaps you should wait a moment. Hearing the chief elder's obstruction, Lin Xue looked back in surprise, just in time to see that the chief elder was staring seriously at the blood essence stone above the corpses. Lin Xue was about to ask why when a deep roar suddenly echoed from the mist. In an instant, the world changed dramatically. A surge of overwhelming demonic energy, accompanied by a massive force, emerged. The source of this demonic energy was right beneath the blood essence stone, bathed in the rolling demonic energy. The blood essence stone became even more transparent, and that sweet aroma intensified. Lin Xue was suddenly startled. Only then did she understand why such a massive blood essence stone would be produced here. It turned out that a great demon was hiding beneath. Looking at this aura, it is likely the extremely fierce dog demon. Boom! The corpse of Sunbai exploded. A creature resembling a water buffalo appeared on all fours. The mist dispersed, and everyone could see its appearance clearly. It was a gigantic dog. What was terrifying was that this dog actually had 3 heads. At this moment, 6 eyes, glowing red, were fixed on them. Even Lin Xue, who was proud and powerful, was shaken, her face turning pale when stared at by this dog demon. Just one glance made this prominent figure from the Changhe Sword Sect suffer a hidden loss. In such a situation, the other elders from the Sword Tomb who followed were naturally even worse off. Some had already coughed up blood, their souls damaged. They never expected that this dog demon actually had the ability to harm souls. At this moment, the elder chief from the Dragon Tiger Celestial Sect spoke. "Everyone, stand behind me." Saying this, he stepped forward, braving the gaze of the dog demon. Then, with his left hand, he pulled out a golden talisman from somewhere. A hint of surprise appeared on the elder chief's solemn face. This dog demon was not simple. Not only was its strength at the first level of the golden core, but it also possessed a unique talent that could extinguish souls. If he could subdue it and refine it into his own demon puppet, looking at the dog demon, the elder chief laughed heartily. The Dragon Tiger Celestial Sect was best at dealing with demons. Even if this dog demon was also at the first level of the golden core, he was confident he could capture it today. Whoosh! The elder chief soared into the air, first chanting incantations. Then, with a flick of his left hand, several golden talismans flew out. Even in midair, these golden talismans erupted with dazzling golden light. Amidst this golden light, blood-red runes, as if alive, enveloped the dog demon. Facing the attack, the dog demon showed its ferocious side, letting out a low growl. 2 of its heads dealt with those blood-red golden talismans, while the middle head lunged at the elder chief. In an instant, a battle between one man and one demon unfolded, shaking the ground and causing white mist to surge. This momentum was truly shocking. Lin Xue and the other elders from the Sword Tomb watched the battle between the elder chief and the great demon above, each revealing a look of envy. Truly the demeanor of the Golden Core realm. Can I reach such a level? Golden Core, Golden Core. If I don't become a Golden Core, I am just an ant. Roar. Accompanied by a roar. A dog demon with a strength roughly at the 8th level of a mortal body was torn apart by 2 figures. One figure was biting and devouring the flesh. It was the previous wolf. The other figure, who else could it be but the skeleton man? Compared to the beginning, the current wolf and skeleton man seemed to have increased significantly in combat power. Observing their realm, they had already reached the 2nd level of chi refinement. The Taishu demon control divine scripture was indeed abnormal. Not only could it control demons, but it could also allow them to absorb the power of their opponents through slaughter. thereby rapidly enhancing the strength of the controlled demons. In the mist, Xie Fei quietly watched this scene, extremely surprised by the changes in the wolf and skeleton man. Ever since he subdued these two little demons, he had been wandering in this misty forest for an hour. All the little demons and beasts encountered along the way had been dealt with by the wolf and skeleton man, except for the initial subjugation of these two little demons. Xie Fei had not made a single move. After observing and experimenting for an hour, Xie Fei made an astonishing discovery. That is, while he commanded the demons to fight, the strength of the demons under him increased, and he personally would also increase. Although the increase was not much, as long as there were enough demons and enough battlefields, he could completely ascend without cultivation, with his cultivation level skyrocketing. However, it is worth mentioning that during this period, Xie Fei continuously experienced auditory hallucinations of the will and spirit of the wolf and skeleton man. If this situation continued for a long time, even if a person did not go mad, there was a high possibility of encountering heart demons. Fortunately, with the sword heart clarity, no matter how the wolf and skeleton man's spiritual will disturbed him, it could not shake Xie Fei's mind. In fact, as long as he wanted, he could completely block it out. Once he discovered all these situations, Xie Fei couldn't help but exclaim, "This Taishu demon-controlled divine scripture can only be said to be a product of a system." After killing this little demon, Xie Fei continued to lead the only two demons to find another battlefield. However, just after the wolf and skeleton man jointly destroyed another skeleton, Xie Fei suddenly sensed a powerful wave of spiritual energy. Moreover, accompanied by it, there was a surging demonic aura. His mind moved, and his spiritual sense suddenly spread out. Then he saw, about 15 miles away from him, a person and a demon engaged in a fierce battle in midair. Golden Core Realm? This misty forest actually attracted someone at the Golden Core Realm? Aren't they here to compete for demons with me? Xie Fei couldn't care less about continuing his experiments and immediately waved his hand. The wolf and skeleton man were collected back, and he instantly flew towards the battlefield. With all his strength, his figure resembled a flash of lightning, disappearing in the mist in the blink of an eye, leaving only the constantly surging mist sea. The sky was clear and the earth peaceful. The elder chief controlled the flying sword with his mind, like a butterfly flitting through flowers, instantly slashing towards the three-headed dog demon. At the same time, his left hand continuously threw out golden talismans. As golden light flashed, countless runes enveloped the area like a great net. Boom! However, the three-headed dog demon opened its large mouth, and 3 blood-red energy balls suddenly shot out, instantly blowing a big hole in the rune net. Then the dog demon leaped out from the hole, lunging towards the incoming flying sword. Chapter 33. The sword path connects to the divine, known as the sword god. Clang! The collision between the fangs and the flying sword actually shattered the elder chief's flying sword. The broken sword flew out, landing among the corpses. And no matter how the elder chief urged it, it remained unresponsive. After breaking through 2 attacks, the dog demon pounced again, fiercely trying to bite the elder chief in midair. A fang that could break a flying sword if it bit down, the elder chief would definitely not be able to withstand it. Boom! The rolling demonic aura surged, like thunder exploding on flat ground, instantly enveloping the entire sky. Below, Lin Shui and the other elders from the Sword Tomb were all shocked by this situation, thinking the elder chief was about to be defeated by this dog demon. But unexpectedly, outside the demonic aura, the elder chief's disheveled figure suddenly revealed itself. Good. A set of fangs can actually break spiritual treasures. Even my spiritual weapon, flying sword, can be bitten off. I didn't expect this demon to achieve such a level. The elder chief's eyes sparkled with heat, wishing he could capture this dog demon on the spot and refine it properly. It seems I must use some of my trump cards, otherwise, it might really be difficult to subdue you today. As he spoke, the elder chief waved his hand. A purple light flew out from his sleeve. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a purple talisman. The purple light swirled, emanating a powerful pressure. The Dragon Tiger Celestial Sect is famous for its talismans and flying swords in the mysterious continent. The Elder Chief is a true inheritor-level elder of the Dragon Tiger Celestial Sect, and with his flying sword, he is unmatched in the world. However, compared to the flying sword, what he is truly formidable with is the talismans. At this moment, with the purple talisman in hand, the Elder Chief's spiritual energy surged like a flood, all pouring into it. The purple talisman radiated brilliance, divine might manifesting, and with the command, all evils are subdued. The Elder Chief's body surged with a terrifying aura, and the purple talisman exploded with dazzling light. He was enveloped in a purple glow, resembling a deity standing between heaven and earth. Boom! It was as if thunder had erupted. Then a purple light shot out from the purple talisman like thunder, striking the dog demon. Woof! This seemed to inflict pain on the dog demon for the first time, and it let out a wail as its skin split open. But the purple light was not done yet. 7 or 8 more beams surged forth in quick succession. The dog demon tried to dodge, but these purple lightning bolts seemed to have locked onto it, making escape futile. In less than a breath, all the purple light struck the dog demon. Instantly, its massive body was charred black, with crimson flesh torn open, exposing its stark white bones amidst the mist. It even appeared unable to maintain its demonic form, staggering and about to shrink to the size of an ordinary dog. However, the chieftain elder was not faring any better. Continuously unleashing such fierce attacks had drained his spiritual power significantly. He had fallen to the ground, unwilling to waste a single ounce of energy to stay airborne. Despite feeling somewhat exhausted, the chieftain elder's eyes were filled with joy and pride. This mere demon, though gifted, ultimately could not withstand the law. It should surrender immediately and return with him to the Longhu Tianzong to become a battle puppet. The chieftain elder's voice resonated. His aura seemed to threaten the dog demon with total annihilation if it refused. Such boldness and strength were indeed astonishing. The distant Lin Shui and the others nodded in admiration, nearly applauding. However, just when everyone thought the situation was settled and the demon could stir no more trouble, the battered dog demon suddenly began barking towards the sky. They did not understand what it was doing, nor did they see any other actions from it. But with its barking, the mist in the entire misted forest began to converge. After a while, the thick fog condensed, completely enveloping the dog demon. From a distance, it looked like a giant white cocoon. Boom! The gathered white mist suddenly exploded. A white, three-headed dog demon, towering about 100 feet, made a shocking appearance. Woof! The middle head howled towards the sky. Though the sound was not loud, it caused the earth to tremble, shaking everyone's souls. Faced with this sudden change, the chieftain elder was taken aback. The law of heaven and earth? It was rumored that demons possessed the strongest divine ability called the law of heaven and earth. He never expected to witness it today. The chieftain elder had no time to think further and immediately poured the remaining spiritual power into another attack with the purple lightning. However, the purple light that had previously overwhelmed the dog demon now couldn't even break its skin or fur. The 100-foot-tall, three-headed dog simply stomped its hind legs. Then they saw the dense purple light enveloping the chieftain elder shatter with a loud bang, like glass exploding. Bang! A crack suddenly appeared on the purple talisman in the chieftain elder's hand. His entire body shook violently, his face turning pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The three-headed dog moved slightly and appeared above the chieftain elder in an instant. Then its forehooves came crashing down. Boom! Dust flew everywhere, and bones splintered. The chieftain elder, while spitting blood, managed to escape to another patch of sky. The situation had turned into a hunter and prey dynamic. The chieftain elder was utterly powerless to retaliate. If it weren't for several life-saving treasures, he would have likely perished before this 100-foot, three-headed dog by now. However, the chieftain elder was already on the brink of exhaustion, struggling to maintain control over these powerful magical artifacts. He estimated he could last at most a few moments before meeting his end. Buzz! A white demonic light, like lightning, suddenly descended. Where it landed, a massive cloud of dust erupted, creating a pit 3 yards deep. The chieftain elder let out a scream and barely managed to roll away from the edge. Although he survived, a defensive artifact resembling a copper mirror on him had shattered. At this moment, The chieftain elder lacked the earlier aura of a confident and profound expert. In the distance, the sword tomb elder, witnessing this scene, looked at Lin Shui in a panic. Lin Shui held her sword in her right hand, the blade unsheathed. But facing the fierce might of the 100-foot three-headed dog, her hands trembled, and she dared not step forward. She was only at the second level of foundation establishment. How could she intervene in a battle at the Golden Core stage? She felt powerless. She had thought they would smoothly obtain the Blood Essence Stone. But she never expected the situation to turn out like this. If it doesn't work, we can only retreat for now, Lin Shui gritted her teeth and said helplessly. She could no longer care about the chieftain elder's life or death. She just hoped to protect the lives of those behind her and avoid losing personnel from the sword tomb. How could such a situation arise? A first-level Golden Core dog demon actually possessed the supreme magic of the demons, the law of heaven and earth. In its current state, even a 9th-level Golden Core cultivator would likely fall here. The chieftain elder, exhausted from fleeing, was filled with despair. He had provoked this three-headed dog and could only endure its overwhelming wrath. The chieftain elder had considered seeking help from the Long River Sword Sect. However, those people were too weak. Even if they had the courage to come, they would be unable to withstand the three-headed dog demon unleashing the law of heaven and earth. Moreover, at such a critical moment, concerning his own life, who would risk their life to help? If it were him, even with the ability, he would not intervene. As thoughts raced through his mind, his movements slowed for just a moment. The three-headed dog seized the opportunity, and 3 beams of demonic light shot out from its 3 mouths. The chieftain elder, already at the end of his rope, could not evade. He had no choice but to brace for impact. But my magical artifacts are already gone. The chieftain elder closed his eyes slightly, seemingly resigned to his fate, realizing that struggling was futile. It was just a favor, a personal connection. How could it come to this? To lose his life here? His heart was filled with bitterness, and despair washed over his mind. Just as Lin Shui and the others believed the chieftain elder was doomed and prepared to flee, an incredibly strong, sweeping spiritual sense suddenly enveloped them. In an instant, the world fell silent. Then they saw the 100-foot three-headed dog being restrained. The 3 beams of demonic light disintegrated midway. The chieftain elder, having survived a calamity, was still in shock. Then, they saw a figure descending from the void, with merely the power of spiritual sense. It suppressed a great demon that possessed the law of heaven and earth. The chieftain elder suddenly regained his senses, exclaiming in shock, "This is a nascent soul expert." The distant Lin Shui and the others, hearing the exclamation, trembled all over. They widened their eyes in disbelief as they looked at the unfamiliar figure that had appeared. To be able to suppress a Golden Core great demon solely with spiritual sense, it could only be in existence at the nascent soul level or above. For these sword tomb elders, Golden Core experts were already figures to be looked up to, let alone a person of such stature. Such beings belong to an entirely transcendent level of power. They might never encounter them in their lifetime. But now one had appeared, and they were witnessing the actions of a nascent soul expert. How could this not astonish and shock Lin Shui and the others? Everyone clearly saw that this prominent figure had an appearance that was utterly ordinary. Yet, under the enhancement of the nascent soul realm, this ordinary appearance became even more unfathomable. As soon as this prominent figure appeared, they lifted their hand toward the restrained three-headed dog. Suddenly, the 100-foot form shrank back, and in the blink of an eye, it became the size of a regular puppy. Even the 3 heads merged into one. This direct manifestation of the true form of a great demon made the chieftain elder and Lin Shui and the others tremble in fear. A demon so powerful that they could only resign themselves to death and flee. It now seems like a well-behaved dog, casually manipulated by any powerful figure that appears. Such strength and existence are truly terrifying. Just as it seemed that the dog demon was about to be taken away, a sudden change occurred. The dog demon suddenly barked, and a thick white mist erupted from its body. The mist that had been absorbed earlier reappeared at this moment. Using this white mist, the dog demon surprisingly broke free from the binding of spiritual consciousness. Then it wildly shook its 4 legs and swiftly escaped. Oh no! The chief elder's pupils trembled, and his face turned pale with shock. He didn't expect the dog demon to be so cunning. Even more unexpected was the immense restraint the white mist had on spiritual consciousness. This sudden escape tactic would likely let even this nascent soul expert slip away if they weren't careful. Just as the chief elder was alarmed, he heard the nascent soul expert calmly land in front of the elders of the Changhe Sword Sect. He looked at Lin Shui and asked, "Do you have sword?" His indifferent and slightly cold tone made Lin Shui momentarily stunned, as she instinctively took out her own magic sword. As the words left her mouth, the sword was lightened in her hand and had already fallen into the nascent soul expert's grasp. Not bad. The ordinary nascent soul expert nodded slightly, and then the sword light flashed. In an instant, the sword light struck towards the dog demon, which was far in the sky. What the chief elder, Lin Shui, and the elders of the sword tomb saw was a scene they would never forget in their lives. The moment the sword light appeared, the entire sky suddenly dimmed. Sword intent. Boundless sword intent filled the world. In that instant, it severed the void. Within this vast expanse of sword intent, a trace of blood-red, sword-killing intent surged forth. The appearance of the sword-killing intent made everyone's souls freeze, as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Sword light, sword intent, sword-killing intent. The three merged into one. In the blink of an eye, it had already engulfed the fleeing dog demon. The sword returns to you. No one could regain their senses, and the world lost its color. But this ordinary nascent soul expert merely let out a faint sound. Then the long sword returned to Lin Shui's hand. By the time they looked again, the nascent soul expert had already disappeared from his original spot. When they searched again, he had already appeared near the dog demon. And then, in the blink of an eye, they all vanished without a trace. After a while, under the clear sky and peaceful earth, the chief elder and Lin Shui slowly regained their senses. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, their expressions blank. What they saw and thought of was all that sword strike that resembled a ghost or a god, even though they now understood that the other party was a nascent soul expert. Witnessing such a terrifying sword strike still produced a shock that resonated through their souls and consciousness. Is this the power of a nascent soul expert? A ghostly sword. A sword god. This is a sword god. The chief elder's mind was in turmoil, hard to control. He even knelt down and shouted, "This is the sword god of the sword path." Only such a sword strike that made heaven and earth lose color could be worthy of the name sword god. The so-called god here refers to an existence that is close to or even surpasses the divine on the path of great principles. The sword path reaches the divine, hence the term sword god. Having practiced the sword technique, the chief elder was also considered half a foot into the sword path. It was precisely because of this that he understood the significance of the term sword god. To be called a sword god, there are very few in the sword cultivators. The chief elder had once fantasized about obtaining such an honor one day, but now he was just satisfied to see a sword god. Yet he did not expect that today. Not only did he see one, but he even witnessed the sword god in action. The chief elder's uncontrolled excitement caused the elders of the sword tomb to react. Upon hearing the chief elder call out sword god, Lin Shui couldn't help but have a thought flash through her mind. Could it be that particular adult? She thought of the nascent soul expert from the sword pavilion who had caused a stir in the Changhe Sword Sect before. This association seemed to point to the same person. Lin Shui would never forget the astonishing scene she saw that day in the sword sect, where the sword shattered the dragon and shook the earth. The momentum and energy were too similar to today's sword strike. More importantly, the sword pavilion had publicly announced that a nascent soul sword god had emerged from within. Could it be that there were suddenly two sword gods in this vicinity? Lin Shui had an answer in her heart. She decided that after returning to the Changhe Sword Sect, she would immediately report today's events. But in an instant, Lin Shui thought of something else and suddenly looked down at the long sword in her hand. "The sword god used my sword," she murmured, her right hand involuntarily gripping the sword hilt. Whether it was a delusion or not, it seemed that the warmth left by the sword god still lingered. This made her body tremble, and a different kind of feeling surged in her heart. Chapter 34. The remnant soul of Jian Shisan at this moment. Xie Fei was flying in the air. The wolf and skeleton he had previously tamed, along with the dog demon, had all been placed into the system space. Although ordinary living beings or life forms couldn't be stored in the system space, these 3 demons, due to being controlled, could be considered Xie Fei's possessions. Moreover, as his cultivation had reached the 2nd stage of the golden core, the internal area of the system space had expanded from the initial half mu to nearly 100 mu. Not to mention 3 demons. Even 300 could be comfortably stored inside. The elders of the Sword Tomb could never have imagined that this inconspicuous member of the Sword Pavilion would be the mysterious expert from earlier. Reflecting on everything he had done before, Xie Fei couldn't help but chuckle. With the 1,000 faces spirit transformation technique, turning into an ordinary man was naturally no trouble at all. Furthermore, to avoid exposure, he didn't even use his exclusive sword. However, the explosive power of that sword strike also allowed Xie Fei to have a rough understanding of his own strength. If he went all out, he should be able to fight a few rounds with an initial nascent soul expert. Although he would ultimately still lose, it was already terrifying enough. Truly the benefits of the system. After a silent sigh, his attention shifted to the dog demon he had just tamed. Now subdued by the Tai, Su, Umo, Shenzhong, this dog demon was like a little white dog in the system space, obediently wandering around. From its lively eyes, it was evident that this first-grade golden core great demon was exceptionally intelligent. When it fought against that chief elder earlier, the dog demon had even displayed the magical ability of law of heaven and earth. A demon capable of such abilities must have either received some tremendous inheritance or had an extraordinary lineage from a wealthy ancestor. Clearly, this dog demon was most likely the latter. This meant that this was not an ordinary dog. Its future achievements could probably exceed some expectations. This was undoubtedly a huge surprise for Xie Fei. With my own combat power plus this dog demon, I should have no rivals below the nascent soul, right? Xie Fei chuckled softly, and with a slight thought, the dog demon was released from the system space. Then it grew in size, transforming into a 3-meter-tall, 3-headed demon dog. Let's go. Xie Fei jumped on and, feeling too lazy to fly by himself, directly commanded the dog demon towards the Sword Sect. What a sight! A young man riding a dog. Sword Pavilion. Elder's residence. Xie Fei returned to his room and looked at the dog demon, which had transformed back into a small dog, and smiled as he asked, "How about I call you Little White from now on?" After being subdued by the Tai, Su Umo Shenzhong, the dog demon, whose life and death were at a thought's command, naturally did not dare to show any signs of dissent. It could only happily bark in response to this extremely ordinary name while licking its face. Speaking of which, shouldn't I refine some spare magic tools? Otherwise, besides my exclusive sword, I have nothing else handy. Going outside, the exclusive sword definitely shouldn't be shown easily, otherwise. It would be easy to link it to my true identity. So, I need some other magical treasures to disguise myself. Moreover, it's best to refine the magical treasures secretly. After thinking for a while, Xie Fei began to take stock of his possessions. If I want to refine magical treasures, just the materials alone would require a considerable amount of spirit stones. I feel like I'm still short on money. After calculating, if it's just a few small magical treasures for the foundation establishment stage, my spirit stones would be enough. But if I want to refine treasures for the golden core stage, or even nascent soul combat power, I would still be lacking a lot. If I rely on my own savings, I don't know when that will be. It would be best to obtain some spirit stones with returns in the future. Or even better, directly acquire magical treasures. Otherwise, I might have to see if I can kill a few people and steal some treasures. For example, that rogue sect young master Lu Sheng, whose real name is Wang'an. Elder Xie Fei, what are you thinking about? Today is July 13th, coinciding with the 100th birthday of Manager Wu. After work, the elders of the 2nd floor of the Sword Pavilion were all pulled to Huayang City to celebrate. Now is the time for everyone to disperse. Some familiar elders saw Xie Fei standing in front of a brothel and couldn't help but smile and ask him. Xie Fei smiled and shook his head, saying he was just taking a look and didn't expect to be misunderstood. However, he didn't explain but instead replied regretfully, "When I came to Huayang City before, several young ladies called me to go and play. But I felt a bit shy to go alone and ignored them." Upon hearing this, the surrounding elders burst into laughter. "Ah, Elder Xie is shy." Lu Sheng laughed and stepped forward, pulling Xie Fei and saying, "Tonight is a beautiful night. Why not join me?" The women in Huayang City, due to their proximity to our sword sect, are quite different from ordinary mortal courtesans. If you offer spirit stones, some female cultivators might even come to serve you personally. The Changhe Sword Sect might be a third-rate sect, so the disciples and elders haven't really distanced themselves from the mundane world. If it were those holy places, it would be impossible for them to be in such a situation now, let alone go to a brothel to find girls. Lu, you should go have fun by yourself. I'll just return to the sword sect. Xie Fei smiled, appearing a bit shy and embarrassed. The other elders from Area 7 immediately teased. "Hey, how can you bring our little Elder Xie to such places? Little Elder Xie has an unlimited future, and he might be promoted to the 3rd floor in the future. We can't delay him." Upon hearing this, Lu Sheng said, "How can this be considered a delay? The elders of the 3rd floor won't assess these things." "That's true." The other elders chimed in. "Let's go. Hurry and pull little Elder Xie along." If little Elder Xie keeps refusing, could it be that he hasn't had a woman yet? Ha ha, don't get too caught up in cultivation. Do more other things. Reproduction is a big deal for people. Yes, yes. Don't forget the basics of being human. If everyone were like little Elder Xie, what would happen to those girls? They'd be left with no income. How pitiful. That's right, that's right. The group chatted and laughed, appearing nothing like elders in their 50s or even hundreds. It can only be said that once they stepped onto the path of cultivation, they devoted all their time to it, and their mindset rarely resembled that of ordinary old people. After teasing Xie Fei for a while, the conversation among everyone shifted to the happenings inside the brothel. One person mentioned which girl he had visited last time and how her temperament was. Another said that the alcohol from a certain street vendor was diluted with water and was a scam, advising others not to go there. Everyone was chatting excitedly. What no one noticed was that Xie Fei, although occasionally chiming in and participating in the conversation, even showing a shy expression of wanting to know more, had a clear gaze, with all his thoughts focused on Lu Sheng and another person. Lu Sheng seemed to be the most flamboyant and experienced among the elders, surrounded by others asking for his experiences. The other person, however, like Xie Fei, stood on the edge, just watching everyone converse without interjecting, or rather, the long-lost old Bentu. Looking at the two seemingly fine individuals, Xie Fei sensed something was off. Old Bentu should be dead. The current old Bentu must have turned into Jian Shisan. It's even very likely that he has become Jian Shisan under Lu Sheng's control. If old Bentu wasn't dead, he should have been the first to stand up and advise everyone at this moment. Xie Fei thought about this and couldn't help but feel emotional. The young master of the demonic sect, combined with the rebirth of the magic sword. A mere 2nd floor of the sword pavilion has turned into this. If it were some holy place or a first-rate sect, such complexity wouldn't be surprising. But it's just a 3rd-rate sword sect causing such a mess. At this moment, everyone was chatting enthusiastically, and many people were pulling Lu Sheng, insisting that he take them into play. After a bustling entrance into the brothel, only Xie Fei and a few elders remained at the street corner. Not looking to chat with other elders, Xie Fei approached old Bentu with a warm demeanor. He hugged old Bentu's shoulder and laughed loudly. "Old Bentu, where have you been these days? Come on, let's go back together. I haven't seen you for many days." It was obvious that old Bentu's entire body stiffened. Before he could even say a word of refusal, Xie Fei had already pulled him out. There was no chance given. They passed through 3 streets, and by the time it was midnight, although it was late, the prosperous Huayang city was still brightly lit. "Let's go." Xie Fei laughed heartily as he led old Bentu into a deserted alley. Once inside the alley, old Bentu finally had the opportunity to speak. "Elder Xie Fei, aren't we going back? Where are you taking me?" "Nowhere." Xie Fei smiled and said, "I just want to ask you some questions. Should I call you Jian Shisan now? Or should I continue to call you old Bentu?" Old Bentu was stunned for a moment, then immediately put on a confused expression. "Jian Shisan? Who is Jian Shisan?" "I'm just old Bentu." "Elder Xie Fei, have you made a mistake?" Xie Fei turned around, his eyes staring for a long time, suddenly shaking his head. He sighed. "I thought you would erupt in violence, but instead, you're playing dumb. It seems you've been injured quite a bit, and your strength has dropped. Otherwise, you wouldn't be controlled by Lu Sheng." Old Bentu's eyes shifted, but his face still showed confusion, looking completely bewildered. In that case, it might be better to eliminate you tonight, as a small revenge for old Bentu. As soon as Xie Fei finished speaking, old Bentu suddenly changed from confusion to shouting. Who are you? You actually took over Elder Xie Fei. This place is under the jurisdiction of the Changhe Sword Sect, and there are dozens of Sword Sect elders gathered again. Do you believe I can send a signal and immediately capture you? Shouting, old Bentu attempted to rush out of the alley. You still want to leave? Jian Shi-san, your skill of escaping like a cicada, shedding its shell, is quite impressive. Without Xie Fei making any move, as soon as he spoke, he had already appeared in front of old Bentu. Upon sensing the unusual strength, old Bentu finally had a real reaction. His eyes held a hint of shock and fear, as if he had seen something unbelievable. Your strength? You are definitely not that kid. Who exactly are you? Old Bentu asked sternly. Xie Fei did not respond, only extending his right hand, transforming it into a sword finger that pointed directly at old Bentu's heart. Puffed. The sword finger pierced into the flesh, and the light flashed and disappeared in an instant. Then a blood-colored small sword was forced out from Lao Bentu's body. Whoosh! Xie Fei grabbed it, capturing the remnants of Sword 13's soul in his palm. The small sword twisted continuously. Sword 13's voice exploded in his mind, filled with fear and disbelief. You actually forced me out of my physical body with sword intent. Why is your soul sword intent so domineering and fierce? No, it's impossible. Are you a nascent soul sword god? No, you can actually manipulate the soul. This is a soul-devouring technique from the demon lineage. Are you a demon or a monster? Who exactly are you? Sword 13 became increasingly shocked, as if seeing Xie Fei for the first time, truly realizing who he was. In the end, the instinct for survival overtook him. Sword 13's tone suddenly shifted to one of pleading. No. Spare me. I can serve you, even become your law sword spirit. Faced with Sword 13's desperate pleas, Xie Fei expressionlessly exerted some force. Then, poof, Sword 13's remnants shattered on the spot. A pure and unique energy emerged, which Xie Fei swept into the system space. The waiting Xiaobai devoured all this soul energy. Demons naturally possess the ability to consume souls, and a cultivator's soul is a great tonic. Generally speaking, souls are formless and difficult to capture. This time, however, Xiaobai gained an opportunity. After consuming Sword 13's soul energy, Xiaobai immediately fell into a deep sleep. When it wakes up, its strength will surely increase, providing greater support to Xie Fei. After resolving Sword 13's remnants, Xie Fei looked at the unconscious Lao Bentu. It seemed that Sword 13 had not completely swallowed Lao Bentu's will. Otherwise, he would have become a corpse by now. As long as Lao Bentu still had some residual will and soul, there was hope for rescue. However, a little something was needed for replenishment. After some thought, Xie Fei took out the wolf demon and extracted its soul, inserting it into Lao Bentu's body. With the nourishment of the wolf demon, Lao Bentu should recover quickly. At least, waking up shouldn't be a problem. However, after such a great calamity, if there were no special opportunities, his future achievements would likely be limited. Lao Bentao, I hope you can live up to the loss of this little demon of mine. After saying that, Xie Fei didn't linger and turned to leave. If his guess was correct, under the nourishment of the wolf demon's soul, Lao Bentu would regain consciousness in about 3 hours. Chapter 35. Indeed a talent worth investing in. These days, without anyone to invest in, cultivation progress is slow. It has been over half a month since the last centenary birthday celebration of Wu Zhu Shi. Last night, Xie Fei had broken through to the 3rd rank of the Golden Core stage and was now wandering around the core area on the 2nd floor, feeling bored. Although he had become a core elder, to be honest, he felt increasingly distant from those inner disciples. Originally, Xie Fei thought it was just because he was new and needed to familiarize himself with the work environment and adapt to the responsibilities of a core elder, before getting opportunities to interact with the inner disciples. However, up to now, he had only been doing patrol work. Every day, he just walked around, inspecting various law swords to prevent any anomalies. The patrol area included not just the core Area 7, but the entire 2nd floor. Sometimes, he even had to find time to check the 1st floor. Thinking back, Most of the elders who died at the hands of Sword 13 on the first floor of the Sword Pavilion were likely Core Patrol elders from the second or third floors. Xie Fei originally held the position of Registrar for Area 7, similar to the previous work of Elder Xie. This role allowed for some interaction with inner disciples. However, due to Wu Zhushir's appreciation and his outstanding performance at the Sword Extinguishing Conference, he was forcibly assigned to the easiest patrol work. In the face of this arrangement, Xie Fei could only laugh and cry. He couldn't directly say that he wanted to be a Law Sword Registrar, or even better, take on the most demanding role of receiving disciples. Unfortunately, if he said that, others would definitely think he was either crazy or had ulterior motives. So he could only hold his nose and accept it, while also expressing gratitude for Wu Zhushir's care. At this rate, for a long period of time, his cultivation progress would have to rely on his own training. Thinking of this, Xie Fei's face was filled with pain. Who would want to struggle when they could just lie down? If someone did, it would only be because lying down wasn't comfortable enough. No way. It seemed he needed to think of a way. After pondering, Xie Fei's thoughts turned to the Tai Su Yu Mo Shinzhang. By controlling demons, as long as their strength grows, I will also receive corresponding gains. In this case, I'm afraid I can't keep Xiaobai locked in the system space. I should let it out. With this in mind, that night, Xie Fei hurried back to Huayan City. Then, with the help of the 8 bearers, he reached the edge of the misty forest. Since the dog demon had already been subdued, the misty forest at this time essentially had no white mist or anything similar. Upon seeing this scene, the bearers were taken aback. Or was the mist of the misty forest? Was a misty forest without mist still a misty forest? Had the monsters inside left? They never imagined that someone would have eliminated that monster, even when they saw the misty forest seem to have returned to normal. They only thought the monster had left on its own. Seeing their astonished and puzzled expressions, Xie Fei couldn't help but smile. Maybe it just went to visit relatives. It should be back soon. Indeed, it was about to return, and he was the one bringing it back. Since Xiaobai could cultivate to the golden core stage here, this place was undoubtedly a good training ground for it. Xie Fei made no changes and directly tossed the dog demon back. He needed a stable experience source, so he wouldn't have to work so hard on his own cultivation. After the 8 bearers left, Xie Fei re-entered the depths of the misty forest. Perhaps having been cooped up in the system space for too long, or maybe there was simply nothing fun in the system space. The moment Xiaobai was released, it began to bark excitedly, frolicking around. Seeing it like this, Xie Fei also released the skeleton man. He then called Xiaobai over and carefully instructed it. Essentially, it was to strive to enhance its strength and remember not to be caught by anyone. If any strong enemies appeared, remember to notify him to handle it. After doing all this, Xie Fei felt at ease to leave. As soon as he left, the misty forest was once again enveloped in thick fog, just like before. By the time he returned to the Sword Pavilion, it was already afternoon. Xie Fei continued the patrol work he had finished in the morning, checking various areas. It was worth mentioning that today he unexpectedly saw Lao Bintu in Area 2. However, just like the previous times, Lao Bintu seemed to have become much quieter, not speaking as much and lacking his usual enthusiasm. He often sat there lost in thought, as if trying to recall something. It seemed that Sword 13's possession had left some aftereffects. Observing this, Xie Fei couldn't help but sigh slightly. At least the person was saved, although there were some issues. After finishing the patrol, it was just the right time to end work. As everyone was about to disperse, an elder hurried over shouting, "Elder Lin from the Sword Tomb has arrived." Elder Lin? Lin Shui? Upon hearing this person had arrived, Wu Zhushir immediately headed out, followed by the core elders of the second floor, and Xie Fei was naturally among them. When they reached the entrance of the second floor, he saw a beautiful girl in a long black dress talking to Manager Wu. Xie Fei naturally didn't know her name, but he remembered her vividly. They had met several times already. Last time, he even used her sword as a cover. So how is it? Isn't Elder Lin quite good-looking? At this moment, Lu Sheng popped up from somewhere, winking and whispering. Xie Fei ignored the question and asked, "Do you know her?" Who doesn't know Elder Lin Shui from the Sword Tomb? Lu Sheng replied irritably, "What do you mean? Is this female elder famous? What do you think?" Lu Sheng then recounted Lin Shui's story. Basically, she was a disciple of the Sword Sect, with her master being a high elder in the Sword Tomb. She also became an elder of the Sword Tomb herself. With high talent, she was only 20 years old this year, but was already at the foundation establishment stage. Although Elder Lin Shui ranked 4th on the beautiful women list of the Changhe Sword Sect, Lu Sheng, believe she is on par with the top 3, each having their own merits. After hearing this, Xie Fei became interested and quickly asked about the beautiful women list. He had been in the Sword Sect for quite some time, but had never heard of it. Manager Wu was chatting with Lin Shui, and seeing that Lu Sheng was bored, he slowly explained. It turned out that the Changhe Sword Sect had many people who enjoyed gossip. These included not only disciples, but also a considerable number of elders. The Sword Sect had not only a beautiful women list, but also a talents list, wealth list, disciples list, elders list, and so on. It was said that some of the sect leaders' disciples participated in creating these lists, making them quite authoritative. Lin Shui was famous not only for being 4th on the beautiful women list, but also appeared on the talents list, elders list, wealth list, etc. In a sense, Lin Shui was the face of the younger generation of elders in the Sword Tomb. Are there people on the beautiful women list in the refining room? What about our sword pavilion? Xie Fei couldn't help but ask. Hey, you say you don't like women, but aren't you just staring at the beautiful women list? Lu Sheng said mysteriously, to be honest, we have one in our sword pavilion too, and she's ranked very high. Want to know who it is? It's Nangong Liuli, the great-granddaughter of a high elder from the upper 3 floors, ranked 1st on the beautiful women list. Unfortunately, I have never seen her in person. If I could meet her, I would be willing to die. Saying this, Lu Sheng sighed a bit. After hearing this, Xie Fei couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. He didn't know if Lu Sheng was like this by nature or just putting on an act. But anyway, every time they talked, he remained very alert. By the way, I haven't checked Elder Lin Shui's fate yet. The first time he saw her, Xie Fei felt that this Sword Tomb female elder was extraordinary, and her fate and fortune must be strong. But now, seeing her again, especially after their last meeting, he had lost that feeling. He wondered if it was an illusion caused by his lower strength before. In any case, since he was idle, Xie Fei immediately used his fate golden eyes on Lin Shui, who was talking in the distance. Name, Lin Shui. Gender, female. Lifespan, 20,180. Realm, Foundation Establishment 3rd rank. Fate and fortune, purple. Genius fate. Such a person must be an extraordinary talent. Investment is recommended. Recent demand. Her master, Elder Wang Jun, plans to use her as a sword-feeding cauldron to refine a special magical treasure, the emotional sword. Purple. It was actually purple fate and fortune, which surprised Xie Fei a bit. It seemed his previous judgment was correct. Lin Shui was indeed a worthy investment. However, when he saw the recent demand, Xie Fei couldn't help but be taken aback. That elder from the Sword Tomb planned to sacrifice this young elder's face? How should he stop it? He couldn't just rush into the Sword Tomb and kill Elder Wang Jun. Not to mention whether he could kill him. Such a bold act would definitely expose him and even provoke the Sword Sect's attack. But if he didn't do that, should he just tell Elder Lin Shui that her master wanted to harm her? As soon as this thought emerged, Xie Fei quickly shook his head, dispelling it from his mind. That was ridiculous. With no evidence, how could she believe this little elder from the Sword Pavilion? That was her master. Generally, one would think, could a master harm their own disciple? Once a teacher, always a father. Impossible. This investment seemed to have some difficulty, regardless of the approach. How to invest? While Xie Fei was pondering, Manager Wu had already finished talking to Lin Shui. After Lin Shui left, Manager Wu came over and said, everyone should pay attention recently. Elder Lin said that a mysterious nascent soul expert might have appeared within our Sword Sect's range. If any situation is discovered, report it to her immediately. Elder Lin has already gone to Huayang City, as it is said that the misty forest, which was pacified by that mysterious expert some time ago, has recently had issues again. Xie Fei barely listened to the rest of the conversation. It wasn't that he was ignoring it, but when he heard about the mysterious expert, a thought suddenly surged in his mind. This was Xie Fei's 3rd time coming to the misty forest. This time, he didn't have the 8 bearers bring him here. Instead, he flew directly. Moreover, he didn't look the same as before. Where'd he go? Standing above the misty forest, Xie Fei scanned with his spiritual sense repeatedly, but found no trace of Lin Shui. Since the dog demon had already been subdued by him, the white mist here no longer affected his spiritual sense. So, once he covered it with his spiritual sense, he had the entire misty forest under control. However, after searching for a long time, he still didn't see the woman's figure. Forget it. Let us call Xiao Bai out to ask. Not wanting to search himself, Xie Fei immediately summoned the sleeping Xiao Bai. As expected, Xiao Bai, who had been here all along, was well aware of the surroundings. However, the answer he got surprised Xie Fei. That was, Lin Shui hadn't arrived yet. That shouldn't be. I arrived much later than her. How could I be here first? Could something have delayed her on the way? While Xie Fei was thinking, he suddenly saw from the direction of Huayang City 8 bearers carrying a large sedan swaying towards him. When they reached the outskirts of the misty forest, 2 figures emerged from the sedan. Both were women. One had a wild and capable appearance, with a super large thick-backed saber on her back, making her look very fierce. The other was none other than Lin Shui, whom Xie Fei was looking for. Seeing the saber-wielding woman, and considering that he would invest in both if possible, Xie Fei quietly used his fate golden eyes. Name, Huazhang. Gender, female. Lifespan, 39,230. Realm, Foundation Establishment 9th rank. Fate and Fortune. Green, extraordinary talent in green. Investment is recommended. Recent demand. Recently encountered a bottleneck in body refining and need some guidance in body refining techniques. May try explaining some advanced body refining techniques. A bottleneck in body refining? Xie Fei was slightly surprised. He didn't expect this burly saber-wielding woman to be a master on the path of body refining. In this era, it was rare to reach Foundation Establishment 9th rank through body refining alone. However, he happened to have a technique that could be considered a body refining skill, which was the Tiger Demon Bone Refining Fist. This technique could indeed provide some key points for investment. Just ordinary key points that wouldn't involve the core of this profound skill wouldn't be a problem. Xie Fei thought for a moment and waited until the 8 bearers left before he revealed himself in front of the 2 women. Suddenly, a person appeared beside them. The woman with the big knife immediately showed a fierce expression and was about to draw her sword. Wait, Lin Shui hurriedly called out, then immediately bowed respectfully to Xie Fei. Lin Shui had met the Yuan Ying sword god before. Upon hearing this, especially when she heard the words Yuan Ying, the woman with the big knife immediately froze in place, her gaze towards Xie Fei filled with shock. No need for such formalities, Xie Fei said lightly, looking up at the sky, exuding the aura of a high-level expert. It's great to see you again, senior. Lin Shui continued this time. I came here regarding that dog demon in the misty forest. Did something happen that caused that dog demon to escape, resulting in the fog in the misty forest again? Xie Fei waved his hand. It's not an accident. I did it on purpose. That dog demon has been tamed by me and will no longer harm good. Upon hearing this, the 2 women were shocked again, exchanging glances and seeing the astonishment in each other's eyes. Tamed? Did I hear that right? A golden core big demon was actually tamed? Chapter 36, Golden Core 4th rank. The body of an immortal can also transform. Xie Fei did not dwell on this matter for long. After a brief explanation, he shifted the topic. Huazhang, right? I see you've taken the path of body refinement and encountered a bottleneck. During their previous conversation, they'd already talked about the name of the woman with the big knife. Xie Fei continued, I happen to have some understanding of body refinement, so I can talk to you about it. Without any hesitation or searching for suitable excuses, he presented himself as a high-level expert who enjoys guiding juniors. Then, Xie Fei picked out some key points from the Tiger Demon Bone Refining Fist and explained them to Huazhang. After listening, Huazhang was almost too stunned to react. Completely frozen in place, she had a sudden enlightenment. According to the information seen through the Fate Path Golden Eye, this woman with the big knife was on the verge of a bottleneck and only needed a slight nudge. This was why Xie Fei's words had such a significant effect, leading her to enlightenment directly. Taking advantage of Huazhang's enlightenment, Xie Fei looked at Lin Shui and asked, Do you trust me? Trust you? Lin Shui was slightly taken aback, but she quickly responded, Although I've only met the senior twice, I naturally trust your words. That's good. Xie Fei nodded and asked, Do you have any senior brothers or sisters? Lin Shui nodded. I am in the Changhe Sword Sect. My master is Elder Wang Jun, and I have 2 senior brothers and 3 senior sisters. Are your 5 senior brothers and sisters close to you? Or do you see them often? Xie Fei continued to ask. In response to this question, Lin Shui thought for a while before saying, "My senior brothers and sisters are quite busy, either in closed-door training or dealing with sect matters, so we rarely meet." "Then they shouldn't be your seniors," Xie Fei pretended to ponder. Seeing him like this, Lin Shui couldn't help but ask anxiously, "Senior, is there a problem? Why are you asking these?" If it were someone else asking, she wouldn't be anxious. But the person in front of her was a Yuaning expert, so his words must carry weight and not be idle chit-chat. Xie Fei certainly understood Lin Shui's confusion. But he couldn't just say, "I saw it with the Fate Path Golden Eye," so he continued, "Last time, I noticed a bit of sword-killing mark on you. However, I had to catch that dog demon then, so I didn't have time to discuss it with you." At this point, Xie Fei paused just right, giving Lin Shui time to think and accept. Mark? As a Sword Tomb elder, Lin Shui was naturally familiar with this concept. If it were outside, the mark could be used for tracking, locating, etc. But in the Sword Tomb, the mark had another effect. It was used to feed the sword. Only those who were about to feed their sword would bear a sword-killing mark. Moreover, the sword-killing mark must be from the specific sword to be fed. Only in this way could the rejection response be reduced during the sword feeding, promoting fusion. In simpler terms, it was a preliminary measure for sword assimilation. That's right. Xie Fei nodded. To plant a sword-killing mark, you must maintain a certain distance from the sword for a long time. Those who can achieve this must be someone close to you. Upon hearing this, Lin Shui suddenly trembled, finding it hard to believe. "Senior, are you saying my master?" "If you go back and try, you'll know." Xie Fei finished speaking and had already disappeared from the spot, leaving behind the still enlightened woman with the big knife and Lin Shui, who was still in disbelief. Ding! Host investment successful. Congratulations, host, for receiving a rebate. Due to the fate of the investment target being green, the rebate is normal. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining 3 years of cultivation green. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining a bottle of human-level gathering spirit pills. 3 years of cultivation. Green, the achievement of a person of extraordinary fate who has practiced hard for 3 years. Human-level gathering spirit pill. A bottle contains 9 pills, which can gather spiritual energy and accelerate cultivation. This was the rebate from investing in the woman with the big knife, Hua Zhang. 3 years of extraordinary fate cultivation and 9 gathering spirit pills. On the way back, Xie Fei immediately extracted the 3 years of hard cultivation. His cultivation naturally advanced further, although he didn't break through to the 4th rank. He was just a step away. It was estimated that Lin Shui's rebate would take a little longer. According to the system's judgment, it should wait until she discovers the truth. Regarding this, Xie Fei was not in a hurry. After returning to the Sword Pavilion in the following days, he spent every day on the 2nd floor, walking around. However, to gain investment rebates, every time he sensed the presence of inner sect disciples, he would intentionally patrol nearby. Although he didn't hit the jackpot with good disciples, he did find a few with white fate and made investments. Most of the white rebates consisted of some cultivation and spirit stones. The cultivation, needless to say, could quickly improve strength without side effects. As for the spirit stones, they were precisely what Xie Fei was in urgent need of, as he planned to refine some magical treasures for convenience in disguise. Notably, during these investments, one of the rebates surprisingly yielded a year of lifespan. This left Xie Fei astonished for quite some time. He never expected that the system's rebate could return such a thing. Who would ever complain about having more lifespan? Thus, the days passed by. On the 1st day of August, Xie Fei suddenly heard several core elders in Area 7 talking about Lin Shui. "Hey, have you heard? Something big happened over at the Sword Tomb this morning." "Sword Tomb? Something happened again? What level of sword demon is it this time?" "It's not a sword demon. It's that beauty ranked 4th on the beauty list, Elder Lin Shui." "Ah, Elder Lin? What could happen to her? She's the Dao partner I've wanted all my life. What happened to her?" "To be honest, I only heard rumors from over at the Sword Tomb. I don't know the real situation." "Quickly tell us. Stop dragging it out." All right, I'm saying it. It's about Elder Lin Shui's master, you know? The great Elder Wang Jun from the Sword Tomb? Yes. Elder Lin Shui has fallen out with Elder Wang Jun. What? A disciple falling out with her master? Isn't that outrageous? At first, I thought the same thing. But later I heard someone say that it seems Elder Wang wanted Elder Lin Shui to feed a sword, and Elder Lin Shui got angry and left. Feed a sword? You're telling me my dream goddess partner is going to feed a sword? Is there any justice left? Generally, only the most wicked people feed swords. How could they make Elder Lin do it? So where did Elder Lin Shui go? Where else could she go? She directly left the Changhe Sword Sect. What? I heard Elder Wang, in a fit of anger, has personally gone down the mountain to bring Elder Lin back. Another defector has left the sect. Xie Fei couldn't help but shake his head. Counting the first, Xiaoyan, this is the second great talent that has departed. However, before he could begin to lament, the system's prompt sound echoed in his mind. Ding! Host investment successful. Congratulations, host, you have received a rebate. Due to the investment target's fate and fortune being purple, the rebate effect is doubled. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 5 years of hard cultivation, purple. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a special forging technique, soul forging sword. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a king-grade special technique, corpse transformation technique. 5 years of hard cultivation. Purple results of 5 years of hard cultivation by a person with purple talent fate can be extracted at any time, no side effects. Soul forging sword. A special forging method can be forged with the souls of monsters or humans, has a soul-cutting effect, and can break through the original grade of but there may be some unexpected changes that could produce a powerful sword demon. Corpse transformation technique. The so-called king grade. Above the precious grade is the king grade. This technique is quite special. Its effect can only transform corpses. Even the body of an immortal can be transformed. Soul forging sword? Xie Fei was somewhat stunned. Could this be the secret of the sword tomb? Is the forge in the sword tomb done using this method? It can actually break through the grade of the itself. This method is definitely not to be underestimated. Just imagine if one were to obtain a treasure grade and then use the soul forging sword method to break it through to a Dao weapon. It would surely cause a frenzy across the entire Xuanqi continent. In this view, the sword tomb is indeed extraordinary. Even such beyond common sense things exist. However, since it's a product of the system, it must be a quality item. Even if the sword tomb uses this method, it surely cannot compare to the system's rebate of this soul forging sword. After understanding the system's capabilities multiple times, Xie Fei naturally understood this principle. And this corpse transformation technique, which can even transform the body of an immortal, is definitely an essential divine skill for killing and looting. This time, investing in Lin Shui makes Xie Fei feel like he has struck it rich. In comparison, the rebate from the 5 years of hard cultivation doesn't seem so hot. But it only appears that way. Among the 3 rebate rewards, the one that truly enhances him the most at present is still this 5-year purple hard cultivation. With this in mind, Xie Fei returned quietly to his elder residence under the guise of inspection. He then extracted the 3 rewards. Soul forging sword and corpse transformation technique need not be elaborated. They were still a series of scrolls, deeply understood within his soul. The 5 years of purple fate hard cultivation directly allowed Xie Fei to break through once more. Now, his cultivation has reached the 4th grade of Golden Core. How long has it been? He had just broken through to Golden Core and, in such a short time, has advanced to the 4th grade. If this were to spread, it would surely shock everyone. A few days passed again. As usual, just like Xiaoyan before, Lin Shui's departure was not captured by that Elder Wang. However, due to the remaining gap in strength, and perhaps Lin Shui considering the many years of master-disciple affection, this time, the Elder Wang from the Sword Tomb was not injured, just looking pale and appearing unapproachable. Noticing this, Xie Fei lost interest in continuing to listen to the matter. In any case, unless it was an investment, he wasn't that interested. Days passed like this. By the time September came, the weather outside had already turned cold. Elder Xie Fei, in a few days, is the Sword Dao conference for the disciples of the Sword Sect. Should we go take a look together? Elder Xie, if you're not going, then today we will go take a look. This rare grand occasion, we should check out the swordsmanship level of the sect's disciples. On the 10th of September, it was time for the 5-year disciple sword competition of the Changhe Sword Sect, also known as the Disciple Sword Dao Conference, as mentioned by the elders on the 2nd floor. As previously mentioned, The cultivation in the sect on the mountain is always dull, so having such a grand occasion, naturally both elders and disciples would want to join the fun. As a result, the sword pavilion suddenly became quiet, with only a few people scattered around. Xie Fei also rarely had the chance to openly slack off. After finding a place to lie down, he passed the time. The Disciples' Sword Dao conference lasted for 7 days and nights, and he lay there for 6 days and nights. The reason for missing one night was that he went to the Misty Forest in Huayang City in between to check on the dog demon, Xiaobai. This time at the Sword Dao conference, a number of outstanding disciples emerged. When he saw the names mentioned by other elders, Xie Fei suddenly realized that many of them were familiar faces. The vast majority were those he had invested in. Among them, the most eye-catching was the first inner disciple, Zhan Long, who was that somewhat lame little fat boy. Seeing Zhan Long as first, Xie Fei was naturally not surprised at all. This little fat boy had golden fate and fortune, and with the help of that mysterious old man in the ring, his rapid growth was completely not surprising. Also golden was that Xiao Yan. I wonder how that kid has been lately? He was the first investment target, and Xie Fei naturally remembered him well. The end of the Sword Dao conference signified that the Sword Pavilion was getting busy again. However, everything about the Sword Dao conference was still a hot topic among the elders and disciples. During the inspections, Xie Fei often overheard many inner disciples discussing it. But what they talked about the most was the little fat boy Zhan Long. There are also some other people mentioned. Despite being a lame, Zhan Long was remarkably skillful in combat and response. His actions were shockingly seasoned. Yes, so strong. I remember he just came up from the Outer Sect not long ago. Right? A prodigy. Did you guys check out the Outer Sect? There's a 16-year-old girl. What was her name? You mean Zhang Wei, right? The one who just came up from the miscellaneous jobs in the Outer Sect? Yes. She's amazing too. Hardly anyone in the Outer Sect can take 3 of her swords. I've seen her in action. Her swordsmanship is very strange, seemingly mundane moves, but with unpredictable power. An Outer Sect Jiang Wei and an Inner Sect Zhan Long. Our sword sect has 2 great geniuses all of a sudden. Not just 2. Listening to this, Xie Fei couldn't help but scoff in his heart. Actually, there were several more, and 2 had even defected. However, he certainly wouldn't say this out loud. In the afternoon, during the end of work hours, Xie Fei was just about to return to his elder residence when he unexpectedly found someone standing at his door, respectfully waiting for him. Looking at his appearance, it was indeed Zhan Long, the first inner disciple from this Sword Dao conference. Elder Xie Fei. Seeing Xie Fei appear, Zhan Long hurried over and bowed deeply. What's the matter? Xie Fei noticed the little fat boy seemed hesitant to speak, so he took the initiative to ask, "Can I come and talk with you, Elder Xie?" "Why not?" Xie Fei smiled and led Zhan Long into his residence. After closing the door, he even specifically activated the shielding array. Chapter 37. Sixfold Rebate. Sacred Level Divine Skill. I don't have any tea here, just some water. After entering the room, Xie Fei brought over 2 cups of water. You're too polite. Zhan Long quickly stood up and received the cups with both hands. It seems your strength is quite good now, having earned the title of the first inner disciple, Xie Fei said with a smile. My achievements today are inseparable from the help of Elder Xie in the bamboo forest back then. Without you, I would never have come this far. What Zhan Long said was indeed heartfelt. Back then, if he had lost the ring, he would probably have lived a mediocre life. It was just a small effort. Everything still depends on your own fortune. Xie Fei waved his hand, not wanting to take any credit. Only he knew that helping Zhan Long was merely a very worthwhile investment. Elder, you are too indifferent to fame and fortune. No matter what, I will always remember this kindness in my heart and never forget it, Zhan Long said, standing up with water in hand. I almost forgot to congratulate you on your promotion to the core elder of the Sword Pavilion. I, your disciple, raise this cup of water to you. What promotion is this? Xie Fei couldn't help but chuckle. I'm not even a core elder of the sect, and my job is just to patrol the 2nd floor of the sword techniques. It will probably be difficult for me to get promoted again in the future. By the time you disciples have fully grown up, an old man like me should find a place to spend my remaining years. Before he could finish his teasing, Zhan Long said very seriously, Elder, you are still very young. Your lifespan won't be wasted. If that day really comes, you don't need to worry too much. Zhan Long, will definitely treat you as a father and as an elder." Hearing this, Xie Fei was taken aback. Zhanlong was a super genius with golden fate and had the help of an old grandfather in a ring. He didn't expect him to say such silly, non-main character-like words. However, this made Xie Fei feel a touch of emotion. Taking a deep breath, Xie Fei changed the subject and asked, "You didn't come to find me just to be my son, did you? What's the matter? Speak up." Upon hearing this, Zhanlong couldn't help but sigh lightly. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke with some difficulty. "Disciple has something to ask for your opinion." "Ask me?" Xie Fei was taken aback. This little fatty already had a mysterious old grandfather, so why would he still need to ask him? What he didn't know was that the old grandfather in Zhanlong's ring was from the previous era and had almost no understanding of the current one. Therefore, Zhanlong could only come to him for help regarding his current situation. "Elder Xie, here's the thing," Zhanlong explained. "Half a month ago, when I was buying a batch of alchemy materials in Huayang City, I encountered a matchmaking competition in the mundane world. By a twist of fate, I became the last victor. That girl is very nice, and her father is a righteous man. The problem now is that she has come to Changhe Sword Sect and insists that I marry her." Xie Fei caught on to something. "You mean they're mortals, and they chased you all the way to Changhe Sword Sect?" The bamboo forest outside Changhe Sword Sect would not be just for decoration. If they were truly mortals, they absolutely wouldn't be able to enter, let alone find Zhanlong among thousands of disciples. "Yes," Zhanlong nodded repeatedly. "This is one of the points that worries me. The incident originated because of me. I originally planned to wait a few years, at least until I was 16, before marrying that girl. But she was afraid I wouldn't acknowledge it, so she came directly. Before, I could still avoid her under the pretext of preparing for the Sword Dao conference." While Zhanlong was still speaking, Xie Fei suddenly had a flash of inspiration and used the fake gold eyes on the little fatty. If he really wanted to know something, the fake gold eyes might reveal some information. However, there was one reason. Could someone who had already invested once still make a second investment? Xie Fei didn't know. So far, he had never done so. Name, Zhanlong. Gender, male. Lifespan, 13, 150. Realm, Qi cultivation 2nd rank. Fate and luck, gold, golden legend. This is a rare genius that occurs once in 1,000 years. Recent needs. By chance, he became the fiancé of the Northern Human King. If this matter can be facilitated, there will surely be great benefits. After seeing this information, Xie Fei's eyes flashed with surprise. Firstly, he was surprised that this little fatty had silently reached the Qi cultivation 2nd rank. If it weren't for the fake gold eyes, no matter how he probed, Zhanlong would appear to have the cultivation of a mere mortal 9th rank. It seemed this kid also had some special secret technique to conceal his aura and hide his strength. Xie Fei understood. The second point of surprise was the title of Human King. In this era, the Human King no longer existed. There were only mundane emperors and no human kings. The title of Human King was from the ancient era. What the fake gold eye saw was certainly not false. So, this kid's future father-in-law is a descendant of the ancient Human King from the north? This is quite significant. No wonder the other party could directly break into the Sword Sect. Moreover, Xie Fei was sure that the father and daughter were definitely not ordinary mortals. Since the fake gold eyes revealed that there would be great benefits, Xie Fei had an idea. He then looked at Zhanlong and said, "Since you have already become the fiancé in their matchmaking competition, you should not go back on your word. Go ahead and treat her well." Upon hearing this, Zhanlong became anxious. "Elder, you don't know. If I agree to marry her now, first, I'm still too young. Second, they want me to leave Changhe Sword Sect." "Leave the Sword Sect?" Xie Fei was stunned again, but quickly said decisively, "If you have to leave, then leave. If it doesn't work, you can marry her first. After a few years, when they relent, it won't be too late for you to come back. With your talent, the doors of Changhe Sword Sect will always be open for you." After hearing this, Zhanlong fell into deep thought. In Changhe Sword Sect, the one he trusted most was undoubtedly Elder Xie in front of him. "Since you say so, Elder, then I will go and agree to them now." "Yes, go ahead," Xie Fei said. "Remember to inform the Sword Sect. Don't leave without saying goodbye." "Okay, I will definitely come to visit you whenever I have the time." Watching Zhanlong leave, Xie Fei couldn't help but shake his head. Changhe Sword Sect was still too small. 4 true heirs like Zhanlong and Xiaoyan. Being here would only become a shackle. After all, neither the upper echelons nor the environment could offer them much. Outside of Changhe Sword Sect, beneath the sect's stone, Zhanlong respectfully bowed 9 times. Elder Xie, after I leave this time, I don't know when I will see you again. But no matter how long it takes or where I am, your disciple Zhanlong will always remember your kindness. Behind him stood 2 figures. One was a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard, and the other was a girl in her 20s. No matter how you looked at them, they seemed like ordinary people from the mundane world, without any trace of spiritual energy fluctuations. Ding! Host investment successful. Congratulations, host, for receiving a rebate. Due to the investment target's fate and luck being gold, the rebate effect is doubled. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining Sword Dao insight. 60 years. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the magical artifact Carefree Fan, spiritual artifact. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the precious sword technique 9 Heavens sword technique 6 Heaven. Sword Dao insight. 60 years. Can be extracted at any time. Carefree Fan. Spiritual artifact shape can be restrained. Spirit is hard to bind. Within a square inch. There is great freedom, made with a thread of innate wind as its soul, refined for 9 years with mirage sand from the depths of the abyss. It can attack and defend, and also enhance the holder's temperament to show off. 9 Heavens sword technique. 6th Heaven precious item can be extracted at any time. This is a fragmented version of the 9 Heavens sword technique, only at the middle 3 realms. Combined with the previous 3 realms, it can achieve the 6th Heaven. This time, the rebate rewards greatly exceeded Xie Fei's expectations. One was the very rare Sword Dao insight. It is worth mentioning that the last time he obtained Sword Dao insight was also from Zhanlong. This shows that this little fatty indeed has some luck. Secondly, he unexpectedly received a fan magical artifact, and it was even of spiritual artifact level. This was also an unexpected joy for Xie Fei. Just as he was worrying about how to find a magical tool to conceal himself, the system unexpectedly rewarded him with a fan. Although it wasn't very practical for him and didn't align with his own studies, the more it was like that, the easier it was to hide himself and not be guessed or associated by others. The most important thing was the final 9 Heavens sword technique. Previously, he only had the first 3 realms, but now he had obtained this middle 3 realms. Additionally, there were other types of sword techniques that merged with it. Thinking of this, Xie Fei immediately extracted the reward of 9 Heavens sword technique, 6th Heaven. In an instant, a familiar feeling surged up. Scroll after scroll of images gradually unfolded. After a long time, Xie Fei opened his eyes, a look of joy flashing in his gaze. Good. No wonder even the incomplete version could be rated as a rare item by the system. The 9 Heavens sword technique. After being completed to the 6th Heaven, this sword technique turned out to be of imperial grade. Coupled with the other attack techniques he had previously merged, the current 9 Heavens sword technique. 6th Heaven was enough to touch the threshold of the holy level. On the Xuanqi continent, the levels of cultivation techniques from low to high are divided into ordinary, lower grade, upper grade, rare, royal, imperial, holy, emperor, and divine. As far as Xie Fei knew, the strongest cultivation technique in the Changhe Sword Sect was a rare grade sword classic practiced by the sect master. If a large sect possessed a royal grade technique, it could already be considered a second-rate sect. If it were an imperial grade, then it would have the qualifications to compete for a first-rate sect. As for holy grade techniques, they are transcendent forces, known as the town sect divine skills of sacred places. Unexpectedly, he actually possessed a cultivation technique equivalent to that of a sacred places town sect divine skill. If this were to spread, the entire continent would go crazy. More than a month had passed since Zhanlong left. Due to just obtaining the title of the first inner sect disciple and then leaving the sect, this naturally attracted quite a bit of attention. Fortunately, Zhanlong handled things relatively well before leaving, so it did not provoke hostility from the higher-ups and elders of the Sword Sect. Of course, there were still some murmurs. It seems that those seasoned people in the matters of the world must have been handled by that mysterious old grandpa in the ring. After all, no matter how talented Zhanlong was, he was still just a teenager and certainly lacked the experience to face these matters. Another month passed, and it was almost December. The Changhe Sword Sect welcomed the grandest event in recent years, which was the once every 20 years mountain opening ceremony. The so-called mountain opening ceremony actually means the opening of the mountain to recruit disciples. Preparations for the mountain opening ceremony began over a year ago. In a sect of this power, the supplement of new disciples and talents is extremely important. Therefore, every mountain opening ceremony is taken very seriously by the Changhe Sword Sect. Almost all the elders and outstanding disciples were half-forced to come out. The entire Changhe Sword Sect welcomed a rare excitement. Many elders who usually closed themselves off and disciples who were out training appeared one by one within the sect. Moreover, everyone was not holed up in their residences. They were all moving around, smiling broadly at anyone they met. The elders and disciples working for the mountain opening ceremony were also busy beyond measure. Although the Changhe Sword Sect was just a third-rate sect, it was still a legitimate major sect of cultivation. Every time they opened the mountain to recruit disciples, there would at least be 80 to 90,000 people coming from afar. According to statistics, during one event 100 years ago, the number even reached as high as 300,000 at its peak. On the Xuanqi continent, compared to cultivators, the base of ordinary people is still far too large. Ultimately, only a very small number can embark on the path of cultivation. Here, at the Changhe Sword Sect, nearly 100,000 people came to seek to become disciples. But in reality, there would only be about 100 or so who could actually succeed. It was truly a case of 1,000 troops crossing a single log bridge. Over at the Sword Pavilion, the lower 6 levels were also entirely on mandatory leave. All the elders were walking around the sect. Many elders were assigned the task of receiving new disciples. The first floor of the Sword Pavilion had fewer people, so they acted as one of the friendly and kind elder groups. The second and third floors, having the most elders, had most of the tasks assigned to them. Xie Fei, as a core elder on the second floor, was particularly important. This time for the mountain opening ceremony, he was one of the guarding elders. All the disciples who came to seek to become disciples needed to pass through 9 tests, and only after passing could they enter the Changhe Sword Sect. And he was the busiest, overseeing the largest number of people at the first test. Of course, there was not just Xie Fei as the elder for the first test. Otherwise, he alone would be overwhelmed by such a large crowd, and it would take him a year and a half to finish. However, the other elders assigned to this task were all frowning. Only Xie Fei was secretly delighted. Good. This is just right for me. The first test is the one that has the most contact with new disciples. With this, how could I be afraid of not finding objects to invest in? The only thing to pay attention to is that with so many people, I must be careful about the frequency of using the Golden Eye of Destiny. It's best to be sure before using it. Otherwise, if I can't guard the first test well and end up exhausted and fainting as an elder, it would surely become a 100-year joke within the sect. Chapter 38. Mountain Opening Ceremony, 50-fold Cultivation Boost. Outside the Changhe Sword Sect, beyond the bamboo forest, a vast plain had been transformed into a huge square by several Sword Sect masters working together. Looking further out, it was all people. A sea of people. The crowd was buzzing. On the square, Xie Fei looked at the endless sea of people waiting to become disciples and couldn't help but shake his head in amazement. Why were there so many people coming from thousands, even tens of thousands of miles away? Isn't it because the fantasy world of immortals is too dangerous? The weak are prey to the strong. Without strength, one is just a fish on the chopping board. Here in the square, for the first test, there were a total of 9 major areas. Xie Fei was responsible for the third one. Each area had a talent pillar used to test the qualifications of incoming disciples. One only needed to touch this talent pillar for 3 breaths, and it would shine with different colors based on the talent of the person touching it. A gray-white light indicates average talent. A blue-green light represents good talent. A purple-orange light indicates genius. And a red light signifies an extraordinary prodigy. The requirement to pass the first test for disciples recruiting at the Changhe Sword Sect is to reach at least gray-white light. Either gray or white is fine, as long as the talent pillar shows a reaction. The entire Xuanqi continent uses this method to assess a disciple's potential. However, according to the system's evaluation, even red light could potentially be classified among fools. So, just because a talent pillar shows a higher color doesn't mean it's worth investing in. In a neatly lined up crowd, no one dared to act recklessly. All the young men and women were looking up, their eager gazes almost tangible, especially those in the front. Looking at the 9 testing elders, their eyes were filled with fervor. These were the masters of the Changhe Sword Sect. Anyone who could connect with one of them would surely have an unlimited future. The first test officially began. With a directive from a senior elder hosting this mountain opening ceremony, many Sword Sect disciples immediately perked up and officially maintained order on the scene. Countless people coming to seek discipleship were divided into 9 lines, corresponding to the 9 areas, and began the first test. However, just the first test to assess talent had already eliminated nearly 90% of the crowd. Out of 100 people, almost only 10 or so could elicit a reaction from the talent pillar. The remaining 80 or more left in disappointment. It was clear that under the talent pillar, the vast majority of people in this world were not qualified to pursue cultivation. As the crowd surged, time passed slowly throughout the morning. Over 50,000 had already fallen at the first hurdle, with fewer than 500 passing through the talent pillar. Xie Fei guided and registered these individuals while using his fate gold eyes to investigate. Unfortunately, among so many, there were hardly any worth investing in. Most were just ordinary people with white fate paths. Just as he felt somewhat disappointed, a girl who looked to be only 13 or 14 approached. She wore simple linen clothes. Her small hands were somewhat dark, and she nervously touched the talent pillar. The girl was not particularly striking in appearance. In fact, her somewhat earthy demeanor made her seem a bit unattractive. However, she was extremely serious and solemn, her eyes revealing a determination and resolve. She had given everything for this opportunity to become a disciple. With no family left, all her hopes rested on this moment. If she failed to join the Changhe Sword Sect, only death awaited her upon returning. Thinking of this made her tremble all over. Yet, the talent pillar showed no reaction after 1 breath, 2 breaths, and a full 5 breaths passed without any light. This phenomenon left the girl frozen in place. Her initially hopeful gaze instantly turned into a stagnant pool of despair. She felt completely paralyzed. An outer sect elder nearby saw her lingering and immediately scolded. "You're not talented enough. Leave immediately." His voice sounded like a death sentence, causing the girl to tremble uncontrollably. "Still not leaving? How much time do you intend to waste for others?" The elder, who was maintaining order, scolded again. The girl slightly raised her head and looked at the Changhe Sword Sect behind the bamboo forest with despair in her eyes. Then, she left in sorrow. Just when she felt utterly hopeless, a gentle voice came. "Where did you come from?" The girl suddenly looked up and found it was the inner sect elder who was registering. The outer sect elder who had scolded her immediately shut his mouth, pretending he saw nothing, and continued to oversee the testing of others. "Elder, I am Qingyao, and I come from Xixia town, thousands of miles away." The girl dared not meet Xie Fei's gaze, lowering her head as she trembled in response. You've passed. Go over to the next stage." Xie Fei's words left the girl, named Qingyao, completely dumbfounded. "Elder, are you serious?" she asked, her eyes filled with disbelief. "Is there any reason for me to lie? Go on." Xie Fei waved his hand, signaling her to hurry over. "Why, yes, thank you, Elder." Qingyao hurriedly turned to run, but stopped abruptly, deeply bowing to Xie Fei before leaving. If the lack of reaction from the talent pillar felt like falling into an abyss for her, then her current feelings were as if she had been pulled from that abyss into a world of light. Everything felt like a dream. The ups and downs of life were experienced vividly by Qingyao in that moment. Name: Qingyao. Gender: female. Lifespan: 1499. Realm: none. Fate path: luck: blue. Blue superior fate path. This type is formed by the essence of heaven and earth. With a tenacious character, far from ordinary. With diligent cultivation, success is assured in the future. Investment recommended. Recent need: to pass the Changhe Sword Sect test to learn cultivation skills and avenge my family's wrongful deaths. This was the information Xie Fei had seen through his fate gold eyes. A person with no talent under the talent pillar was actually a blue fate path existence in the fate gold eyes. This was also why Xie Fei suddenly spoke up and made an exception to let her pass. As the elder guarding the gate, allowing a disciple to pass through the barriers was a trivial matter. This was also one of the reasons why the Changhe Sword Sect had these inter-sect elders present. Otherwise, they could simply register and watch, randomly picking a disciple. Why would they need an intersect elder? Ding. Host investment successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a rebate. Due to the investment target's fate path luck being blue, the rebate effect is doubled. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 10 years of arduous cultivation blue. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained cultivation talent blue. 10 years of arduous cultivation blue can be extracted at any time. Cultivation talent blue can be extracted at any time. Cultivation talent can be divided into 8 levels: gray, white, green, blue, purple, gold, red, and anomaly. Among them, gray increases cultivation speed by 1x, white by 5x, green by 10x, and blue by 50x. Cultivation enhancement? Xie Fei was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected such a talent rebate to emerge. He had already obtained the Sword Heart Clarity talent, and now this blue cultivation talent. If calculated, wouldn't that mean that one day of his meditation and cultivation would equate to 50 days for someone with the same qualifications and skills? In that case, this talent was quite formidable. Oh, I didn't expect Elder Xie to have a taste for such a young girl. Had I known, I would have taken you to Huayang City for a good experience. There are all kinds of women there. At that moment, Lu Sheng, another gatekeeping elder in the same first hurdle area, laughed and transmitted a message. Clearly, he had noticed Xie Fei's decision to let Qin Yao pass. Xie Fei was not very inclined to respond, focusing his attention on the line of people coming to pay their respects, fearing he might miss a potential investment opportunity. Moreover, even if he had time, he didn't want to say anything about it. Only he knew Qin Yao's true potential. The surrounding elders, including the talent pillar, had no idea what achievements that girl would have in the future. Meanwhile, the other boys and girls in the third area, which was adjacent to Xie Fei's area, were watching him with increased eagerness. Everyone wanted to gain the favor of this elder, as no one could be certain whether they could make the talent pillar shine. However, as the day went by, Xie Fei did not exercise his right to forcibly pass anyone else. This left many showing expressions of disappointment. What they didn't know was that it wasn't that Xie Fei didn't want to use his power. It was simply that there were no worthy investment candidates. The next day, the gatekeeping continued. Compared to the endless sea of people the day before, today saw a significant reduction. Upon counting, only about 20,000 remained. This meant that approximately 130,000 people had come to the Changhe Sword Sect's grand opening ceremony. While this number could not compare to the millions that some sacred land attracted, it was still quite substantial for an ordinary third-rate sect. The reasons for this were first because the Changhe Sword Sect was a sword-based sect. The sword is the leader of all weapons, and whether male or female, wielding it is always impressive and beautiful. Among all weapons, the sword is the most popular. Secondly, the geographical location of the Changhe Sword Sect also played a role. Within an 80,000-mile radius, the Changhe Sword Sect was the only large sect of its kind. The rest were small, insignificant sections. Thus, it naturally had a few more advantages. The 20,000 people were divided into 9 lines. Among the first 1,000, Xie Fei detected 2 talents using the talent pillar. Both caused the talent pillar to emit purple light. One of them had a hint of orange in his purple. It was obvious that his talent was somewhat better than the previous one. Both of these geniuses came from very powerful backgrounds. One was a prince from a small kingdom, and the other was a young lord from a great dynasty. They had extraordinary backgrounds and abundant resources, compared to others who came to seek a master. These two clearly surpassed them by a long shot. Faced with the talents detected by the talent pillar, Xie Fei would naturally not hesitate to invest in Mingdao Jintong. He immediately looked at the information of the two. Name, Chai Bang. Gender, male. Lifespan, 15,101. Realm, mortal body first grade. Mingdao fortune, gray foolish fate. Investment not recommended. Recent needs, name, Wei Xing. Gender, male. Lifespan, 1598. Realm, mortal body second grade. Mingdao fortune white. White ordinary fate can invest. Recent needs. Hopes to find a powerful elder to take him as a disciple. Unwilling to learn with the masses, has no fixed master. Seeing the Mingdao information of these two geniuses, Xie Fei suddenly felt a bit disheartened. What good is it for the talent pillar to detect cultivation geniuses? With such poor fates, no matter how fast they cultivate, it would be useless. The first hurdle. Continue. Xie Fei did not continue to pay attention to these two. Instead, turning his gaze to the more than 1,000 people behind. After another 500, a few investable characters emerged among them. However, none surpassed the girl Qing Yao from yesterday. In fact, not a single one even reached the blue level. Was it that my luck this time was particularly bad? Or were the disciples coming to the Changhe Sword Sect to seek masters not very capable? For a moment, Xie Fei didn't know what direction to think. At this time, in the area where the disciples who had passed the first hurdle gathered, those from yesterday were also among them. Because after today's selection was completed, they would gather here for the second hurdle test. And the girl Qing Yao, who had passed through an exception yesterday, was now waiting cautiously. Until now, she still found it hard to calm her racing heart, as if she were still living in a dream. Qing Yao did not understand why the intersect elder from Area 3 in the first hurdle had suddenly allowed her pass. She came from a humble background and was not particularly gifted. After pondering, she looked up at Xie Fei, as if wanting to engrave his appearance in her heart. No matter what happened later, this kindness would be forever remembered by her, Qing Yao. But just as her gaze was cast over, she caught a glimpse of a familiar figure in Team 3. A boy who looked to be around 14 or 15 years old. His attire was the same as hers, clearly indicating that he came from an ordinary, impoverished background. Upon seeing this boy, Qing Yao was immediately taken aback, her eyes full of disbelief. Long Chia, what's he doing here? Didn't he go to the Tai Chi sacred land? Thinking that this childhood friend had come here instead of going to the Tai Chi sacred land, Qing Yao was anxious. That was the sacred land. When Long Chia was herding sheep back then, he met an elder from the Tai Chi sacred land, who gave him a disciple token. As long as he was willing to go, he could become a disciple of the sacred land. But now, why was he following her to the Changhe Sword Sect? Qing Yao knew very well that her qualifications did not meet the requirements of the sacred land, so she could only settle for second best and try her luck at the Changhe Sword Sect. But Long Chia was different. Coming to the Changhe Sword Sect would be a waste of his life and a betrayal of the elder's nurturing. Thinking of this, Qing Yao disregarded the rules and order, hurriedly rushing out of the waiting crowd towards Area 3. This scene not only surprised the surrounding elders, but even Xie Fei was somewhat taken aback. What was going on? Just then, the boy named Long Chia reached out and touched the talent pillar. Chapter 39. The Red Sheep Herding Boy. Improving talent with Earth-grade medicinal pills. Name, Long Chia. Gender, male. Lifespan, 15,104. Realm, none. Mingdao fortune, red. Red fate. Born with the great fortune of heaven and earth. Such a being learns anything instantly and excels in no time. Difficult to describe. Investment recommended immediately. Recent needs. Want to follow childhood friend Qing Yao to join the Changhe Sword Sect for cultivation. When Xie Fei saw the Mingdao of this boy, which had caused Qing Yao to act unusually, he was completely dumbfounded. Red Mingdao. Apart from Jianshi-san, this was the second red Mingdao existence he had seen. Strictly speaking, this was the first true red Mingdao person, as Jianshi-san was just a magic sword. At this moment, the test time for the talent pillar had also arrived. Long Chia's talent, as expected, did not produce any light. According to the sect's assessment rules, this young boy, whose talent was extremely poor, should be eliminated. Looking at the tall talent pillar before him, Long Chia was stunned. He was just a boy from a sheep-herding background. Overnight, his sheep were lost. His home was gone, and the entire village was slaughtered by monsters, leaving only him and his childhood friend Qing Yao to escape. Originally, he should have gone to the Tai Chi sacred land, but in the end, he couldn't bear to leave Qing Yao behind. Gritting his teeth and following her to the Changhe Sword Sect. To avoid being driven away by Qing Yao, Long Chia had been quietly following her all the way, afraid to reveal himself. Regardless of wind or rain, hunger or ridicule, he silently accompanied Qing Yao. They had traveled over 10,000 miles, taking a year and a half. The hardships during those 500-plus days and nights were only known to these two 14 or 15-year-old children. And now, looking at the talent pillar that emitted no light, Long Xie instinctively clenched his fists, his lips turning pale from the force. He slightly raised his head to look at the childhood friend rushing over, tears welling up in his youthful eyes. Long Xie did not know where to go. 7 nights. Qing Yao was stopped by the disciples maintaining the assessment order. Standing outside, she called out with tearful eyes. But before she could finish her words, the outer sect elder beside the talent pillar interrupted. All right, since the talent pillar did not light up, you can leave now. Long Xie took a deep breath. He looked at Qing Yao, who had already passed the first hurdle, and shook his head slightly. Then he turned and walked down the steps. However, a familiar scene unfolded. Oh, it seems you know that Qing Yao. What is your name? Xie Fei's calm voice came, causing Long Xie to freeze in place. Then he instinctively responded, I am Long Xie. Good, you can now join Qing Yao. Xie Fei said unhurriedly, you passed the first hurdle. This one sentence not only left Long Xie completely stunned, but even Qing Yao, who was over there, looked over with an expression of disbelief. Elder, I'm not dreaming, right? Although Long Xie was a year older than Qing Yao, he had also experienced great changes, but in the face of such matters, he no longer had any semblance of maturity. No, hurry over, don't keep her waiting. Xie Fei's words made this 15-year-old boy tremble completely. He was tongue-tied and didn't know how to express his gratitude. So he knelt down on the spot, respectfully bowing 3 times. When he returned to the group of disciples who had passed the first hurdle, this pair of childhood friends immediately embraced and cried together. It was as if they wanted to vent all their grievances and suffering. Although it was just the first hurdle, the two received long-awaited recognition and respect. However, this time, Xie Fei did not receive the system prompt for a successful investment because of Long Xie's needs. Together with his childhood friend, he entered the Changhe Sword Sect, not merely by passing the first test. By noon, the grand ceremony of the Changhe Sword Sect had come to a complete end, with over 100,000 people arriving. In the end, only a little over 2,000 managed to pass the first test, a ratio exceeding 50 to 1, already showcasing the cruelty of this world. And this was just the first test. There were still 8 more challenges awaiting these 2,000 individuals. It was estimated that, by the end, it would be fortunate if around 200 remained. The first test was over. All those who passed the test would take part in the second test here tomorrow. As the elder presiding over this grand ceremony spoke, the other elders and disciples of the Sword Sect began to leave the square. As for the crowd of those who did not pass, no one cared about their fate. Xie Fei slowly stood up, packed his things, and prepared to leave. After nearly 2 days of busyness, combined with the frequent use of the Fate Path Golden Eyes, he indeed needed to go back and rest well. He glanced at the eliminated individuals, each looking unwilling and as lost as walking corpses. Sigh. This is the path of cultivation. Xie Fei couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Cruelty is always the essence of the cultivation world, not to mention that in this world, demons and monsters are rampant. However, just as Xie Fei was about to leave, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a figure. It was a boy as thin as a monkey wearing oversized adult clothes, walking alone at the end of the line. As he walked, he looked back in confusion at the Changhe Sword Sect beyond the bamboo forest. For 5 years, the boy had walked this path, visiting over 100 mountains, yet no sect or power was willing to take him in. The Changhe Sword Sect was his last hope. After this failure, he had no strength or will left to continue down this path. He could not reach the next sect or power. Elder Xie Fei, what are you dawdling for? Let's go. Lu Sheng came over, patting Xie Fei's shoulder and calling out, we can finally rest. I'll take you to Huayang City for some fun. As he spoke, Lu Sheng seemed to sense something and followed Xie Fei's gaze, landing on the boy. Elder Xie, this is your first time as the guardian elder for the grand ceremony, right? Lu Sheng smiled and said, I saw you let those 2 talentless individuals pass. Honestly, that wasn't necessary. Doing so only gives them hope, which will ultimately lead them into deeper despair. I was also a guardian elder during the last grand ceremony, but for the 3rd test. I heard from the older elders that after each grand ceremony, Many fresh corpses would appear at the Chenren Cliff. Corpses? Xie Fei was taken aback. Yes, fresh ones. Lu Sheng shook his head, saying, these people, before coming here, were almost like they were at a gambling table, wagering their entire fortunes. Being eliminated means they lost their bet. As a young master of the evil Dao Fengyue sect, Lu Sheng had seen darker and more helpless situations than this. The current scene had long been commonplace for him, and his heart was unperturbed. Upon hearing this, Xie Fei couldn't help but let out a long sigh. In today's perilous world, amidst the chaos caused by demons and monsters, many powerful cultivators had fallen, and even a holy land had been nearly destroyed. Let alone these ordinary people. Aren't those corpses going to be taken care of? Xie Fei couldn't help but ask. Of course, we are a righteous sect, so we will take care of it, Lu Sheng replied with a half-smile, as if mocking something or perhaps self-deprecating. He continued, the Sword Sect will arrange for some disciples to return these corpses. If there is no record to confirm their identity, they will be buried at the Chenren Cliff. Xie Fei listened quietly. All right, let's not talk about these things during our happy resting time. Lu Sheng clapped his hands and smiled. After the grand ceremony, I'll take Elder Xie to have some fun. At that time, you must do me the favor. After saying this, Lu Sheng and the other elders left first. Xie Fei stood in place for a while. Just as he was about to turn and leave, the boy suddenly turned around and rushed towards him. He once again touched the talent pillar, desperately clinging to it. Such a bold action did not attract the attention of the other elders, as for a predetermined, eliminated person. No matter how many attempts they made, it was useless. If it wasn't important, it wouldn't be noticed. The talent pillar remained dim and lifeless. The boy's gaze turned dull as he released his grip and, resigned to his fate, took a few steps back, rolling down the steps and landing headfirst, bleeding profusely. But he didn't care. Instead, he staggered toward the direction of the Chenren Cliff. Name, Lin Fan. Gender, male. Lifespan, 1369. Realm, none. Fate path fortune gold. Golden genius. A rare find in hundreds of years. Must be invested in immediately. Recent needs. Unable to enter a sect. Starting cultivation. Heart filled with despair. About to end his own life. Seeing the fate information of this boy, it was clear what to do. Xie Fei's figure flickered, and he quietly followed him. Lin Fan was a boy from a fishing family. He still bore the traits of a fisherman. Dark, rough skin, with cracked purple lips and slightly yellowing teeth. Like many others, his fishing village had been destroyed by demons. This time, it was a great demon from the sea. Having experienced the destruction of his family at a young age, he was taken by a cousin to seek immortality. For 5 years, his cousin died on the road, and today he had reached the end. Just yesterday, while waiting in line, Lin Fan overheard others talking about the Chenren Cliff of the Changhe Sword Sect. Dying there would at least mean someone would help collect the bodies and bury them. When he reached the place with the crowd, he saw those in front of him jumping into the bottomless cliff like dumplings. Lin Fan felt no ripple of emotion. His experiences over the years had already made him accustomed to life and death. At the edge of the cliff, when it was his turn, he was already the last one left. Looking down at the misty depths below, Lin Fan did not hesitate, stepping forward resolutely. Just as he had resolutely left his destroyed home, the wind howled in his ears, and tears trailed behind him. Amidst the brilliance, it seemed to flicker with dreams. But in the next moment, Lin Fan suddenly felt his body sink, and then he was lifted back to the Chenren Cliff. The boy slightly opened his eyes, and through the blurred tears, he saw an indistinct figure. Do you want to die? Xie Fei looked at the boy before him and spoke calmly. Huh, is that a sword sect elder? Lin Fan suddenly awakened, then hurriedly bowed, saying, Greetings, elder. Answer me, are you seeking death? Xie Fei's tone was calm, revealing no emotion. Lin Fan was slightly taken aback, then nodded earnestly yes. Why? A hint of bitterness appeared at the corner of Lin Fan's mouth. Xie Fei looked at the boy and suddenly frowned. You haven't eaten for 7 days? Lin Fan was once again stunned, not understanding how this could be noticed. Your vitality is very weak, and your internal organs are all shriveled up. Xie Fei continued. Most people would have died after being hungry for 7 days. Yet you are still alive. Your spirit and will are very strong. If it weren't for that, you wouldn't have lasted this long. At this point, he paused, then slowly continued, Do you want to join the Changhe Sword Sect? Yes. Lin Fan nodded vigorously once more. In this world, there are no born geniuses. Xie Fei was ready to start motivating with some tough love. Even geniuses, if they do not put in effort, will achieve nothing. Your innate talent for cultivation is quite poor, and that's an undeniable fact. Therefore, if you want to embark on the path of cultivation, you must put in more effort than others. This more will include hardships beyond your imagination. With that said, are you still willing to step into cultivation? Lin Fan did not hesitate for a moment and immediately responded, Elder, I am not afraid of hardships. What I fear is having no opportunity. Xie Fei nodded slightly. Good. Then come with me. This statement left the 13-year-old boy completely stunned. He exclaimed in disbelief, Elder, can I really? As long as you can work harder, why can't you? Xie Fei replied calmly. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's once dull eyes suddenly sparkled with a glimmer of hope. Ding! Host investment successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a return. Due to the investment target's destiny and fortune being gold, the return effect is doubled. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 80 years of life experience. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained my fate is in my hands, not in heaven gold. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained a cultivation talent pill, Earth grade. 80 years of life experience can be extracted at any time, allows you to experience a different life, increasing your understanding, eliminating inner demons, and perfecting your Dao heart. My Fata is in my hands, not in heaven gold. Can be extracted at any time. This is a mental will that fights against fate. It can greatly stimulate potential, and when faced with life-threatening situations, it has miraculous effects. Cultivation talent pill, Earth grade, can improve a person's cultivation talent, granting them blue-level cultivation enhancement. The system's return notification momentarily stunned Xie Fei. What exactly is 80 years of life experience? And what about my fate is in my hands, not in heaven? These two rewards, based on the system's description, do not provide immediate combat power boosts, but they represent a more powerful foundation. With these two, the potential contained within Xie Fei might reach an immeasurable level. As for that cultivation talent pill, since he no longer needs the previous cultivation talent return, it could be used on Lin Fan. After contemplating, Xie Fei suppressed the urge to study the rewards for now. The immediate priority was to deal with this boy, Lin Fan, whose destiny and fortune were golden. Chapter 40. The Ascension Platform. 3 surprising disciples. In a square outside the bamboo forest, a group of waiting disciples and a few remaining elders were bewildered after seeing Xie Fei suddenly return with a young boy from the Qianren Cliff. Everyone was somewhat confused, especially the elders. Elder Xie from the Sword Pavilion is too kind-hearted. They murmured, yes, they're all talentless individuals. Even if they pass the first round, what can they achieve? Sai, back in the day, weren't you and I just like Elder Xie? But we have grown accustomed to this because we know that even if these talentless individuals pass, letting them successfully join the Sword Sect would be of no use. That's true. What can they achieve in the Sword Sect? Their cultivation is painfully slow. Others have already reached the mortal realm, while they remain ordinary, still grasping the fundamentals. Others are already close to practicing Qi, yet they're still unchanged, just ordinary people. It's better not to give them hope. Otherwise, they might blame us later for letting them pass and torturing them. Xie Fei ignored these comments. While it might be the case for others, he had the golden eye of destiny, so he was not worried. After delivering Lin Fan, he left. Once back at his residence, Xie Fei began to extract the system returns from the past 2 days. System, extract the cultivation talent first. This was the reward from the previous investment in Qing Yao, which could enhance his cultivation speed by 50 times. As Xie Fei focused his mind, a mysterious sensation surged through his body, as if he had returned to the womb, warm and comfortable, making him not want to speak at all. This feeling lasted for nearly a stick of incense. When he came to his senses, he felt a sense of clarity throughout his body and mind. With a slight adjustment of his spiritual power, a small storm of spiritual energy erupted in the room. Indeed, there was almost a 50-fold increase. With my current level at the 4th stage of the Golden Core, if I cultivate diligently every day at this 50-fold increase, I should be able to prepare for the formation of a nascent soul in about 6 months. Xie Fei calculated in his mind. And this was just the blue-level cultivation talent. If the return yielded 500 times the gold or 1,000 times the red, that situation is unimaginable. Next, it was time for the blue-level 10 years of hard cultivation. Boom! A barely perceptible rumble. A large amount of spiritual power flowed into his body. His realm was rising, continuing to rise. Finally, he broke through to the 5th stage of the golden core. He did it. Xie Fei opened his eyes, and his gaze shot out 2 invisible sword lights. A terrifying aura, like the collapse of heaven and earth. All disguises were inadvertently exposed at this moment. The system's returns were not finished yet. Lin Fan's gold return. System, extract 80 years of life experience. In an instant, Xie Fei fell into a deep sleep. In a dreamlike state, he became another person, a 3-year-old boy named Xian. This dream lasted for 80 years. He fully experienced the joys and sorrows of life, the sweet and bitter moments, and the separations and reunions. When he finally woke up, there was a moment of confusion. He could not tell whether he was Xie Fei or Xian, or if he was neither. This mindset lasted for nearly an hour before he slowly recovered. Regardless of being Xie Fei or Xian, both are me, and should be me. Xie Fei sighed deeply, his dazed eyes turning into a firm and clear gaze. This life experience is no less valuable than insights into the sword path. It feels more like a way to perfect the soul. Life experiences are good, but they carry the risk of losing oneself. Xie Fei reviewed everything again and decided that if there were any more returns like this in the future, he must prepare beforehand. Otherwise, if it happens too many times, it could end up like the saying in his previous life, Zhuangzhou dreaming of a butterfly, ultimately making it impossible to distinguish whether he is Zhuangzhou or the butterfly. In the end, among the various returns, my fate is in my hands. Not in heaven was the simplest. After extracting it, Xie Fei felt his soul give a slight jolt, like a person drinking an icy drink. Then there was nothing else. There were no other sensations, nor did he feel any discomfort. It was as if nothing had happened. But upon careful reflection, it seemed that something had changed. The next day, the second round of the Changhe Sword Sect's founding ceremony took place as scheduled. Xie Fei and a group of Innergate elders came to observe. It was not too extravagant. The second round was simply a health check, recording each person's physical constitution. If someone had a terminal illness or was disabled, they would be eliminated. Although those with profound cultivation could treat these issues, and even a high-quality pill could make these problems disappear, this was just for apprenticeship. No one would be so generous and waste time treating them. So generally, without other elders stepping in to vouch for them, they would be eliminated. In this round, out of over 2,000 people, only a little over 100 passed. The ratio wasn't large, nor was it cruel. On the third day, the third round began. Named 7 Fires Tempering the Heart. The location was still and square. Nearly 2,000 people were seated in meditation, and then a raging fire ignited throughout the square. The testing ground created by several great elders of the Sword Sect would reflect 7 fundamental emotions: greed, anger, ignorance, arrogance, doubt, fear, and desire. When a formation was activated, the stone slab ground would transform into corresponding flames of karma. In the blazing flames, one must maintain their heart for 300 breaths. Anyone who gets consumed by the flames of karma in the process will be taken away by the elder of the third trial. In this trial, Qing Yao, Long Qi Yi, and Lin Fan performed exceptionally well, attracting the astonished gazes of many elders who knew Xie Fei. Ultimately, only about 1,000 people passed the trial, instantly halving the number. This demonstrates the severity of the 7 Flames' heart refinement. However, at this point, some of those eliminated will be chosen by the miscellaneous elder. They can choose to stay in the Sword Sect as miscellaneous disciples or leave. In the Changhe Sword Sect, miscellaneous disciples, apart from those discovered during the opening ceremony, include some worldly individuals brought in or those who move certain elders. The worldly individuals brought in generally have backing within the sect, either as trusted aides of certain disciples or relatives of certain elders. Therefore, among the miscellaneous disciples, this type of person holds the most power. Returning to the main topic, The fourth trial begins, named Illusory Kill. A massive illusion array has been set up in the square. Those who step into the array will face a tailor-made illusionary killing scenario. It could be a desperate situation surrounded by demons, a predicament of betrayal from a loved one, or a doomsday scene of a collapsing Dao heart. All attacks will cause real pain, but will not be fatal. The array will record the trial taker's combat instincts, adaptability, and near-death explosive power. The only rule for this trial is to survive and walk out. Long Chi Yi, Lin Fan, and the others continue to perform excellently, further surprising the elders. Many elders had already shifted most of their attention to the three. Among them were several elites from the Sword Sect, core elders. The core elders of the Sword Sect and the core elders of the Sword Pavilion are two different matters. The former is the core of the sect's elders, specifically facing core disciples, while the latter is merely a core of certain level within the Sword Pavilion, responsible for guarding the more precious magic swords of that level. If someone is named as a disciple by a core elder during the opening ceremony, that person can be said to have already received the treatment of a core disciple, albeit without the strength and power of one, equivalent to a quasi-core. The fifth trial, sixth trial, and up to the final ninth trial lasted for 10 days. By the time the last trial arrived, out of the original 2,000-plus participants, there were less than 300 left. The final trial is called Ascending to the Heavens. The voice of a grand elder echoed across the square. Look beneath your feet. With the sound of his voice, steps suddenly rose beneath the feet of the 300 participants, leading straight into the depths of the clouds and mist. No one could tell how deep or high it was just by looking with their naked eyes. The Ascending to the Heavens has a total of 9,900 steps. Each step contains weak water, built from heavenly illusion stones. The pressure of each step varies and increases step by step, randomly triggering Dao rhythm interrogations. If someone reaches the top and knocks on the bronze door, they will be the top disciple of this opening ceremony. They can choose any elder as their master, regardless of the master's identity. As the grand elder's words fell, someone among the 300 disciples immediately asked, "What are the passing conditions?" Those who can step on 99 layers may become Changhe Sword cultivators. Upon hearing this, Xie Fei turned his attention to those steps. Under his spiritual sense, these suddenly appearing steps were filled with a desolate and ancient aura. Each line on them seemed to contain the weight of time. This thing is not simple. Where did it come from? Based on his original memory, Xie Fei remembered very clearly that the Changhe Sword Sect had barely 800 years of history. From the founding patriarch to now, it had only passed through 3 generations. It was rumored that the founding patriarch had ascended to a higher realm, but according to many records, he should be dead. Compared to those first-rate sects that have existed for thousands or even tens of thousands of years, how could the Changhe Sword Sect possess such treasures? These steps seem specially created for selecting disciples. Given the foundation of the Changhe Sword Sect, it would be impossible to refine such a special treasure. After all, even a single foundation establishment pill would drain half the sect's resources. Could it be that the Changhe Sword Sect had some hidden origins in the past? After thinking it over, Xie Fei secretly became more vigilant. If there was a chance, it would be best to look for information on this matter. Not for any other reason, but to understand his place of residence better, just in case. Ever since he arrived in this world called the Xuanqi continent, he didn't plan to leave the Changhe Sword Sect easily. To be precise, he wanted to stay in the Sword Pavilion. In this world where demons run rampant and can annihilate one's soul at any moment, Xie Fei knew well the importance of having the backing of a sect. Being a lone wolf is exhausting. With a system at his disposal, quietly developing is the right way to go. As the 9th trial began, the 2 prodigies previously detected by the talent pillar, Chai Bang and Wei Xing, took the lead and stepped forward first. Once they stepped, it seemed they couldn't stop. With a single push, they actually climbed up 66 steps. This scene immediately drew the astonishment of all the elders. Many elders who favored these 2 showed proud smiles, and several elite elders declared on the spot that they would personally take one of them as a disciple after the trials ended. Time slowly passed, and it was now noon. Among the nearly 300 participants, only Chai Bang and Wei Xing had boldly stepped onto the 99 layers, being the first to meet the basic passing conditions. In comparison, the best among the others had only just climbed to the 60th layer. However, what caught the attention of the other elders was that Long Qi, Lin Fan, and Qing Yao, who had performed excellently in the previous trials, were now moving incredibly slowly. Every step they took seemed as if they were carrying a massive stone on their backs. Seeing this, even Xie Fei couldn't help but feel a bit worried. Could it be? Are these three going to fail at the final trial? I don't have the right to rescue them here. Thinking of Long Qi Ye's red fate, if he were to be eliminated here, that investment would go down the drain. For a moment, Xie Fei felt a bit of a headache. Just then, while he was preparing to think of some way, Long Qi, Lin Fan, and Qing Yao suddenly emitted a faint, ethereal aura. In just an instant, this aura dissipated. However, Xie Fei, who had been paying close attention, still noticed it. This is Dao rhythm. Xie Fei was naturally not unfamiliar with Dao rhythm. His golden core was even filled with sword Dao patterns, which are the tangible manifestation of Dao rhythm. The Dao rhythm from Long Qi Yi and the others seemed to have been forced out by that mysterious step, or perhaps it was triggered and guided. No matter how one views and interprets it, after the manifestation of this Dao rhythm, Long Qi Yi, Lin Fan, and Qing Yao suddenly seemed to have received a boost of energy. All pressure instantly vanished. They actually started running up the steps. No, you didn't see it wrong. While others struggled to ascend, like ordinary people climbing a rocky cliff, they were running, extremely effortlessly, as if walking on flat ground. This scene not only stunned Xie Fei, but even the other elders were left dumbfounded. Many elders looked as if their eyeballs were about to fall out from shock. What is going on? What is happening to those three disciples? No one could understand. Perhaps that mysterious grand elder knows, but he did not appear. Under the astonished gazes of the elders, Long Qi Yi and the others had already reached the 99 layers of steps. Then, without stopping for a moment, they continued to maintain their extremely fast speed and rushed upward. Chai Bang and Wei Xing were already dumbfounded. At this moment, they had just stepped onto the 109th step. After the 99th step, their speed had slowed down, taking about 3 to 5 breaths to take the next step. Compared to those below who could barely move a step in the time it took to burn a stick of incense, their speed was already quite fast. However, Chai Bang and Wei Xing could only stare blankly at the three figures rushing forward with the wind. The 199th step, the 299th step, the 399th step, the 1999th step, the 3999th step, the 4999th step. By this point, Qing Yao's speed was clearly unable to keep up with Long Qi and Lin Fan. Ultimately, she stopped at the 5150th step, collapsing onto the ground, completely unable to move. Long Qi and Lin Fan were still rushing upward. It was as if someone was lifting them from below, showing no signs of exhaustion whatsoever. The 6999th step, the 7999th step, the 9000th step. Chapter 41. The Foundation of the Great Dao. No one expected the apprenticeship. When they reached the 9000th step, Lin Fan, who was endowed with golden fate, could no longer move and collapsed on steps. Only Long Qi continued to exert himself upward. Finally, under the astonished gazes of everyone, Long Qi reached the highest step, the 9999th step. Ding, ding, ding. The moment he stepped onto the highest step, a mysterious sound suddenly echoed throughout heaven and earth. In the void above, a figure materialized. It was the main body of the elder presiding over this grand ceremony. Not only that, Long Qi's ascent to the highest step had attracted the attention of the entire Changhe Sword Sect. In Xie Fei's perception, countless spiritual senses were converging towards this direction, including those from the sect leader and other elders. Among them, there were even a few unfathomable auras, which belonged to the legendary supreme elders of the Sword Sect. However, what surprised Xie Fei was not that Long Qi had reached the top, since after all, he possessed a red fate, making the ascent understandable. What astonished him was the aura emanating from the elder who had appeared before him, which inexplicably gave him a sense of pressure. It should be noted that Xie Fei was already at the 5th grade of the Golden Core stage. Furthermore, with the enhancement of the Tai, Su Yu Mo Shenzhong, his spiritual sense strength was comparable to that of a nascent soul. The fact that he felt pressure could only indicate one thing. The elder who appeared had to be at the nascent soul level. Moreover, among those terrifying spiritual senses he sensed, there were many old monsters at the nascent soul stage. Those unfathomable supreme elders could even be above the nascent soul level. Damn it, the foundation of such top-tier experts in this sect turned out to be a third-rate sword sect? Upon realizing this, Xie Fei was deeply shaken. According to the original body's memories, the strongest in the Changhe Sword Sect was merely at the golden core level. But now he discovered how shallow the original body's knowledge was, or rather, how little he knew. If Xie Fei were not at the golden core level, and if his spiritual sense perception had not been sharp enough to rival the nascent soul, he might not have realized this. Just as Xie Fei was astonished on the 9,999th step of the ascent platform, the elder had already arrived before Long Xie. To his surprise, after all these years, someone had indeed reached the top and knocked on the heavenly gate. The elder seemed to be reminiscing, as if feeling a bit sentimental. After a moment, he regained his composure and said to Long Xie, "Since you've reached the top, have you thought about which elder you wish to apprentice under? If you're unclear about the situation of the various elders in the Changhe Sword Sect, I can explain it to you now." Long Xie respectfully bowed and then spoke. "Elder, I've already decided on my master." "Oh, who is it?" The elder immediately asked curiously. Generally speaking, one should inquire about the situations of the elders and their specialties or positions. Yet Long Xie had already made his choice without waiting for an introduction. "Please, elder, I wish to apprentice under the guarding elder of the first trial." Long Xie said, "I do not know the elder's name, but he is in Area 3. Before Long Xie could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by the astonished elder. "What did you say? You want to apprentice under an intersect elder?" "Yes. Please grant me this request, elder." Long Xie deeply bowed. The elder was completely stunned. Not only him, but the watching elders and even those spiritual senses that had come to check were all dumbfounded. A disciple who had reached the highest step of the ascent platform was actually thinking of apprenticing under an obscure intersect elder. What were they thinking? Around Xie Fei, a group of elders looked at him with incredulous eyes. Everyone was staring at him, as if he were some strange phenomenon. Xie Fei was also taken aback. He hadn't expected Long Xie to choose him as a master. Not to mention anything else, he himself had no intention of taking on a disciple. Taking on a disciple is so troublesome. One has to consider everything about the disciple and be responsible for cultivating them into talent. Just calling someone master is one thing, but being a father is even more important. Xie Fei just wanted to take it easy and develop in secret. Why would he think about being a master? In the sky, the elder's gaze fell upon them. Then, in a flash, he had brought Long Xie before Xie Fei. As the elder, once he spoke, it was as if a horse team couldn't chase it back. Not to mention that the rule wasn't set by him. Once Long Xie made his decision, no matter how much misunderstanding there was, he had to bring him over. However, at this critical moment, the elder could not help but ask, "Long Xie, I will ask you once more. Are you sure you want to apprentice under him?" Long Xie first bowed again to the elder, then deeply bowed to Xie Fei, and finally said with unwavering determination, "I have thought it through. Please, elder, grant me this." The last sentence was directed at Xie Fei. Faced with this situation, it was akin to a good material being buried in a latrine. The elder felt a surge of frustration at not being able to forge the iron, but he ultimately held back, looking at Xie Fei. In that instant, all eyes were on him. Xie Fei, under the pressure, awkwardly smiled. "Well, my cultivation is low. Long Xie, why don't you think it over again?" He truly did not want to take on any disciples. Even if Long Xie had a red fate, he was unwilling to add to his troubles. "If it weren't for Master giving me a chance, I would never have been able to come this far." Long Xie actually knelt down on the spot. Seeing the scene, the elder's face turned pale, and he said, "Xie Fei, since this disciple is determined to apprentice under you, based on the rules of the grand ceremony, you must accept him and cannot refuse. Moreover, you must treat him seriously in the future. If it is discovered that you do not teach your disciple earnestly, you will be expelled from the Changhe Sword Sect." He was reluctant and very willing to see Xie Fei refuse to take on a disciple. But this rule had been in place since the establishment of the Changhe Sword Sect. No matter what, The rules could not be broken. At this point, Xie Fei could only reluctantly agree. Elder, your teachings are correct. I will remember the rules and wholeheartedly teach my disciple. However, given the special circumstances of this occasion, why don't we let Long Xie cultivate with the others in the sect? If any issues arise or if he needs help, he can come to the Sword Pavilion to find me. What he thought was, of course, to make things simpler. Even if Long Xie was outstanding and had a bright future, Xie Fei still did not feel that taking on a disciple would bring any significant benefits. Upon hearing this, the elder fell into deep thought. Clearly, he was weighing Xie Fei's words. After all, in everyone's eyes, this core elder of the second level of the Sword Pavilion is just a mere Qi refining realm cultivator. What can a Qi refining realm cultivator teach disciples? Moreover, he is a super genius who ranked first on the ascending heaven platform. The sharp-eyed Xie Fei sensed that someone seemed to be transmitting a message to this deep-in-thought elder. Moments later, he saw the elder nodding. What you said is not without reason. Moreover, the intention is also for the future of the disciple. Since that's the case, I will take charge and agree. From now on, Long Xie will cultivate like an ordinary outer sect disciple. If he has any questions or needs resources, he can come to the Sword Pavilion to find you. If you cannot provide it, he can go to several great elders of the Sword Pavilion. Upon hearing this, Xie Fei roughly guessed the identity of the person who had just transmitted the message. Most likely, it was a certain expert from the Sword Pavilion. Overall, while the Changhe Sword Sect is a whole, there are still some factions within it. The Sword Pavilion lineage and the Sword Tomb lineage would certainly place great importance on a super genius like Long Xie entering their faction. They even went so far as to say that if Xie Fei could not resolve it, he could go directly to them. With things reaching this point, it was considered settled. After performing the apprenticeship ceremony, Long Xie exceptionally became the chief disciple under Xie Fei. Meanwhile, Xie Fei, in his capacity as a Qi refining realm intersect elder, became the only elder in the Sword Sect with a disciple. According to convention, in the Changhe Sword Sect, elders wishing to take in disciples must at least be at the foundation establishment level. This means they must be at least elite elder level. Ding! Host investment successful. Congratulations, host, for receiving a rebate. Due to the destiny and fortune of the investment target being red, the rebate effect is doubled. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the foundation of the Great Dao. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the talent of unity of man and sword. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining 9 heaven-grade enlightenment pills. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining 1,000 years of lifespan. Foundation of the Great Dao can be extracted at any time. The foundation for forging the supreme Great Dao, directly pointing to the origin of the Great Dao, gradually comprehending the ultimate of the Dao. After extraction, you can freely choose one of the 3,000 Great Daos. Unity of man and sword can be extracted at any time. A talent type rebate. After extraction, every sword move can reach the peak of its state. Uniting with the sword. Enlightenment pills, 9 pieces, can be extracted at any time. After taking, can enter an enlightenment state, lasting at least 1 hour. 1,000 years of lifespan can be extracted at any time. After extraction, can extend lifespan by 1,000 years. Once Long Xie successfully joined the Changhe Sword Sect, and Qing Yao also became an outer sect disciple of the Sword Sect, the system's rebate finally arrived. Similar to the previous investment in Jian Shan, it provided 4 types of rebates. However, this time, none were similar to the mysterious techniques like Tai, Su Yuemo Shunzhong. Instead, they were some extremely profound things, such as the foundation of the Great Dao. Xie Fei suppressed his curiosity and led Long Xie, Qing Yao, and Lin Fan into the Sword Sect first. Long Xie and Qing Yao need not be mentioned. They were childhood sweethearts, inseparable. As for Lin Fan, who followed along, Xie Fei felt a bit helpless and decided not to ask why. Perhaps this was the consequence of investing everywhere. After thinking about it, he could only comfort himself this way. Along the way, the disciples of the Sword Sect who heard the news all stopped and looked over curiously. Their gazes were mostly focused on Long Xie and Xie Fei. Is this the Long Xie who ranked first on the 900 steps for the first time in history? Yes, that's him. I was there at the scene, saw it all clearly. On the ascending heaven platform, that kid was incredible. Logically, having reached the highest point of the ascending heaven platform, he should have gone to pay respects to the sect master or some reclusive grand elder, right? Why is he mingling with an inner sect elder? I know. I heard that during the first test, Elder Xie Fei let him pass. Sigh. What was that saying again? Wasting talent? This is a waste. He'll regret it in the future. One was the first on the ascending heaven platform of this sect's founding ceremony, and the other was just an inner sect elder at the Qi refining realm. This master-disciple combination should not occur in reality. Yet it just happened. This left everyone confused. Many even started betting on when Long Qie would feel regret. However, these discussions did not affect Long Qie and the other two. As for Xie Fei, it was even less likely. After bringing the three to the new disciple registration office, Xie Fei explained some routine matters before leaving alone. As for the master-disciple relationship, he believed that with Long Qie's red destiny and fortune, he only needed to add a little fuel. Invest a bit, and he wouldn't need to worry about it too much. Such a protagonist-like existence with a real master could instead become a shackle and might even become a burden. Now my excuse for being lazy is becoming more and more legitimate. Xie Fei nodded in satisfaction to himself. He then entered the elder's residence in the Sword Pavilion. Since the founding ceremony had just ended, the Sword Pavilion would not start working until at least tomorrow. The first floor would be busy tomorrow, especially with so many new disciples arriving. System, extract 1,000 years of lifespan. After opening the residence's array, Xie Fei silently communicated with the system in his heart. In an instant, a chaotic yet powerful life force surged into his limbs and bones, merging into every inch of flesh and blood. About half an hour later, all the energy was completely absorbed by his body. When Xie Fei opened his eyes, he felt a surge of vitality throughout his body. He even had the illusion that a drop of his blood could rival precious materials and spiritual medicines. However, it wasn't too far off. His current body possessed the Great Luo sword body and the Tiger Demon Golden body, combined with the transformation from this 1,000 years of lifespan. His flesh and blood would indeed contain some special effects, such as healing mundane diseases and plagues, but that was about it. Unless his physical body underwent a certain qualitative change. After extracting the 1,000 years of lifespan, the next step was the talent of unity of man and sword. This didn't come with much sensation. In less than the time it takes for a cup of tea to brew, Xie Fei was already standing up. Taking out the system's magic sword. With a swish, he casually waved it a couple of times. Each move carried a fierce killing intent and was incredibly agile. Wherever he thought to go, the sword arrived there. The magic sword seemed to have become a part of his body, as easy to control as his own arms. Given my current state, how would it be to wield the Nine Heavens sword technique? With this thought, Xie Fei couldn't wait to experiment. As soon as the Nine Heavens sword technique was unleashed, he suddenly vanished. It was as if he had merged into the sword light. And in this Nine Heavens sword realm, he was everywhere. Man and sword united. Sword intent, sword light, sword energy, everything was Xie Fei. This feeling was quite marvelous. However, after experimenting for a while, Xie Fei immediately stopped. If he continued, this room might just disappear. It would be troublesome to cause a commotion. Yet, in just that short while, everything in the room was obliterated, silently turning into nothingness. Now it was time for the final foundation of the Great Dao. I want to see what this thing, which the system described so mysteriously, is really useful for. Chapter 42. The Sword Sect is once again in an uproar, breaking through to the 6th grade of the Golden Core. After Xie Fei chose to extract the foundation of the Great Dao, a rumbling tremor suddenly echoed from above the 9 heavens. In the room, his body was lifted by an invisible great power, and the entire sky was like a torn ancient scroll, revealing a vast river of void flowing with stardust behind it. Following that, countless runes entwined with chaotic energy surged from the void. These wandering runes seemed to come alive, rushing into Xie Fei's body the moment they appeared. Before Xie Fei could express his astonishment, these runes enveloped his soul, radiating a gentle glow. The originally ordinary soul appeared to be rewoven by a great power, and to his surprise, It was engraved with strands of profound inscriptions. At the same time, a sudden clarity arose in Xie Fei's heart. It was time for him to make a choice. Out of the 3,000 paths, which one would he choose? Without much thought, he determined the foundation of his path to be the Sword Dao. Because whether it was the Great Luo sword body or the Nine Heavens sword technique, many things fell within the realm of the Sword Dao. With so much foundation, the best and most suitable choice was undoubtedly the Sword Dao. Once Xie Fei made his choice, a thunderous sound erupted from the depths of the void, as if 3,000 sword cries resonated. And primordial Dao patterns fell to the world like stars. Before Xie Fei could close his eyes to introspect, his soul was already pulled into the river of the Sword Dao. Almost instantly, the spiritual energy within the Changhe Sword Sect, spanning 100,000 miles, suddenly began to reverse flow. Such a massive commotion once again shook the entire Changhe Sword Sect. The hidden supreme elders were all stirred, looking at the unusual surge of spiritual energy with confusion. What was happening? It was unclear. This commotion seemed purely to be a fluctuation of spiritual energy. This was a disturbance of heaven and earth. No one was breaking through, nor were there any treasures emerging. There must be some presence. Investigate. Immediately investigate. As powerful elders emerged one after another, the Changhe Sword Sect was thrown into chaos. As for the commotion outside, Xie Fei was completely oblivious. With all his focus on the foundation of the Dao, or now it should be called the foundation of the Sword Dao, his soul, consciousness, and everything else were wrapped in the inscriptions of the Sword Dao foundation. Gradually, a qualitative change began to emerge. When everything slowly calmed down, Xie Fei's consciousness returned, and the sword energy bursting from his eyes actually tore through the void, leaving behind streaks of sword marks. His slow movements caused the heavens and earth to resonate. With each step he took, a lotus of sword intent bloomed. After 9 steps, a world of swords surprisingly materialized. Boom! In the Changhe Sword Sect, the long-dormant protective formation suddenly activated, and within a mysterious space deep in the Sword Sect, several figures who were in closed-door cultivation woke up simultaneously. Even more terrifying was that at that moment, the sword cultivators across the entire Xuanqi continent suddenly felt a tremor in their sword hearts. Although it was just a fleeting moment, no one paid attention, and many even thought it was an illusion. Yet in the Changhe Sword Sect, countless people's magic swords trembled. In places like the Sword Pavilion and Sword Tomb, fierce sword howls erupted. Fortunately, Xie Fei immediately retracted his aura. All Dao rhythms vanished, returning to that unremarkable state. These earth-shattering phenomena gradually subsided. At this moment, within the Sword Pavilion, an elder quietly descended from the 3rd floor. As if on patrol, he came to the 2nd floor. Wherever he passed, all the elders on the 2nd floor stopped to pay their respects. "We greet Elder Wu." Elder Wu responded with a slight nod to the greetings. His steps neither hurried nor slow, seemingly investigating the recent simultaneous sword cries. After taking a round on the 2nd floor, he exited the Sword Pavilion, passing through the bamboo forest, and made his way toward Huayang City. Upon reaching Huayang City, he entered the Fengyue Qinglu. Moments later, a man appearing to be in his 30s swaggered out. As he walked, he waved his hand contentedly behind him. "Lu Yi, remember to come find us again next time." Several elegantly dressed women upstairs called out, waving handkerchiefs. The man laughed heartily, of course. Ha ha ha. After leaving the brothel street, he stopped for a while at a few other places before turning back toward the Changhe Sword Sect. Upon arriving at the 2nd floor of the Sword Pavilion, the surrounding elders jokingly remarked, "Lu Sheng, have you been out playing again? Be careful of Elder Wu looking for trouble with you after the opening ceremony." "How could that be?" Lu Sheng laughed. "I'm just balancing work and play. If I don't enjoy myself, how can I shoulder the responsibilities of the Sword Pavilion? Isn't that right?" The elders laughed in agreement. Due to the opening ceremony, the Sword Pavilion had been closed for the last couple of days, so everyone had little to do. They gathered together to chat or check their respective magic swords. Many elders had even returned to their residences to take a nap or cultivate, with no one to supervise. After chatting for a while about the affairs of young ladies, Lu Sheng excused himself to register his magic sword matters and left. Once he reached an uninhabited area, he suddenly changed direction, heading toward a core area. There, a core elder from the second floor was waiting for him. Young master. At this moment, Lu Sheng no longer had the demeanor of a man who enjoyed women. His entire aura had transformed into that of a young master of a great sect, exuding an unmistakable presence of power and control. During the simultaneous sword cries, Kong Yu, have you been able to find the cause? Lu Sheng asked. Kong Yu, the core elder of the second floor, shook his head slightly. The source has not been found. It is said that this matter has already alarmed the two deputy sect masters, but in the end, they could not determine what was happening. Upon hearing Kong Yu's report, Lu Sheng nodded slightly, not overly concerned about finding the source of the simultaneous sword cries. You all have worked hard during this time, he said, letting out a sigh. Kong Yu immediately smiled. We are all under the care of the old sect master, which is why we have today. The hardships we face now are nothing compared to the old sect master's grace. It's just that the young master has had it tough. Pretending to be a young elder fond of women and bowing to others every day. As he spoke, Kong Yu's voice choked up, and he couldn't continue. Sigh. Lu Sheng listened and sighed again. For the sake of the sect's grand plan, we have all suffered. Fortunately, this period will soon come to an end. This time, the simultaneous sword cries have finally allowed me to sense a trace of my father's presence. Oh, Kong Yu was suddenly shocked, then overjoyed. Young master, have you found where the old sect master is? Lu Sheng nodded. Indeed. This disturbance has caused the magic formations of the sword pavilion to shake. Relying on my connection with my father, I have finally pinpointed his location. Soon, we will be able to bring him out. Upon hearing this, Kong Yu couldn't help but become furious. Damn Changhe Sword Sect. Taking advantage of the old sect master's injury. They brought him back here under the pretense of eradicating demons and upholding justice. In the end, they actually refined him into a sword. Damn it. Mentioning this matter, Lu Sheng's expression turned grim, his gaze darkening to the extreme. Young master, since you have already found the old sect master, when do you plan to take action? Do you need us? Kong Yu asked quietly. On New Year's Day, 1 month later, Lu Sheng replied, for now, you all should focus on recovering the power stored in the spiritual power beads and restoring your realms. The more strength we have, the more assurance we will have. Kong Yu nodded firmly, assuring, rest assured, young master, we will do our utmost. I also need to prepare to restore my original realm in these days. Now, let us disperse, Lu Sheng said and left. Boom. At this moment, Xie Fei's cultivation, aided by the influx of spiritual energy triggered by the foundation of the Sword Dao, broke through to a higher realm once again. The spiritual power within him was as abundant as the sea. His soul and consciousness also surged sharply. Golden Core, 6th rank. Xie Fei looked within himself, a hint of joy on his face. If this kind of spiritual energy eruption happens every day, it won't take a month or 2 for me to reach Golden Core 9th rank. However, he also knew that this was merely a fantasy. The phenomenon of spiritual energy automatically gathering within a radius of 100,000 miles is due to the emergence of the foundation of the Great Dao. Under normal circumstances, to set up a spirit gathering formation covering 100,000 miles would require an enormous effort. Just thinking about it makes it seem impossible. Once the spiritual energy calms down, Xie Fei begins to plan his next moves. First, it is time to show his cultivation level to the outside world, and he should elevate it to the 5th level of Qi training. Not showcasing his talent would not only be a disservice to Wu's attention, but it could also hinder his promotion to the 3rd level of the Sword Pavilion. The 2nd level faces the inner disciples, while the 3rd level can confront the elite disciples of the Sword Sect. Relatively speaking, the average luck and fate of elite disciples are certainly stronger than those of the inner disciples. Moreover, after becoming an elite elder of the Sword Sect, he can also visit the inner sect. Therefore, Xie Fei has thoughts of promoting to the 3rd level elder. He decides to wait a few days and find an excuse to seclude himself for a breakthrough. With that in mind, Xie Fei tidies up his elder attire. He cannot stay in his room for too long, otherwise it would easily attract attention. As an unremarkable person, he naturally would not deliberately seek out situations that make him stand out. However, as soon as he steps out, he runs into several core elders from the 2nd level looking for him. After the recent birthday celebration of Wu, Xie Fei has become quite familiar with the elders of the second level. Elder Xie, how is your disciple doing? Upon meeting, everyone curiously asks. While others may have only heard about Xie Fei becoming Master Long Qie's teacher, his colleagues know the details very well. Oh, don't mention it. Xie Fei helplessly chuckles. I have no ability to teach such a talented disciple. During this time, I've let him learn from other elders. The ones seeking him are all good friends among the elders. Seeing this, one of them quickly says, your approach is correct. Since that Long Qie insists on being your disciple, just teach him a little. If he doesn't succeed later, you can't be blamed. If he does succeed, then that's even better. Another elder steps forward and says, why are we talking about this? We came to invite Elder Xie to have some fun. Saying this, he puts his arm around Xie Fei's shoulder. Elder Xie, New Year's Day is approaching. A few of us plan to go to Huayang City to have some fun and gather together. It will definitely be bustling in Huayang City on New Year's Day. New Year's Day? Xie Fei is taken aback. Seeing his hesitation, the other elders chime in. During major festivals, our sword pavilion always takes a break. If you don't go, we'll make sure to drag you along. Otherwise, why would so many of us come find you? Do you want to dampen the mood? With the conversation reaching this point, Xie Fei knows that refusing any further would be somewhat inconsiderate. He immediately gives up the idea of going to the Misty Forest during New Year's and nods in agreement. Back to work. As soon as Xie Fei steps into the second level of the sword pavilion, he hears everyone discussing the recent plan to eliminate a batch of spirit-level swords that have developed consciousness. The elder he has met before is holding a small meeting to discuss the sword elimination and has also called upon many elders from the second and third levels to help out. In the days that follow, due to being a core elder, Xie Fei is summoned several times. The elder, who is already impressed by him, becomes even more familiar with him over time. As the days pass, when New Year's Day approaches, Xie Fei finally finds the opportunity to take a 3-day leave to enter seclusion and elevates his cultivation to the 5th level of Qi training. When New Year's Day arrives and a group of elders comes together, they are astonished to discover the change in his cultivation. I didn't expect Elder Xie to have such great talent. It won't be long before his cultivation catches up with us, right? The one saying this is a core elder at the 6th level of Qi training. Today we won't talk about cultivation or sword pavilion matters. We're all here to have fun. Yes. Hurry up, or when we get to Huayang City, the excitement will be over. The group sets off in high spirits. Even the youngest among them is over 40 years old. By worldly standards, this is a gathering of elderly people celebrating. Unfortunately, just as everyone steps out of the mountain gate and enters the bamboo forest, a small elder from the 3rd level rushes after them, shouting, Xie Fei? Where is Elder Xie? Upon hearing the situation, it turns out that the elder is holding another sword elimination meeting and due to New Year's Day, is short on hands. So he sent someone to call for Xie Fei. Seeing this, everyone quickly says, since it's Elder Li's matter, you should hurry and go. Xie Fei. Yes, being able to connect with Elder Li will greatly benefit you in the future. Fun can wait. Go quickly. Xie Fei naturally understands the importance of Elder Li. If he wants to enter the 3rd level of the sword pavilion quickly, Elder Li is definitely someone who can speak on his behalf and help him out. Perhaps because the year end is approaching, or due to some other reasons, or perhaps there was already a plan in place in any case during this period. Elder Li's sword elimination meetings are held almost daily. Sometimes there are 2 or 3 meetings in one day. It's unclear why there are so many spirit swords that need to be destroyed. With this thought, Xie Fei lets out a helpless sigh. After bidding farewell to the elders he was supposed to have fun with, he follows the messenger back to the sword pavilion. However, this time he does not go to the 2nd level. Meanwhile, at the elder's residence in the sword pavilion, in one room, Lu Sheng suddenly ends his meditation and stands up. It's time to act as agreed. Chapter 43. It's happening. Lu Sheng finally takes action. Eliminate. In the 3rd level of the sword pavilion, Elder Li's toad slightly stirs. Under the pressure of the formation, the sword on the stone platform has lost its consciousness. Seeing this, Xie Fei quickly stops outputting spiritual energy. The sword being destroyed this time is a fierce sword from the 3rd level that almost caused a life-threatening incident. Its intelligence was already comparable to that of a 10-year-old child. However, Under the Great Sword Elimination formation, it is still reduced to ashes, its intelligence completely extinguished. A sword with intelligence is essentially like a person. When a person is ill, they must be treated. If they cannot be cured, they can only die. However, a sword's illness is generally a mental one. This sword was in critical condition, and it could only have its intelligence erased, preserving the sword's body to be sent to the sword tomb. Facing Xie Fei, Elder Li seems very patient, always taking a moment to offer a few pointers. These words may not significantly help with swordsmanship or strength, but they can enhance a sword cultivator's understanding of swords. Xie Fei listens quietly, but in his mind, he thinks of the sword from the system's rewards. That sword can grow as his own strength increases, and it possesses some incredible characteristics, such as being indestructible and unlosable. Yet, up to this point, although it has clearly grown into a spirit weapon, it shows no signs of developing intelligence. All right, you can all go back and rest. Holding the spirit sword's body, Elder Li says to the others. But just as his words fall, the wall suddenly shakes. The surrounding formations begin to flicker unpredictably. It's nothing. Elder Li says calmly, this kind of thing happens often. It's probably just the sword pavilion's earth veins stirring up. Those sword evils are boiling. There is no need to pay attention. After saying this, he pats Xie Fei on the shoulder. Are you interested? Before he could finish his sentence, boom, the ground begins to shake. The sword elimination formation instantly disappears, and a part of the formation base shifts position. No harm done. Elder Li remains calm, but turns to Xie Fei and says, it seems there is a sword evil frenzy this time. But it's nothing. The entire sword pavilion is pressing down on it. It will be fine soon. After saying this, he puts away the spirit sword, gathers his things, and prepares to go out. However, just as he takes a step, rumble, a huge commotion erupted once again. The walls of the third floor of the sword pavilion had even begun to partially collapse. Elder Li staggered, almost falling out directly. At this moment, Elder Li's expression suddenly changed, and he quickly shouted, Xie Fei, go check what's going on. After running out of the room of the Sword Extinguishing Society, he saw chaos outside. Elders were running all over the third floor. Some seemed to have just rushed in from outside, disheveled and checking everywhere. They were all inspecting their areas to see if any magic swords were missing or had problems. The ceiling and the floor were shaking almost everywhere, as if everything were about to collapse. Elder Li caught a regular elder from the third floor. What's going on? Why is there such a huge commotion? The regular elder hurriedly replied, there's a treasure-level magic sword on the upper floor that has gone awry, causing chaos. Even the defensive formation has been shaken. Upstairs, Elder Li's expression changed drastically, becoming much more serious. He immediately instructed the person beside him, Xie Fei, this is a real disaster. Once the formation on the fourth floor of the sword pavilion breaks, the spirit swords inside will surely try to rush out, especially since there are several treasure-level magic swords in there. Each one is a matter of life and death. Hurry to the second or first floor. The formation on the first floor has been reinforced, so it's the safest. After speaking, he turned around but found no trace of Xie Fei. Elder Li couldn't help but laugh and scold. This kid really runs fast. He should be safe from now on. He didn't wait any longer and immediately turned around and ran. The fourth floor of the sword pavilion was in trouble, with a treasure-level magic sword going berserk. At this moment, Xie Fei was already standing at the boundary between the third and fourth floors. No one was paying attention to whether he was an elder from the third or fourth floor, nor did anyone care that he shouldn't be here. Standing here, his spiritual sense reached out to the fourth floor. Soon, he saw a group of elders gathered together. One elder waved his hand, scattering countless formation materials, many of which were extremely precious treasures. If Xie Fei weren't somewhat knowledgeable about formations, he probably wouldn't have recognized them. Immediately afterward, the formation elder began arranging them. All the materials flew into a specific area. Xie Fei saw clearly that this area was marked with the number 9. According to the specifications of the second floor, the larger the area number, the stronger the magic sword stored inside. It was obvious that Area 9 was the core area of the fourth floor, where the treasure-level magic sword was stored. Next to this formation elder, there were several familiar faces that Xie Fei had seen before. He had seen some of them on the first floor previously when the demon's sword caused bloodshed on the first floor. They had appeared then. However, the elder who caught Xie Fei's attention the most was an old man with white whiskers. The cultivation level exuded from him was that of a golden core master. At this moment, the white-bearded elder was frowning as he looked at Area 9, communicating with the elder in charge of the formation. After observing for a while, Xie Fei continued to look toward Area 9. At this moment, the formation was malfunctioning. His spiritual sense immediately saw the situation inside. A sword, to be precise. It was a sword shrouded in thick black light. The aura of this sword was extremely menacing. The suppressing formation was crumbling under its sharpness. However, the formation quickly began to repair itself. Xie Fei observed and concluded that even if this sword unleashed its ferocity, it probably wouldn't be of much use. Ultimately, it would still be unable to escape the fate of being suppressed. Moreover, given the immense noise it was causing, it was highly likely that afterward, its spiritual intelligence would be extinguished and it would be sent to the sword tomb for reconstruction. The power of this sword was slightly stronger than the previous demon sword. Sword 13. However, it was still in the golden core realm, not having broken through to the nascent soul stage. Even if it managed to break out in the end, the white-bearded elder outside should be able to handle it. Moreover, the more powerful elders above had yet to appear. What kind of storm could arise? Currently, the focus should be on the other floor's magic swords. If, taking advantage of the sword pavilion's formation shaking, the other magic swords broke free from their suppression, it would truly be a chaotic scene. As Xie Fei contemplated this, he was about to retract his spiritual sense. But just as he was about to leave, a faint fluctuation came from the 9th area of the 4th floor. His spiritual sense immediately halted. Xie Fei looked to a corner of Area 9 and suddenly noticed a magic sword that was continuously undulating. Sensing carefully, he realized that this was a sword that only had the body of a spirit weapon, but its spiritual intelligence had already vanished. Where did the spiritual intelligence within this sword go? Xie Fei thought of something, and his expression slightly changed. He recalled the anomalies of Sword 13 back then. It was very likely that the consciousness of this sword had already left the 4th floor of the sword pavilion. Lu Sheng, a figure appeared in his mind. The one who had helped Sword 13 escape was none other than Wang Yin, the young master of Fengyue sect, who had disguised himself as Lu Sheng. Connecting these thoughts, Xie Fei grabbed with his right hand, conjuring a sword out of thin air. It was the growing magic sword stored in the system space. At this moment, with his breakthrough in cultivation, it had already transformed into a spirit weapon. Kong Yu had seen the old sect master on the 2nd floor of the sword pavilion. In an unoccupied area, Kong Yu, a core elder of the 2nd floor, knelt on the ground with a face full of excitement. In front of him stood an old man who slightly nodded, and his appearance was none other than the familiar old Bentu that Xie Fei knew. However, at this moment, old Bentu was completely different from usual, exuding an aura of peace and tranquility. Yet his eyes contained the dominance of being able to turn the world upside down at will. Kong Yu, I didn't expect you to be so old after 50 years. Old Bentu sighed, a hint of emotion in his murky gaze. Kong Yu buried his head even lower, excitement causing him to tremble involuntarily. Kong Yu has been longing day and night. Now I can finally welcome the old sect master back. Not to mention 50 years. Even 500 years, I have no complaints. Speaking of this, he wept. 50 years ago, the old sect master was ambushed by Elder Xie and gravely injured. After that, he encountered several sword cultivators, who took you into the Changhe Sword Sect, using the pretext of eliminating demons and upholding righteousness to refine you into a magic sword. By the time we found out, it was already too late. I blame myself for our incompetence. After we go out, please punish us, old sect master. Old Bentu shook his head slightly. This matter cannot be blamed on you. Shaoan told me that you all were desperately searching for my whereabouts at that time. Not only were you hunted down by the sect, but you also fought with several righteous sects, resulting in many casualties. Kong Yu wiped away a tear and nodded heavily. This is indeed the case. It's a pity for Lan Zi and the others. Luo Donglai went too far. A cold glint flickered in old Bentu's eyes. I am still alive, yet they forced you like this. Once I return, I will imprison his soul. I want to rest until I torment him for hundreds of years to relieve this hatred in my heart. A strong killing intent surged from him. Kong Yu immediately rejoiced. With the old sect master here, the Fengyue sect will surely prosper in the future. The Xuanqi continent will once again echo with the decree of boundless Fengyue. Just as he finished speaking, two more figures appeared. One of them saw old Bentu and immediately knelt down. Xian pays respects to the sect master. No need for such formalities. Old Bentu turned to the appearing Lu Sheng and nodded with satisfaction. Shaoan, you arranged this incomplete soul body quite well. This is the physical body of an elder from the second floor. Your son had previously used it for experiments. With a foolproof plan, he dared to rescue his father. Lu Sheng, now already known as Wang Yin, who had restored his true form and cultivation, continued. Once we get out of this Changhe Sword Sect and reach the territory of the Fengyue sect, looking for a more suitable vessel for my father, the old master of the Fengyue sect, with the body of the aging old man, smiled and nodded. Not bad. Not bad, my son has grown up. Kong Yu then stood up and asked, Young master, shall we leave now? No rush. Wang smiled calmly, then took out an item. The others looked over and were surprised to see a black-purple pill. This is the Heaven Demon Disintegration Pill, which can greatly enhance strength when consumed by those below the nascent soul stage, ultimately comparable to a first-grade nascent soul. After Wang and finished speaking, the old master was instantly astonished. You actually have this thing, son? Although this pill is powerful, its side effects are immense. You must never consume it, or you will have no chance of advancing in the future. Father truly has great knowledge and is aware of the situation regarding this rare, desperate pill. Wang laughed and said, But father has misunderstood. This pill is not for me. Rather, I intend to give it to someone else. Wang continued. The Heaven Demon Disintegration Pill acts on the soul consciousness, triggering a burst of soul power. I plan to give it to that ferocious sword that is rampaging on the 4th floor. It turns out the ferocious sword causing chaos on the 4th floor was indeed affected by Wang and scheme, leading to its intelligence being thrown into disarray. Meanwhile, in the 2 core areas of the 2nd floor of the Sword Pavilion, 3 elders had teamed up to investigate. Upon reaching Area 6, one of the core elders of the 2nd floor said, I'll go in and take a look. If there is a spirit sword causing trouble, you all immediately activate the formation of Area 6 from outside. I will use the power of the formation to suppress it from within. The other 2 elders nodded. After this elder entered, it wasn't long before the sound of the formation being activated was indeed heard. The 2 did not dare to delay and immediately infused their spiritual energy to fully activate the formation of Area 6. After completing this, they continued towards Area 7. When they arrived, one of them entered as usual, while the other prepared to activate the formation of Area 7 at any moment from outside. But just as the elder stepped inside, a fierce scream erupted. Then there was a complete silence. The elder guarding outside immediately changed his expression. Before he could activate the formation of Area 7, he saw the previously entered elder slowly step out. Seeing his companion reappear, a wave of unease surged in the heart of this elder. You! Swish! A flash of sword light passed. A head fell to the ground. Then that elder, like a puppet without a soul, walked out holding a different spirit sword. Behind him lay the corpse of the elder who had remained outside to activate the formation. Just as this sword puppet was about to leave the 2nd floor, an unexpected figure appeared at the entrance. It was none other than Xie Fei. I recognize you. Xie Fei's gaze fell on the spirit sword in the right hand of the sword puppet. You were placed on the 2nd sword rack in Area 7. The other elders said you were very docile and posed no danger. I didn't expect the first one to come out would actually be you. He originally intended to pursue Lu Sheng, but didn't expect to encounter this situation upon arrival. In response to Xie Fei's words, the sword puppet remained silent. However, the spirit sword in its hand suddenly exploded with spiritual consciousness. Kill him. Swish. The sword light shone again. Yet this time, it was the sword puppet that lost its head. Clang. This time, it was the sound of swords clashing. Then the spirit sword in Area 7 broke on the spot. From start to finish, Xie Fei only drew 2 swords. However, just as he severed that spirit sword, the in his hand began to tremble slightly. Xie Fei looked on in surprise. He saw strands of invisible and strange energy from the broken spirit sword surging towards in his hand. In the perception of his spiritual sense, this strange energy was indeed the sole will of that spirit sword. Could it be that this sword from the system's rebate can devour the spiritual intelligence of other? Upon realizing this, a glimmer of joy flashed in Xie Fei's eyes. I didn't expect such an unexpected gain. At this moment, the broken spirit sword emitted a wailing wave. Chapter 44. The Long River Sword Sect is deeply hidden. Encountering the misty forest, the escaping spirit sword erupted with an incredible wave of spiritual consciousness. You are not an ordinary elder of the second floor. Your strength, the intensity of the spiritual consciousness wave was like a crashing sky and a surging sea. Shut your mouth. Xie Fei frowned and swung his again. The originally two-segmented spirit sword instantly transformed into 3 segments. Then that energy of the soul was absorbed even faster. Once it was all absorbed, he stepped deeper into the second floor. In his spiritual sense, besides this spirit sword, another sword also emerged. At this moment, near Area 5 of the second floor, 3 figures were killing people everywhere. The person in the middle was holding an eerie long sword, while the other 2 flanked him, covering as they killed outward. The 3 moved as one, with even their gazes being the same numbness. Moreover, each possessed strength beyond their own cultivation level. A single sword strike left almost no one able to resist. Most importantly, they were completely unafraid of injury, allowing blades to strike them while they would still pierce the throats of anyone in their way with a single sword strike. Along the way, there were bodies falling everywhere. The exit is right ahead. I can finally escape this sword prison. The eerie long sword in the middle person's hand emitted an excited wave of spiritual consciousness. However, just as its excitement rose, a sword light like a heavenly curtain suddenly struck. The other 2 among the 3 immediately stepped forward to try to block it. The person holding the eerie long sword quickly retreated. But this sword light seemed unstoppable, instantly breaking through the 2 sword puppets. Then it caught up with the fleeing eerie long sword. Swish! The sword light disappeared without a trace, leaving behind only 3 figures severed in 2 and a spirit weapon long sword. The lingering spiritual intelligence hovered around. Upon seeing Xie Fei walking out of the darkness, this spiritual intelligence suddenly screamed, "It's you." Xie Fei didn't say much, summoning the in his hand to start absorbing. The spiritual intelligence seemed too shocked to notice that it was gradually being absorbed. It was still shouting, "Aren't you just an ordinary 4th grade Qi refining elder? How can this be? Let me correct you. I am now a 5th grade Qi refining. Does it make any difference?" It raved. That sword just now was emitted from the Qi refining realm. You clearly, Suddenly, it realized something was amiss. Then it looked at Xie Fei's with even more terror. What is this? Swish! Another flash of sword light passed. The eerie long sword broke once again. After accelerating its absorption, Xie Fei turned to look behind him. In his perception, several powerful elders were approaching. They should be elders from the upper 3 floors, with a minimum strength of 1st grade golden core. Just in time for them to clean up, I will pursue the departing Lu Sheng. Once the absorption was complete, he vanished from the 2nd floor in a flash. At this moment, Zhou Qing, an elder from the upper 3 floors, was rushing towards the sword pavilion with a gloomy expression. On this New Year's Day, he should have been visiting friends and enjoying himself. But he didn't expect to receive a report saying that there was unusual activity in the sword pavilion, prompting him to return immediately. Upon receiving the news, Zhou Qing had no intention of lingering and rushed back without delay. Along the way, he encountered several other elders who were also hurrying back. After a swift journey, they finally arrived. Fortunately, it wasn't a matter of the 5th or 6th floor. The 4th floor should not lead to a major disaster. Zhou Qing took the lead and charged into the source of the trouble on the 4th floor of the sword pavilion. An elder was already waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing their arrival, they immediately came forward to pay their respects and report. The Tiger Demon Sword has been suppressed, and the 4-layered formation is being repaired, which will take about half an hour. This news relieved the elders, including Zhou Qing, who had hurriedly arrived. What happened with the Tiger Demon Sword? How did it go berserk for no reason? An elder from the upper 3 layers asked. Someone has disturbed its intelligence, and, in the process, they also fed it a heavenly demon disintegration pill. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the upper three-layer elders darkened to the extreme, disturbing its intelligence, along with the heavenly demon disintegration pill. This pill is extremely precious and a secret of the evil path. Moreover, the means to disturb the intelligence of a magic sword is definitely not ordinary. Who exactly is it? Zhou Qing's eyes turned cold, and killing intent emerged. Immediately investigate all individuals who entered or exited the fourth layer of the Sword Pavilion. Once any suspicion is discovered, report it immediately. After investigating the fourth and third layers, Zhou Qing took several elders to the second layer of the Sword Pavilion. However, as soon as they stepped into the second layer, a wave of bloody aura rushed toward them. At the entrance, there was a headless corpse lying across the way. Zhou Qing's expression changed drastically, and he immediately asked the person beside him, "Did a sword escape here?" An elder from the second layer immediately replied, "There were spirit swords that escaped from areas 5 and 7. Someone deliberately damaged the regional formation. However, it has already been resolved." Hearing that it has been dealt with, Zhou Qing's expression eased slightly, and he encouraged, "Good job, you in the second layer. We dare not take credit." The elder from the second layer quickly replied, "It was already calmed down by the time we arrived." Zhou Qing was surprised and hurriedly asked, "Who calmed it down? Wasn't it you?" The elder from the second layer immediately presented 2 broken swords and also brought several corpses of sword puppets. Zhou Qing and several Golden Core elders sensed slightly and found the overwhelming sword intent remaining on them. Even their spiritual consciousness was pierced by this sword intent, as if it wanted to annihilate them. Zhou Qing's face tightened as he carefully felt this sword intent, and then suddenly remembered a certain existence. His expression changed, and he reached out to take the 2 broken spiritual swords. His fingertips traced over each fracture. After genuine confirmation, Zhou Qing gasped repeatedly. This overwhelming sword intent belongs to that esteemed one. Outside the Changhe Sword Sect, above the bamboo forest, after watching Zhou Qing and others hurriedly enter the Sword Pavilion, the Wind Moon Sect group began to move slowly, preparing to leave. However, the old sect master seemed somewhat puzzled and said, "If I remember correctly, 50 years ago, the person in charge of the Sword Pavilion of the Changhe Sword Sect was named Hua Ming, who was at Zhou Qing just now. At such a young age, he has already reached the 8th rank of Golden Core and has a good chance of breaking through to Yuan Ying in the future." The young master Wang responded, "Father, you have been out of touch for years. Hua Ming has already fallen 18 years ago." Fallen? How could it happen so quickly in just a few years? The old sect master was astonished. It was Hua Ming who led the team to capture him, so he had a deep impression. The reason for this is directly related to the tiger demon sword in the 4th layer. Wang explained, 18 years ago, a tiger demon at the 7th rank of Golden Core caused chaos in the Demon Wind Ridge, killing tens of thousands of commoners and several thousand cultivators. The Demon Wind Ridge is within the territory of the Changhe Sword Sect, and such a major incident naturally alarmed its sect master. In the end, the sect master issued an order for the Sword Pavilion and Sword Tomb to send experts to suppress it. Among the experts dispatched from the Sword Pavilion was Hua Ming. After they captured the Tiger Demon, they did not expect that behind this Tiger Demon, there was also a Demon Lord, the Tiger King. The Tiger King, concerned for his son, crossed 100,000 miles to intervene. In the end, he killed all of Hua Ming and his companions, with only one person from the Sword Tomb escaping. Upon hearing this, the old sect master couldn't help but be moved. A transformation god demon lord. That tiger demon actually has a demon lord father. Exactly. Wang nodded. But the tiger demon was still refined into a sword and imprisoned in the Sword Pavilion. The old sect master was once again surprised. Could it be that what father thought was correct? Wang continued. It is said that there is a supreme elder in the Changhe Sword Sect who released 7 swords. That demon lord was heavily injured and fled into the 10,000 demon mountains and has not made a move since. Hearing this, the old sect master could not help but look back at the Changhe Sword Sect, his expression grave to the extreme. The Changhe Sword Sect is deeply hidden. Now, his strength has regressed from the Yuan Ying realm to the 9th rank of Golden Core. Naturally, he is extremely wary of the Changhe Sword Sect. Wang nodded in deep agreement. Father is right. It is precisely for this reason that I have been patient and scheming, not daring to make a big show. The old sect master hurriedly said, "Everyone move quickly. Although we left the main body of that spirit sword behind, if someone is determined, they will still discover that I have escaped. Hurry up and leave this Changhe Sword Sect." The four of them quickly acted. After leaving the bamboo forest, they immediately rushed along the small road toward the nearest mundane large city. Unlike ordinary large sects, the Wind Moon Sect is established in a mundane large city. As long as they enter Huayang City, they can immediately return to their headquarters through the array of the Wind Moon Sect branch. Sect Master, ahead is the Misty Forest, which everyone speaks of with fear. It is said that a golden core, great demon, resides within. Should we detour to enter the city? The leading Cheyenne turned around to ask. No need, it will save time. We will go straight through the forest. The old sect master spoke indifferently. Moreover, as he spoke, an overwhelming aura suddenly surged from his body. It was as if he could split the heavens and the earth, exuding an imposing manner. The New Year Day marks the beginning of the new year, and it is also the day of rise for my Wind Moon Sect. How can we yield to a mere golden core demon? Perhaps it was because he had been trapped for too long. Perhaps it was to reclaim the dignity belonging to the sect master of the Wind Moon Sect. In any case, the current old sect master was bursting with an inexhaustible aura, causing people to involuntarily bow in reverence. Sect Master S. might. Our sect will surely prosper. Kong Yu immediately shouted, his face filled with tears of excitement. Sect Master, Father, is mighty. Cheyenne and Wang also immediately followed with shouts. Facing the excitement of the three, the old sect master smiled indifferently, the demeanor of a strong man evident. After waiting for the three to shout a few more times, he felt it was enough and waved his hand. Let us go. He was the first to step into the misty forest. However, as soon as this old sect master of the Wind Moon Sect entered, the smile on his face instantly froze. Because in front of him, beneath the swirling white mist, a gigantic three-headed dog demon quietly awaited. On the dog demon stood a figure holding a sword. The mist obscured the face, but those sharp, sword-like eyes carried a hint of complexity. Unexpectedly, old Bentu still could not escape this calamity. In this case, I have one more reason to kill you. The figure atop the dog demon spoke, his tone flat, and his voice surprisingly young. The old sect master's expression instantly turned ashen. Wang and Kong Yu, who followed him in, hurriedly stepped forward. Who is it? How dare you block our way? Are you seeking death? Get down. The last one to shout get down was the lowest ranked among them, Cheyenne. But as soon as he finished speaking, a thunderous dog bark echoed, and then a massive dog head lunged toward him. Crack! Without even the chance to react, the one called Cheyenne was immediately devoured by the dog demon. Seeing the scene, Kong Yu immediately took a step back. This golden core dog demon has a different level of combat power, completely unlike other golden core great demons. The one commanding the demons is certainly not a righteous person. Why are they blocking us? Is there a reason? As the dog demon chewed, blood and flesh flying everywhere, the old sect master's gaze jumped, and he immediately spoke. Above the dog demon, Xie Fei couldn't help but chuckle. What? Just because I command demons, I can't be a righteous person? Moreover, do I need a reason to stop you? Can it just be that I see injustice and wish to eliminate evil? The three-headed dog demon moved again. Get back. The old sect master shouted loudly, sending Wang and Kong Yu flying before charging towards the dog demon. Although it wasn't his own body, the old master, a seasoned expert who had roamed the world for over 100 years, still displayed outstanding performance. He constantly flickered in the white mist, moving so fast that it was impossible to discern where he would land next. The dog demon's attacks were easily dodged by him, completely missing their target. Faced with this situation, the three-headed dog demon seemed a bit angry and directly contracted the mist to bind the old sect master. As a result, the old master's speed slowed down, and he found himself surrounded by thick, sticky white mist. This mist also had the effect of blocking spiritual perception, making it difficult for him to sense the outside environment and even harder to move. Not bad, not bad. Standing on the back of the dog demon, Xie Fei did not expect the demon to have such a combat response. It was evident that this three-headed dog was quite remarkable, at least in terms of combat intelligence. It had already surpassed many cultivators. At this moment, when the old sect master found it difficult to move, the three-headed dog immediately opened its two mouths and sprayed out two glowing orbs. The orbs were about the size of a human's fist, but their aura was terrifying. At the moment they approached, even the dense white mist unconsciously dispersed. Sensing the energy contained within, the old sect master's expression turned extremely grave. Reverse Yuan absorption. With a long howl, he erupted with a fierce momentum, and then countless black holes appeared around him. These black holes merged into one large black hole, which directly devoured the two glowing orbs from the three-headed dog. The attack missed and disappeared without a trace, leaving the three-headed dog momentarily stunned. On the ground, after consuming the two glowing orbs, the old sect master instantly swelled several times in size. His aura shook violently, scattering the surrounding white mist. Very good. You actually forced me to use the reverse Yuan technique. In 50 years, you are the first person to die at the hands of this technique. The old sect master's gaze was sharp, filled with intense killing intent. He looked as if he had gained 3 times his weight. However, the body was not filled with fat, but with immense energy. Chapter 45. Do you know who made the move? It is my predecessor from the Sword Pavilion. The reverse Yuan technique. It's actually the reverse Yuan technique. After over 50 years, I have finally seen the sect master's supreme skill, the reverse Yuan technique. This life is without regrets. Kan Yu was in tears, shouting loudly. The young master Wang and beside him also had tears glistening in his eyes. The reverse Yuan technique? Xie Fei was momentarily taken aback, then looked at the now enlarged old sect master. Through spiritual perception, he could sense the massive spiritual power fluctuations within the old master's body, capable of absorbing spiritual attacks and converting them into his own spiritual power. Xie Fei had already seen through the old master of the Fengyue sect's methods. Woof! The three-headed dog barked loudly, preparing to launch another attack. But Xie Fei stopped it. This person is somewhat restrained against you. Let me handle it. The three-headed dog whimpered a few times, wagging its tail before quieting down. Xie Fei moved swiftly, standing in front of the three-headed dog. He then slightly extended his fingers, gripping his sword. The next moment, the sword moved. Whoosh! Boundless sword intent surged forth, covering the heavens and obscuring the moon. The old sect master repeatedly activated the reverse Yuan technique, as countless black holes emerged, absorbing some of the encroaching sword intent. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sound of vibrating sword intent echoed, resembling the cries of thousands of swords. The old sect master's expression twisted to the extreme. After a while, he finally calmed down. Just a mere sword intent. The old sect master struggled to suppress the blood from spewing out, forcing himself to maintain a facade of a master as he spat out the last 2 words. That's all. Though his expression was calm, his heart was already turbulent. The opponent hadn't even truly drawn their sword yet. Just the surging sword intent had nearly caused his reverse Yuan technique to collapse. It seemed he had absorbed the dispersed sword intent, but in reality, he had already been gravely injured by the sword contained within. If the opponent truly drew their sword, could he withstand it? The old sect master's mind was in turmoil, fear creeping in. Where on earth did this person come from? When did such a powerful sword cultivator emerge in the world? Just as the old sect master was in shock, Xie Fei was also slightly surprised. Even my sword intent can be absorbed. This reverse Yuan technique is not simple. Realizing this, his expression became much more serious. At this moment, as Xie Fei became serious, the old sect master instantly sensed a will locking onto him. In that instant, his hair stood on end, and his entire body trembled uncontrollably. Staring at Xie Fei, who was ready to draw his sword, the old sect master's pupils constricted sharply, and he could no longer maintain his high demeanor, his face filled with intense fear. You want infant sword god? Whoosh! The sword was drawn. The heavens and earth trembled. It should be the sword of that person. Inside the sword pavilion, Zhou Qing was extremely excited. At this moment, it can only be him. The sword intent is so abundant and terrifying. The sword energy is so sharp and domineering. It must be that senior, the one who broke through to the Yuan infant stage earlier, shaking the entire Changhe Sword Sect with his spiritual energy. Zhou Qing was overjoyed and excited. From a moment that senior made a move, it was clear that he was willing to support the Sword Pavilion, standing on the side of the Sword Pavilion. What does this indicate? It indicates that the Sword Pavilion will have a new Yuan infant sword god. Compared to the two major factions of the Sword Tomb and the Scripture Pavilion, the Sword Pavilion's higher-ups had always been lacking in combat power and had been suppressed. As a result, they had basically lost their voice. And even a small elder from the Sword Tomb or Scripture Pavilion would be treated with great respect by the Sword Pavilion. The Sword Pavilion had even fallen to the point of cleaning up after the Sword Tomb. Many magic swords that had problems were brought to the Sword Pavilion to eliminate hidden dangers. Over time, the people of the Sword Pavilion had long been filled with resentment. The high-ranking elders like Zhou Qing felt helpless in this situation. Now it was good. The Sword Pavilion had gained a Yuan infant sword god who was willing to take action. In the future, who would dare to stand on top of the elders of the Sword Pavilion? However, just as Zhou Qing was excited, an elder rushed in to report. After hearing the news, the excitement and joy in Zhou Qing's eyes vanished, replaced by a visibly dark expression. The Wind and Moon Evil Sword in Area 9 on the 4th floor escaped? Do you know what that is? That is the evil master of the Wind and Moon Sect. How did he escape? How on earth did he escape? Zhou Qing's suppressed fury nearly erupted. The arriving elder hurriedly said, according to the thorough investigation results, it should be an elder named Wu from the 3rd floor who helped him escape. Zhou Qing took a deep breath, trying to calm the raging anger within him. The surrounding elders immediately lowered their heads, not daring to speak. An evil master had escaped from the Sword Pavilion. Everyone knew the implications of such a result. This was a big deal. Aren't you going to chase him down? Zhou Qing shouted angrily. Immediately send a message to the Sword Tomb and ask them to help. We must capture that evil master from the Wind and Moon Sect. Outside Huayang City, in the misty forest, a sword light tore through the heavens. In the astonished gaze of the old sect master, this sword divided the sun and moon. It defined the heavens and earth. Reverse Yuan absorption. The old sect master roared repeatedly, his corpulent body going into a violent frenzy. All of his spiritual power transforming into a black hole. The person and the whole fused, sweeping everything away. However, as the sword light descended, it was like cutting through tofu, splitting the entire black hole apart. The chaotic spiritual power suddenly exploded, sending countless plants flying, but was intercepted by the white mist. In midair, the old sect master was split in two, crashing heavily to the ground, his aura completely gone. One sword strike. The notorious evil lord of the Fengyue sect has fallen. Xie Fei calmly sheathed his sword and looked down. With the death of the old sect master, the remaining young Master Wang and of the Fengyue sect and Kong Yu were left stunned. Wang Yin, who had regained his original appearance, stared blankly at the corpse on the ground as if his soul had been drawn out. Father? Dad? Wang Yin never expected that after he had united some old subordinates and spent nearly 30 years infiltrating the Jiangu of the Changhe Sword Sect to rescue his father. The old sect master, he would die just after leaving the sect in this misty forest. How could this happen? Kong Yu was also dazed, looking at the corpses on the ground in disbelief. As the white mist swirled, Xie Fei slowly descended. He maintained the image that had appeared in the eyes of Lin Shui and the other elders of the Sword Tomb, that of an ordinary, unremarkable hermit. Yet, to Wang and Kong Yu, this seemingly unremarkable figure appeared as the most terrifying existence in the world. Their eyes filled with fear, their legs trembled. Xie Fei's arrival left them no time to grieve, as fear coursed through their bodies. Once on the ground, Xie Fei focused on Wang and Lu Sheng. The moment that name was mentioned, Wang An's expression changed, revealing disbelief. Your method of disguise is truly remarkable. Xie Fei was taken aback. If it weren't for the insightful golden eyes, he would never have connected the current young master of the Fengyue sect with Lu Sheng. The difference between the two was too great, even to the point that their soul auras were different. Who are you? Wang An finally managed to say this, trembling. But as soon as he spoke, he was met with a flash of sword light. The young master of the Fengyue sect vanished just like that. Now, only Kong Yu remained. Noticing Xie Fei's gaze, Kong Yu immediately tensed up, his eyelids twitching wildly. Then he suddenly knelt down, repeatedly exclaiming, Sword God, please allow this old man to pay his respects. Sword God, your might is unparalleled, the greatest in heaven and earth. To witness the Sword God draw his sword, I have no regrets in this life. Kong Yu kept bowing, prostrating himself on the ground. Sword God, you are magnanimous. I am willing to serve under you. Whether it is a mountain of knives or a sea of fire, as long as the Sword God gives the order, I will have no complaints. His heartfelt pleas were moving. Xie Fei was also taken aback. But in the next moment, the sword struck, and another head flew up. With no mistakes made and no survivors left, Xie Fei then left with his three-headed dog. Zhou Qing, is this the sword pavilion you guard? In midair, several figures were swiftly flying. From the aura of spiritual power, each one was a golden core master. The one mocking was a middle-aged man among them. Zhou Qing did not respond to the man's taunts, only continuing to pursue the traces. Closest to him was a woman with peach blossom eyes. Among the three, two were elders of the Sword Tomb. They had all mobilized to capture the escaped evil lord of the Fengyue sect. All right. The Fengyue sect is a major evil sect. It's normal for Zhou Qing to fall for their tricks. Elderly, please stop the mockery. The woman with peach blossom eyes spoke up to ease the tension. However, her words only fueled the middle-aged man's anger. He coldly laughed. Normal? Zhou Qing is the supreme elder responsible for the Sword Pavilion's affairs. If it weren't for that, he wouldn't have been promoted to such a position by several old seniors. Now that the evil lord of the Fengyue sect has slipped away right under his nose, if that's normal, then what isn't? You, Zhang Shui, and Zhou Qing have been exchanging glances. Don't think I don't know you two are getting close. Even if you're willing to help, I don't want it. The middle-aged man's words were like knives, piercing through. You. The woman with peach blossom eyes was immediately choked with anger. However, she took a deep breath and replied calmly. Regardless, the situation has occurred. Whether it is the Sword Tomb or the Sword Pavilion, we have the obligation to bring that evil lord back. After all, the two branches of elders captured him together back then. Now that something has happened, it is only natural that we act together. Moreover, we have less than a stick of incense worth of time to locate his soul aura. If we continue to bicker, he will really escape. Her words silenced the middle-aged man. The group quickly focused all their efforts to chase in the direction indicated by the soul aura. Soon, Zhou Qing slowed down. The location was just ahead. It hadn't moved in so long, indicating that it was believed to be in a safe area, undetected. To avoid alarming the snake, we should approach quietly. The three immediately landed. Once on the ground, the middle-aged man spoke up. Finding him is easy, but capturing that evil lord again may be somewhat difficult. Years ago, when the elders of my sword tomb mobilized, they mentioned one thing. 50 years ago, that evil lord of the Fengyue sect was already a nascent soul powerhouse. Although he has regressed to golden core in recent years, the might of the nascent soul still remains. Even if the three of us join forces, it's very likely we won't be able to subdue him. The woman with peach blossom eyes replied, It's fine, we just need to trap him for a while. I have already notified my master in advance. Once he arrives, with his nascent soul strength, the evil lord of the Fengyue sect will have no chance of escape. Your master? Elder Guofeng? Zhou Qing's face showed a touch of emotion upon hearing this. Swear you. He never expected that his own matter would lead Zhang Shui to invite Elder Guofeng to act. As if anyone's master isn't a nascent soul powerhouse. The middle-aged man snorted coldly. I also sent a message just now. My master will arrive at any moment. Saying this, he asked, but it's easy to say now. How do we trap that evil lord? Are we supposed to take turns risking our lives to block him? Zhou Qing fell silent for a moment, then decisively said, I will go. After all, it was my oversight that allowed him to escape. This is my problem. I will do everything I can to stop him and wait for Elder Guofeng and the others to arrive. Even if it costs me my life, I will do it. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shui's expression became tense. All right. The middle-aged man was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. Indeed, you are the responsible elder of the Sword Pavilion. I, Li Fei, respect you as a man. Zhou Qing said nothing more and took the lead toward the locked position. Zhang Shui and Li Fei quickly followed. The three soon arrived at the misty forest. Once inside, everywhere was shrouded in unclear white mist. Look there. Following Zhang Shui's gaze, Zhou Qing and Li Fei were instantly stunned. Under the vast expanse of white mist, not far ahead appeared a vacuum area. There, not a trace of mist could be found. Moreover, a lot of white mist was dispersing towards that area, as if something had cut off the flow, completely preventing it from penetrating. In the white mist, there were quite a few wolf skeletons and little demons. They wandered nearby, wanting to step into that area, but were too fearful, only circling around. Sword intent. Such intense sword intent. Zhang Shui stepped closer, sensing the overwhelming sword intent emanating from that area, her expression changing dramatically. Soon, her eyes widened in shock, as if she had seen something unbelievable, and she exclaimed sharply, "That is." Very quickly, the three found themselves in that area. Upon seeing the corpses on the ground, they were all left dumbfounded. At this moment, they had already received the answer as to why there was no white mist here. It turned out that the sword intent spreading in this place had not yet dissipated. It is precisely the existence of these overwhelming sword intents that prevents the white mist from spreading, making it difficult for those small demons to approach. But that is not the main point. The main point is that the three of them, as if facing a great enemy, were fully engaged in pursuing the Wind and Moon Evil Lord. At this moment, he was unexpectedly killed by a single sword strike. Although the corpse had an unfamiliar appearance, the residual aura of the soul inside was something they had tracked all the way, so they naturally wouldn't mistake it. The three of them couldn't help but look up at the sky. Under the world shrouded in white mist, they seemed to see a mysterious figure. They witnessed that earth-shattering sword strike. Shocked? Terrified? Incredulous? These words were insufficient to describe the emotions of the three at this moment. Even without having seen that sword with their own eyes, the remaining sword intent in this place was enough for them to imagine the grandeur of that strike. Who exactly was it? Even the Wind and Moon Evil Lord couldn't withstand his sword. The middle-aged man Li Fei couldn't help but asked himself quietly. This question also expressed Zhang Shui's biggest thought. But at this moment, Zhou Qing suddenly seemed to go mad with joy, bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha! This laughter left Li Fei and Zhang Shui puzzled. It even startled the two who were deep in thought. Li Fei immediately scolded. "What are you laughing about?" Zhou Qing laughed to the point of tears. "It's not madness. Do you know who made the move?" "Who?" Li Fei and Zhang Shui were both taken aback. "Me. Sword Pavilion. Senior." Zhou Qing laughed incessantly, his voice filled with pride. Chapter 46. Shock. Fellow disciples of the nascent soul fight fiercely. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shui and Li Fei, the two elders of the Sword Tomb, were suddenly taken aback. They both recalled a major event from before. That was when a senior in the Sword Pavilion broke through to the nascent soul stage, causing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to stir the entire Changhe Sword Sect. At that time, Zhou Qing stood up to declare that this person was a senior from the Sword Pavilion. He even went so far as to close the Sword Pavilion for 7 days, not allowing anyone to approach and disturb it. Looking back at that day's scene, that sword strike that broke the Sword Evil Dragon seemed to be of the same origin as the sword intent here. Could it be that the nascent soul sword god from the Sword Pavilion has made a move? The Wind and Moon Evil Lord actually couldn't withstand his sword. Zhang Shui couldn't help but speak up. On the side, Li Fei looked at Zhou Qing's proud smile, feeling quite uncomfortable. He immediately scoffed, "Well, you should indeed be laughing. I imagine those nascent soul seniors from your Sword Pavilion are all unconcerned with worldly affairs, letting things below go haywire. Now, finally, there's a master who cares about your safety." As he said this, Li Fei's heart was completely dismissive. Wasn't he just a newly entered nascent soul expert? Was there really a need to be so smug and laugh like this? In his sword tomb, there were 3 nascent soul experts stationed every year, taking turns. He never saw those elders from the sword tomb grinning like that. It truly made one's heart burn with anger. Zhou Qing was not deaf or foolish, of course. He could hear Li Fei's sarcasm. However, he didn't care at all. "Hey, I'm just happy. Our newly ascended nascent soul, Sword God, cares about the lower ranks. When the Sword Pavilion is in trouble, he immediately makes a move. In the end, he even helped eliminate the Wind and Moon Evil Lord. Oh heavens! Where else in this world can you find such a caring senior? So what if he was newly entered into the nascent soul? Yes, it's true that he can't compare to the strong ones in your sword tomb. But does being newly entered into the nascent soul mean he isn't a nascent soul? Zhou Qing was cheerful, completely unfazed. Zhang Shui saw him like this and felt equally happy. Li Fei couldn't help but snort coldly. Regardless of anything, the Wind and Moon Evil Lord was already dead, which meant a significant threat was gone for the three of them. Thinking of this, Li Fei was too lazy to deal with the pair of dogman and woman beside him, and immediately intended to take the corpse of the Wind and Moon Evil Lord back. The matter was settled. Why not go back? But just as he picked up half of the Wind and Moon Evil Lord's body, a sharp wave of spiritual consciousness descended. Buzz! The void trembled. It felt as if the power of heaven and earth suddenly fell upon Li Fei. Li Fei's figure immediately froze, his whole body drenched in cold sweat. Nascent soul? This is a nascent soul master. Don't move. A voice as sharp as a sword echoed in Li Fei's mind. Li Fei stammered, wanting to say something. But as soon as the voice came out, the half of the Wind and Moon Evil Lord's corpse in his hand disappeared. At some point, a person appeared in front of the three of them. The missing half of the corpse was also in his hand. This person carried a broad sword on his back, had ordinary features, wore a simple short shirt, and was barefoot. Notably, his hair was very short, looking quite unique. But such an unusual, yet ordinary person made everyone's soul tremble. Li Fei, as a Golden Core expert, didn't he even dare to entertain the thought of making a move in front of this person. Sword God. Nascent soul, Sword God. Li Fei's heart screamed, and his back became even wetter. Master! At this moment, a surprise shout from Zhang Shui came from behind. Then they saw Zhang Shui hurriedly step forward, respectfully bowing. Shui greets Master. Master? The person who came was actually the elusive Elder Xie Fei. Li Fei was slightly surprised. Although he and Zhang Shui were both elders of the Sword Tomb, they were in charge of different duties. Therefore, he didn't know much about Elder Xie Fei, who often traveled outside, and had never even seen his face before. Today was the first time he had seen him. At the same time, the big stone in Li Fei's heart also fell. It was their own nascent soul expert, so it was fine. At this time, Zhou Qing also hurriedly bowed. Li Fei followed suit and said, I have seen Elder Xie. However, whether it was his own disciple, or Zhou Qing, who was his disciple's partner, or Li Fei himself, none of them made Elder Xie Fei turn his gaze. His eyes were fixed firmly on the corpse of the Wind and Moon Evil Lord. Then they saw him extend 2 fingers and gently touch it. In an instant, threads of sword energy erupted from the corpse. Li Fei, Zhou Qing, and the three of them quickly fell silent. Although they didn't know what Elder Xie Fei meant, it was clear that this was not the time to disturb him. After a long time, the still Elder Xie Fei suddenly sighed, unity of man and sword, clarity of sword heart. In this realm, I'm not as good as him. The three of them, who were stunned and cautious, were greatly shocked. But before they could react, suddenly, they saw another wave of spiritual consciousness sweeping in from the void. Immediately, a voice echoed throughout this space. Today, to hear you say such words is quite rare. Zhou Qing and the three felt their vision blur. When they looked again, a person wielding a sword had appeared in the void above. This person was still in midair, and the sword under his feet transformed into a dragon, landing in his right sleeve. Upon seeing this person, Li Fei's face lit up with joy. Disciple Li Fei pays respects to Master. The swordsman slightly nodded and smiled gently. To make Xie Fei, the first sword god of the Sword Tomb, feel inferior was indeed intriguing. As he spoke, his gaze turned toward the corpse of the Wind and Moon Evil Lord. Just as he finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed. Such a domineering sword intent, such a strong sword will. Shocked, the swordsman was about to test the residual sword energy on the corpse. But Xie Fei moved his foot, not allowing him to touch it. The swordsman immediately chased after him. But what awaited him was a sharp sword energy from Xie Fei. Bang! The swordsman also released sword energy to defend. The two of them chased back and forth over half a corpse, and, in the end, unable to obtain it. The swordsman immediately became furious. Guofeng, let me see what that person's sword path is like. After seeing it, you want to still keep it from me? Guofeng spoke coldly, seeming to always be an ice block. Nonsense. The swordsman was so angry he was trembling. Li Fei, who was sensible, quickly thought of something and hurriedly handed over the other half of the Wind Moon Evil Lord's corpse to his master. Master here. As soon as he presented the corpse, an extremely cold sword intent suddenly enveloped him. Li Fei felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, and the spiritual power within him immediately came to a halt. What are you doing? The sword-wielding man smiled gently, blocking Guofeng's sword path suppression. He then took the other half of the Wind Moon Evil Lord. Well done. As expected of my disciple, Feng Jian. When we return, I will definitely reward you greatly. Thank you, Master. Li Fei bowed excitedly. However, when he saw the cold gaze of Elder Guofeng in the distance, he immediately shivered and hurriedly moved closer to his master. The sword-wielding man named Feng Jian was now smiling as he examined the Wind Moon Evil Lord's corpse in his hands. Upon closer inspection, his smile quickly faded, replaced by seriousness, then shock, and finally, he exclaimed incredulously, "Unity of man and sword, the pinnacle of sword gods." Li Fei was sure that he had never seen so many emotions appear on his master's face at once. At that moment, Feng Jian looked up at the distant Guofeng with an incredulous gaze, seemingly waiting for this first sword god of the sword tomb to affirm him. In terms of swordsmanship, he was not on par with Guofeng. Thus, what he saw might have inaccuracies. Guofeng spoke coldly under the transformation realm. Within the sword path, there are no more than 5 people who can surpass me. This man is among them. If we speak of swordsmanship, he can be considered the pinnacle of sword gods. Upon hearing this, the sword-wielding man Feng Jian's eyes widened, and shock returned to his face, even more intense than before. Whether in swordsmanship or blade techniques or other paths, achieving the name of a god is as difficult as ascending to immortality. Once one has the name of a god, taking another step becomes even rarer. This demonstrates the value of the title pinnacle of sword gods. Feng Jian understood that Elder Guofeng had been forged with a sword bone since birth. At 18, he achieved Golden Core. At 28, he became a god in swordsmanship. At 38, he achieved Nascent Soul. Now, over 100 years had passed, but his swordsmanship still remained at the level of 28 years, with little progress. Therefore, he traveled the seas and traversed the 8 desolations, refining his sword bone to perfection and condensing his sword heart to the utmost. Yet even so, today he actually acknowledged that he was inferior to others in swordsmanship. Who is it? Who possesses such swordsmanship? Whose sword is this? The always cold and proud Guofeng asked. His disciple Zhang Shui immediately replied, "It's a nascent soul senior from the Sword Pavilion." Those people from the Sword Pavilion actually dared to intervene? Feng Jian was astonished. Hearing his disciple's answer, Guofeng suddenly remembered something. Is it the one who broke through in the Sword Sect last time? Guofeng's eyes lit up, continuing, I happened to return to the sect then and encountered someone advancing. At that time, I saw him cut down the Dragon of Slaughter with his sword heart and felt delighted, wanting to spar and discuss swordsmanship with him. But considering that he had just entered Nascent Soul and I was already at the 8th grade of Nascent Soul, it felt inappropriate to engage. Now that I look at it, I was overly cautious. This person's understanding of swordsmanship has already far surpassed mine. Rarely did this ice-cold elder speak so much. As he spoke, Guofeng's body surged with intense battle intent. He said eagerly, "This time when I return, I will definitely seek him out. Feng Jian, return the Wind Moon Evil Lord's corpse to me. I want to grasp his sword path in detail for our discussion." However, as soon as he said this, Feng Jian immediately jumped up, cursing nonsense. What do you mean return? Is this your thing? You already have half of it. I won't give you this. The traces of the pinnacle of sword gods mean what to us sword cultivators? It means a guiding light on the sword path. It is an invaluable treasure for sword cultivators. Do you want my share? Wishful thinking. As a fellow sword cultivator, Feng Jian would never hand over the guiding light of the path. Guofeng, who had just been scolded, immediately darkened in expression. He coldly said, "This item is extremely important to me. If you don't give it, don't blame me for taking action." "Oh really? You want to fight me?" Feng Jian immediately drew his sword. "Then come on. Who is afraid of whom? I've been wanting to test what the so-called first sword god of the sword tomb is capable of. I'm at the 9th grade of nascent soul. How could I possibly lose to you at the 8th grade of nascent soul? Ridiculous." After a round of cursing, the two immediately began to fight. In the blink of an eye, the ground was devoid of their figures. Zhou Qing and the others could only hear various explosive sounds from the confrontation of the nascent soul masters in the void. This scene left them utterly dumbfounded. Looking back at the conversation between the two nascent soul masters, the hearts of the three were in turmoil. The nascent soul senior from the Sword Pavilion was actually the pinnacle of sword gods. Even Elder Guofeng, the first sword god of the sword tomb, admitted to being inferior. Moreover, as two of the top nascent soul masters of the sword tomb, one at the 8th grade and the other at the 9th grade of nascent soul, they were now fighting over the corpse of a senior from the Sword Pavilion. My heavens, what is happening? Is this still the world we know? Li Fei, Zhou Qing, and Zhang Shui felt as if they were dreaming. Everything that happened today was simply too much. The information they received and the situations they witnessed exceeded their comprehension by far. Among the three, Li Fei felt like he hadn't woken up. Just a moment ago, he had mocked Zhou Qing for laughing like a fool. It was just a nascent soul senior. Was it necessary? But now a newly entered nascent soul person had actually made the first sword god of the sword tomb. Elder Guofeng of the 8th grade of nascent soul feel inadequate. Looking back, recalling his previous mocking demeanor, Li Fei wished he could find a hole to hide in and disappear without a trace. Thinking of this, he felt his face flush with embarrassment. In contrast to Li Fei's thoughts, Zhou Qing wasn't thinking about that. At this moment, his mind was filled with excitement and exhilaration. This feeling of joy was as if an ordinary family suddenly learned that a relative was an emperor, and this relative was quite fond of them. So what if he's newly entered nascent soul? Do you know what the pinnacle of sword gods is? Even the two nascent soul masters of the sword tomb had come to seize the remnants of my family's senior's sword intent. Zhou Qing felt completely elated, as if he were floating. But just as he was reveling in joy, he suddenly saw Li Fei and Zhang Shui rushing toward the other two corpses not far away. Those two corpses belonged to Wang, Un, and Kongyu. Oh no! Zhou Qing suddenly came to his senses. The remnants left behind by his senior's action were treasures of our sword pavilion. You shameless people. At this moment, he didn't even care that one of the two people was his love interest. He immediately rushed forward. The three of them instantly got into a scuffle over the ownership of the two corpses. Thus, while the sky was fighting, the ground was also in chaos. At this moment, Xie Fei, who had regained his original appearance, had already returned to the sword pavilion. The lower 3 floors of the sword pavilion had been cleaned up. On the 2nd floor, 2 swords had escaped the array but were quickly dealt with by him, even feeding their spiritual intelligence to the sword in his hand. However, despite this, there were still many casualties among the elders on the 2nd floor. If it weren't for many people being out during the new year, the death toll would have likely increased several times over. It is said that apart from the 1st floor, the sword pavilion is very dangerous. From this perspective, it was not just dangerous. Lacking the strength was simply a deadly job. Xie Fei, unexpectedly, you are still alive. Wu, who is currently presiding over the situation on the 2nd floor, called out as soon as he saw Xie Fei appear. There's a wicked sword escaping on the 4th floor, and the elders over there are reallocating personnel. Hurry and go help. Wu and the others, including the current elder of the 4th floor, had no idea that the evil lord of wind and moon was already dead. At this moment, they were still gathering manpower, preparing for a full sect search. Chapter 47. The Changhe Sword Sect is likely to face a great disaster soon. Xie Fei knew very well that the person everyone was looking for had long since disappeared. Moreover, there were already people collecting the bodies at this time. To have an explanation, he deliberately left behind the body and did not use the corpse transformation technique. But why had he not brought back the body yet? Clearly, before leaving, he had sensed that the elders of the sword sect were approaching. Logically, they should have returned by now. But for some reason, there had been no news. leading everyone to set out to search for the situation. Though he did not know the reason, Xie Fei would not say that there was no need to search anymore. He pretended to be completely unaware and followed the group of elders as they began searching everywhere. Their primary targets were the inner and outer gates, as well as the miscellaneous work area. The elite and core disciples were searched by the elders from the fourth floor. As for the true inheritance area above the core disciple zone, that was not to be bothered. The elders and the grand formation there were not to be trifled with. Once there was any disturbance, they would be immediately alerted. It was already the hour of the pig. Many disciples in the inner and outer gates miscellaneous work area were asleep or meditating. After being awakened by loud shouts, they all came out in a huff. But upon seeing the elders outside, their anger immediately dissipated, and they smiled as they helped search. Just as Xie Fei finished searching a few outer gate disciple residences, he saw an elder from next door coming over to search as well. Elder Xie. The newcomer was Elder Kong, a core elder from the second floor, who had previously invited Xie Fei to hang out. Elder Kong, what is going on? Xie Fei approached, clearly seeing that Kong was filled with anger. Damn it! Elder Xie, what the hell is going on? Of all times, this had to happen now. Before Kong had rushed back, he had just given money to a girl to play hide and seek. He had handed over the spirit stones, but hadn't even gotten to play. If it were anyone else, naturally, they would be full of resentment. But he couldn't just vent it randomly. Only upon encountering someone familiar did he dare to curse. Sigh, nobody will want to deal with this mess. Xie Fei said to comfort him. I understand. Kong said, suddenly letting out a long sigh. After a long while, he spoke again. When my master died back then, he wanted to send me to the outer gate to work and not let me follow him to the Sword Pavilion. At that time, I stubbornly thought that being an outer gate elder was too wasteful and lacked achievements. The Sword Pavilion is an important place that can temper people. My master couldn't convince me and had no choice but to let me take his place. After so many years and experiencing so many things, I finally understand my master's good intentions. As Kong spoke, his tone was filled with melancholy and deep longing. If it weren't for my visit to Huayang City for the festival, I might have been among the elders who died in Zone 7. But having escaped this time, if such an incident occurs again, can I still escape? These words left Xie Fei at a loss for how to comfort him. However, Kong seemed to be talking to himself, and after speaking, his gaze turned to Xie Fei. Elder Xie, where were you at that time? Were you injured? Xie Fei smiled. I was just lucky. The incident broke out right after I extinguished the sword. At that time, the elder hurriedly told me to hide, and by the time I returned, everything had settled down. That's indeed fortunate. Kong nodded with a smile, but we still have search tasks to complete. If the elders from the third floor see us chatting, it wouldn't be good for Wu to explain. After saying this, he took the initiative to leave. Watching Kong departing figure, Xie Fei couldn't help but let out a slight sigh. If he didn't have the system, would he be like Elder Kong? No, perhaps he wouldn't even be as good as Elder Kong. While he was thinking, several powerful auras suddenly emerged in his perception. Were those the returning Golden Core elders? Xie Fei immediately stopped pretending to search and quietly waited. Sure enough, it wasn't long before an elder from the third floor came to call everyone back. Upon hearing that the evil Lord of Wind and Moon had been found, everyone no longer needed to search. When Xie Fei arrived at the Sword Pavilion, he found that everyone had completely lost their previous tension and were all breathing sighs of relief. Moreover, everyone was discussing the scene of the evil Lord of Wind and Moon being brought back. In summary, it was said that a formidable figure had emerged from the fourth floor, rumored to be a strong man from the 7 evil sects. His combat power was almost comparable to that of the nascent soul stage. The 2 elders from the Sword Tomb, along with Elder Xie from the Sword Pavilion, had teamed up to engage in a fierce battle with the demon for 7 or 8,000 moves before subduing him. Furthermore, during this incident, all 3 elders had suffered serious internal injuries, and it would take at least 10 or 8 years to recover properly. Some said they had seen the 3 elders return with blood at the corners of their mouths. This shows just how powerful that demon from the 4th floor was. As time passed, this narrative became increasingly exaggerated. However, after hearing all this, Xie Fei was somewhat astonished. Hadn't the evil Lord of Wind and Moon and his group already died? How could the elders from the Sword Pavilion and Sword Tomb still be injured? Did reinforcements arrive from the Wind and Moon sect after he left? At this time, in a certain area of the third floor of the Sword Pavilion, Zhou Qing was hiding from others while healing and cursing. Damn Li Fei, I even helped you before, and yet you hit me so hard today. The pain from his torn meridians made his scalp tingle. He quickly took another healing pill. Although he had sustained some injuries, the matter had finally been resolved. The only thing left to do now was to handle the aftermath. Not only did the damaged formations on the lower 3 floors need to be repaired, but arrangements and compensations also had to be made for the sacrificed elders. In the Sword Tomb, crossing countless sword mountains, one reached the deepest area of the Sword Tomb. Here, a grand hall floated in midair. Inside the hall, in a room made of bronze, starlight gathered, and a faint tea fragrance wafted. At the tea table, there were 2 people seated. The one on the right looked to be about 40 years old, with a gentle smile on his face. The one on the left appeared much older, at least 70 or 80 years old, wearing an old-fashioned long robe, with silver hair casually draped. On the tea table, besides fragrant tea, there was also a palm-sized piece of jade. Surprisingly, the jade seemed like amber, sealing something inside. However, it was neither an animal nor a plant. Instead, there were traces of sword intent that were irregular, yet clearly visible. Elder Xie, could you take a look at this sword intent? Is it the ultimate form of the unity of man and sword? The gentle-faced Feng Jian gestured for the silver-haired old man to look at the jade. That kid Guofeng said so, and after studying it for a while, I think it's very possible. But our eyesight and knowledge are certainly not comparable to you, so please take a look. The silver-haired old man put down his teacup and replied leisurely. Guofeng is a once-in-a-thousand-years swordsmanship genius of the Changhe Sword Sect and also the first sword god of our sword tomb. Since he has affirmed this matter, you need not ask me. How can that be? It's possible that kid is just trying to fool me. Elder Xie, please take a look. Feng Jian quickly clasped his hands in request. The silver-haired old man helplessly glanced at the jade, then nodded slightly. The unity of man and sword. The sword heart is clear. It seems to be a domineering sword style, likely that incomplete nine-heaven sword technique. However, there are many other things contained within. I saw the bizarre and the feminine. It's strange that so many sword intents can actually merge into one. Even completely opposite ones can blend together. As he spoke, the silver-haired old man couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Indeed, Feng Jian trembled all over, then smiled broadly and said, "So I didn't misjudge my fight with Guofeng. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to obtain the traces of the sword path of the sword god." The silver-haired old man shook his head and then picked up his teacup to take a sip, asking, "Whose sword is this? It doesn't seem to have a high cultivation level. Otherwise, your jade would not be able to imprint his sword path." Elder Xie's eyesight is extraordinary. Feng Jian said, "This person is indeed a master from the Sword Pavilion who has just entered the nascent soul stage. Although his cultivation is low, his understanding of the sword path is such that even Guofeng admits he cannot compare." "Oh, it's actually from the Sword Pavilion? I thought it was someone from the Scripture Pavilion." A hint of surprise reappeared in the silver-haired old man's eyes. The Sword Pavilion has indeed produced an extraordinary sword god. But it makes sense. The incomplete version of nine-heaven sword technique seems to have fallen into the hands of the Sword Pavilion. The silver-haired old man continued. The Sword Pavilion often interacts with countless sword spirits and is frequently eroded by sword evil. Both the soul and energy are severely tormented, and even the inner demons can be much fiercer than others. Now, that a nascent soul sword god can emerge is indeed a good thing. Feng Jian was currently treating the jade stone as a treasure, carefully putting it away. After confirming several times that it was properly placed and posed no hidden dangers, he raised his head and asked, "Elder Xie, in your opinion, between this sword god of the Sword Pavilion and Guofeng, who is more likely to become an emperor?" Cough, cough. The silver-haired old man was choked by the tea. "You little rascal, you even dare to ask such a question? Achieving sword emperor? Do you know the gap between a god and an emperor?" He raised his aged palm, holding up 3 fingers. "In my many years of life, I have seen only 3 Dao emperors. One was my sword sect's second-generation sect master, who wielded the world as a sword and stepped into sword emperor. One was the Kongtong master from Linglong Holy Land, who entered the Dao with a knife and achieved Knife Emperor. The last was a battle demon, known as Fist Emperor. Dao Emperors, do you know how many talented prodigies they have blocked? Don't talk about emperors. Have you heard of anyone achieving the peak of God in these years? I've only heard of one, and I just learned about it today. After hearing the silver-haired old man's words, Feng Jian felt a bit dazed. He was well aware of who this Elder Xie was. Even he had only seen 3 Dao Emperors, which shows how high the difficulty is. The silver-haired old man continued. Guofeng's talent in the sword path is indeed not bad, and he was evaluated as a once-in-a-thousand-year genius in the Changhe Sword Sect. In the future, he indeed has a high possibility of stepping into the peak of Sword God. But to become Sword Emperor, the probability of that is nearly 0. As for the Sword Pavilion's practitioner of 9 Heavens sword technique, when it comes to this, the silver-haired old man shook his head. Ultimately, it is incomplete. Wanting to become an emperor is harder than Guofeng. Feng Jian had naturally heard of 9 Heavens sword technique. This renowned and famously known as the Sword of Immortals has always been incomplete. When the Sword Pavilion acquired this technique, it caused quite a stir among many super experts hidden in various sections. To complete this sword technique, some of these super experts searched all over the continent, while others painstakingly studied it. Unfortunately, after wasting 100 years, all they got was futile work. Several old predecessors who researched it reached an astonishing conclusion. 9 Heaven sword technique is inherently flawed. From the moment it was born, there was no continuation. Looking at it this way, Elder Xie was indeed right. The one from the Sword Pavilion will probably remain like this for his life. After thinking for a moment, Feng Jian asked, "Then Elder Xie, in your opinion, between me and that Guofeng kid, who is most likely to succeed in transforming into a god?" Bang! The silver-haired old man directly flicked his forehead. "Do you think I have become an immortal? How would I know who can break through to transform into a god?" After being hit, Feng Jian was not angry. Instead, he smiled and said, "You old man just like to be modest. Back then, you only used 7 swords to severely injure that demon Lord Tiger King's foundation, making him hide in the 10,000 demon mountains. And he still doesn't dare to show his face. If you're not an immortal, who else is? Alas, your mouth." The silver-haired old man shook his head with a smile. However, what Feng Jian said did evoke his memories. The silver-haired old man retracted his smile and said seriously, "You all should keep an eye on that Tiger King over in the 10,000 demon mountains. After all, he possesses the bloodline of the holy beast White Tiger. Although it's not pure, it should not be underestimated. When he first entered the transformation into a god, I used 7 swords to injure his foundation, and he managed to escape into the 10,000 demon mountains. Moreover, his most beloved son is within the Sword Pavilion. This grudge will definitely not end. Once he fully recovers, if his strength increases, the first place he will come to is probably the Changhe Sword Sect. At that time, it will definitely be a major calamity." Regarding the silver-haired old man's warning, Feng Jian didn't take it too seriously. "Elder Xie, you just like to put pressure on people. With you and the other old predecessors in the Changhe Sword Sect, even if that Tiger King comes, it would just be delivering food to our door. How could there be any major calamity?" After a few days of rest, the Sword Pavilion reopened its doors. Due to a significant reduction in personnel, Xie Fei and several elders immediately became busy. Xie Fei not only had to patrol and check around the first and second floors, but wherever there was a lack of manpower, he had to step in to help. To put it in terms from his past life, his current position was like a floating job, going wherever he was needed. However, busy as he was, the upside compared to before was that Xie Fei could now openly interact with the inner disciples. But before he could settle in, a small elder from the second floor hurried over and shouted, "Elder Xie, your disciple has come to find you." "Disciple? Which disciple?" Xie Fei instinctively wanted to ask this question, but he quickly remembered that during the grand ceremony, he indeed had a disciple. With all the work he had been doing, he had almost forgotten about it. Realizing this, Xie Fei had no choice but to excuse himself from the other elders and hurried towards the second floor entrance. After all, it was his own disciple, and he was also officially registered. He had to go see him. Chapter 48, complete version of 9 Heavens sword technique, half-step emperor level. When he saw his only disciple, Elder Xie Fei immediately frowned. Your cultivation level. Under his perception, the Elder Xie before him was actually still an ordinary person. It should be noted that this was a protagonist of the Red Life Path. Generally speaking, as long as one could enter the Changhe Sword Sect and become a disciple, they would be able to sense qi within the first 3 days, starting to absorb spiritual energy. Note that it is only the sense of qi, not that they immediately reach the first level of mortal body. But now, Elder Xie had not a trace of spiritual energy within him. It was evident that after so many days, as a protagonist of the Red Life Path, he had not even been able to sense the existence of spiritual energy. How could this be? Master, I came this time because of my cultivation issue. Elder Xie first respectfully bowed, then continued. I have been trying to comprehend Changshang Tanak Gong, but have made no progress after many attempts. Thus, I came to disturb you, Master, and request your guidance. Changshang Tuan Na Gong is one of the several basic cultivation methods in the Changhe Sword Sect. The original body had also practiced this technique before. Xie Fei thought for a moment and tried to use his life path golden pupils on this only disciple. Name, Elder Xie. Gender, male. Lifespan, 15,104. Realm, none. Life path fortune red. Red destiny, recent need. Troubled by cultivation issues, difficult to sense spiritual energy. It is recommended to enter the Dao with body techniques, impart tiger demon bone, refining fist, to forge an immaculate body foundation. The previous information can be ignored. The most important thing is recent demand. After seeing the hint of the destiny path golden eyes, Xie Fei suddenly understood. He then pondered for a moment and said, there is no need to worry too much about this matter. I have a special technique that I can teach you to try. After saying that, he took Elder Xie to a deserted place. Then he pointed and touched Elder Xie's forehead. In an instant, a stream of divine consciousness mixed with the tiger demon bone refining fist fell into Elder Xie's mind. After that, Elder Xie seemed to be frozen in place, continuously comprehending this profound technique that had suddenly appeared in his mind. The tiger demon bone refining fist is a body refining technique from another world, returned by the system. When fully cultivated, it can forge a tiger demon golden body, which is hard for demons to resist. Such a supreme skill is naturally incredibly profound. For an ordinary person, even understanding the essence of the technique is difficult. However, Elder Xie seemed to have a natural affinity for body refining and quickly immersed himself in the tiger demon bone refining fist. This was a state of enlightenment that countless people could not attain. After a long time, when he came back to his senses, it was already night, and Xie Fei was nowhere to be seen. Thank you, Master, for bestowing the method. Elder Xie heavily bowed 3 times in the direction of the elder's residence in the Sword Pavilion. After he stood up, all 206 bones in his body suddenly erupted with a tiger roar. His entire aura was vastly different from before. Clearly, in just a moment of enlightenment, Elder Xie had already entered the path of body refining. Ding! Host investment successful. Congratulations, host, for receiving a rebate. Due to the destiny and fortune of the investment target being red, the rebate effect is doubled. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the king-level sword technique, 9 heavens sword technique, 6th to 9th heaven. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the special body refining technique, bull demon power fist. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining 10 years of hard cultivation, red. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining a bottle of 100-year longevity pills, heavenly grade. 9 heavens sword technique, 9th heaven, king level. Can be extracted anytime. This is a flawed version. Only the last 3 realms are available. When combined with the first and middle 3 realms, it can become the complete 9 heavens sword technique, holy level. Bull demon power fist can be extracted anytime, special method. Norunk, rumored to come from another world, it is a fundamental skill for body refining, which can be paired with tiger demon bone refining fist to form a duality of hardness and softness, specializing in the cultivation of muscles and fascia. 10 years of hard cultivation, red, can be extracted anytime, equivalent to the results of a red-destined person's 10 years of hard cultivation. 100-year longevity pill, heavenly grade, 9 pieces, can be extracted anytime. Taking it can add 100 years to one's lifespan, with no side effects. With Long Chi's comprehension of the tiger demon bone refining fist, the system's rebate also followed. The complete version of the Nine Heavens sword technique was finally gathered. Xie Fei, who had been waiting eagerly, felt as if he had accomplished something significant. Unable to contain his excitement, he extracted it, and once again, a series of scrolls appeared in his sea of consciousness. Countless images surged forth. In them, Xie Fei transformed into a sword-wielding practitioner. Sometimes he wielded his sword atop a snowy mountain. At other times, he appeared in a sea of fire for hard cultivation. Then came battles with others. Each time he drew his sword, it was as if the world transformed into a realm of swords. All opponents were submerged under the overwhelming sword intent, like a vast sky. When the images concluded and the scroll disappeared, Xie Fei opened his eyes, and his right hand formed a sword with his fingers, carving out a mysterious sword mark. Almost the moment he drew his sword, the entire room was suddenly enveloped by sword intent. In this boundless sword intent, his sword heart seemed like a blazing sun in the darkness. As soon as the shadow of the sword heart appeared, Xie Fei immediately dispersed the sword aura. All traces were swept away in an instant. Nine Heavens sword technique, a special fusion version. Based on the complete Nine Heavens sword technique, it integrates various attack techniques. Rank, half-step emperor level. The levels of martial arts in the Mystic Qi continent are generally divided into ordinary, inferior, superior, rare, king, emperor, holy, divine. To Xie Fei's surprise, the complete version of a Nine Heavens sword technique starts at the holy level. After integrating attack techniques like Taiwu Sword Qi, it has already touched the threshold of emperor level. Emperor level. No major holy places possess martial arts of this rank, let alone such specialized attack techniques that do not involve any cultivation. Generally speaking, emperor level and divine level martial arts are legendary things. In many cases, these two levels of martial arts only give people a sense of endlessness and serve a symbolic purpose. After all, throughout history, it seems that there has never been any emperor level or divine level martial arts known to exist. Carefully comprehending the already half-step emperor level Nine Heavens sword technique, Xie Fei could clearly summarize and conclude this sword technique since he had obtained the complete version. Do not cultivate spiritual energy, do not absorb the world. Only with the sword heart illuminating the myriad realms. This is the core tenet of the Nine Heavens sword technique. It breaks the shackles of techniques and laws, reconstructs the world with pure sword intent, with each strand of sword intent containing one's own Dao rhythm, and drawing the sword resonates with heaven and earth. Wherever the sword edge passes, the void naturally generates sword intent crystallization. Cultivating to the extreme, one can transform into an incomprehensible sword domain, traversing the world as a realm of swords. There are 9 core moves, the last of which is to sever the Dao and see oneself transcended. Xie Fei murmured, and his heart could not help but exclaim, no wonder it is called the Sword of the Immortal. If it weren't for the system directly bestowing the knowledge, allowing for instant comprehension of its mysteries, it would likely take several years just to enter the threshold. It's no wonder he would express such sentiments. Looking at the cultivation requirements for the Nine Heavens sword technique, the first step is to prepare a plain sword without inscriptions, 3 feet and 9 inches long. Then, every time one breaks through a realm, the sword body must be reforged, integrating one's own blood. The second step is to swing the sword 9,000 times daily, without change for 10 years, and to achieve a dominance like a blazing sun. One must practice the sword with closed eyes in the desert until one can discern position through the heat waves. The third step is that for each realm breakthrough, one must independently battle 9 sword practitioners of the same level. Victory refines sword intent, while defeat shatters the sword heart. Such an entry method is unheard of and unseen. But perhaps it is precisely this uniqueness that creates this sword of the immortal. Compared to ordinary sword techniques driven by spiritual energy, the Nine Heavens sword technique is entirely controlled by the sword heart. Spiritual energy is merely an auxiliary means. The stronger the sword heart, the more intense the sword intent. Moreover, Ordinary sword techniques are limited by the length of the sword itself and the distance at which sword chi can be activated. However, with the Nine Heavens sword technique, under the cover of sword intent, any place and angle becomes an attack range. This is quite outrageous. Continuing, Xie Fei excitedly began to extract the Bull Demon Power Fist. In an instant, a scroll appeared, slowly unfolding. Countless images began to present themselves in his sea of consciousness. In the first image, Xie Fei was sitting cross-legged atop a ley line. Above his head appeared an ancient wild bull carrying the blue sky. The wild bull was enormous, its horns propping up the heavens, and its four hooves shattered the underworld. The next image showed Xie Fei standing on grassland, continuously emitting a special mooing sound that resonated throughout his muscles. Then the scene shifted, revealing blue bull patterns emerging on Xie Fei's body. After a long while, Xie Fei finally came back to his senses. At this moment, all 639 major tendons in his body had been completely refined. His muscles seemed to form a self-circulating system, with boundless strength coursing through him, and his stamina was inexhaustible. Breathing out slightly felt like a fierce wind, instantly blowing away the tables and chairs in front of him. Unmoving as a mountain, moving causes the heavens to collapse and the earth to shatter. Xie Fei carefully sensed his own changes. He felt that although he had not deliberately refined his body, his physical body was still completely unyielding against any martial arts master in this world. Without any spiritual energy and without sword techniques, with just his physical body and fists, he could now crush a large number of golden elixirs. Compared to the Tiger Demon Bone Refining Fist, which focuses on bones and bone marrow, the Bull Demon Great Strength Fist emphasizes muscles and fascia. The Tiger Demon Bone Refining Fist is an instantaneous, explosive penetrating attack, while the Bull Demon Great Strength Fist is a sustained endurance output. One is like thunder crashing, while the other is like an endless river. The two complement each other, enhancing one another. Suddenly realizing, this Bull Demon Great Strength Fist and Tiger Demon Bone Refining Fist are indeed a match made in heaven. It's a treasure found. The two complementary secret arts are no longer just a matter of 1 + 1 = 2. Rather, 1 + 1 achieves an effect of 7, 8, or even 10. Although I'm not primarily focused on body cultivation, that disciple Long Xie is clearly the destined protagonist on the path of body refinement. After some time, I'll find an opportunity to pass this Bull Demon Great Strength Fist to him, which will not only yield another red return, but also enhance my own disciple. Xie Fei has now grasped the mechanics of the investment return system. He plans to check on that cheap disciple whenever he has the chance. Of course, he will use the Life Path Golden Eye. As long as he sees an investment opportunity, he will jump on it immediately. Just thinking about it makes Xie Fei excited about the prospect of continuously raking in red returns. If this turns out to be feasible, then I must quickly improve my strength and elevate my position. Once I become an elder of the 3rd or even 4th level of the Sword Pavilion, I can rightfully take on disciples everywhere. This way I can harvest every day, cough, cough, invest. With that thought, Xie Fei immediately prepared to extract 10 years of hard cultivation. Remember, this is 10 years of hard cultivation marked in red. He has a faint premonition. After this extraction, he might very well be on the verge of breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Previously, he received a nascent soul pill as a return. As long as his cultivation reaches the 9th grade of the Golden Core stage, he would have a 100 probability of achieving the nascent soul. However, having learned from the previous breakthrough into the Golden Core, Xie Fei has become wiser this time. He left the Sword Sect overnight and hid in the Qianren Cliff, where spiritual awareness is restricted. System: extract 10 years of hard cultivation. In the depths of the Sword Tomb. Elder Xie, look what I brought you this time. Feng Jian cheerfully burst into the bronze hall, holding a box of dark tea leaves. The ancient tea from Longquan Mountain. By the time he called out, he had already reached the silver-haired old man's side. Seeing Feng Jian's arrival, the silver-haired elder couldn't help but shake his head in resignation. You little rascal. You never come without a reason. Speak. What do you want from me this time? If you don't make it clear, I won't dare to drink this tea. Without waiting for a response, Feng Jian began to brew the tea right there. While brewing, he smiled and said, Elder Xie, your insight is sharp. I indeed have a matter I wish to consult you about. It's regarding preparations for breaking through to the transformation stage. I would like to ask you about it. Mainly, I have never seen a scene of breaking through to the transformation stage, and I always feel a bit worried, fearing that my state of mind might be obstructed. Upon hearing this, the silver-haired elder nodded. So it's this matter. In fact, it can be summed up in 4 words: when the water reaches its level. The only point to pay attention to is the transformation stage, thunder tribulation. As he spoke, he picked up the freshly brewed Long Quan ancient tea. But just as he was about to take a sip, suddenly, a terrifying surge of spiritual energy swept in. The spiritual energy fluctuations covered the entire Changhe Sword Sect. In the Sword Tomb, it seemed as if all the spiritual energy had been drawn away. Even under the enhancement of the Gathering Spirit Array, the spiritual energy inside poured out like a dam breaking. This commotion stunned both Feng Jian and the silver-haired elder. The two quickly turned their gazes towards the direction of the spiritual energy. Their eyes pierced through the bronze hall, landing on the left side of the Sword Sect. There, a massive spiritual energy black hole was forming, blocking out the sky and the moon, within a radius of 10,000 miles. All the spiritual energy was fiercely rushing towards that space. Is this the Qianren Cliff? Feng Jian was surprised. Is someone breaking through the golden core at Qianren Cliff? But upon seeing that the spiritual energy black hole was growing larger, his surprise quickly turned into astonishment. It's not the golden core. It's a breakthrough to the nascent soul. Now our sword sect has so many experts. Another one is about to achieve the nascent soul. The Qianren Cliff falls within the territory of the Changhe Sword Sect, and it's right next to it. Only the cultivators of our own sect can break through there. Just as Feng Jian's words fell. Chapter 49. Hard Resistance of the Flesh? Thunder rolls. As soon as Feng Jian finished speaking, he saw the spiritual energy black hole continuing to expand. Not only did it envelop the entire Qianren Cliff, but it also began to spread towards the Changhe Sword Sect. What was even more terrifying was that countless lightning bolts appeared above the spiritual energy black hole. This is, the silver-haired elder's eyes suddenly lit up as he looked at this scene. The thunder tribulation. This is not a breakthrough to the nascent soul, but to the transformation stage. Huh? Feng Jian almost knocked over the tea on the table. Ignoring the spilled tea, he stared blankly at the flickering thunder in the direction of Qianren Cliff, his eyes filled with shock. At this moment, within the Changhe Sword Sect, atop the scripture pavilion, a girl dressed in a gauzy robe with a perfect figure suddenly frowned. Her originally closed eyes snapped open. A trace of Dao rhythm emerged and then vanished between her eyes. The girl slightly raised her head, her gaze penetrating through layers of barriers. With just a glance, she withdrew it. Then, a luminous aura swirled at her fingertips, transforming into an illusory compass, hovering in midair. At this moment, someone is breaking through to the transformation stage? It shouldn't be, murmurs echoed. Then, the hovering compass began to operate. The commotion above Qianren Cliff had already caused the Changhe Sword Sect to tremble. Compared to the previous breakthrough to the nascent soul in the Sword Pavilion, this time was even more sensational, especially seeing the thunder tribulation enveloping the entire Qianren Cliff. The spiritual energy black hole almost covering more than half of the Changhe Sword Sect. Numerous disciples of the Sword Sect stared blankly at the sky above, and many who were in seclusion were also shaken and rushed out. Countless experts from the Sword Tomb, Scripture Pavilion, Sword Pavilion, and Legion Gorge appeared in astonishment. More importantly, several old monster spiritual awareness fluctuations were transmitted from the secret realm. Under such circumstances, the entire Changhe Sword Sect's attention fell on the Qianren Cliff amidst the thunderstorm. I can't believe it. Inside the Sword Pavilion, Zhou Qing was staring dumbfounded at the enormous spiritual energy black hole, especially seeing the terrifying thunderclouds containing monstrous thunder power enveloping Qianren Cliff. The expressions of both he and a senior elder were filled with disbelief. Nascent soul? No, it's the transformation stage. Only the transformation stage would summon the thunder tribulation. Only it could cause such a shocking phenomenon in heaven and earth. Zhou Qing exclaimed in a daze. However, he quickly asked the elder beside him with some speculation. Do you think it's possible that this is one of our sword pavilion as predecessors? Why do I have a premonition that it might be that Elder reacted quickly and hurriedly said, "Impossible"? Elder Zhou, to my knowledge, no one in our sword pavilion is on the verge of breaking through to the transformation stage. Other sects might have that possibility, and it's very likely that it's a predecessor from Legion Gorge. Legion Gorge is the place where disciples of the Changhe Sword Sect practice their swordsmanship and break through, located in a space similar to a secret realm. It is rumored to have been formed by the second-generation sect master of the Changhe Sword Sect, who broke through space with a single sword. It contains countless ferocious sword intents and is the ideal place for sword path breakthroughs. The elder spoke plainly. Mainly, everyone felt that Elder Zhou Qing, who was in charge of the sword pavilion, had been a bit obsessed lately, with a highly accomplished, nascent soul, sword god, emerging in the sword pavilion. He believed that the sword pavilion would surely surpass the scripture pavilion and the sword tomb, seizing the greatest power in the sect. Those in the know understand their own affairs. The three major lines of the sword sect, the sword tomb, scripture pavilion, and sword pavilion were almost established at the same time. Over the past few hundred years, the sword pavilion has indeed produced several formidable experts. However, due to the intrusion of sword evil, their minds have become somewhat chaotic, and these experts can only remain in seclusion. Although there are strong individuals present, they can essentially be regarded as non-existent, as they are unlikely to take action. It was already a stroke of immense luck for a nascent soul sword god to emerge recently. How could there possibly be another transformation god expert? What are they thinking? Those seniors in the sword pavilion who are in seclusion will not make any progress in their lives unless they resolve their own issues. Therefore, this elder spoke very directly. However, Zhou Qing didn't listen at all and remained excitedly looking forward to it. He didn't know why, but he had a strong intuition that the senior breaking through to transformation at Xianren Cliff must be connected to the sword pavilion. No, I need to carefully search through the historical records of the sword pavilion elders. I will definitely find the answer. Zhou Qing thought to himself. It could very well be a hidden senior from the sword pavilion. Seeing him like this, the elder beside him couldn't help but twitch his mouth. This Zhou in charge must be obsessed. I've looked through various ancient texts, and none of them mention that one must be struck by lightning to achieve the nascent soul. The 10 years of hard cultivation in the Red Life path indeed proved formidable, instantly elevating Xie Fei from the 6th rank of Golden Core to the 9th rank. After consuming the nascent soul pill, everything smoothly transitioned into the first realm of the nascent soul. In his Qi Si, a miniature version of Xie Fei appeared in place of the original Golden Core. However, since it had just formed, it still looked somewhat illusory and blurry. Although he had successfully broken through, Xie Fei had no thoughts of relaxation. This was because above his head, a terrifying thunder tribulation was continuously brewing. Damn! Didn't they say that only those who transform into God's face thunder tribulations? I'm just breaking through to the nascent soul, and I get a heavenly punishment? If I remember correctly, throughout history, Xie Fei has never seen anyone encounter a thunder tribulation at the nascent soul stage. Am I being envied by the heavens? Thinking of this, Xie Fei couldn't afford to check his situation after the breakthrough and immediately began to prepare. According to records, the intensity of the thunder tribulation depends on the person undergoing it. Given the terrifying commotion above his head, this thunder tribulation of mine is likely not an ordinary one. I must go all out. With great concentration, Xie Fei flipped his wrist, and the system-rewarded divine sword was drawn out. I wonder if my fusion version of a 9-heaven sword technique will work. Just as he thought this, he suddenly returned the sword to the system space. The 9-heaven sword technique is too ostentatious. Moreover, the sword pavilion itself has a flawed version of the 9-heaven sword technique. If I use the 9-heaven sword technique, it would be easy for people to make connections. My true identity would likely be at risk of exposure. After some consideration, Xie Fei thought of the bull demon strength fist he had just received as a reward. Combining the bull demon strength with the tiger demon bone refinement to withstand the thunder tribulation, I wonder if it will work. I can't worry about that too much. If it doesn't work, I can only give it a try. At worst, I can use the 9-heaven sword technique as a fallback. After resolving this in his mind, Xie Fei immediately focused his sword heart and wholeheartedly activated the Tiger Demon Bone Refinement Fist and Bull Demon Strength Fist, two top-tier body refinement techniques. These two profound techniques are absolute skills from another world. Using them would certainly not lead people to associate them with him. Unexpectedly, the sword cultivator Xie Fei unexpectedly stepped onto the path of body refinement. At this moment, the thunder on Qianren Cliff seemed to have reached its peak. Suddenly, a blue beam of light crashed down. Facing the first Thunder Tribulation's impact, Xie Fei immediately invigorated his muscles and bones. Below Qianren Cliff, outside the range of the Thunder Tribulation, several figures rapidly descended. More and more people flew over from the Changhe Sword Sect. Most of those coming were elders from the Sword Tomb, Scripture Hall, Sword Pavilion, and other places. There were Golden Core and Nascent Soul experts, but more were those at the Foundation establishment and Qi refining stages. Zhou Qing also arrived, bringing a large group of elders from the upper 3 floors of the Sword Pavilion. Everyone did not dare to rush into the Thunder Tribulation area. They didn't even dare to extend their spiritual senses inside, only watching and waiting from the outside. The Thunder Tribulation is no joke. Anyone who intrudes with another aura will definitely be seen as a person facing heavenly punishment, and lightning will strike down immediately. There's no reasoning to it. Unexpectedly, in such a short time, they witnessed 2 breakthrough phenomena. Last time, it was the nascent soul, and this time, its transformation. The one speaking was the Grand Elder of the Sword Tomb, Li Fei, who had hurried over. Zhou Qing glanced over and, not seeing his old acquaintance Shui Er, did not approach. Moreover, upon seeing Li Fei, he felt anger rising within him. Previously, in the misty forest, the two had fought fiercely over a corpse. However, he did not approach, but Li Fei came over himself. Zhou Qing, this transformation senior, is likely from our Sword Tomb lineage. His tone contained mockery. It was clear that he was still brooding over Zhou Qing's earlier pride in having a nascent soul sword god. Nonsense. Before Zhou Qing could speak, a group approached from the other side, led by a middle-aged man with a scarred face. The scar-faced man loudly declared, "How could this be one of your Sword Tomb S people? Only our Li Jianxia S senior could cause such a strong phenomenon. When it comes to sword path honing and foundational depth, our Li Jianxia is first." Nonsense. Li Fei directly retorted, "Your Li Jianxia has a decent foundation. But how many nascent soul elders do you have? Not a single one at the 9th rank. Are you saying that in Li Jianxia's unique style, an 8th rank nascent soul could break through to transformation? Look at our Sword Tomb lineage. We have 3 9th rank nascent soul seniors. Not to mention the seniors who have been in seclusion within the Sword Tomb." When it came to discussing his own seniors, Li Fei stood tall and confident. Throughout the Changhe Sword Sect, in terms of nascent soul experts, the Sword Tomb indeed has the most. Faced with this fact, the scar-faced man from Li Jianxia wanted to refute, but couldn't he come up with a strong counterargument. He could only snort angrily and turn his head away, unwilling to engage. This scar-faced man is the head of Li Jianxia, who rarely comes out. But just as Li Fei finished speaking, another group approached. Just because there are many 9th rank nascent soul seniors, doesn't he mean the one who broke through to transformation is from your Sword Tomb? The former vice master of the Scripture Hall was already half a step into transformation 60 years ago. It seems that this senior who has been promoted to transformation must be the former vice master who has been in seclusion in my Scripture Hall. The one responding was a young man clad in starlight, with red lips and white teeth. This person is indeed the head of the Scripture Hall. Although he is not the vice master or any other position, his position as the head is equivalent to the practical power holder overseeing all matters. Like the Sword Tomb, Sword Pavilion, and Li Jianxia, the Scripture Hall also has its own special nature. Besides gathering all the Sword Sect's profound skills, its master is also a true Supreme Elder. This is not like Zhou Qing's kind, who was given a nominal Supreme Elder position because the Sword Pavilion lacked top-tier combat power to stand up. The one from the Scripture Hall is a genuinely established Supreme. After the Starlight Man finished speaking, Li Fei still stubbornly insisted, no matter what. "This has to be our Sword Tomb senior. Li Fei, are you going to lose your face? If we must insist, The one who could cause such a sensation should be from our Jianxia. The scar-faced man could no longer hold back and spoke out. The Starlight Man just smiled and shook his head at the quarrel between the two. No need to argue. It must be from my scripture hall. It's from my lineage. Just as several people were trying to prove it was their senior, Zhou Qing, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke softly. Have you considered? It might be from my sword pavilion. The moment these words were spoken, the entire place fell silent. Li Fei, the scar-faced man, and the Starlight Man all looked over in shock. Cough, cough. Zhou Qing quickly adjusted his long robe and was about to express his opinion when he saw that the shock on Li Fei and the others' faces turned into the gaze of someone looking at a fool. Zhou Qing, this is not the time for jokes. You have to know the occasion for humor, and this joke is not funny at all. Yes, we are discussing serious matters, so why are you suddenly joking? I know you and Jiangu are suffering, but you don't have to learn to make light of your misery, right? All right, I admit that making light of suffering can be quite good. Zhou Qing's expression immediately fell. I'm not joking. Upon hearing this, Li Fei couldn't help but laugh. Zhou Qing, you really dare to think big, huh? How come I didn't notice before that you like to dream? Just tell me, Jiangu has been around for over 700 years now, right? There are only so many Yuanying. How dare you say that a Huashan came from Jiangu? Is it because you suddenly have a Yuanying sword god that you've started to get cocky? All the masters are from your family? The head of the scripture pavilion also said, Elder Zhou Qing's ability to joke has really improved. It's no wonder he could steal away Elder Zhang Shui from the sword tomb. When this topic came up, Li Fei's expression darkened considerably. Many elders in the sword tomb had extreme opinions about Zhou Qing. The reason was that he had quietly taken Zhang Shui away. Under the criticism of several people from the three major factions, even Zhou Qing, who had a thick skin, felt a bit embarrassed. He wanted to refute them, but he really didn't have any solid arguments. Should he say it was intuition? If he really said that, he feared it would bring even greater ridicule. Just as Zhou Qing was gritting his teeth in anger, a sudden thunderous sound echoed from above Qianren Cliff. Then, a huge blue beam of light crashed down. Such overwhelming celestial majesty immediately frightened the crowd that had come to watch, making them tremble all over. Those with slightly lower strength and timid personalities immediately fell to the ground, too scared to get up. The Huashan tribulation has begun. Li Fei, the scar-faced man, the Starlight Man, and Zhou Qing also lost their desire to argue and focused all their attention on the tribulation. All four of them felt a twinge of anticipation. They didn't know how many bolts of thunder would appear in this Huashan tribulation. The stronger the heavenly tribulation, the stronger the predecessor was. They said that a 5-thunder Huashan emerged from the Tai sacred land 10 years ago, and the world celebrated for an entire year. Boom! Xie Fei's whole body was enveloped in blue lightning. In the blink of an eye, it felt as if countless needle-like bolts of lightning were piercing in from all his pores and skin. This is the taste of the tribulation thunder. A piece of cake. Chapter 50, 9 Thunder Huashan. Special approval from the sect master. The tribulation thunder is certainly not a piece of cake. It's just that the combination of the tiger demon bone refining fist and bull demon great strength fist is too strong. When the tribulation thunder fell, it was all absorbed by his physical body. The small portion of power that dissipated only felt like a tickle. Moreover, within the tribulation thunder, there was a different kind of vitality. This massive energy, hidden beneath the destruction, merged into his limbs and bones. The originally somewhat illusory and transparent Yuanying in Xie Fei's Dantian suddenly became more solid. His meridians also expanded abruptly, increasing by 1/3 on top of the already vast ones. Furthermore, they became even more resilient. Changes also appeared in his flesh and bones. However, because the strength of his body was already so high, these changes were relatively less noticeable. At this point, it seemed that Xie Fei's breakthrough to Yuanying was just beginning. The transformation of his body, especially this kind of leap resembling life, almost made him exclaim in comfort. But the tribulation thunder wouldn't let him feel comfortable. As soon as the first blue thunder struck, another thunderous beam fell. Compared to the first, this one was much deeper in color, already a deep blue. Xie Fei still resisted it with his physical body, feeling a tingling sensation all over, as if he were taking a hot bath. A surge of vitality emerged, and the Yuanying in his Dantian became even more solid. To him, the 2 bolts of tribulation thunder were easy to handle. This was also because his body was so unreasonably strong. The same punch would feel different depending on who it landed on. A weak person might be killed with 1 punch, while a strong one might only get their clothes slightly dirty after 2 punches. The 3rd thunder was already brewing. At this moment, Xie Fei had gained a bit of insight into this tribulation thunder. After personally experiencing 2 bolts of tribulation thunder, he understood deeply that although it seemed to take one's life, once endured, there would be incredible benefits. Is this the truth of the tribulation thunder? After crossing the tribulation, one's essence of life would change. Huashan. Only by enduring the tribulation can one become divine. No wonder it's called Huashan after the thunder tribulation descends. But I'm still at Yuanying. Xie Fei didn't understand. Boom! The heavens and the earth trembled. The 3rd bolt of tribulation thunder struck down fiercely. This time, the color of the thunder was actually blue with a hint of purple. On the ground, Xie Fei sat cross-legged, and this bolt of tribulation thunder struck him hard into the ground. The surrounding terrain was directly obliterated by more than a yard. However, he still endured it. This time, there was a bit of power behind it. The original tingling sensation now carried a slight sting. Xie Fei looked at the exposed skin on the back of his hand, where all the hairs were curled up as if they had been burned. His clothes also bore faint scorch marks. Countless remnants of thunder transformed into tiny electric snakes, constantly jumping on his body. He exhaled deeply, as if a wild wind had passed, blowing away the electric arcs on his body. Then he saw Xie Fei rise into the air, standing in midair. The reason he didn't stay on the ground was that he felt he might be struck into the ground by the next bolt of lightning. While he awaited the 4th bolt of tribulation thunder to fall, the tribulation clouds covering the entire Qianren cliff suddenly began to change. As the clouds surged, various phenomena emerged. There were mountains, tall buildings, and also deities and ghosts. Amidst these phenomena, the lightning flashed wildly, and countless thunderbolts leapt. Boom! A completely purple bolt of lightning suddenly fell. The powerful pressure seemed to shake the entire Qianren cliff. Thud! When it struck Xie Fei, it actually made a booming sound. He, who was originally floating, was once again blasted to the ground. Outside Qianren cliff, in the observation area, every time they saw the tribulation thunder appear, everyone who had come to watch would tremble all over. It was already the 4th bolt, and the tribulation clouds showed no signs of dissipating. Moreover, each bolt was unimaginably powerful. Li Fei spoke with a tone of shock. His eyes filled with anticipation. Could it be that our Jian lineage will give birth to a 5 Thunder Huashan? As soon as he said this, the scar-faced man from the Sword Edge Gorge frowned slightly. However, after thinking for a while, the scar-faced man didn't say anything. It seemed he felt that it wasn't worth arguing with someone like Li Fei, who was unreasonable and only knew how to shout. The Huashan realm, aside from being divided into 9 grades, also has the concept of foundation and roots. The stronger the foundation and roots, the higher the combat power at the same grade, and the greater the future achievements will be. But how to measure this foundation and root? That is the Huashan tribulation. The tribulation will change according to the foundation, talent, and other factors of the person undergoing the tribulation. The more bolts of thunder that fall, the stronger the foundation of the person undergoing the tribulation is. 1 bolt of tribulation thunder means 1 Thunder Huashan. 2 bolts mean 2 Thunder Huashan. 3 bolts are already remarkable in the Xuanqi continent. For bolts of thunder, Huashan definitely require an ordinary force to concentrate resources to support. As for 5 Thunder Huashan, even the sacred lands rarely see such a thing. Each time a 5 Thunder Huashan is born, the sacred lands will celebrate extensively and announce it to the world. And so far, the predecessor on Qianren Cliff has already withstood the impact of 4 bolts of thunder. Moreover, the tribulation clouds have not dispersed, and the 5th bolt is about to arrive. What does this situation signify? In the sacred land, it is rare to see a 5 thunder transformation, and now our lineage is about to produce 1. Boom! Amidst the shock and excitement of everyone, deep purple tribulation thunder crashed down. 5 thunders. Immediately after, To everyone's disbelief, boom, the purple tribulation thunder appeared. 6 thunders. In astonishment, the calamity clouds had yet to dissipate. The 7th and 8th thunders, boom. The 9th tribulation thunder, glowing with a hint of red, tore through the heavens and the earth. In the dazed gazes of all, the calamity clouds only began to slowly disperse after unleashing the 9th thunder. The world suddenly fell into a dead silence. After a long while, the crowd erupted with excited howls. 9 thunder transformation. This is the 9 thunder transformation. Not only do we add another transformation, but it is also a 9 thunder transformation. Long River Sword Sect, everlasting dominance. Countless people shouted and cheered. The elders from various factions like Sword Tomb, Sutra Hall, Sword Pavilion, and Blade Sword Gorge were all excited and fervent. Even the powerful figures of the Sword Sect, observing from a distance through their spiritual sense, were shaken. The birth of a transformation will give the Long River Sword Sect considerable confidence. Not to mention that this transformation is actually a 9 thunder transformation. The implications of this need not be elaborated. With the 9 thunder transformation, the Long River Sword Sect might soon have an earth-shattering figure emerge. The calamity clouds had dissipated, but their residual power lingered. Xie Fei, the Scar-Faced Man, and the head of the Sutra Hall all looked up at the Qianren Cliff. The 3 of them were still filled with intense shock. The 3 almost simultaneously turned to look at each other. They wanted to speak, but upon realizing that the other also wanted to say something, they simultaneously closed their mouths. They all knew that the 2 opposite them wouldn't say anything good. I'm too lazy to waste words with you. Ultimately, it was the Scar-Faced Man from Blade Sword Gorge who couldn't hold back and spoke first. You will soon witness the arrival of our lineage's senior. Xie Fei sneered repeatedly. Nonsense. The head of the Sutra Hall regained his calm demeanor. There is no use in your argument. The head of the Sutra Hall has already calculated. I believe we will soon have an answer. The origin of this senior will soon be revealed. Zhou Qing, who was excluded from the conversation, wanted to interject. When the 9th tribulation thunder fell, his intuition became even more intense. However, the elders from the Sword Pavilion beside him seemed to think he was too embarrassing and kept pulling him back, preventing him from speaking. Aside from them, other elders and disciples were also discussing the identity of the senior on Qianren Cliff. For a moment, everyone had various opinions about this newly promoted 9 thunder transformation senior. But at that moment, a figure flew over from the Sword Sect. Upon recognizing the visitor, everyone immediately fell silent. An elder quickly greeted the newcomer. Is there an important message from the sect master? The visitor was a young elder dressed in gray linen. This person had long accompanied the sect master, and many times his appearance actually represented the sect master's intentions. The gray-clad elder smiled slightly. Indeed, since someone has stepped into transformation, the head of the Sutra Hall has already reported the calculation results to the sect master. I am here to convey the sect master's commendation. Conveying commendation? Everyone present was not surprised that the sect master was alerted. The 9 thunder transformation was something that, let alone the Long River Sword Sect, would cause a stir throughout the sacred land. But who is to be commended? Is the senior finally going to reveal themselves? If so, wouldn't that allow us to glimpse the true appearance of the senior and determine whether they are a master from our lineage? With this in mind, the people from Sword Tomb, Sutra Hall, and Blade Sword Gorge all rubbed their fists, waiting for what came next. The arriving gray-clad Elder Xie's gaze shifted. First, it landed on Xie Fei, the Scar-Faced Man, and the Starlight Man. The 3 all trembled, thinking it was about them. However, the gray-clad elder suddenly fixed his gaze on Zhou Qing in the distance. The sect master said to convey his congratulations to Elder Zhou Qing. A top-tier combat power has emerged from the Sword Pavilion. The sect master has especially approved the Sword Pavilion to enjoy double monthly salary and double resource supply for 100 years. Zhou Qing could hardly hear the gray-clad elder's words. When he heard the first part, he was completely stunned, his mind exploding like a sudden thunderclap. His thoughts instantly halted. Then he suddenly jolted, trembling uncontrollably. Zhou Qing was ecstatic. All his thoughts merged into one. It really is a senior from my Sword Pavilion. My intuition was correct. It was correct. Ha ha ha. Chapter 51. What? Do I have to be struck by lightning to cultivate? Nearby, Li Fei and the scar-faced man, upon hearing this, were like struck by lightning, retreating repeatedly. How could this be? Isn't it a senior from our lineage? It's impossible. The three were somewhat lost, their expressions filled with disbelief. Li Fei couldn't help but ask the gray-clad elder, isn't the sect master S or the head of the Sutra Hall's calculation wrong? How could that senior possibly be from the Sword Pavilion? Throughout the history of the Sword Pavilion, there has never been a master at the transformation realm, because after they reach the nascent soul, they cannot dissolve the sword evil and spirit. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by the gray-clad elder's reprimand. Nonsense. The head of the Sutra Hall, as a supreme elder, is highly skilled in calculations. How could she be wrong? Are you questioning her and the sect master? This gloomy questioning made Li Fei swallow his words. However, he, the scar-faced man, and even the head of the Sutra Hall still found it hard to believe. Everyone stared blankly at Zhou Qing, watching this honorary supreme elder of the Sword Pavilion, who was now overwhelmed with excitement. Everyone was dumbfounded. It wasn't just others who were stunned. Even the elders from the Sword Pavilion were lost in thought. The surprise came too quickly and intensely. They didn't react at all. After a long while, wild laughter broke the silence. Ha 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 ha. Zhou Qing laughed to the sky, tears streaming down his face. Deep in the sword tomb, within the bronze hall, Feng Jian couldn't believe that it was actually a person from the Sword Pavilion. His gaze pierced through layers of formations, landing on Qianren Cliff. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Beside him, the silver-haired elder was also extremely surprised. What a strange occurrence. A top-tier sword god emerged from the Sword Pavilion, and now there's another 9 thunder transformation. 9 tribulation thunders. In the over 800 years of the Long River Sword Sect, there's only been one 9 thunder transformation in history. I didn't expect a second to appear, and it's from the Sword Pavilion. How strange. Feng Jian withdrew his gaze and subconsciously asked, Elder Xie, do you think the head of the Sutra Hall's calculation could be wrong? The silver-haired elder laughed. You underestimate that girl Yuxuanji too much. Do you think she could become a supreme elder at under 40? In terms of calculations, no one in the Long River Sword Sect can match her. The answers she obtains are beyond my ability to question. Upon hearing this, Feng Jian was momentarily stunned. In that case, it really is a senior from the Sword Pavilion. His tone carried a hint of acceptance. The silver-haired elder didn't pay attention to this, but said, regardless of which lineage, they all represent our Long River Sword Sect. Having another 9 thunder transformation is a good thing. It's just unclear who this 9 thunder transformation is among those I know. Speaking of this, his gaze flickered. The next moment, the silver-haired elder vanished from the spot. Feng Jian didn't find it surprising that the person next to him had disappeared. Instead, he murmured, transformation. When will I also undergo the lightning tribulation and achieve transformation? Don't even fantasize about a 9-fold thunder tribulation. I'd be content with just a 2-fold. In the scripture pavilion, a massive compass floats in mid-air, with countless rays of light manifesting upon it. These lights continuously form various celestial images, changing in complexity and mystery. Those with insufficient cultivation might get dizzy just by looking at it. A girl in a gauzy dress stands barefoot, her deep gaze reflecting the changes on the compass. It's strange. I can't deduce that person's true identity at all. I can only find that there's a deep connection between that person and the sword sect from the entanglement of cause and effect. Why is that? Why is there no trace of him in the heavenly cycles? The girl lightly paces, lost in thought. After taking a few steps, she points again, and a beam of light falls upon the compass. Buzz. The compass spins once more. The speed of the changing images increases rapidly. In the blink of an eye, thousands of images flash by. Soon, the images come to a halt, revealing a nearly transparent sword. At this moment, the sword emits a faint glow, and its transparent state seems to stabilize. A small section in the center of the sword body even begins to turn solid. Seeing this image, the girl's eyes brighten at first. Then more confusion and surprise flood her mind. The appearance of the 9 thunder transformation indeed can amplify the sect's fortunes. But how could such a huge reversal occur? Over the years, the Longhe Sword Sect seemed calm, but in reality, it was already on the brink of disaster. Demons were rising, and the sect's fortunes were declining daily. Within 100 years, it would face extinction. Yet during this time, the overall situation suddenly reversed. Strange. Too strange. The girl furrows her brow, unable to comprehend the reason behind it. At this moment, at the Thousand-Ring Cliff, the bloodied Xie Fei finally stabilized his internal injuries. Withstanding the ninefold thunder tribulation brought him unimaginable benefits. It was a leap of life's essence, and it happened during the nascent soul stage. Additionally, due to relying on his physical body to resist, his physical strength reached an unprecedented level. More importantly, it even contained a trace of thunderous energy. If he were to fight, a punch would seem like divine punishment in his enemy's eyes. At this moment, even without relying on sword cultivation abilities, Xie Fei could contend with a nascent soul. If he combined various sword cultivation techniques, even a transformation into divinity would be impossible to kill. Speaking of sword cultivation, the most obvious change was in his Qi Si. In Xie Fei's current Qi Si, a small version of himself, condensed to the utmost, was sitting cross-legged with closed eyes. All the spiritual energy would flow here, transforming into strands of spiritual power through his mouth and nose, then merging into his body. Compared to the Golden Core period, his spiritual power had almost undergone a qualitative change. In terms of quantity, it had likely increased nearly 100-fold. This discovery startled Xie Fei himself. A qualitative change in spiritual power typically occurs during the transformation stage. At that time, spiritual power could no longer be called spiritual power. It should be referred to as magical power. Now, during the nascent soul period, his spiritual power already showed signs of transforming into magical power. According to some records, when an average person breaks through to the nascent soul stage, their spiritual power typically increases by only 7 or 8 times. If one is a genius, it might reach 10 times. Calculating this way, he had already surpassed others by 10-fold. This should be due to his hard resistance to the thunder tribulation. He absorbed the life essence within every bolt of thunder. Others would rely on external forces, treasures, etc., to avoid or disperse the thunder. Thinking this way, it made sense that he had his current strength, as Xie Fei never took any shortcuts during the tribulation. Besides this, his spiritual soul's strength had also significantly increased. Now, the range of his spiritual perception could cover tens of thousands of miles when exerted to the fullest. 10,000 miles. An ordinary person would need a ride for 2 months. Xie Fei continued to examine himself. His 5 senses and 6 perceptions had also grown tenfold. Of course, the most unexpected change was that sword, which could evolve with his strength. At this moment, it was on the verge of evolving into a treasure. It was estimated that once Xie Fei broke through to the 4th or 5th grade of the nascent soul, this sword would completely evolve into a treasure-level artifact. Magical artifacts, spiritual artifacts, treasure artifacts, and Tao artifacts. Each level of magical treasures represents crushing combat power. If a Qi refinement stage, cultivator wields a treasure-level magical artifact. Even with average talent, they could eliminate a foundation establishment stage cultivator. This is the combat power enhancement brought by powerful magical treasures. However, even though it was about to become a treasure, the sword still hadn't developed any intelligence. Fortunately, Xie Fei sensed that the 2 spiritual swords he had previously devoured from the 2nd floor of the Sword Pavilion had caused this system-generated divine sword to show some changes. It seemed to be nurturing itself. It appeared that if it could devour more spiritual artifacts, or even treasure-level magical artifacts, it might very well develop intelligence. Intelligence is crucial for a magical artifact. If the sword in Xie Fei's hand had intelligence, then during his closed-door cultivation, he would only need to place the sword beside him. Once an enemy approached, the sword itself could actively defend against them and give warnings. Not only would he have an extra helper, but wielding the sword against enemies would also result in a more harmonious combat power enhancement. After considering all this, Xie Fei decided to halt his thoughts of testing his current strength. After fully operating the concealing breath technique, he vanished from the Thousand-Ring Cliff. His speed was so fast that it seemed like teleportation. Silently, he returned to his dwelling. Only then did Xie Fei begin to experiment with the greatest technique of the nascent soul stage, the nascent soul out of body. With a thought, the small Xie Fei and his Qi Si vanished. When he reappeared, he had transformed into another Xie Fei, standing by the bed. Looking at his physical body, sitting cross-legged on the bed, the nascent soul Xie Fei felt a strange sense of dislocation. He needed to get familiar with this, otherwise, it felt too strange. After slowly adapting for a while, he eliminated this feeling. He reached out to touch his physical body, but found no actual contact. As a nascent soul, his finger passed right through. Although he didn't touch it, the powerful vitality contained within his physical body gave him a burning sensation. The nascent soul wasn't a substantial existence, but a manifestation of spiritual power. Moreover, after exiting the body, it had many weaknesses. Malevolent energy, demonic energy, and other existences could harm the nascent soul, especially the vitality of body refiners. If this weren't his own physical body, that brief contact would have been enough to ignite his entire nascent soul and incinerate him on the spot. As thoughts flowed, Xie Fei's mind recalled his insights about the nascent soul. The greatest benefit of the nascent soul being out of the body is that it can manipulate spiritual power without the obstruction of meridians or the physical body. The effectiveness of the techniques deployed would far exceed that of the physical body. Additionally, the nascent soul can be viewed as a second life. If the physical body is destroyed, it can escape with the nascent soul and wait for an opportunity to resurrect. To truly manifest the nascent soul, one must reach the transformation stage. After conducting a simple experiment with the nascent soul, Xie Fei returned to his physical body. Instantly, his physical body opened its eyes, and his consciousness and soul returned to his body. He went outside to take a look. After getting up and walking out, Xie Fei went straight to the second floor of the Sword Pavilion. As soon as he entered, he heard two elders conversing. Earlier in the day, it suddenly turned dark, and there were continuous flashes of lightning and deafening thunder. I was still thinking about how the Sword Sect has formations that can change the sky and earth. How could it suddenly rain heavily? But now it has stopped. Don't you think this is strange? One elder shared with great astonishment. However, the other elder looked at him as if he were a fool after hearing this. Are you out of your mind? What rain? That's definitely a powerful expert undergoing a tribulation. Did you not see that everyone is heading towards Qianren Cliff? What do you think they're going there for? Do they like watching lightning? Want me struck by thunder? You should read more. The elder who shared the strange stories of the rain was taken aback. What? We have to face lightning while cultivating. Chapter 52. Unfinished Investment. Unexpected return. Ignoring the argument between the two, Xie Fei walked straight to Area 7. After what happened before, the formation in the core area had been reinforced once again. The original pure wooden partitions have been replaced with wood-embedded jade. Jade is a good material with a wide range of carrying capacity in the cultivation world. Therefore, its enhancement to the formation far exceeds that of ordinary wooden boards. At this moment, many elders were not in the Sword Pavilion, all crowded over at Qianren Cliff. However, a few were still present. Given the recent major incident in the Sword Pavilion, it was impossible for everyone to sneak away to watch the tribulation excitement. Notably, among the remaining elders, Xie Fei saw an unexpected familiar face. Elder Long Fei from the first floor of the Sword Pavilion. After the death of the Golden Bull, this person had come to take over the position. The reason he remembered so vividly was that Long Fei had suspected the disappearance of the Golden Bull was related to Xie Fei and had come to probe several times. Another point was that Long Fei had a cultivation level of Qi Refinement 4th stage at that time. Generally speaking, the most powerful Outer Sect elders are only at Qi Refinement 1st stage. Qi Refinement 4th stage would be enough to be promoted to Inner Sect Elder. However, Long Fei had become an elder of the Sword Pavilion's first floor, equivalent to the Outer Sect. Now, his cultivation level had actually reached Qi Refinement 5th stage. Xie Fei glanced at him and didn't pay much attention. However, Long Fei's appearance reminded him that not only the second floor elders were lacking, but now the third and fourth floors were also short on people. The third floor of the Sword Pavilion is equivalent to elite elders. One of the requirements to become an elite elder seems to be at least Qi Refinement 7th stage. Should I consider appropriately enhancing my outward strength? After thinking about it, Xie Fei secretly adjusted his Qi concealment technique to present himself as Qi Refinement 7th stage, instantly breaking through from Qi Refinement 5th stage to Qi Refinement 7th stage would definitely attract a lot of attention. However, Xie Fei had already thought of an excuse. He would claim to have gained enlightenment from observing the tribulation of senior experts, breaking through 2 stages in a row. This also conveniently explained why he had been hard to find before. Although this reason seemed absurd, upon careful consideration, it was quite reasonable. Enlightenment, after all, who can explain it? Legend has it that some people achieve enlightenment in a single morning and ascend on the spot. After taking a stroll around the 2nd floor of the Sword Pavilion and showing his face, Xie Fei hurried towards the outer sect, not for any other reason, but mainly to see his only disciple. He wanted to check the effects of the Tiger Demon Bone refining fist he had taught last time. After all, if his disciple practiced a technique from another world without supervision and ended up with an accident, it would be a huge loss. Since discovering that he could utilize his identity as a master to invest and reap benefits from his disciple, he had clearly become much more attentive. Upon learning that his master had come to find him, Long Qie quickly changed out of his training short shirt and welcomed him in a more formal outfit. However, formal actually just meant the usual standard outer sect disciple robe. Disciple greets master. He respectfully bowed deeply. Get up. No need for such formalities. After helping Long Qie up, Xie Fei's face showed a hint of peculiarity. In his perception, Long Qie still showed no signs of gathering spiritual energy. However, the power of blood and vitality within him was exceptionally abundant, like a walking furnace. There seems to be a problem, Xie Fei thought to himself. The body refining path on the Mystic Odd Continent, although it is called body refining, also utilizes the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Therefore, the Qi Si and the Dantian would also produce spiritual power. The only difference from normal cultivators is that the spiritual power of body refining cultivators carries blood and vitality. Breaking through would be slower than normal cultivators, but their combat power would be significantly higher than cultivators of the same level. However, the current situation was that Long Qie had indeed entered the basics of body refining and could be considered a cultivator, no longer an ordinary person. But there was absolutely no spiritual power within him. But the Tiger Demon Bone refining fist is advancing so quickly. As someone who practiced 2 top-tier body refining techniques, Xie Fei quickly saw through Long Qie's current situation, seeing that his master had not spoken for a long time. Long Qie became somewhat anxious. Is there something wrong with me, master? Nothing. Xie Fei came back to his senses and said, Do you feel anything unusual about your body? Long Qie lowered his head and thought carefully. Disciple hasn't noticed anything wrong, but I have endless strength every day now. And when I punch, even a magic sword can be smashed. A few days ago, he had gotten into a scuffle with an outer sect senior brother over some matters. The other party initially mocked him for having no fluctuations of spiritual power, but unexpectedly, in the end, he couldn't withstand a single punch, and his magic sword was smashed on the spot. Thinking of this, Long Qie became even more grateful to his master Xie Fei. If it weren't for his master, he would never have achieved what he had today. At this time, Xie Fei had quietly activated the Destiny Gold Eye towards his disciple. Name, Long Qie, recent demand. Wants to cultivate hard and make master proud. Proud? This type of demand was the first time Xie Fei had seen. It made him want to invest, but he didn't know where to start. Master? But disciple's progress is too slow? Seeing Xie Fei not speaking and frowning, Long Qie immediately asked nervously. Being originally an ordinary person unfamiliar with cultivation, plus now practicing a technique from another world, he had no idea what it meant to smash a magic sword with a punch. No, Xie Fei shook his head. I was just thinking. You're doing very well, and you haven't fallen behind in your cultivation. Keep it up. After saying this, he thought for a moment and added, I am proud of you. Then, there was no then. The system didn't have any response at all. It seemed that taking shortcuts wouldn't work. After thinking for a while, Xie Fei waved his hand. All right, let's go back. I still have to return to the Sword Pavilion. I came this time just to check on your situation. Seeing him about to leave, Long Qie immediately bowed, sending off master. On the way back to the Sword Pavilion, Xie Fei's mind was still pondering Long Qie's demand. After thinking it over and over, He found it difficult to come up with a way to fulfill the investment. Seeing that he really couldn't think of a solution, he decided to put it aside for now. Needs change over time. Perhaps next time he checks, it won't be the same demand. With this thought, Xie Fei immersed himself in the duties of an elder of the Sword Pavilion. Time flew by, and another 7 or 8 days passed. The matter of the tribulation of the senior from the transformation stage gradually settled down. The winter season had already set in, and it finally began to snow heavily at this time. The cold wind, wrapped in iron-gray snowflakes, crashed against the windows of the Sword Pavilion, freezing the last bit of moss in the cracks of the blue bricks into icy crumbs. Frost flowers began to form on the outer walls, with every crack resembling wounds carved by ice blades. The entire Changhe Sword Sect was shrouded in pure white. As usual, Xie Fei hurried to the second floor of the Sword Pavilion. However, on his daily path, an unfamiliar figure had appeared at some point. Thick snow piled on him, yet he showed no signs of moving. When he saw Xie Fei appear, this figure immediately stepped forward. Elder Xie? Xie Fei paused and looked. At first, he thought it was just a disciple practicing diligently, but he didn't pay much attention. But when he stopped and took a look, he was immediately stunned. Xiaoyan? That's right. The person who came was actually Xiaoyan, who had defected from a sect. He was also the genius that Xie Fei had invested in for the Golden Fate Path for the first time. Unintentionally, he took a closer look. After confirming that it was indeed Xiaoyan, Xie Fei couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. The change was too great. Today's Xiaoyan, if one didn't observe closely, would hardly recognize the original shadow. The visitor shook off the accumulated snow, wearing a set of red and black leather armor, his entire demeanor exuding an aura like that of an abyss. He was completely different from the cautious Xiaoyan of the past, who seemed like a punching bag. Elder Xie, thank you. Xiaoyan walked up and suddenly knelt down in the heavy snow. Xie Fei quickly checked the surroundings with his spiritual sense, and then helped him up. This isn't a place to talk. Let's go to my room. After all, Xiaoyan bore the name of a traitor. If he were seen by others, it would be quite troublesome. Once they returned to the residence, Xie Fei smiled and said, I didn't expect that during this time apart. You have changed quite a bit. So, are you back this time to settle scores with your childhood sweetheart? Perceiving carefully, Xiaoyan had already stepped into the Golden Core realm. While Xie Fei clicked his tongue in secret, he didn't point it out. On the surface, he only had the cultivation of the 7th stage of Qi refinement. How could he possibly see through the cultivation of a Golden Core expert? Part of the reason was that, but more importantly, he wanted to see Elder Xie. It seemed that the storms outside had smoothed Xiaoyan's emotions. Now when he spoke, his expression was emotionless, and his tone carried a hint of coldness. What is there to see? Xie Fei shook his head. But I advise you not to expose yourself in the Sword Sect. There are countless experts within the Sword Sect, if anyone discovers your identity. Xiaoyan nodded. I understand. Elder Xie, this is a spirit herb I found outside. It has the effect of extending one's lifespan by 100 years. Please accept it as a token of my gratitude. Saying this, he took out a small wooden box from his bosom. When he opened it, there lay a spirit medicine that resembled a rose. However, its petals were not red, but pure as snow. Seeing this, Xie Fei was momentarily taken aback. Lifespan-extending treasures were always extremely precious. Generally, a spirit pill that extended life by 10 years would cause many contenders to fight over it. Yet here was a spirit herb that could extend life by 100 years. Its value was self-evident. He couldn't help but look up at Xiaoyan. Name, Xiaoyan. Gender, male. Lifespan, 1925. Cultivation, Golden Core 1st stage. Fate and luck, gold. Golden legend. This is a rare talent in a millennium. Recent demand, to fuse 5 different types of within, seeking breakthroughs by burning lifespan. Now, the physical body can hardly withstand the power of on the verge of collapse. Only 6 years of lifespan left. Generally speaking, cultivators in the Golden Core realm can live for at least 500 years, and nascent soul experts can even reach 1,000 years. However, after seeing the recent demand, Xie Fei immediately understood. It turned out that he was rapidly increasing his strength by burning his lifespan. A desperate situation. Xie Fei couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Then he spoke. This thing is more important to you than to me. You should keep it for yourself. Xiaoyan slightly shook his head. Please accept it, Elder Xie. Otherwise, I will always feel uneasy in my heart. If it weren't for your help back then, I probably wouldn't even be alive today." Xie Fei raised his hand to interrupt. "No need for more words. I have studied some medical principles and can see that your body is not normal. You suffered from erosion, yet it hasn't come to this. Now, I'm afraid your physical body is about to collapse." Once these words were spoken, they directly shocked the expressionless Xiaoyan. "Thank you, Elder. How did you see that?" He was nearly taken aback. Elder Xie only had the Qi refinement realm. How could he see his problem? Could it be that Elder Xie had such strong research skills and medical principles? As emotion surged, he inadvertently leaked a hint of golden core aura. Fortunately, it didn't attract any attention. Elder Xie's cultivation was too low to notice this. "I have a method here that might improve your condition." Xie Fei was thinking about investment matters in his heart. As he spoke, he quietly took out a piece of jade from the system space. "Inside, I have inscribed some techniques for refining the body. Take it." Without further ado, he stuffed the freshly inscribed jade into the wooden box, then handed the wooden box containing the spirit herb back to Xiaoyan. Elder Xie. Holding the wooden box, Xiaoyan was momentarily at a loss for words. Perhaps the only person in this world who truly cared for him was Elder Xie. "All right, I have to hurry to the Sword Pavilion." To avoid the recurrence of the scene from his past life, where he was tugged for red envelopes during the new year, Xie Fei immediately expressed his intention to leave. Seeing this, Xiaoyan could only nod and turn to leave first. After walking a considerable distance, he suddenly realized something was off. Xiaoyan hurriedly turned around and ran back. But what he saw was the tightly closed door. Xie Fei had already left. Just now, the pressure of my golden core leaked out. Although it was only a trace, how could Elder Xie, a Qi refinement realm cultivator, not have any reaction? One was a golden core, and the other was Qi refinement. There was a difference of 2 major realms and 12 minor realms in between. If it were an ordinary Qi refinement 7th stage, he would surely tremble in fear and be drenched in cold sweat in the room just now. How could he remain unaffected? Furthermore, no medical principle could see through my true condition under the cover of my aura, right? Xiaoyan was able to infiltrate the Changhe Sword Sect without anyone noticing. This showed how strong his ability to conceal his aura was. Yet in such circumstances, Elder Xie. A complex expression flashed across Xiaoyan's face. He then looked at the wooden box in his hand. To be precise, he was looking at the piece of jade inside the box. When Xiaoyan picked it up and his consciousness entered it, he was once again stunned. Inside the jade, Xie Fei had included some refining techniques related to the Tiger Demon Bone Refining Fist and Bull Demon Great Strength Fist. Although they were not the profound skills themselves, these techniques far surpassed ordinary body refining techniques. Not to mention, many of the cultivation methods within were things unheard of and unseen in the mystical continent. Chapter 53, Rebates, Wind and Thunder Tribulation Sword Manual. Phoenix Blood. When Xie Fei arrived at the Sword Pavilion, he naturally had no idea of Xiaoyan's shock at seeing those body refining techniques. At this moment, he was chatting idly with several elders in Area 7 on the 2nd floor. Naturally, they were discussing some trivial topics. The elders in the core area had relatively few tasks each day. Aside from those who were in seclusion, many would gather to chat and pass the time. Xie Fei participated to fit in and avoid drawing special attention. Thus, the day passed simply. After work, he did not encounter Xiaoyan again on the way. He must have left. This made Xie Fei breathe a sigh of relief. To be honest, although Xiaoyan's golden core cultivation was strong, if he really caused any trouble in the Changhe Sword Sect, a golden core wouldn't be enough to handle it. It was also because the Changhe Sword Sect hid its strength too much that it gave people the illusion that this third-rate sword cultivation sect was not impressive. Even this illusion was given to the disciples and elders within the sect. The original body had been deceived in this way. Xiaoyan had previously been just an outer disciple in the sect, and he was of the unimportant kind. It can be imagined that he had no understanding of the true strength of the Changhe Sword Sect. Due to the limited lifespan, Xie Fei was worried that Xiaoyan would gamble everything and directly confront the Changhe Sword Sect over a woman. In the following days, it seemed to validate Xie Fei's guess. Xiaoyan really did disappear and had not appeared at all. After a period of brewing, the investment returns came that day. Ding! Host investment successful. Congratulations, host, you have received a return. Due to the fate and luck of the investment target being gold, the return effect is doubled. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the rare Wind and Thunder Tribulation Sword Manual. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the special talent of abundant energy. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained Phoenix Blood, a heavenly material and earthly treasure. Wind and Thunder Tribulation Sword Manual. Rare. Can be extracted at any time with wind as the bone and thunder as the blade. When the sword is drawn, the heavens and earth change color, ranking at the peak of rare items, possessing half-step king-grade potential. This sword technique combines speed and ferocity, capable of severing rivers with subtle wind and shattering mountains with explosive thunder. Abundant energy can be extracted at any time. This is a special talent that greatly enhances recovery after extraction, possessing 10 times the energy of an ordinary person. Phoenix Blood, heavenly material and earthly treasure, can be extracted at any time. Phoenix Blood is not true Phoenix Blood, but a droplet-shaped treasure that can repair the physical body after consumption. It seems Xiao Yin had tried the things I engraved and achieved good results, stabilizing the collapse of his physical body. Xie Fei thought to himself and began to tally the returns this time. There were 3 types. Among them, the Wind and Thunder Tribulation Sword Manual contains the energy attributes of wind and thunder, enhancing sword techniques. When practiced to a high level, it can summon a trace of thunder tribulation to kill enemies, coupled with Xie Fei's own ability to steal a trace of thunder's power. His combat power would not be inferior to king-grade sword techniques. However, with the 9 Heaven sword technique, he naturally would not focus on this rare sword technique. It could be integrated into the 9 Heaven sword technique, and when the 9 Heaven sword technique is unleashed, it would be wrapped in the power of wind and thunder, along with the aura of thunder tribulation. Just thinking about that scene made him a bit excited. Xie Fei then looked at the other 2 returns. There was nothing much to say about abundant energy. The main focus was on Phoenix Blood. Although it is not true Phoenix Blood, it can repair the physical body. This is quite unique. In the outside world, it would definitely be a treasure coveted by body refiners. I remember that Phoenix Blood seems to be a special product of the 10,000 Demon Mountain. One droplet is produced only every 100 years and never flows out. For demons, their physical bodies are crucial, even more so than for humans. Therefore, Phoenix Blood is revered as one of the top 10 treasures in the 10,000 Demon Mountain system. Integrate the Wind and Thunder Tribulation Sword Manual into the 9 Heavens sword technique. Then extract the talent of abundant energy. As Xie Fei issued the thought, his body suddenly felt tingly, and subtle changes occurred in his flesh, blood, and tendons. With the enhancement of abundant energy, he felt much more vibrant and full of energy, as if he could tackle anything with enthusiasm. Chiefing Mountain. This is the back mountain of the Changhe Sword Sect. Due to the intentional breeding of some demon beasts, it has become a training ground for many disciples. The entire Changhe Sword Sect is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with a large bamboo forest in front. Beyond the bamboo forest is the grassy hill where the surrounding villagers graze their livestock. While the environment cannot be called a fairyland, it can be considered a secluded place. At this moment in Chiefing Mountain, during heavy snowfall, a young man was wearing a short shirt that exposed his arms, constantly throwing punches and kicking at the trees and air. With every exertion, the boy's movements were accompanied by deep, resonant tiger roars. Every step and every action was full of rhythm, making it seem as if a fierce tiger had truly come to life. However, what was strange was that despite the boy's hard training, he did not attract any spiritual energy from the surroundings. Moreover, there were no fluctuations of spiritual power within him. All his exertion relied solely on his physical body. As his blood surged, the boy was enveloped in a swirling mist of white energy. The snowflakes that got close melted instantly, leaving not a single drop of water behind. Behind the boy stood another person. The boy slowly finished his training, turned around, and respectfully bowed. Master. Xie Fei nodded slightly, his gaze filled with a hint of admiration. Compared to before, Long Chie's strength had improved significantly. Compared to when he first joined the sect, he could be said to be worlds apart. With your current strength, fighting against a first-level Qi refinement practitioner is not a problem, Xie Fei said. In a place where everyone else was still ordinary, his only disciple was already capable of battling Qi refinement practitioners. It should be noted that among the disciples, first-level Qi refinement practitioners were already the strongest group within the inner sect. It's all thanks to the Master's excellent teaching. If it weren't for the Master's guidance, I wouldn't have been able to enter the door until now. Long Xie seemed to realize his special physique and his near-zero affinity for spiritual energy. Looking back now, it was probably also because of his physique that he was noticed by the elders of the Holy Land, who wanted to experiment with something rare. This was different from the genuine care from a master. Thinking of this, Long Xie was immensely grateful for his decision at that time. Although the master's cultivation level is not high, and the Changhe Sword Sect is only a third-rate sect, he felt valued here and found his own path. Moreover, thanks to the master, Qin Yao successfully entered the sect and is now a first-level ordinary practitioner, officially stepping onto the path of cultivation. At the same time, because of the master's relationship, he also made friends with Lin Fan. Now, Lin Fan had become one of the more outstanding disciples among the outer sect, with a cultivation level reaching the third level of ordinary practitioners. The three of them all entered the Changhe Sword Sect due to the master's influence, naturally supporting each other and forming a small team. Is there anything you don't understand about the Tiger Demon Bone refining fist? Xie Fei asked. Long Xie thought for a moment and respectfully inquired. Master, every time I visualize the ancient tiger demon body, I always feel unable to awaken its soul and grasp the true meaning of the tiger demon. Can you please guide me on this? This indicates that your study of the tiger demon bone refining fist is not thorough enough. However, if you practice during the Yin hour and borrow the energy of the Eastern Shaoyong, you will achieve twice the result with half the effort, Xie Fei responded. He then thought for a moment and continued. Since you cannot absorb energy into your body now, you might as well try the tiger demon blood energy mentioned in the tiger demon bone refining fist. Use the tiger roar to resonate with your bones, allowing its regenerative ability to transform into tiger demon blood energy. If you practice it to a high level and your bones turn to gold, achieving the tiger demon golden body, this blood energy will be no less than spiritual power. Long Xie carefully noted every word, then nodded earnestly. The master's words are like a divine revelation. I have gained much insight. Good, keep working hard, Xie Fei said. When your tiger demon golden body is fully realized, I will pass on another divine skill to you. By then, your two great profound skills will complement each other, and no one will be able to stop you on the path of body refinement. Long Xie did not know what body refinement was, nor how vast the world was. But the master's words still stirred his blood, making him extremely excited. All right, continue your cultivation. Xie Fei waved his hand. Long Xie continued to throw punches and kicks, resonating with the sounds of tiger roars and thunder, honing his physical body. Watching this disciple's figure, Xie Fei quietly activated the fate gold eye. After observing for a while, he sighed slightly in his heart, still the same. During this time, he had been coming to check on this disciple from time to time, but so far, the need still remained for hard training, which made the master feel proud. Xie Fei also realized that the focus of this need was not in the latter part, but in the hard training at the beginning. It's just that he didn't know how long this hard training needed to last before it met Long Xie's own standards. Time flew by again. The heavy snow finally turned into light snow. Xie Fei casually walked towards the second floor of the sword pavilion. However, upon entering this time, he heard several elders discussing heatedly. Elder Gong, do you know that our Southern Region's talent list has had quite a few major changes recently? Many names have been changed. How could I not know about such matters? The second position on the talent list is no longer the original Jin Long Shao, but has been taken by a woman who seems to have appeared out of nowhere. Yes, that woman's name seems to be Zhou Hongxian. Indeed, this girl has made her debut on the talent list and directly occupied the second position, which shows how terrifying her talent is. This topic piqued Xie Fei's interest, and he hurriedly leaned over to ask, Elders, what were you just talking about? Elder Xie, you haven't been paying attention to our Southern Region's talent list, have you? That won't do. If you don't understand the trends of the world, It's easy to offend people when you go out later. The one responding was Elder Gong. He is not a second-tier core elder, but he seems to move around a lot and has good relationships. The other elders then explained, Elder Xie, we were discussing the Southern region's talent list. This talent list was originally created by the Central region to tally the young talents of that area. Later, we in the Southern region followed suit and created our own. There are a total of 99 positions on the Southern region's talent list, and all those who make it onto the list are geniuses under 100 years old. As they spoke, an elder handed over a thin book. Elder Xie, this is the Southern region's talent list. It is published periodically across various regions. There are versions in jade bamboo slips, and this one is the cheapest handwritten version, which I'm giving to you. Xie Fei took the book and opened it. The first few pages were introductions and praises from famous figures. Only later did he find the real content of the talent list. Talent No. 1. Emo 1 Introduction. 39-year-old Emo 1 is a graceful young man who has already reached the 9th stage of the Golden Core at such a young age. Achievements. A 39-year-old at the 9th stage of Golden Core is indeed a genius. Xie Fei continued to read. Talent No. 2. Zhou Hongxian Introduction. 22-year-old Zhou Hongxian is already the second-ranked hero of the Southern region, and her impressive title comes from having reached the 8th stage of the Golden Core. Achievements. This one is even more of a genius. 22 and at the 8th stage of Golden Core. No wonder the elders are discussing her eagerly. Continuing on, talent number 3, Jin Long Xiao Introduction. 56-year-old Jin Long Xiao, although considered an older man in the secular world, is still quite young in the cultivation realm, having reached the 6th stage of the Golden Core. Xie Fei quickly skimmed through the top 10 and mentally noted these 10 individuals. Such talents are definitely worth investing in. If given a chance, he would like to seek them out one by one. As he continued, Xie Fei suddenly froze. He recognized a familiar name. Talent No. 20. Zhan Long Introduction. At the age of 13, Zhan Long has already ranked in the top 20 of the talent list. The fearsome reputation of this young boy needs no elaboration, as he has reached the 5th stage of foundation establishment. Achievements. Zhan Long? A small plump figure popped into Xie Fei's mind. He hadn't expected that after leaving the Changhe Sword Sect with his future father-in-law, this kid would suddenly appear on the talent list. However, it makes sense. After all, he possesses the golden fate and luck, which explains his rapid cultivation and high combat power. Plus, with the help of that mysterious father-in-law and wife, achieving this is quite normal. But further down, Xie Fei saw another familiar name. Talent number 21, Lin Shui Introduction. A 20-year-old girl in her prime. Lin Shui has already reached the 4th stage of foundation establishment at such a beautiful age, and her high talent has earned her praise from many experts and seniors. Achievements. Lin Shui is indeed the female elder from the Sword Tomb. She left the Changhe Sword Sect due to her master's influence. After leaving, she had a different set of opportunities. Xie Fei couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. If you remember correctly, Lin Shui seemed to have a purple fate. After thinking for a moment, Xie Fei developed a desire to go out and explore, not for any other reason, but to find the people listed in this Southern region talent list. While he couldn't guarantee 100% investment success, he was sure there would be several great returns. After all, Zhan Long with his golden fate and Lin Shui with her purple fate had both failed to make it into the top 10. Chapter 54. Searching for Zhan Long in progress. The elders of the Sword Pavilion were paying close attention to the change in the 2nd position of the talent list. However, outside the Sword Pavilion, many people were focusing on the 20th rank Zhan Long and the 21st talent, Lin Shui. Let us set aside Lin Shui for now, primarily focusing on Zhan Long. He had previously claimed the title of the first inner disciple. So many people were aware of his existence. But what surprised everyone was that shortly after becoming the first inner disciple, Zhan Long left the Changhe Sword Sect and then disappeared without a trace. Now, seeing him again, especially on the Southern region talent list, caused a sensation. In the entire Southern region, only 99 individuals could be on the talent list. Being ranked 20th already surpassed the vast majority of cultivators. In the nearly 100 years of the Changhe Sword Sect's history, only one person had achieved such an honor, and that person's ranking hadn't even made it into the top 50. Now, a talent ranked 20th, Zhan Long, had emerged. This news swept through the entire Changhe Sword Sect like a whirlwind. From the foot of the mountain to the top, everyone was passionately discussing Zhanlong. Especially among the outer disciples, it was as if a pot had exploded. As they walked along, one could see outer disciples huddled together, each one lamenting and expressing regret over past events. One disciple shouted, "Damn, when Brother Zhan was still a nobody in the outer sect. He even came to ask me for guidance in cultivation. Unfortunately, I was too arrogant back then." Another chimed in, "Brother Zhan even slept with me. We squeezed into a broken house to cultivate. I thought he was a loser and didn't even bother to look at him." A weak disciple beside them interjected, "Stop it. Back then, Zhanlong told me someone was bullying him and stealing his things, but I completely ignored him. Now that I think about it, I was such an idiot." The voices of regret echoed among the disciples. Why were so many people feeling remorseful? Because at that time, Zhanlong was just a quiet little character in the eyes of the outer disciples, completely lacking any presence. Who would have thought he would achieve such success today? But now the tables had turned. The little chubby junior they once looked down upon had made it onto the talent list. Meanwhile, they were still just outer disciples, with a gap that felt like heaven and earth. One could only sigh. The rise of some geniuses is fast. Too fast. Being on the Southern Region talent list signifies what? It signifies that Zhanlong has become well known throughout the world, completely separating him from those ordinary disciples. If any of the disciples had helped Zhanlong back when he was still unnoticed, they would have made a huge profit now. The martial world, this cultivation realm, is not just about fighting and killing, but also about human relationships. Not only did the outer sect boil over, but the inner sect was also buzzing with excitement. Many inner disciples had witnessed Zhanlong's prowess back then. However, even though he claimed the title of first inner disciple, everyone didn't take it too seriously. After all, there are always firsts, but being first doesn't guarantee one will be the first to break through to foundation establishment. They didn't pay much attention to Zhanlong's disappearance and didn't inquire about it. But now, upon hearing his name again, they found he had become one of the talents on the list. As previously mentioned, Long Fei was involved in recruiting new members for the sect before becoming an elder of the Sword Pavilion. His master was also the Grand Elder in charge of recruitment, with a cultivation level of the second stage of Golden Core. Among the disciples, such an outstanding talent emerged. As the Grand Elder in charge of recruitment, he was extremely delighted to hear the good news, feeling as if his heart was blooming. Previously, when Zhanlong was ranked first among the inner sect disciples, it was he who presided over the meeting. Immediately, he was so happy that he couldn't sit still and called over some elder recruits, along with his proud disciple, Long Fei. He then asked, "Where is this disciple Zhanlong now? I want to reward him well." As soon as the question fell, the response he received was the awkward glances exchanged among the elders below. The Grand Elder immediately sensed something was off and quickly added, "One of the new disciples has emerged as a genius, and he is a genius without a master. Once this matter is reported up, you will all have credit. Where is he? Elder Wu, tell us." Hearing the displeasure in the Grand Elder's tone, Elder Wu, who was called out, immediately responded with a pained expression. "I'm not quite sure about this." His voice was almost on the verge of tears. Not only did he have to keep an eye on many newly recruited disciples, but he also had to frequently go out to find good seedlings. He was so busy that he couldn't remember where one disciple had gone. To put it plainly, who could have guessed that Zhanlong would suddenly become so formidable? "Long Fei, do you know?" The Grand Elder turned his head and shouted at Long Fei. "If I'm not mistaken, it was you who brought Zhanlong into the sect back then." Long Fei also hadn't expected that if he had known that the limping little fatty had such a frightening talent, he would have definitely rushed over to give him pointers. Guiding a genius on the list of talents, if this were spread, it would be a great face saver. Seeing this situation, the Grand Elder sighed and looked at the others. Is there really no one who knows where he is? No matter what ideas you think of now, you must find this disciple Zhanlong as soon as possible. He slammed the table, his voice rising. Zhanlong is a genius who has made it onto the talent list. If he becomes a disciple of another sect, the sect master will hold you accountable, and you will all be punished. At that moment, Elder Wu suddenly had a flash of inspiration. "Grand Elder, I just thought of someone." a core elder on the second floor of the Sword Pavilion, Elder Xie Fei. At that time, when Zhanlong had just won the title of first among the inner sect disciples, I was planning to go ask if he had any cultivation difficulties. To my surprise, I saw him heading towards the Sword Pavilion, looking for Elder Xie Fei. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder immediately stood up. Xie Fei? What are we waiting for? Let's go to the Sword Pavilion. He dropped this sentence and was about to lead the elders to hurry over. But just as he was about to leave, the Grand Elder seemed to suddenly remember something. He immediately turned his head. Long Fei, aren't you working at the Sword Pavilion? You should be familiar with Xie Fei, right? Long Fei's face instantly stiffened, and he stammered. I worked with him on the first floor of the Sword Pavilion, so I can barely say we're familiar. Then this matter will be up to you to handle. As a Grand Elder, it's not very appropriate for me to go find an inner sect elder. The Grand Elder immediately decided this. After hearing Elder Wu's words, he felt that Zhanlong and Elder Xie Fei should have a good relationship. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to find Xie Fei to share the good news right after winning the title of first among the inner sect. If that's the case, if he wasn't mistaken, then Xie Fei should know where Zhanlong is. By the way, you guys go to the disciple registration office and ask what Zhanlong was doing at that time. After giving these instructions, the Grand Elder left directly. Only Long Fei remained, looking conflicted. What should he do? Did he really have to go find that Xie Fei? Long Fei had his own pride. Back when he was on the first floor of the Sword Pavilion, he had looked down on Xie Fei, who was just passing time. But now, unexpectedly, he had to seek help from him. However, this was a task assigned by his master. If he didn't complete it, the consequences. Long Fei shivered all over and hurriedly ran towards the Sword Pavilion. When he arrived at the Sword Pavilion, he adjusted his expression and, smiling, quickly found Xie Fei. Elder Xie? Xie Fei slowly turned around, pretending as if it was their first meeting, and exclaimed, Elder Long, what brings you to the second floor? Weren't you unwilling to come here at all? Long Fei's face showed some embarrassment, but he still said, Isn't it because there was no other choice? We are really short on manpower, so I had to be transferred. After saying that, he quickly changed the subject. Elder Xie, we did work together for a while back then. How do I go about asking you for a favor? Of course, the first step is to play the emotional card. After a round of small talk, Long Fei finally revealed his intention. Elder Xie, based on the friendship between us, I have a favor to ask. There is a genius disciple in this sect named Zhanlong. You should be quite familiar with him, right? We currently can't find where he is, so. Upon hearing the name Zhanlong, Xie Fei immediately shook his head. Not very familiar. Long Fei was taken aback for a moment, then quickly said, Elder Xie, this matter is beneficial for both you and me. Zhanlong has already achieved foundation building. If we jointly recommend him, he will surely become a true disciple of the Sword Sect. At that time, not only will there be rewards from the sect master, but even the Grand Elders will make an appearance. Elder Wu from the Disciple Recruitment Office said that he saw Zhanlong leave the sect to find Elder Xie. Therefore, this matter still requires Elder Xie to help contact Zhanlong to return to the Changhe Sword Sect. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Xie Fei. The Grand Elders? The head of our Sword Pavilion is a Grand Elder. Isn't it easy to meet him? What the hell? Long Fei couldn't help but complain in his heart. How could Zhou Qing be worthy of the title of Grand Elder? If it weren't for the sect master and a few Grand Elders lamenting the Sword Pavilion, how could the title of Grand Elder fall to Zhou Qing? Moreover, Xie Fei continued, I really don't know Zhanlong very well. I'm clocking out now. Are you leaving or not? If not, I'm going. After saying this, he turned around and left. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Xie Fei didn't refuse to help Long Fei because he had any objections to him, but rather because he truly didn't know how to contact Zhanlong and was unclear about Zhanlong's location. More importantly, when Zhanlong left back then, he had followed the king of humans' father-in-law. That person had no intention of returning for the time being, so why bother? How many geniuses had the Changhe Sword Sect let go? Just asking about Zhanlong, what about Lin Shui? Xie Fei couldn't help but shake his head. The next day, after snowing heavily for more than half a month, it finally began to stop slowly. Xie Fei got up early, preparing to take a break for a while. Mainly because the snow had stopped, he wanted to take the book's Southern Region's talents to stroll around. However, as soon as he opened the door, he saw a snowman standing outside. Upon closer inspection, it was clearly Long Fei. "Elder Long, what are you doing?" Xie Fei was startled. It felt a bit eerie to be watched by a man early in the morning. Seeing the main character appear, Long Fei immediately shook off the snow from his body. Since he had already shown his sincerity, there was no need to continue like this. "Elder Xie, I was waiting for you." Long Fei quickly approached and continued. "Can we go inside to talk? We can talk about anything here. I still need to hurry to the Sword Pavilion." Xie Fei somewhat refused. He didn't want to waste time with Long Fei. He needed to quickly take a leave and go down the mountain to explore. Seeing the situation, Long Fei didn't want his hard work of standing in the snow all night to go to waste, and quickly cupped his hands, saying, "Elder Xie, I may have offended you when we worked together on the first floor before. Please forgive me. But this time the situation is truly special. So I have to trouble you repeatedly. The matter of this disciple Zhan Long concerns the face and merits of our recruitment branch. If Elder Xie is willing to help." At this point, Long Fei switched to spiritual sense transmission. "I can offer you a spot in the secret realm of Xuanjin." This spot was something Long Fei obtained due to having a Grand Elder as his master. When he said this, he was almost gritting his teeth. The Zhengsu in secret realm that opens once every 60 years? Xie Fei was slightly taken aback. He had indeed heard of this, but it had no relation to him, so he hadn't paid much attention. Before he could think more about the information regarding the Zhengsu in secret realm, Long Fei continued to transmit. "It is rumored that the Zhengsu in secret realm was left by an immortal, automatically opening every 60 years to select a successor. Each time, many people have had their heads broken over the quota of the secret realm. This is something that cannot be sought after. Elder Xie, please help me. If it weren't for the attitude of my master, Long Fei would never have given up his quota." Sigh. Xie Fei couldn't help but sigh. "I really don't know the situation of Zhan Long. I only know that he went down the mountain to travel. As for when he will return, or whether he will return, if you ask me, I don't know who to ask. Just traveling down the mountain?" Long Fei frowned and pondered. By the time Long Fei wanted to ask again, Xie Fei had already left. "But is there any news about Zhan Long?" The Grand Elder of Recruitment spoke up, replying to Master, "I have already inquired with Xie Fei, and Zhan Long has gone out to travel." Long Fei briefly explained the situation. The Grand Elder couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and look at the other two inner door elders. "What about you? What news from the Disciple Registration Office?" In response to the Grand Elder, the Elder at the Registration Office said the same. Elder Wu in the group said, "At that time, Zhan Long also applied to go out to travel. Generally speaking, the time for disciples to travel is usually no more than a year, and if it's fast, they would return in a few months." Hearing this, the Grand Elder of Recruitment nodded in satisfaction. As long as he hasn't joined other forces, that's good. Recently, the sect master has not been very satisfied with the actions of many elders, including several Grand Elders. Therefore, we need to pay more attention and make sure not to leave any incriminating evidence. Otherwise, being scolded is a small matter. Cutting off resource supply is a big problem. You don't want to be without pills and spiritual materials for cultivation in the future, right? The elders nodded repeatedly. "All right, you can all disperse. Long Fei stay." After the other elders left, the Grand Elder of Recruitment said to Long Fei, "The Zhengsu in secret realm is about to open. So you need to improve your strength recently, and don't embarrass me, understand?" "Understood, but just what?" Long Fei hesitated a bit. "It's just that my quota has already been given to Xie Fei." "What?" Chapter 55 Finally, an anomaly stronger than red has appeared. Long Fei always felt that he had kept his promise. Although Xie Fei did not contact Zhan Long, he had provided information, which in Long Fei's view was also a form of help. Therefore, since the words had been spoken, the matter had to be carried out. Even if the result was being scolded by his master for an hour, Long Fei did not feel regret. He was merely practicing his belief in honesty. His sword heart is honesty. Only by being honest with people can one be honest with the sword. "You pig brain. Do you know how much I gave up for your quota?" The Zhengsu in secret realm involves. Let us not mention how much Long Fei was scolded. At this moment, in the Sword Pavilion, Xie Fei was planning to find Manager Wu to ask for leave. But unexpectedly, after turning around several times, he couldn't find the other person. Kong Jian, also a core elder, noticed his actions and quickly reminded him. "Elder Xie, Are you looking for Manager Wu? Manager Wu has gone to the 5th floor to discuss matters. You need to go there to find him. The 5th floor of the Sword Pavilion? Xie Fei couldn't help but be taken aback, then quickly stepped forward. He was originally thinking of going to the higher levels to see if there were any disciples worth investing in. This was simply a convenient excuse. It was also a legitimate one. However, when he passed through the teleportation array at the entrance of the 2nd floor and arrived at the 5th floor, he suddenly froze. A faint voice came, FSH Seeing Hu ZT IUN, and OSH NJ NG NZ and WN. It was a woman reciting scriptures. Xie Fei looked in the direction of the sound, his gaze slightly fixed. It actually came from the 6th floor. Each floor of the Sword Pavilion has great formations to block sound, making it almost impossible for voices to penetrate the formations to reach another floor. The reason it is said to be almost impossible is that an exception has just occurred. The woman's voice was very weak. If Xie Fei hadn't broken through and enhanced his 5 senses and 6 perceptions by more than 10 times, he probably wouldn't have noticed it. After thinking for a moment, Xie Fei stopped his steps toward the 5th floor and changed direction to the 6th floor. He was genuinely curious about who this woman reciting scriptures was. She couldn't possibly be an elder of the Sword Pavilion because elders wouldn't be so bored. When they had free time, they either found someone to chat and boast or took a big nap. Those who could close themselves off for cultivation in the Sword Pavilion are definitely the models of diligence and hard work. The formation rippled, and after a moment of resistance, he was already standing at the entrance to the 6th floor. Upon stepping inside, Xie Fei couldn't help but be taken aback again. He had thought that the 6th floor of the Sword Pavilion would still be divided into various areas like the 2nd and 3rd floors, with different types of magic swords stored in each area, some of which would need to be closely monitored by the core elders of that floor. However, he didn't expect that what lay before him was completely different. The 6th floor of the Sword Pavilion was actually a small world. In this small world, there were sun, moon, and stars, mountains, and rivers. The entire world was divided into 2, with the left side being a starry night and the right side being a warm, sunlit day. And right at the junction of these 2 worlds stood a thatched cottage. Yes, Xie Fei was sure he wasn't mistaken. It was indeed a thatched cottage. There was no oppressive sword energy, no suffocating sword-killing intent. The entire 6th floor was very calm and peaceful, making one feel as if they were in a paradise. The fragrance of flowers filled the air. Under the warm sun, colorful butterflies danced gracefully, and pink peach blossoms bloomed. Among the stars, glowing fireflies danced, and under the bright moonlight were special, night-blooming Sirius flowers. For a moment, Xie Fei even doubted his eyes and perception. Is this still the Sword Pavilion? What level of magic swords are stored on the 6th floor? And what about the elders of the 6th floor? Thinking of this, he subconsciously released his spiritual sense. Almost instantly, it enveloped this small world. But the moment it enveloped, it triggered a response from the formation. Then his spiritual sense was continuously compressed and blocked. However, in that brief moment, Xie Fei caught sight of the scene inside the thatched cottage. It was a woman. The woman was holding scriptures in her hands, slowly reciting them. Serene, beautiful, various warm feelings came over. He couldn't see the woman's appearance clearly, but her cultivation level was only at the 1st level of the mortal body. Xie Fei was shocked. How could it be the 1st level of the mortal body to appear on the 6th floor with a cultivation level of only the 1st level of the mortal body? This bizarre situation left him somewhat bewildered. His spiritual sense had been completely blocked by the formation, but beyond 10 feet around Xie Fei, the formation's power could not shake his spiritual sense. Seeing the situation, Xie Fei couldn't help but feel an impulse to go to that thatched cottage to take a look. At the very least, he wanted to use his golden eyes to see that woman. He had a feeling that the woman was definitely extraordinary, but just then, a figure slowly appeared. Accompanying it was a reprimand. Who dares to trespass into the important area of the 6th floor? The figure was not fully revealed, appearing blurry like a reflection in water. From the aura of the 6th level of the golden core emanating from him, it was clear that this person was extraordinary. Elder Xie Fei had seen the Grand Elder. He slightly bowed. Those who could be on the 6th floor of the Sword Pavilion were at least Grand Elders of the Golden Core realm. In the sect, Grand elders faced disciples at the level of saints and saintesses. The second floor? The newcomer seemed to frown slightly. What is a second-floor elder doing here? Don't you know that without permission, elders from each floor are not allowed to enter other places? Xie Fei clasped his hands and said, I originally intended to find the elder in charge on the second floor, but unexpectedly, due to the fluctuation of the formation, I was transported to the sixth floor. Oh, fluctuation of the formation? The newcomer seemed to fall into deep thought. Indeed, the last incident had affected the overall operation of the Sword Pavilion's formation. All right, since it's understandable, let's leave quickly. Seeing the opportunity, Xie Fei turned around and returned to the fifth floor, thinking that he must investigate the situation on the sixth floor when he gets the chance. It was mainly because it was too strange. After arriving at the fifth floor and explaining the situation to the elder at the gate, he was allowed to enter smoothly. The layout of the fifth floor was not much different from the second, third, and fourth floors. But the biggest difference from the second floor was that the elders here were still discussing his breakthrough from the last time. In fact, the discussions had become increasingly exaggerated. It was completely unlike the second floor, where almost no one talked about it. As he walked through, the elders on the fifth floor were all speculating about the true identity of the senior, known as the Nine Thunder Transformation. Many were speaking with conviction, and several had even pulled out lists of past elders of the Sword Pavilion for comparison. Although Xie Fei had long accepted the situation of being discussed and gossiped about, facing a group of at least 7th-grade foundation-building elders who were earnestly discussing, he still found it somewhat amusing. The request for leave had some twists and turns, but in the end, it received the approval of Elder Wu. The reason for the twists was that the second floor was currently short-staffed. Elder Wu ultimately agreed because Xie Fei mentioned that after his last epiphany, he had shown signs of potential breakthroughs. As for this elder, who was genuinely promising and had a strong foundation in the Sword Pavilion, Elder Wu naturally cared for him a bit more. If he could produce a golden core elder under his guidance, both his status and position would rise significantly, providing him with something to boast about to others. After receiving a long leave, Xie Fei did not linger and quietly left the Changhe Sword Sect the next day. The heavy snow had passed, and this new year felt particularly good. Yudo City, known as the Starry Sky City, is one of the 10 major cities in the southern region. The streets are arranged according to the stars of the celestial cycle, with 360 floating jade platforms connected by rainbow bridges. What attracts people from all over the world is the jade chessboard and the floating pavilions within Yudo City. Such a spectacle is most talked about by ordinary people. Is this the Yudo City that the original body always wanted to visit but never made it? Looking at the towering city walls, Xie Fei couldn't help but step inside. It truly lived up to the reputation of one of the 10 major cities in the southern region. What greeted him was a variety of festivities and prosperity. Merchants from all over the world gathered here, each determining the day's prices using the unique method of the city, the Qian dice. Xie Fei paused to watch for a while, finding it somewhat interesting. The so-called Qian dice is actually a type of magical artifact that displays numbers according to one's thoughts. From the looks of the surrounding crowd, this effect was quite good, especially when the Qian dice showed a small number. One could even hear cheers from the crowd. Xie Fei couldn't help but shake his head and turn to walk downwards. After passing the main street, the first thing he saw was a grand and magnificent mansion. This residence was extremely prominent, with a 9-entry and 9-exit gate adorned with flowers. Even the stone lions guarding the house were special magical artifacts. The Yuan family really is quite large. To have such a residence in the precious land of Yudo City shows that the Yuan family's influence is not small. However, regardless of their power, Xie Fei merely glanced curiously and continued to stroll elsewhere. Inside the Yuan mansion, in a martial arts training ground, young boys and girls dressed in white training garments were diligently practicing their punches. In front of them, an instructor was continuously lecturing ordinary bodies at the 9th grade, 1st grade Qi perception, 2nd grade Qi nurturing, 3rd grade living beings, 4th grade meridian connection, 5th grade. If you can reach the 9th grade, then you will be a master. In the past, one of our ancestors from the Yuan family was at the 9th grade of an ordinary body and roamed the world. But do not think that being at the 9th grade is the end. An ordinary body is still just an ordinary person. Our Yuan family guided by the immortal from the Linglong Holy Land, learned that beyond the ordinary body, there is also qi cultivation. Only by reaching qi cultivation can one open the door to cultivation and become a dragon or phoenix among people. Just as the instructor was teaching, in a concealed area, a boy dressed in servant's clothing was listening intently. After hearing the words, it was as if he had opened his eyes, and he could not help but feel overwhelmed. The path of ordinary bodies and qi cultivation is so wonderful. I, Yuan Li, must take this opportunity to break free from this servant status. After secretly making a vow, the boy quietly left. What he had practiced today was enough. It was time to go to the old place and practice diligently to solidify his skills. After strolling around Yudo City, Xie Fei left. He did not expect that in such a large city, there would only be a few that met his investment criteria. This trip, aside from fulfilling a desire of the original body, was also about seeing if there were any potential candidates in the big city. However, the results were minimal. There were only 3 boys with a white fate path. After investing, the returns were also some white cultivation and useless spirit gathering pills. Now, with Xie Fei's nascent soul cultivation, a few years of white cultivation would not yield much spiritual power. The spirit gathering pills were also somewhat useless for him now. The only consolation was that this trip could still be considered somewhat fruitful, preventing him from returning empty-handed. The next destination was the original body's hometown. Xie Fei took out a temporary map he had bought, locating a place called Xie Family Village. It was not too far away, about 200 miles. After all, it was a small village under the jurisdiction of Yudo City, so it wouldn't be realistic to be too far away. According to the map, Xie Fei immediately set off to fly there. However, just as he passed through a forest, he suddenly sensed something and immediately stopped. There's actually a kid practicing? Under the coverage of his spiritual sense, Xie Fei saw a young boy continuously practicing punches and kicks against the trees, in the wild mountains and fields. This scene naturally felt a bit odd. Fate Path Golden Eyes, let us take a look. Initially, out of instinct, Xie Fei did not pay much attention to it. However, this time, when he used the Fate Path Golden Eyes, he did not see the usual immediate information pop up. Instead, the world suddenly transformed. A bronze portal appeared in his field of vision. In an instant, the sky echoed with the sound of shattering glass. It was as if the very heavens and earth were about to break apart, leaving one horrified. The bronze doorframe was slowly flowing with faint starlight and sand. And on the 2 door panels, which were engraved with chaotic cloud patterns, 64 innate hexagrams were rotating in a manner that defied the laws of the celestial cycle. Time and space froze. Or rather, time and space were solidified around the bronze door. The most terrifying thing was the star sand on the doorframe. From a distance, it appeared incredibly beautiful, but upon closer inspection, each grain of star sand reflected the rise and fall of a world. What is this? Xie Fei was stunned. He carefully looked at the portal, and vaguely, he saw the words creation written on it. The characters were not common, but rather a kind of profound and mysterious script. Although he did not recognize the characters, he could clearly understand their meaning. Before Xie Fei could delve deeper, all the strange phenomena suddenly disappeared, and the world returned to clarity. Then, the information about the boy below appeared. Name, Yuan Li. Gender, male. Lifespan, 15. Realm, none. Fate Path Fortune, anomalous symbol. Not limited by any innate talent, hence an anomaly. All anomalies are caused by acquired factors, reversing fate and breaking all norms. Such beings will definitely experience countless tribulations and ultimately gain enlightenment, achieving the past, present, and future. Once an anomaly is achieved, it will definitely be an investment that the heavens cannot tolerate. Invest. Recent needs, limited by identity and status. It is difficult to find a cultivation method. First, he was puzzled as to why this boy named Yuan Li had a lifespan marked with a question mark. Secondly, when he saw the line below, Xie Fei was dumbfounded. Anomalous symbol, an unprecedented ecstasy, surged in his heart. It turned out to be an anomaly even stronger than the Red Destiny, and the investment requirements were so simple. He struck it rich. This time, he really struck it rich. Without any hesitation, he immediately descended. With Xie Fei's cultivation level, The boy below had no awareness of him landing. Bang, bang, bang. The boy continued to punch and kick at the tree trunk. His moves appeared disjointed, as if he had combined two completely unrelated techniques. Chapter 56. The Emergence of a God-Level Profound Skill. Heaven and Earth Spiritual Roots, Enlightenment Tea Tree. The disjointedness of his moves was due to the fact that these techniques were stolen by Yuan Li. Sometimes he learned half a technique, and sometimes he was lucky enough to steal a complete move. The intermittent practice had created the current scene. Xie Fei did not speak immediately, but quietly observed for a while. He noticed that this 15-year-old boy possessed a resilience and tenacity that others lacked. His knuckles were bleeding, yet he continued to punch the tree relentlessly. On the ground, the snow that had fallen was melting and forming a puddle. It is well known that when snow melts, it is the coldest time of the year. Yet, in such icy conditions, the thinly clad boy was still diligently training without pause. One day, I will also become someone extraordinary. While gritting his teeth and practicing hard, the boy spoke coldly. Hearing this, Xie Fei noticed several scars on the boy's back. The injuries were new. Although they had been simply bandaged, they were still seeping blood. Bang! The last punch hit the tree trunk, producing a dull sound. Yuan Li panted heavily, preparing to turn back. But just as he turned around, he saw a figure that had appeared out of nowhere. Who are you? Yuan Li jumped in shock, instinctively stepping back. A practitioner of the Profound Sect. Xie Fei smiled and responded. Although the Changhe Sword Sect focused on sword cultivation, it also had roots in Taoism. The founding ancestor had once comprehended Taoist teachings, so it was not an exaggeration to call it a profound sect. So you are an immortal. Yuan Li quickly cupped his hands in respect. Although the boy was trying hard to appear calm, there was still a hint of panic in his eyes. Despite showing some composure, he was still too immature. However, he came from humble beginnings, and for him to show such behavior was commendable. Xie Fei nodded secretly. The reason he wasted time here was actually to observe more of this anomaly that the system had evaluated. Why? Why is Yuan Li an anomaly? He wanted to find that point. The system's evaluation of anomalies included a phrase. All anomalies are caused by acquired factors. Having interacted with the system for so long and used investments many times, Xie Fei gradually mastered some methods and was no longer the naive rookie who knew nothing. If he could grasp the initiative in investment, then Wu Ti he no longer need to search everywhere. Therefore, the boy in front of him became a key observation target. Thinking of this, Xie Fei spoke. From the clothes you're wearing, it seems you are a servant from some wealthy family. Generally, people like you would immediately kneel and beg for guidance upon encountering a practitioner. That kind of behavior is for those who lack self-awareness, without qualifications or outstanding talent. Even if they plead, they won't obtain true teachings. Yuan Li calmly replied. Upon hearing this answer, Xie Fei didn't know whether to say that poor children mature early or that anomalies are indeed different. You seem to have read some books? From your speech and behavior, you don't seem like an illiterate servant. Xie Fei asked. I've self-studied a bit, and sometimes I secretly listen to the teacher's lessons with the young masters and ladies in the mansion. He spoke frankly without reservation. Moreover, he had a very strong desire to improve. Xie Fei continued to ask, which mansion do you work for? The Yuan Mansion in Yudo City. As soon as he heard Yuan Mansion, Xie Fei immediately recalled the grand mansion he had seen before. He looked at the boy's injured fists and the wounds on his back from being whipped. Seeing you train so hard just now, I assume you're not one to settle for mediocrity. However, coming from a lowly background, even with such ambition, it is difficult to become extraordinary. Xie Fei continued, just like your current cultivation. For ordinary people to sense spiritual energy, they need a systematic foundational technique, right? Just this first step is enough to leave you helpless. But fortunately, I passed by today and saw your potential, so I can teach you. At this point, Xie Fei suddenly paused. Then he changed his words. Are you willing to take me as your master? He originally wanted to directly give a cultivation method, but thinking about how once he became a disciple, he could repeatedly invest and observe the reasons behind the anomaly, he immediately changed his mind. If he were in the Changhe Sword Sect, due to Xie Fei's current status as an intersect elder, he would not be qualified to accept disciples. Long Xie had become a disciple because he had reached the highest point of the ascending platform. However, since they were not in the Sword Sect now, Xie Fei did not need to abide by any sect rules. Hearing the immortal in front of him actively offer to take him as a disciple, Yuan Li was instantly overjoyed. With such an opportunity, how could he, as a servant, not seize it? Disciple Yuan Li pays respects to master. Yuan Li immediately kowtowed 9 times in the snow and water. Generally, people kowtow 3 times, but he did 9. Very good. Xie Fei smiled and said, "Your master is an elder of the Changhe Sword Sect. Once you become my disciple, you will naturally also be a disciple of the Changhe Sword Sect." Changhe Sword Sect. Yuan Li murmured these 4 words, as if trying to memorize them. He hastily asked, "May I ask for your name, master?" Xie Fei. After Xie Fei finished speaking, he took out some gathering spirit pills from his system space. Although there were only a few, there were about 10 bottles. All of them were accumulated through rebates or sect benefits. With his 50 times normal cultivation acceleration, these things had little effect on him. Moreover, many times he didn't even need to gather spiritual energy himself. The rebates contained many years of hard cultivation. These are elixirs for accelerating cultivation. They should be enough for you to achieve Qi refinement. Xie Fei continued, "Once you reach Qi refinement, you can come to the Changhe Sword Sect. Yudo City is a full 10,000 miles away from the Changhe Sword Sect, and if your strength is insufficient, it would be easy to meet misfortune along the way. After all, this world is filled with demons and monsters causing trouble. Master, may I boldly ask what the cultivation realms are?" Once the topic of cultivation was brought up, Yuan Li immediately became interested. Beyond the mortal realm is Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, and cave heaven. Xie Fei explained, each major realm is further divided into 9 ranks, with 9 being the pinnacle of the Dao. Yuan Li's breathing became rapid. He never expected that in the eyes of the instructor. The lofty Qi refinement immortal was actually only the 2nd realm on the path of cultivation. There were so many layers of powerful experts beyond that. The world of cultivation unfolded a path before him. Looking at the excited new disciple, Xie Fei calmly said, "All right, focus. Now I will teach you 2 techniques. One is Changsheng Tana Gong, which is the foundational cultivation method of the Changhe Sword Sect. This technique is neither aggressive nor dangerous and is most suitable for someone like you who has no foundation. No matter how you practice, there will be no mistakes. The second is Taiwu Sword Qi, which is a top-tier sword technique. It embodies the vastness of the void, summoning the sword with thought, formless yet capable of shattering souls. This technique is extraordinary and can often allow the weak to overcome the strong when used well." Then, Xie Fei recited the key points and core essentials of the 2 techniques. After Yuan Li made an effort to memorize them, he thanked him. "Thank you, master, for the teachings. All right, your master has other important matters. You should contemplate well. If you can find your way to the Changhe Sword Sect early, your master can grant you another fortuitous encounter." His voice was ethereal like clouds. When Yuan Li looked up, there was no trace of Xie Fei in sight. What kind of cultivation level does the master possess? To come and go without a trace, is this not what an immortal would do? Yuan Li felt an exceptional joy. The stronger the master, the happier he, as a disciple, would naturally be. After collecting the spirit-gathering pills scattered on the ground, Yuan Li began to comprehend the 2 ultimate skills passed down by his master just now. Although their rank was not high to him, they were no less than divine arts. Moreover, Yuan Li did not know what the rank of a cultivation method was. The world of cultivation was a strange aspiration for him. Late at night, when Yuan Li returned to the Yuan residence, it was nearly midnight. "Oh no, it's all my fault for being too immersed in my master's profound skills that I completely lost track of time." As expected, just as he arrived outside the servant's room, he saw 3 figures standing at the door. Yuan Li focused his gaze and recognized that one of them was the servant manager who usually bullied him. The other 2 were his lackeys. "Yuan Li, where have you been? Did you feed the young master's horse?" The servant manager immediately approached and began to scold him. "I fed the horse long ago. Before going to the toilet, I even spread egg yolk and soybeans in the trough," Yuan Li replied. "The young master came to use the horse earlier, and you dare to go to the toilet? Who gave you the audacity?" The servant manager spoke with an air of superiority. Kneel down right now. Crawl all the way to the young master's door and knock your head to admit your mistake. Yuan Li gritted his teeth. I did nothing wrong. Why should I knock my head? Oh, you've grown bold. Daring to retort? The servant manager shouted. Take him down, with a single command. The two lackeys immediately moved to restrain him. Yuan Li knew that they were mere mortals, but still felt a tightening in his heart. However, he soon remembered that he was no longer the old him. Why should he continue to endure the bullying he faced in the past? With this thought, he suddenly shouted, his eyes shining brightly. Swish! Two sharp beams shot from his eyes, instantly piercing the palms of the two lackeys. Ah! They screamed in agony, clutching their bleeding hands and collapsing to the ground. You! The servant manager was taken aback. What about me? Yuan Li straightened up. I'm not at fault in this matter. I have taken good care of the young master's horse and never withheld any feed. Looking at the two fallen lackeys, memories of their past bullying flashed through his mind. At this moment, Yuan Li felt an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. This is cultivation? This is power. If it weren't for my master teaching me divine skills, I would have certainly faced persecution again tonight. From the servant room, I would have to crawl all the way to the master's quarters. What an insult! Thinking of this, Yuan Li felt immense gratitude towards his master. He stood straighter than anyone else, his back firmer than anyone else's. Where did you get your cultivation skills? The servant manager was dumbfounded. He never expected that a seemingly inconspicuous kid whom he could bully would suddenly transform into a practitioner. Moreover, in a single move, he had resolved the experts he had painstakingly gathered. What is going on? Why is this happening? Suddenly, the servant manager had a flash of inspiration. Yuan Li, how dare you secretly learn cultivation within the academy? I will report this, and you're dead for sure. Upon hearing this, Yuan Li's gaze suddenly radiated a killing intent. You want me dead? Then today, I shall make you perish first. Memories of past grievances surged in his mind, and he could no longer suppress the killing intent within him. The void life and death sword, formless and capable of cutting down all beings. With a cold shout, two sword beams shot from Yuan Li's eyes. He had just comprehended this technique. Otherwise, if the Ta Wu sword chi were unleashed, it would be truly terrifying. However, as his sword energy was unleashed, a figure appeared in front of the servant manager. Clang! Clang! The newcomer merely raised a hand slightly, and Yuan Li's two sword energies were extinguished without a trace. This scene startled Yuan Li. He quickly turned to look. The newcomer was a cold-looking woman clad in white. Who are you? Yuan Li's heart tightened, his alertness heightened to an unprecedented level. I have seen the young lady. The servant manager regained his senses and, upon seeing the figure of the woman in front of him, was immediately frightened and knelt down. Take your people and get out. The woman spoke indifferently. Yes, yes, yes. The servant manager, as if granted amnesty, quickly dragged the two lackeys and left in a hurry. Where did you learn that sword technique? The woman in white fixed her gaze on Yuan Li. At this moment, Yuan Li was somewhat dazed, not for any other reason, but because he had heard of this young lady's name, but had never seen her in person. Rumor had it that this girl had entered the Linglong Holy Land at a young age and had been cultivated. Unexpectedly, she returned today. Not going to say. The woman in white frowned slightly, as if she was about to take action the next moment. Reporting to the young lady, I obtained it unintentionally in a cave. Yuan Li quickly said, feeling a trace of killing intent that made him shiver. He did not mention his master because he thought of the Linglong Holy Land behind this young lady. Oh, you can self-learn to such an extent just from a cave? It seems you have some talent. The woman in white seemed to not care whether Yuan Li was lying. She continued, her tone carrying an undeniable flavor in that case. Come with me to the Linglong Holy Land for cultivation. Huh? Ding. Host investment successful. Congratulations, host, for receiving a rebate. Due to the fate and fortune of the investment target being an anomaly, the rebate effect is doubled. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the God-level Wuyang Sword Classic. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the heavenly and earthly spiritual root enlightenment tea tree. Young. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining special transformative power. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 300 years of sword path comprehension. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining 10,000 years of lifespan. Wuliang's Sword Classic, God Level, can be extracted at any time carrying the Dao with the sword, the heart illuminating the heavens, cutting through the illusions, seeking the true self. A Supreme Sword Path Secret Classic, specializing in breaking through and cultivating the heart, using the sword as a boat to cross countless tribulations, without touching the cause of killing and fighting. Enlightenment Tea Tree, Young, special heavenly and earthly spiritual root, can be extracted at any time born from chaos. It faced great calamities and destruction, leaving this seedling. It can aid in comprehending any profound skill. Its leaves can be brewed into tea or directly comprehended, even emitting Tao rhythm to form a natural enlightenment domain. Transformative Power, a wisp, can be extracted at any time. It is rumored to be a wisp of transformative power emanating from the gate of transformation, with boundless effects. Can be used as the foundation for a cave. Sword Path Comprehension, 300 years, can be extracted at any time. Tens of thousands of years of lifespan can be extracted at any time. Chapter 57, The Power of the Wuliang Sword Classic. Xiao Yin targets the Sword Sect. Xie Family Village. This is a small village located by the official road. Due to its geographical advantage, many outsiders often pass through here. The village is relatively prosperous. I fear that in a few years, it will be called Xie Family Town. The original body's home is here. A somewhat desolate small courtyard. Outside the collapsed wooden fence, there's a row of low plum trees. Because no one tends to them, the trees have almost been hollowed out by insects. Pushing the door and stepping into the small courtyard, what greeted him was a scene of decay. This desolate place was where the original body grew up. Before going to the Changhe Sword Sect, the original body played in the courtyard every time. Xie Fei waved his hand, and a gust of wind arose, sweeping away the dust. Passing through the courtyard, there were 3 connected small wooden rooms. Pushing open the central door, the scene that met his eyes was still one of long neglect. Decayed and old wooden beams, corners filled with white cobwebs. The windows were broken, and the tiles on the roof had holes. The interior was filled with dead branches and fallen leaves, as well as much melted accumulated water. On the central spirit platform, 2 spirit tablets were lying sideways. Xie Fei reached out to wipe off the dirt on them and propped them up. The one on the left was inscribed with the spirit tablet of the Honorable Xie Gong, also known as the Great Elder Xie Fei, while the one on the right was for the spirit tablet of the Honorable Matriarch, Li Shi, wife of Xie. The original body had no bloodline elders left. His father, Xie Xiang, had died in an accident in his early years, and his mother, Li Shi, had also passed away later. Xie Fei's return immediately attracted the attention of the neighbors around. At first, they thought it was a passing merchant or a thief who had intruded, but upon closer inspection, they realized it was the only son of the Xie family. In an instant, many villagers with whom he had previous connections gathered around. After some small talk, everyone gradually dispersed. As night fell, Xie Fei sat cross-legged in the main hall, beginning to tally the profits from his investment in Yuan Li, divine-level cultivation methods. A heavenly spiritual root, a wisp of creation power, 300 years of swordsmanship comprehension, and 10,000 years of lifespan. Upon taking a closer look, Xie Fei was immediately astonished. He could only sigh. The investment in anomalies is indeed fierce. Taking a deep breath, Xie Fei calmed his emotions and quickly activated the system with his thoughts. He extracted the Infinite Sword Classic. In an instant, all consciousness sank back into the sea of awareness, and scroll after scroll began to unfold. Unlike before, the first unfolded scroll depicted a scene of sword qi giving rise to myriad things. In the past, regardless of the scroll, it always showcased Xie Fei's figure. This was the first time there was no sign of Xie Fei. However, soon the second scroll appeared. Xie Fei felt as though he was abruptly pulled into the painting and became the person within it. In the painting, he was meditating and cultivating. Above his head was the scene from the first scroll, with strands of Dao source, true meaning flowing down. The third scroll appeared. Under the enhancement of the Dao source, true meaning, all breakthroughs seemed to have no bottleneck, and his realm surged upward. Outside the figure in the painting, Spiritual energy swirled in the sky. The fourth, fifth, and up to the ninth scrolls followed. In the entire scene, Xie Fei was the only one present. It seemed unremarkable and showed no fluctuations. However, faint golden patterns emerged on his forehead. These patterns resembled a Dao diagram, combined to form a sword. Xie Fei opened his eyes, his consciousness returning to his body. At this moment, his eyes were filled with intense surprise. Should I say, as expected of a divine-level existence? The Infinite Sword Classic appeared to be ordinary, but upon truly engaging with it, one would discover the power of this divine skill. If the Nine Heaven Sword technique was a sword of immortality focused on killing, then the Infinite Sword Classic was a sword of the Dao specializing in cultivation breakthroughs. The guiding principle was only 8 characters. The sword is the seed of the Dao. The Dao unfolds all heavens. From the moment one began to cultivate this skill, all the energy within the body, whether spiritual power, magic power, divine power, demon power, or blood vitality, would transform into infinite sword energy. A wisp of infinite sword energy was equivalent to tens of thousands of times that amount of spiritual power. Moreover, the infinite sword energy possessed a purity characteristic, capable of cleansing hidden injuries in the meridians and reshaping the foundation of cultivation. What does this mean? It means that even those with poor aptitude, as long as they cultivate the Infinite Sword Classic after years of practice, their talents would reach the highest peak or even surpass it. Furthermore, Xie Fei could hardly count the characteristics of this divine-level mysterious skill. Once one's cultivation achieved the transformation into a divine being, they could condense 9 sword energy true source seeds. When these sword energy true source seeds fell into someone else's body, they could not only accelerate their cultivation and forge their Dao heart, but also provide a feedback loop for one's own cultivation. The feedback could be nearly 10%. 10%. If all 9 sword energy true source seeds were planted with a 90% feedback, there would be no need for any further cultivation. Additionally, Xie Fei recalled the final image. With each breakthrough in realm, a sword pattern containing the essence of the Dao would condense at his brow. The function of the sword pattern was not only to see through illusions and point directly to the source, but also to enact rule changes. In an instant, Xie Fei opened his mouth, unsure what to say. This is the Infinite Sword Classic. This is divine level. Throughout the history of the mysterious continent, there has never been any mention of divine level mysterious skills. Today, he finally witnessed it. After a long while, Xie Fei gradually adapted. At this moment, all his spiritual power had completely disappeared. In its place was a hazy, somewhat grayish, infinite sword energy. Even the nascent soul underwent a transformation. In the Dantian, the originally cross-legged nascent soul now stood holding a sword. The sword represented the sword heart. The person was a new nascent soul composed of infinite sword energy. Another difference was that the nascent soul had shrunk compared to before. Upon closer inspection, it was only 1/10 the size of the original. However, its power had increased by hundreds of times. Realizing this, Xie Fei felt happy yet somewhat troubled. Previously, with one breath of spiritual energy, he could convert it into a wisp of spiritual power. Now, he feared he would have to breathe in and out tens of thousands of times to produce a single wisp of infinite sword energy. The difficulty of improving his realm had suddenly escalated. Fortunately, there was still the system's return, which would occasionally provide cultivation progress. Otherwise, he wouldn't know when he could break through to the divine transformation and condense the sword energy true source seeds. After calming his emotions again, Xie Fei continued to check the second return. System, extract the enlightenment tea tree. There was no response. A small seedling with only 3 tender leaves appeared in Xie Fei's hand. Moreover, this seedling looked somewhat ethereal and very unreal. Could it be undernourished and in need of my constant care? Looking at the enlightenment tea tree in his hand, Xie Fei couldn't help but be taken aback. Under spiritual perception, this seedling emitted an extremely weak aura, making one wonder if it would wither in the next moment, if not nurtured. But the problem was, what should he use to nourish it? Xie Fei didn't think that just watering it and planting in soil would suffice. Searching his entire body, It seemed he had nothing suitable to give to the enlightenment tea tree. Could it be that he needed to use elixirs? Thinking of this, he carefully took out the remaining gathering spirit pills. As soon as the gathering spirit pill got close, he saw the roots of the enlightenment tea tree suddenly move. The roots burrowed into the elixir, and in the blink of an eye, only the waxy outer coating of the gathering spirit pill remained. Seeing this, Xie Fei immediately felt delighted and fed all the gathering spirit pills to it. After consuming so many gathering spirit pills, the enlightenment tea tree finally showed some signs of life. If elixirs work, then what about rare materials from heaven and earth? However, when Xie Fei took out the phoenix blood, he hesitated and put it back. This item is a life-saving trump card when used well. It can't be wasted on feeding a tree. Although he had a life-saving golden elixir on hand, who would complain about having too many life-saving items? He certainly wouldn't tea. After further study, Xie Fei decided to put the enlightenment tea tree into the system space. In the system space, there is no concept of time. The seedling placed inside should not encounter any issues, right? No, he had to keep the phoenix blood and the life-saving golden elixir far away from it. Xie Fei worried that the enlightenment tea tree might consume those two items in the system space. Better safe than sorry. Now, it was time to extract the creation power. Upon extraction, he saw a green object. Although it looked like some sort of airflow, it could be physically touched and pulled. It resembled a green string, but its appearance was not like a string, but rather a wisp of green aura. According to the system's introduction, this item would likely be of great use only after reaching the cave heaven realm. After throwing it into the system space, following his usual practice, he placed it far away from the enlightenment tea tree. Next is the understanding of swordsmanship over 300 years and a lifespan of 10,000 years. Just as Xie Fei was extracting his rewards, a major event occurred in the Changhe Sword Sect. How major? Being attacked by someone counts as major, right? Murong Yen, get out here. Facing the stern expressions of the elders below, Xiao Yin stood in midair and shouted down. Today I, Xiao Yin, have come to the Changhe Sword Sect solely for Murong Yen. Hand her over, and I will leave immediately. If the Changhe Sword Sect wants to protect her, I will destroy the sect. Around him, 5 groups of strange fire burned fiercely. For this moment, he had given everything, even his life. After compensating for the huge hidden danger of his physical body collapsing, Xiao Yan's strength had reached an unprecedented peak. The 5 fires erupted together, and he felt no pressure at all. In the crowd, a woman stepped forward. Looking at the figure in the sky, she was utterly shocked. Xiao Yan, that's right, it's me. Xiao Yan spoke coldly. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Don't underestimate the young and poor. The humiliation you gave me back then, today I will return it 100-fold. As soon as these words were spoken, a man who appeared alongside Murong Yen snorted coldly. Umph. Arrogant. The man was none other than Murong Yan's master, a true elder of the Changhe Sword Sect, at the first level of the Golden Core realm. After finishing this sentence, the true elder flew up and attacked Xiao Yan. However, as his figure approached, a group of suddenly smashed towards him. The scorching temperature even distorted the spiritual sword in his hand. Boom! The true elder, with an incredulous expression, was heavily injured and fell to the ground. If it weren't for a piece of spirit armor he was wearing, he might have perished on the spot. But even so, the spirit sword and spirit armor in his hand were completely shattered. The might of Xiao Yan's attack shocked everyone present. Murong Yen trembled all over, her legs shaking. Master, she cried out in anguish, then looked up at Xiao Yan, asking in disbelief, how have you become so powerful? Facing Murong Yan's question, images of his arduous journey flashed through Xiao Yan's mind, especially the final appearance of Xie Fei. If it weren't for Elder Xie's help, he thought, quickly looking down. Fortunately, Elder Xie was not present. If this battle caused harm to Elder Xie, who had helped him twice, then Xiao Yan would be doomed to suffer for the rest of his life. To him, Xie Fei was no less than a rebirth of his parents. Xiao Yan, I was wrong. Below, Murong Yen couldn't help but kneel on the ground, crying out, Wrong? If you're wrong, you must pay the price. Xiao Yan roared, and the 5 groups of carrying a destructive aura smashed down towards the ground. He made his move with all his strength, leaving no regrets. But bang! A figure suddenly landed in front of everyone. All 5 groups were blocked. Xiaoyan's full-strength attack didn't even create a ripple. Xiaoyan, you were once a disciple of the Sword Sect, and your betrayal of the sect had reasons behind it. The Changhe Sword Sect will not hold you accountable. But not only do you fail to show gratitude, you now use your strength to attack the sect. This is a death sentence. The newcomer spoke indifferently, as if pronouncing a death sentence. In the sky, Xiaoyan was stunned, and then a look of horror appeared. A nascent soul. He never expected that the Changhe Sword Sect actually had a nascent soul old monster stationed here. What is going on? How could there be a nascent soul-level powerhouse? Run. After a moment of shock, he had only one thought in his mind: to escape. In an instant, Xiaoyan's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he had already left the Changhe Sword Sect, flying desperately in one direction. The person from the Changhe Sword Sect merely glanced at him and then flicked his finger. A sword energy, as if moving instantly, struck Xiaoyan as he fled. Poof! A mouthful of blood, mixed with internal organ fragments, spewed out. Xiaoyan fell straight down. Go bring him back. The nascent soul big shot of the Changhe Sword Sect issued a sword energy, then left without a glance. The remaining elders and disciples were left dumbfounded. 3 days passed. Xie family village. It was time to leave. Having fulfilled some of the original body's wishes, Xie Fei prepared to depart. However, before leaving, he specifically set up some formations in the small courtyard to protect the entire courtyard. With his current strength, the formations he set up would be safe unless a master of formations or a transformation stage person appeared. Otherwise, this place would definitely be safe and sound. After completing all this, Xie Fei flew towards Yudo City. Before returning, he planned to check on his newly accepted disciple. However, upon arriving at Yudo City and covering the area with his spiritual sense, Xie Fei was stunned. Where's my disciple? Such a big person. How can there be no trace at all? Chapter 58. In my life, why do I need to explain to anyone? After repeated confirmations, there was no trace of a new disciple Yuan Li in the entire Yudo City. Xie Fei was immediately puzzled. How could such a big person just disappear? He then expanded his spiritual sense range. 1,000 miles, 2,000 miles, up to 10,000 miles, and still no sign of him. How long has it been? The person disappeared? Confused, Xie Fei entered the Yuan residence. After asking a few others who were also doing menial work, he learned that Yuan Li had actually been taken to the Linglong's sacred land by the young lady of the Yuan family. Linglong's sacred land, hearing this name, Xie Fei couldn't help but frown. It seemed that Yuan Li had been discovered for his unique traits. Forget it. Next time I have the opportunity, I will go take a look at the Linglong sacred land. Xie Fei shook his head and turned to leave Yudo City. He wasn't too worried about Yuan Li being abducted. If that day really came, he could still manage to clean up his own door. Though he hadn't encountered the number 1 on the Tianjiao list, MO1, this trip had instead resulted in an extraordinary disciple and eliminated the original body's obsessions, which was still quite worthwhile. The reason Xie Fei took leave and rushed to Yudo City was actually for 2 main reasons. The first was that the Tianjiao list stated that the recently ranked number 1, MO1, had recently achieved great success by destroying the Tianyuan Pavilion in Yudo City. As mentioned earlier, the most famous places in Yudo City were the Jade Chessboard and the Suspended Pavilion. The Tianyuan Pavilion was a place where all cultivators could enter to challenge with Jade Chess, and those who passed could receive 100,000 spirit stones and be a lifetime guest in Yudo City. Besides looking for this MO1, the second major reason was the original body. The original body had a rather difficult childhood. His biological father had died unexpectedly when he was young, and he had relied on his mother to survive. At that time, in Xie family village, he often heard traveling merchants mention the prosperity of Yudo City, which made him long for it. Unfortunately, his mother died later, and the original body entered the Changhe Sword Sect. The dreams of his childhood were thus delayed. Flying swiftly, covering 1,000 miles in an instant, Xie Fei looked like a beam of light in the sky, and it was completely silent. But just as he approached the Changhe Sword Sect 3,000 miles away, he suddenly stopped. Xiaoyan. Xie Fei looked down with a hint of surprise. Xiaoya Mountain. At the top of Xiaoya Lake, an old man and a child were quietly hiding in the bushes. It was already night. The two figures focused their eyes on the lake's surface illuminated by the moonlight. Grandpa, are there really moonfish in Xiaoya Lake that can heal Mother? If there are, why haven't they come out yet? The little girl, about 7 or 8 years old, looked a bit pale and thin, but her clothes were very clean. At this moment, she had been crouching for over an hour, and the little child could no longer hold back and asked softly, "Keep your voice down, don't disturb the moonfish." The thin old man in his 50s quickly reminded. The old man then looked up at the bright moon in the sky and continued in a low voice, "You see, it's just after a heavy snow, and generally, there wouldn't be a moon in most places. Only on this little moon mountain. The moonlight covers it all year round. The fish in Little Moon Lake absorb the moonlight all year long, so they are naturally different moonfish. Now, we just need to wait patiently for that moonfish to come out." The old man paused and sighed, saying, "If there is no moonfish, your mother might not survive this new year. Mother will definitely get better." The little girl declared firmly, "I still want to go find Father with Mother." The old man wanted to say something, but in the end, it turned into a long sigh. The little girl didn't notice this. Her thoughts and gaze were fixed on the lake's surface. As she stared, she suddenly saw ripples appearing on the lake. The little girl's eyes lit up, and she was about to call out to her grandfather. But just as she turned around joyfully, her grandfather quickly stopped her. Only then did the little girl see that her grandfather had turned his head to focus on the sky behind them. In the night, a massive, intense fireball fell from the distance. The scorching heat instantly ignited the dry trees. The whole sky lit up as bright as day. Boom! Little Moon Mountain instantly turned into a sea of flames. "Run!" The old man had no time for anything else. Grabbing the little girl and jumping down from the burning tree, racing down the mountain. The sound of crackling fire echoed continuously. The little girl, being held, couldn't help but look up. Then she saw that huge fireball crash violently into Little Moon Lake. Bang! The impact shook the heavens and the earth. The ice blocks by the lake, not yet melted, were suddenly splashed into the air, only to be completely vaporized midway. In an instant, Little Moon Lake became hazy, filled with water mist. However, the large splashes of lake water extinguished the surrounding flames. Such fire, ignited by high temperatures, naturally couldn't withstand such a large area of water being poured over it. The old man and the little girl, who were escaping, were instantly drenched like drowned rats, their bodies blackened and marked with charcoal traces. But they couldn't care to wipe it off, both staring blankly at Little Moon Lake. After a long while, the little girl timidly asked, "Grandpa?" The old man suddenly came back to his senses and quickly asked, "Is there anywhere you're hurt? Do you feel uncomfortable?" "Or no, Grandpa, look." The little girl raised her hands. In her grasp was a fish weighing over half a pound, pale blue in color. It fell into my arms when the lake water splashed up. "It's a moonfish." The old man was startled and then showed a face of wild joy. "Grandpa, should we go take a look?" "No, we must not go." The old man shook his head sharply, holding the little girl and continuing down the mountain. After decades of experience, he already knew that there were some divine beings and demons in this world. At this moment, at the foot of Little Moon Mountain, 3 figures appeared. They were none other than Zhou Qing, Xie Fei, and Zhang Shui. All 3 were Golden Core masters, but at this moment, each was injured, their spiritual power in complete disarray. That kid managed to push us to this state after being hit by the Yuan Ying Protector Elder. Xie Fei gritted his teeth and spat out a mouthful of blood. He truly hadn't expected a second-grade Golden Core kid to be so formidable. Originally, several core elders at the Foundation establishment stage were sent out, but instead of bringing someone back to the sect, they ended up all severely injured. Reluctantly, they had to pursue him together. What they thought would be a sure-win situation turned into a chase that lasted 3 days and nights. This guy named Xiao Yin is suspicious. Zhou Qing coughed up a mouthful of black blood, emitting a strange, burnt smell. "Should we ask Master for help?" Zhang Shui, not feeling well herself, looked at the situation at the top of Little Moon Mountain and asked, "We can't call for help." Xie Fei immediately raised his head to refuse. "The 3 of us together can't even handle an injured second-grade Golden Core. If we ask Master for help, we might not be able to hold our heads up in the future. If you're scared, I'll go alone." After Xie Fei finished speaking, he took the lead and charged towards the top of Little Moon Mountain. The other two exchanged glances and could only helplessly follow. Xiaoyan, at this point, do you still have any strength left? If you surrender, we will not kill you here. Li Fei stood in the air, his voice booming like thunder. Do you think I'll wait to die obediently? Dream on. At the bottom of the dried-up Little Moon Lake, a figure enveloped in fierce flames rose up. It was Xiaoyan, heavily injured. If one penetrated the barrier of strange fire, they would see that his upper body had a large hole running from back to front. All his blood and internal organs had been burned by the flames, sticking to the wound. In addition, Xiaoyan's entire body had large areas of cracking, revealing the blackened flesh and bones inside. This scene resembled farmland under a severe drought in June. Yet despite this, the aura surging from him remained fierce, like a powder keg ready to explode. Very well, then accept your death. Li Fei suddenly swung his magic sword. Swish! The sword light was sharp as water, arriving in front of Xiao Yin in an instant. Come on, Xiao Yin shouted, and the flames on his body suddenly surged, transforming into a large hand that crushed towards the sword light. Boom! It was like lightning and thunder. The two forces collided violently. Zhou Qing and Zhang Shui, who were rushing over, quickly raised their swords to assist Li Fei. However, under the combined force of the three, they were all violently thrown back by that strange fire hand. All their attacks were obliterated in the ferocious, strange fire. The three were blasted away, and Xiaoyan was also not in a good state. The cracks on his body widened again, and in severe areas, they were about to fall off completely. I can't waste time with him here. Xiaoyan gritted his teeth and turned to fly towards the sky again. At the top of Little Moon Mountain, Zhou Qing and the others all spat blood simultaneously. No, we can't go on like this. Zhou Qing struggled to stand up, his teeth chattering. Li Fei could barely stand, relying on his sword to keep from falling. Seeing this, Zhang Shui took out an item from her body, and a strand of spiritual awareness immediately entered it. Noticing her actions, Li Fei couldn't help but smile bitterly. Fine, fine. Saying this, he did the same. They were both notifying their respective masters to take action. Sai, call for help. At worst, we'll just get scolded. After this battle, Li Fei lost his previous arrogance. It was too demoralizing. They had come this far. Their cultivation had reached this level. Who wouldn't call them geniuses? But facing Xiaoyan, all three had a question in their hearts. Is there a gap, even among geniuses? At this moment, Xiaoyan was desperately flying far away. Damn, I didn't expect that a small third-rate sect would hide a Yuaning expert. This time, I'm afraid it's all over. He gritted his teeth, fully aware that even if he miraculously escaped this time with his current injuries, it would probably be the end for him in the future. Just as Xiaoyan thought he was about to die, he remembered the grudge against Murong Yin and the kindness from Elder Xie. I'm afraid I'll never be able to repay them. Thinking of this, his gaze dimmed a bit. He was about to collapse. At that moment, Xiaoyan looked up in astonishment towards the direction of the Changhe Sword Sect. In the night, two sword lights that seemed to be capable of breaking through the heavens roared towards him. Danger. An unprecedented danger. The opponent's attack this time was even more ferocious than that of the Yuan Ing Elder from the Changhe Sword Sect. The two sword lights seemed to reflect Xiaoyan's horror, falling like lightning. Am I going to die here? A sense of despair arose in Xiaoyan's heart. However, just as the sword light was about to strike, poof, it was as if the water extinguished the fire at Xiaoyan Mountain before. The two sword lights instantly dissipated. This was when Xiaoyan suddenly widened his eyes, looking at the person who had suddenly appeared in front of him with an incredulous expression. The newcomer had his back to him, facing the two experts of the Changhe Sword Sect who had come to pursue. These two experts were none other than Li Fei's master, Feng Jian, and Zhang Shui's master, Guofeng. One was a 9th-grade nascent soul, about to transcend, and the other was an 8th-grade nascent soul, the first sword god of the Sword Tomb. At this moment, Feng Jian and Guofeng's eyes revealed a hint of horror. They casually blocked the attacks from the two of them. Although they weren't using their full strength, it was still somewhat frightening. In an instant, a thought surfaced in their minds. A transcendent expert. Only a master at the transcendent realm could so easily block their attacks. Senior, why are you stopping us? Feng Jian quickly asked. Guofeng was already on full alert. Why should I explain my actions to anyone? Xie Fei replied indifferently, exuding a powerful aura. Indeed, the one who had blocked Feng Jian and Guo Feng's attacks was Xie Fei, who had been observing from the sky for a long time. At this moment, his height, build, appearance, and even his soul aura had all changed to that of another person. Senior Yu. Feng Jian was suddenly at a loss for words. Guo Feng then took over the conversation, saying, "This senior, the person behind you, is a traitor of our Changhe Sword Sect. We kindly ask you not to interfere in our sect's affairs, otherwise." "Otherwise what?" Xie Fei sneered. "I have roamed the world for 1,000 years, and today I am unexpectedly threatened by you. Changhe Sword Sect? What corner of the world did such a thing emerge from, to dare report to me?" As soon as these words were spoken, Feng Jian and Guo Feng were enraged. "Senior, to insult our sect like this. Do you wish for an unending feud with the Changhe Sword Sect?" The two of them had grim faces. "Although we may be weaker than you, we still have the heart to draw our swords." As their voices fell, their figures flashed, and they had already disappeared from their original spots. When they reappeared, they were surprisingly attacking Xie Fei from the left and right. "Oomph! You dare to show off your petty skills in front of me," Xie Fei shouted loudly. "Great Might Heavenly Dragon." Of course, he didn't actually perform any Great Might Heavenly Dragon technique. He was just shouting a slogan. Immediately, two sword energies shot out from Xie Fei's eyes. Unlike Yuan Li's, his sword energy was formless and had no presence at all. With the support of the infinite sword qi, it suddenly pierced through the attacks of Feng Jian and Guo Feng. Clang! Clang! The formless sword energy struck the two's magical swords, instantly sending them flying for several miles. If it weren't for the urgent situation, and if they hadn't sensed it in time and quickly returned their swords to protect their bodies, they would have likely been seriously injured on the spot. So strong. Too strong. Xiao Yan, who stood behind Xie Fei, witnessed this scene in its entirety. Although he couldn't see the specific situation clearly, he saw that the mysterious expert who had helped didn't even move a finger, and the two top experts of the Changhe Sword Sect were sent flying. How could this be? Over here, the two who were struck by the sword energy felt it was unbelievable, especially Guo Feng. As a sword god, his perception was the most acute. His sword path. Chapter 59. Phoenix Blood Used. Nine Hell's Destruction Fist. Before Guo Feng could think deeply, two formless sword energies shot towards them again in an instant. "Retreat!" Feng Jian shouted loudly, and the two quickly flew backward. In their perception, a deadly danger was continuously approaching. Watching the two retreating figures, Xie Fei couldn't help but sneer. "Is this the expert of the Changhe Sword Sect? Oomph, just this." After saying that, he grabbed the completely bewildered Xiao Yan and disappeared from the spot. Name: Xiao Yan. Gender: male. Lifespan: 1955. Realm: second grade golden core. Fate and luck: gold. Golden legend: a once-in-a-thousand-years genius. Recent needs: meridians burnt, body torn apart, foundation damaged. Urgent need for treatment. Under the nameless mountain, Xie Fei looked at Xiao Yan in front of him and couldn't help but ask, "You actually managed to injure yourself to this extent? That's quite a rare thing." Now, he had not revealed his true appearance. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan cupped his hands in salute. "Thank you, senior, for saving my life. It's a long story." At this point, he had a difficult-to-speak expression. Seeing that he was unwilling to say more, Xie Fei suddenly thought of something and subconsciously asked, "You didn't go to the Changhe Sword Sect by yourself, did you?" This question stunned Xiao Yan for a moment. "Senior seems to be very familiar with me. How could a stranger think of this?" Xie Fei immediately realized he had let something slip. After clearing his throat twice, he said, "Do you know Xie Fei? He asked me to save your life." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's body suddenly shook, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Senior, you are Elder Xie?" In an instant, a strong feeling of gratitude enveloped his heart. What merit do I have to be so concerned by Elder Xie? He knew that being able to request this senior's help must require a great price. How could such a master take action so easily? Thinking of this, Xiao Yan was filled with guilt and gratitude towards Elder Xie. For this, Xie Fei naturally had no perception. He took out the phoenix blood from the system space and tossed it over. "Eat it." This left Xiao Yan in a daze again. "This is something Xie Fei handed to you. It can repair your body and allow you to live." After Xie Fei finished speaking, he had already left. leaving behind Xiao Yin, who was once again stunned. Sigh. On the way back, Xie Fei couldn't help but sigh. Forget it, no need to dwell on it. The phoenix blood was obtained from you anyway. Using it on you is just fate? Just as he was comforting himself, the system's rebate sound rang out. Ding! Host investment successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a rebate. Due to the fate and luck of the investment target being gold, the rebate effect is doubled. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the King Grade Martial Art. 9 Hell's Destruction Fist. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 30 years of hard cultivation, gold. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100,000 spirit stones. 9 Hell's Destruction Fist, King Grade, can be withdrawn at any time using flesh and blood to knock on life and death. Wherever the fist reaches, all laws collapse. A purely destructive fist technique, not cultivating spiritual energy or understanding the Dao, only seeking the ultimate power to destroy the physical body. There was once a fist master who said, "This is not a technique to protect the Dao, but a world-destroying fist that tears the sacred with an ant's body, using the power of blood and energy to make all laws tremble." 30 years of hard cultivation, gold, could be withdrawn at any time, the result of 30 years of hard cultivation with the golden fate. 100,000 spirit stones, ordinary, can be withdrawn at any time, a common item in the cultivation world of the mysterious continent. Stones containing pure spiritual energy can be used for cultivation or trading. Martial arts? Xie Fei was slightly stunned. He didn't expect the system to actually rebate a king-grade martial art. However, it was good. Long Xie was currently lacking an ultimate attacking technique on the path of body refinement. With the 9 Hell's Destruction Fist, it could be considered a supplement to this shortcoming. Soon, he noticed the spirit stones from the system rebate. 100,000. This was definitely not a small amount. It should be noted that even the most ordinary healing powder, and not a pill, required dozens of pieces. For an average person, it would likely take hundreds of years of hard work to gather 100,000 spirit stones. However, at this moment, Xie Fei thought of a question. Right? Can the Dao Ti tree absorb the spiritual energy from the spirit stones? He needed to find an opportunity to test it when he returned. At the Changhe Sword Sect, by the sword tomb, a solitary figure sat quietly by the sword washing pool, surrounded by violent sword energies. At this moment, another figure hurriedly approached. Xiaoya Mountain has been cleared.